Su Rao. You're really excited, aren't you? After a strong palm strike on his shoulder. Yun Mujing was also angry. The two fought from the front of the Yun Palace to the corridor garden. And then from the corridor garden to the rockery pavilion. All the way to King Fengju. Yun Bo chased them from behind. But Yun Bo couldn't catch up with the speed of these two. Yun Mujing. If you have the ability, don't hide. If I don't beat you to the ground and beg for mercy today, I will write my name backwards. Run. I don't know where you can run. Dare to ruin my good deeds. I will let you know today that if you provoke me, I dare to beat you up. Su Rao kicked again. And the whirlwind came out, kicking Yun Mujing sideways. You damn girl. You asked for it. Yun Mujing, who had been hiding, didn't hide anymore. Your martial arts have improved a lot. But you are still immature in front of this prince. He grabbed Su Rao's kicking foot and swung his wrist with force. Su Rao flew out instantly. Her center of gravity was unstable. She quickly spun in the air and landed on the ground with 2 turns before she stabilized her body. But she still took a step back, and her ankle felt numb. A hint of movement appeared in her eyes again, and it became more and more intense and deep, and it seemed to color her eyelids like a whirlpool, so deep that you can't see the storm brewing deep inside. She pretended to be a martial artist, and it seems that Yun Mujing also pretended. With his strength, his internal strength is probably comparable to hers. As expected, they are members of the royal family. Everyone is a master of disguise. They look idle and romantic outside, but in fact, they are all deep-minded. It has been quiet for a long time since Yun Mui, but now someone can't hold back anymore. I thought the prince and his men would attack first, but I didn't expect it to be Yun Mujing. But it's true that enemies meet on a narrow road. Why don't you fight? Seeing Su Rao looking at him, but not attacking again, Yun Mujing frowned. Could it be that he just attacked too hard? He obviously controlled the strength very accurately. This frown brought out the tenderness that only girls have. The beauty frowned. Su Rao cursed in her heart, a demon that brings disaster to the country and the people. Most men will not be able to control themselves when they see such men's clothes. Not to mention that she has changed into such a woman's purple smoke gauze. Graceful and graceful. No wonder my second brother fell into the trap, and has not been able to get out until now. What's the matter? I will fight if I want to. And I won't fight if I don't want to. Yun Mujing, I will teach you a lesson. This person is disguised. If she continues to fight, her true strength will definitely be discovered. The reason why she took action is just to let those who secretly spy on her see how Su Rao is a dandy. That's all. The numbness in her ankle disappeared. Su Rao showed an arrogant and provocative expression. And then with a dandy smile on her face, she took Isu to King Fengju. King Fengju is right in front of her, and she doesn't need Yun Bo to lead the way. Su Rao. A voice of anger. Yun Mujing strode after her. You little bitch. You ignored me for 8 years. And now you are so vicious. If someone else dared to mention Su Yuma, that psychopath, in front of me, I would have killed him long ago. What? Ignored for 8 years. Su Rao's eyebrows suddenly shrank, and she exchanged a quick glance with Isu. What does it mean? What do you mean by ignoring her for 8 years? Su Rao's surprised reaction lasted only a short moment, and she turned her head to look at Yun Mujing with a contemptuous look. I haven't heard that girls change a lot when they grow up. But her heart was trembling. What did Yun Mujing mean by ignoring her for 8 years? Girls change a lot when they grow up? Muttering, Yun Mujing's eyes fell on the striking triangular scar on Su Rao's forehead. I had never seen her so closely before. But now that I looked at her so closely, I felt it was glaring. Especially glaring. And even uglier. Your face has become whiter. And your eyes are still as bright. But this delicate face was ruined by this ugly scar. The rest of the sentence was not said. Suddenly she was silent. This abrupt reaction was completely different from the 7th prince, who had been causing trouble for her outside Zai Yaju, the 7th prince, who had just been chased and beaten by her. He had completely lost that sense of tenderness and charm. Instead, he felt a little depressed. Su Rao's eyes were deep again. Could it be? Could it be that Su Rao has some relationship with this 7th prince? And it's not ordinary. The thought in her heart was just a snap of a finger. The two walked into King Fengju. Su Rao snorted coldly and said nothing more. When she didn't know anything, the safest way was to speak less. Jing. Yunji walked out with a cool word. Although there was no sight, Su Rao felt that Yunji looked at her. He called Yun Mujing. but stared at her. Although she knew that Yunji couldn't see, Su Rao had this feeling for no reason. The moment of shock and all the thoughts in her heart were blank for a moment. Yunji was still as colorful as the sun and moon when she first saw him, wearing a cloak, and just walked over. Just like that day at the back mountain of Wanglu Temple, strolling leisurely in the garden. Every move and every action is so stunning and graceful. The scenery is bright and clear. Even if there is a satin in his eyes, it can't hide his elegance. A work of misty mountains and waters. A gentleman with orchids and jade trees. But this time, the smile on his mouth seemed to be slightly more obvious than last time. The misty and alienated feeling on him was perhaps because of Yun Mujing. And he felt it was gone. And the whole person fell into the mortal world in an instant. The heavenly exiled immortal who fell into the mortal world. Like jade on the road. The prince is unparalleled. You are here. Walking over. Yunji said again with a faint smile. Facing Su Rao. Su Rao curled her lips and said bluntly. Actually, I don't want to come at all. This sentence gave a look to Yun Mujing, who was silent on the side. The meaning is very clear. With this annoying person, she can't even see the Jiue prince, who makes her most happy. If Su Rao and Yun Mujing really had a relationship, and she had not talked to Yun Mujing for 8 years, but Yun Mujing had never looked for her once, then there must have been something wrong between Su Rao and Yun Mujing 8 years ago. Yun Mujing also looked at Su Rao, turned around suddenly, and walked away. You silly girl. Do you think this prince is willing to stay with you again? It's not this prince's fault that you are not capable, but still want to be strong. This was said so nonsensically that Su Rao didn't understand the meaning at all. But it only took a moment to know that Yun Mujing's words might be due to some problems between Su Rao and Yun Mujing. There was another touch of movement in her eyes, bringing out layers of ripples. And the peach color at the corners of her eyes became more gorgeous. And the blush on her face, that was brought out by the action just now, also floated a touch of tenderness. And a layer of fine beads of sweat on her forehead. But it did not ruin her makeup at the moment. She has been Su Rao for nearly 8 years. She already knows all the enemies and friends of Su Rao. She only has 1 or 2 friends. But her enemies are numerous. But why is there no trace of the 7th prince? It seems that they have not investigated Su Rao's network of relationships rigorously enough. There is such an accident. Ying must thoroughly investigate Su Rao's childhood. What is this Yun Mujing? He almost caught her off guard just now. While thinking in her heart, Yunji's voice sounded in her ears again. You and a Jing made a bet on that winter night. The loser came to King Fengju to spy on me. So your face was damaged. You have ignored a Jing all these years. A Jing thought you hated him. So he didn't dare to find you. But now it seems that you don't hate him. With a faint smile on the corner of her mouth, she turned and walked into the moon room. Since the emperor's uncle has ordered you to come to the Yun Palace to listen to my teachings, you can live in Qifeng residence. I have asked Yifeng to prepare a room for you, which is next to the study on the 2nd floor. This way, you can go to the study at will and won't disturb my peace. It's getting late today. Put your bag first and let Yifeng take you to get familiar with Qifeng residence. As for teaching, etiquette and rules cannot be learned in a day or 2. After all, when you appear in the eyes of the world again, you just need to stop hitting people casually. After these 2 words, the person disappeared outside the moon room. The attitude of a complete teacher. Miss. Yisu tightened the package in her hand, looked at Su Rao, and then glanced at the moon room. What prince do you just said? Yun Mujing and the real Su Rao. Su Rao also glanced at the moon room. And then Lu Dai's eyebrows slightly frowned. Why did she feel that Yun Ji was explaining to her what happened to Yun Mujing? It was as if he knew that she didn't know about Yun Mujing's sudden accident. So he explained it to her? Miss Su. Please. Yunling raised his arm. Su Rao looked back and glanced at Yunling, who was like a wooden man, and then looked at the moon room again. The figure of Yuhua had disappeared outside. What he meant by what he said just now was that she was overthinking. No matter how clear-headed Yunji was, he couldn't be so meticulous. Brother, this is the big surprise you said. Yun Mujing, who had left, came back and entered the moon room. That damn girl Su Rao is simply a heartless bastard. How important is a woman's appearance? She is still so arrogant and willful. How can she not hate her? How can she not care? Although she was so angry, a smile that could not be suppressed appeared at the corner of her mouth. The soft charm between her eyebrows, which only girls have, shone through her beauty. She became more charming and beautiful. Like Pannin. She was so charming even for a man. The Prince Jiue took a sip of tea and smiled without saying anything. Seeing this, Yun Mujing lay down directly, raised one leg and stepped on the edge of the couch, and then looked straight at the moon-shaped eaves column above his head. The column was carved with exquisite patterns, crescent moons, and carved railings and jade bricks. Looking at it intently, his eyes gradually became hazy, as if he saw two little people shaking their white and delicate little feet on the same eaves and pillars, and the 4 feet were fighting each other. Little aging, sister is letting you go. Don't push it too far. Be careful that sister will kick you down with 1 foot and fall flat on your butt. Stinky Arao. You are obviously younger than this prince. And you are this prince's sister. This prince will kick you down first. Such childish and naive words lingered in his ears. Yun Mujing closed his eyes, covering up this childhood beauty, which no longer existed. Brother, that girl has changed a lot. She used to climb over the wall to find me at night and play with me secretly. She has changed since her face was destroyed. That year, the Su family found her half frozen in that garden, and I didn't dare to see her. If I hadn't made a bet with her that night. If I had followed her that night. Jing. Yunji put down the cup. You have kept this matter in your heart for so many years. Now it is time to let it go. The beauty of a girl lies in her heart, not in her skin. If Su Rao really cared about the scar, she would not show it to others so openly. Brother always sees everything so clearly and clearly. Maybe it is because the person involved is confused and the bystander is clear. I should let it go. Su Rao is just as dirty as General Su. Maybe I just can't get over it all these years. Yun Mujing's mouth bloomed with a charming look. Even if Prince Ji was beside him, it couldn't cover up his innate charm. It was natural. If his face was not too girly, women would feel ashamed when they saw him, and it would be difficult for them to have any girlish feelings. He would also be the object of admiration pursued by all the girls in Langjing. At this moment, in Shuan Palace, Yun Mui and concubine Shu are a warm scene of a loving mother and a filial son. Mother, you are pregnant now, so you should not work too hard. Don't worry. I will take good care of Luo Ling. Yun Mui looked relieved, like a well-behaved son, rubbing concubine Shu's shoulders. Concubine Shu also smiled kindly and patted the back of Yun Mui's hand. Here, I raised you by myself. I know you will definitely take good care of Linger. I am very pleased that you come to pay your respects to me every day. Okay. It's getting late. You can go back. Don't be busy with official business all day. Take care of yourself. I know that mother will take good care of herself. I will take my leave first and come to visit you tomorrow. Mother, take a good rest. Yun Mui leaned forward, bowed and left, with a gentle smile on his face. Even after leaving Shuan Palace, his smile was still there. The 4th prince's eyes suddenly turned cold. Your Majesty, the 4th prince has been coming here every day these days. You still have to be on guard. Madame Lu stepped forward and personally fetched water for concubine Shu to wash her hands. Madam, I know, but I still need him. The 4th prince? By my side now. And I still need him to compete with the queen's faction. Besides, Linger was sent to the temporary palace. My father said that my brother could no longer help me. I was in the inner palace, so I had to let him take care of Linger. Linger is my flesh and blood. How can I really leave her alone and let her live in the cold temporary palace in a panic? Concubine Shu nodded. Of course she knew to be on guard. After washing her hands and touching her abdomen, her eyes showed the tenderness and love of a mother. Besides, it is still unknown whether her child is the emperor's son. So she must win over Yun Mui before the child is born. Nani Lu also understands Shu Guifei's concerns. Although the queen has the Zheguagong mansion behind her, Queen Yao also has the prime minister's mansion behind her. And the prince is Queen Yao's biological son. But the 4th prince is not born from the queen's belly. Thinking of this, Nani Lu thought of their 2nd prince, who died in vain in the hostage hall of the former Qin imperial palace, and looked at her with pity. If the 2nd prince was still alive, the queen would not have to worry so much every day. Not only should she guard against Queen Yao's calculations externally, but she should also guard against the 4th prince internally. Even if the duke and others help the queen, it is easy to dodge an open spear, but it is difficult to guard against a hidden arrow. Besides, the duke and the Shangshu cannot enter the Yun Palace every day. In this palace full of wolves and tigers, the queen still has to rely on herself. At this moment, seeing concubine Shu caressing her belly with a loving mother's face, Madame Lu finally suppressed the sudden sadness in her heart. Fortunately, the queen now has another thought. As long as the queen can give birth to a little prince, I believe that the duke's anger over the years will be completely gone, and he will wholeheartedly assist the queen and the little prince. By the way, the queen, the subordinates just sent a message. The emperor ordered Miss Su to go to the Yunwang mansion, saying that he wanted Prince Jiyue to teach her and change Miss Su's dandy and eccentric character. Suddenly thinking of the news that the servant had just brought, Madame Lu said so again. Concubine Shu suddenly raised her eyes. What? Mammy, you said that the emperor asked Su Rao to go to Prince Yun's mansion? Why did the emperor do this? My queen, what Chief Steward Yun meant was that Miss Su's family had angered Prince Jiyue at Wanlu Temple, and the emperor was displeased. So he asked Prince Jiyue to teach her. He said teaching, but in fact, he wanted Su Rao to apologize to Prince Jiyue. Mammy Lu lowered her voice. This was what Chief Steward Yun sent someone to tell her privately. To please the queen. Concubine Shu looked thoughtful. So, a breath. A cluster of eyebrows. Mammy. Su Rao went to Prince Yun's mansion. And Lian Xian. Mammy Lu also thought of it. To show the young lady's friendship with Prince Jiyue. Mammy. Quickly send someone to inform my father to keep an eye on Lian Xian. Although Prince Jiyue is good, his body is not a good match for Lian Xian. Mammy Lu nodded immediately. Yun Muyi was leaving the palace. And just as he was out of the palace gate, Xian Ti, who was waiting outside the palace gate, strode forward. Yun Muyi's heart suddenly moved. And with a glance, he got on the carriage and left the palace. And then asked Xian Ti what happened. Xian Ti also immediately informed him that Su Rao had been ordered to go to Yunwang Mansion to be taught by Prince Jiyue. Your Highness, what do you think the emperor wants to do by doing this? Yun Muyi held the cup. His eyes were deep, and when Shu's face was cold at this moment. For a moment, Yun Muyi could not think of anything. How is the matter I asked you to investigate? Did Su Rao go to Yunwang Mansion to find Prince Jiyue secretly by Su Heir? Otherwise, with Prince Jiyue's temper, even if his father ordered it, Su Rao would not have set foot in Yunwang Mansion. Xian Ti lowered his head. His face was embarrassed. Your Highness, please forgive me. I haven't figured out this matter yet. The seventh prince made a scene in Xiaoyao residence yesterday. Young Master Su Heir went to the military camp and did not return for a night. He did not look for Prince Jiyue again. Useless things. The cup was suddenly placed on the table. Splashing water. You can't even handle such a small matter. Your Highness, calm down. Xian Ti knelt on both knees. Yun Muyi clenched his fists. Father must have a purpose for letting that ugly girl Su Rao go to the Yun Palace. What is it? Get up. Yun Muyi rubbed his brows after a moment. Thank you, Your Highness. Xian Ti stood up. Keep an eye on Su Heir. If there is any movement. His eyes narrowed suddenly. And he suddenly thought, is the seventh prince still in the Yun Palace? A green vine appeared on his clenched hands. Given Su Rao's lust, if she saw the seventh prince, she would pounce on him. Could it be that father? Did he plan for Yun Mujing like this? The bright sun was reflected in the sky. The bright sun at 4 p.m. dispelled the cold winter wind. A ray of golden light fell on the street, spreading golden colors. On Beiyang Street, a waiter and an old lady pushed a wooden cart with wine jars. Make way. Everyone. Make way. Be careful not to bump into anything. Such a reminder sounded on the street, and passers-by made way. Just as the wooden cart passed the intersection of Dongxing Street and Beiyang Street, Zhao Lianqin's carriage drove out and knocked people and horses over. The waiter and the old lady cried out in pain, and the clanging sound was repeated. All the wine jars on the wooden cart were knocked to the ground, and the sound of porcelain was broken. All the wine was spilled. Hey, where did this blind person come from? Don't you look at people when driving? These are all the wine that Zayaju urgently needs. Seeing that all the wine was spilled, the old lady slapped her thigh. His face was filled with anger. He blocked Zhao Lianqin's carriage and shouted for the master to get off. How to solve this problem? The wine and drinks that Zayaju wants are not ordinary wine and drinks. They are expensive and worth a lot of money. Don't you have eyes? Didn't you see us coming? The waiter who was hit almost fell to the ground and pulled the driver. Ask your master to get off. You hit the wine and drinks we sent to Zayaju. How to deal with this matter? Do you know who wants these wine and drinks? If that master blames you, you can bear the blame. Hurry up and get off. Miss. In the carriage. Shulan was so angry that she had no place to vent. Now this happened again. She was so angry that she wanted to get off. She wanted to take a good look. But the place of the Red Mansion actually dared to block the carriage of the Duke's mansion. Zhao Lianqing held Shulan. And she had lost her irrationality in front of the Yun Palace. She regained her charm of Nji Tinglan and told Shulan not to bother and give her some money. Zhao Lianqing didn't care about such an unexpected thing. At this moment, Zhao Lianqing's mind was full of Su Rao's order to go to Yun Palace. Why did the emperor let Su Rao go to Yun Palace? Women's minds are more delicate than men's. And women's sixth sense is even more accurate and terrifying. At this moment, Zhao Lianqing's mind is completely immersed in Emperor Yu's order to Su Rao to go to Yun Palace. What kind of Su Rao is Emperor Yu doesn't know. She has been coveting Ji Yu Prince since she was a child. Shulan was angry. But she could only obey and got off the carriage by lifting the curtain. Okay. It's just a few jars of wine. Take the money. He took out a silver ingot and stuffed it into the hand of the waiter. He looked down on these low-level servants. The waiter waited and laughed. Girl, you are sending away beggars. With your little money, you can't even buy a small wine cup at Zayaju. And you want to send us away like this? Hurry up and let your master come down. We are all servants. Who are you looking down on? We have to tell your master to come down quickly. And you have delayed us for this time. How can this be counted? Bullying our servants. Right. The auntie even directly called on the spectators, and the people who came and went. Hey, everyone. Come and judge. This carriage hid our wine. And the owner didn't even come down. This is obviously bullying us honest poor people. Everyone. Come and judge. These two people were obviously trying to extort money. And Shulan was so angry that her face turned red. Zhao Lianqing also frowned. But the people coming and going all gathered here, pointing at the carriage one by one. The maids of the rich families were just servants. And they were all servants. Why were they so arrogant? They really looked down on others. But for a while, this street corner was crowded with onlookers, pointing at the carriage one by one, cursing. The public mouth can melt gold. Zhao Lianqing had to get off. When she came out, she didn't take the bamboo hat, so she could only cover her face with a veil. It's the maid who didn't understand the matter. Since our carriage hit your wine, we have to compensate you. Zhao Lianqing didn't want to make a big deal. She was a lady from a noble family. And arguing with these low-ranking servants on the street would not only lose her status, but also damage her reputation. She had already lost face in front of Prince Yun's mansion today. If something happened again because of this accident, if her grandfather knew about it. So she asked Shulan to take out 2 ingots of 10 taels of silver and spend them to avoid disaster. This amount of silver was enough for an ordinary small family to spend for 2 years. And there would be some money left. Shulan reluctantly took out 2 more ingots of 10 taels of silver and stuffed them into the arms of the waiter. She wiped her hands with a handkerchief in disdain, still with a look of contempt. The waiter was satisfied. But no matter how Shulan disdained and looked down on them, after carefully putting the silver in her arms, she looked at the aunt and pretended to be generous and gave way. Let's go. Let's go. Since you are so sincere, we won't make it difficult for you. But you are really arrogant. Who are you looking down on? You look like a lady from a wealthy family. But why are the maids you taught not as good as us low-level servants? What are you so arrogant about? Although they gave way and dispersed the onlookers, the old lady still cursed and pushed the wooden cart away. Not far away, Prince He lowered the curtain of the carriage, and his sharp eyebrows moved slightly. Zhao Lian, Xian. It's not her. Prince, Emoing called out. Emoing, are you sure that the only women in red who appeared in the purple bamboo forest that day were the ugly daughter of the Su family and the young lady of the Zhao family? Rui Feng's eyes were full of thought. The woman seen in the purple bamboo forest that day had a sense of tranquility, especially a sense of tranquility and gentleness. But she was not as gentle and docile as Zhao Lianqing, but had a sense of sharpness, which was hidden and concealed, all hidden under the gentleness around her. Prince He showed doubts. If there are only those 2 people, and it's not Zhao Lianqing, then it can only be. Prince, do you think it's wrong? It's not the young lady of the Zhao family. Could it be the ugly girl of the Su family? Prince, I think this is impossible. The ugly girl of the Su family has been disfigured since she was a child. The woman we saw that day, although only from the side, was really stunning. Prince E only asked one question. And Moing knew what Prince E was thinking at the moment. And the ugly girl of the Su family is frivolous and lustful. If it's her. Prince E knew the rest of the words without Moing saying anything. If it was Su Rao, she would have pounced on her long ago. But what if it was a disguise? Would a family of generals that could raise a tiger general like Su Heir raise a frivolous daughter like Su Rao? Will it? Thinking of Su Rao's voice heard outside the Yun Palace not long ago. Although she was frivolous and arrogant, and threatened those civilians with a completely eldest lady's temper. But that kind of exposed momentum. One is quiet and reserved, with a hidden edge. The other is a playboy and eccentric, with an exposed edge. Although they give people completely different feelings. But, Moing, go check Su Rao carefully. And then check the other women who went to Wanglu Temple that day. Whether there are any missed ones. Moing felt that it was impossible to be Su Rao. But since Prince E had ordered it, Moing would check it. With a promise, he drove away from here in the carriage. The incident on Beiyang Street was spread to Qifeng residents in just a breath. The 18 Cloud Guards, Yunji's private guards, usually hide in the dark and will not show up easily. The news is passed on by Yunfeng or Yunling to Jiyu Shitzi, unless there is something important. And not long after this incident on Beiyang Street, Yunda appeared and walked into the U room to tell Yunji about it. Yunji did not react. But Yun Mujing sat up straight. The girlish softness between his eyebrows completely disappeared. And his eyebrows were twisted hard. Brother, Xian Yi Qishao plotted against Zhao Lianqin? Why did he plot against Zhao Lianqin? And he actually investigated Su Rao. What was he going to do? Jing. Today you meet Su Rao again. Do you think she is dazzling? Putting down the Yuwa cup in his hand, Yunji waved his hand to let Yunda leave. Instead of answering, he asked. His voice was as cool as ever, but also brought out the mist. The faint smile on the corner of his mouth seemed to be a little lighter, and the corner of his lips was slightly pressed. The meaning was unclear, but it felt deep. Yun Mujing frowned more and more, and then calmed his delicate face. On Su Rao's side, after cleaning up the house, Yufeng took her and Isu to get familiar with King Fengju. The moonlight was everywhere, and every place in the beautiful and elegant residence was exquisite. The stone floor underfoot was paved with top-grade white marble carved stone with exquisite patterns. The bamboo buildings were also built with top-grade white jade bamboo. The whole courtyard of King Fengju exuded luxury everywhere. Low-key luxury. The bamboo forest between the pavilions. The bamboos are tall and straight, and the snow is dotted with foil. In the Qifeng Pavilion, moonlight bamboo curtains are hung around to block the wind and snow. At this moment, the setting sun fell, and the fairy mirror of King Fengju was winding. In such a prosperous and secular Langjing, Su Rao really didn't expect that there could be such a paradise. A paradise on earth. It was still so moonlight. The color that Prince Jiyu liked the most. In fact, her favorite color is also the moonlight, because of the prosperity and noise of her previous life. Only when the night falls and the moon rises high in the sky can she stop the fast-paced life and enjoy a moment of tranquility. The residence of Prince Jiyu is like him, with clear wind and bright moon. After a round of viewing, Su Rao is also familiar with Qifeng residence. In addition to the two-story moonlight bamboo building where people live, Yunji's Qifeng residence also has this bamboo forest pavilion. And there is an independent medicine garden in the backyard, which is specially for Yunji to take care of his body. The medicine garden is surrounded by a fence. Su Rao only looked at it from a distance and did not walk over. After all, Yunji is a porcelain doll. If something happens to him accidentally, and it is finally blamed on her, she is better off being safe. With such a thought in mind, Su Rao did not enter the medicine garden. Just a few glances from afar. On such a winter day, the medicine garden was covered with a shed, without any snow getting in. And the fire in the shed was burning brightly, making the garden green and lush even in such a winter day. The aroma of medicine lingered in the air, very clear and not pungent. Only a royal child like Yunji, who was extremely rich, could be so extravagant, taking care of medicinal herbs more precious than people. And they were all comfortable. After a round, I came back and just returned to the front yard. I saw Yin Bo leading Su Bo to King Fengju, followed by two subordinates. Su Rao recognized the two people as General Su's secret guards at a glance. The wealthy families of Yunlang raised private guards, and only ministers with official ranks above the third rank could raise them. And the number of people could not exceed 100. not to mention secret guards, which were only raised by the royal family. And General Su could have his own secret guards. First, because General Su had outstanding military exploits. And second, because the Su family was the general's palace. The opposite-sex palace. In fact, General Su is now a serious old prince. Just because everyone is used to calling him the old general. Compared to the flashy prince, General Su himself prefers to be called a general, which is the honor of his life. Su Rao is actually a proper princess of the royal palace. But because of her damaged face and vulgar appearance, her title of princess has never been solidified and implemented. The Su family doesn't care about this. To the Su family, princess is just a title. And Su Rao doesn't care even more. Because she doesn't care at all. Compared to the princess of the royal palace, Su Rao prefers the title of Miss Su. Su Bo. You are? Su Rao took 2 steps forward and looked at the 2 secret guards behind Su Bo. A bad premonition suddenly emerged in her heart. Especially an extremely bad premonition. These 2 secret guards are not here to protect her. As soon as this thought came out, Su Bo said as he wished, Miss, the old general ordered that if you want to beat someone in the future, don't do it yourself. Just tell Su Chui and Su Qian. Brilliant? The names of the 2 secret guards. Su Rao's mind was so abrupt that she thought of these 2 words. And she said them in this way. Her eyes fell on the 2 secret guards again. And she was a little twisted. 1 man and 1 woman. They were the kind of silent and dull people. Why would they be given such dazzling names? Su Bo. I don't need any secret guards. I can do 2 by myself. Why do I need secret guards? Take them back. She has secrets. And it is not a good thing to keep these 2 people by her side. Grandpa is really. Why send these secret guards? I will be so embarrassed if I tell others. Su Rao, still need someone to protect me. The grandfather looked down on her too much. Isn't this just ruining her career? He refused without even considering it. Su Bo knew that this was it. In the past, General Su had thought about assigning a few secret guards to Su Rao. But every time he was pestered by Su Rao. This time Su Rao did the same thing again. Su Bo looked at Su Rao for a long moment. And then, under Su Rao's unbelievable gaze, the person disappeared. And he performed Qigong directly. So fast that it was only a moment. Miss, the old general has spoken. Miss has just arrived at the Yun Palace and has been bullied. This will not be allowed in the future. Su Bo must finish the matter. As for these 2 people, if Miss can drive them away, it is Miss's ability. Su Rao was stunned by this wave of operations. Yun Feng and Yun Bo on the side were even more so. The old general ordered that the life and death of my brother and sister will be handled by Miss in the future. Su Chui and Su Qian knelt on 1 knee and said in unison, implying that from this moment on, they were no longer General Su's secret guards, but Su Rao's secret guards. Secret guards also have no human rights. From the day they were selected as secret guards, their life and death were in the hands of their masters. The secret guards, like slaves, had signed indentures, but their indentures were more stringent. Slaves could still find a wife and marry a man. But the secret guards, whether male or female, were not allowed to marry for the rest of their lives, because their emotions would influence their loyalty to their masters. Seeing these 2 people, Su Rao really wanted to hold her forehead. Is she going to make a final decision with 1 blow? I don't need any secret guards. You 2 can go back to where you came from. Don't force me to break my skills and beat you up. She curled her jade fingers together, as if she was going to beat them if they didn't leave. In her bright peach eyes, there was a hint of helplessness towards General Su's actions. Su Chui and Su Qian looked at each other, then pulled out daggers from their waists. She held them with both hands. The meaning was clear. Since they were the lady's secret guards, their life and death were at the lady's disposal. If the lady didn't want them, then please kill them. Su Rao's jade fingers pinched fiercely, making a crackling sound, and the corners of her eyes were colored. The peach blossom eyes narrowed even more. Is this a threat to her? Su Rao is least afraid of threats. You want to die? Fine. This lady will grant you your wish. Su Rao took the dagger from Su Qian's hand and attacked without hesitation. Su Chui and Su Qian knelt straight, without any fear of death. The dagger fell straight across Su Qian and Su Chui's necks. A streak of blood came out. A clang. The dagger fell to the ground. To be my secret guard, you must be able to withstand my beating at any time. Su Rao turned around and walked away with a frustrated expression. seeing Yu Hua's figure, who had appeared at the door of the moon room at some unknown time. She suddenly curled her lips. I understand. Su Chui and Su Kan said in unison again. There was only a cut on the surface of the skin on their necks, and only a drop of blood came out. Yun Bo and Yun Feng, who were watching from the side, were terrified. They thought Su Rao was really going to kill the two men. After all, she had that attitude just now. Isu was not surprised at all. Su Rao did not say anything else. Isu understood that she had left the two men behind. She asked them to be more careful in the future. When they were not busy, they could be left in a dark place. They should not get in her way. Dinner will be ready soon. Su Rao walked over and prepared to go directly to the second floor. Yunji smiled slightly. The meaning was very clear. Dinner will be ready soon. You go upstairs now, and then you have to come down again. Su Rao paused and frowned. I want to have dinner with you. The tone of the sentence was not good. Yunji seemed not to feel anything. He was still so gentle. He nodded with a smile. There is only one place to have dinner in King Fengju. The implication was that there was no other place for you to have dinner. Su Rao curled her lips again, and suddenly said in a gloomy tone, being able to dine with such a charming Prince Jiue. I don't know how many girls with beautiful dreams have their dreams shattered and hang themselves. It's really a sin. Su Rao turned her back to Yun Bo, who couldn't see Su Rao's expression. For her gloomy tone at the moment, he just thought that she was upset about the secret guards and took her anger out on Prince Jiue. His eyes fell on Yun Ji for a moment. Seeing that Yun Ji was not impatient, Yun Bo smiled with relief and quietly left King Fengju. The prince didn't seem to reject Miss Su. It seemed that there would be a happy event in their Yunwang mansion soon. Great joy. The old prince could finally put an end to a worry. The prince was willing to accept someone else. Do you know where you are wrong? In the study room of Duke Xiao's mansion. Duke Xiao sat in the first seat, holding a celadon cup. His brows and eyes were calm. As soon as Zhao Lianqi returned to the duke's mansion, the housekeeper was waiting outside the mansion. Zhao Lianqi knew in an instant that Duke Xiao knew what she had done today. Without the housekeeper's words, Zhao Lianqi went to Duke Xiao's study room on her own initiative, entered, and knelt on the ground on her own initiative. Grandfather, Lianqi shouldn't have gone to Prince Yun's mansion without knowing it clearly. Admitting the fault, there was no intention to forgive herself. She shouldn't have been so reckless. The cup in Duke Xiao's hand clanged with a heavy sound, and he placed it on the table. His eyes calm. You don't know where you are wrong. You and Prince Jiue. There is absolutely no possibility. Zhao Lianqi was stunned and unbelieving, and looked up at Duke Xiao. Why? How could Duke Xiao not know Zhao Lianqi's feelings for Prince Jiue after such a reaction? However, the Zhao family has a concubine named Xu, who is favored by the emperor and is now pregnant with a prince. If the daughter of the Zhao family gives birth to another prince's wife, and she is the wife of Prince Jiue of the Yun Palace, the emperor will only think that the Zhao family wants to win over the Yun Palace and prepare for the birth of the little prince. Prince Jiue, the light of the Yunlang sky. All women want to marry her. Grandfather knows that you are happy, but you must know that Prince Jiue has dull eyes and a weak body. It is unknown how long he can live. The Zhao family has only one legitimate daughter, and it is impossible for you to marry such a weak and blind person. You should give up this idea as soon as possible. Grandfather will choose a good husband for you, and you just need to wait for marriage. Duke Xiao got up and left without telling Zhao Lianqi the real reason. You are so reckless today. You don't know what kind of character the daughter of the Su family has. You should learn a lesson after being humiliated. Go to the ancestral hall to reflect for 3 days. Don't be as brainless as your cousin. Lian Xian knows her fault. Her drooping slender hands curled up palely, admitting her fault, but biting the corner of her lips with her pearly teeth. She didn't care that brother Ji Yu was weak, and she didn't care that he was blind. She would never marry someone else. Never. The dusk fell. The sunset was lingering, and another day passed. The moon room was warm, and the fire was strong. The cold wind outside the house was not felt at all. It felt a little stuffy even in a Confucian skirt. After a dinner, Su Rao felt a layer of hot sweat on her back. The makeup on her face was not very obedient. Su Rao looked at Yun Ji, who was still eating, just as he was so slow and elegant that night in Wanlu Temple. A noble son. Dining with such a handsome man is a real pleasure. One thing that must be admitted is that Yun Ji is too perfect. Even though he is so weak and his eyes are so dull, it cannot hide his elegance and beauty. Su Rao suddenly understood why the real Su Rao was obsessed with Yun Ji. Such a gorgeous and exiled immortal was simply created by the partiality of the goddess Nuwa. With one hand supporting her cheek, Su Rao looked at Yun Ji wantonly. If he wasn't a member of the Yun family, if he didn't have Yun blood flowing in his veins, she might have fallen for him. After all, such beauty is so tempting that it would be hard for anyone to resist easily. Is there something on my face? Su Rao was admiring him intently when she suddenly heard such a cool and faintly hazy word. As hazy as the drizzle in April brushing past her ears, stirring her eardrums and making her heart tremble. Yunji put down his bowl and chopsticks and touched his face. His face was puzzled, but his lips were slightly curled. As always with a gentle smile. Su Rao suddenly came back to her senses. A trace of annoyance appeared. Yunji's smile was still as before, but Su Rao felt that it was more than that. But she couldn't tell the other feelings contained in this smile. Prince Ji, you are so elegant and graceful. The charm of the breeze and the moon. The elegance and beauty. The gentleman of orchids and jade trees. How can I, such an ordinary little girl, not be crazy about you and lose my mind? Somehow, Su Rao replied like this, and only after she finished speaking did she realize what she said, and instantly showed a hint of annoyance again. She was simply teasing Yunji with these words, thinking of Yunji being so angry with her on the back mountain of Wanglu Temple that day. Her peach blossom eyes were red, and the annoyance between her eyebrows was particularly obvious, and the ugly triangular scar on her left forehead was ignored. Su Rao was about to speak again to round up her teasing words, but she saw that the white satin did not cover the white earlobes, which were actually faintly crimson, like rouge. Her eyes were shining. Yunji, you? Su Rao was surprised for a moment. Her peach blossom eyes suddenly widened a little, wanting to see clearly, but the person opposite had already stood up, walked around the moon screen and walked out of the moon room, and the pair of jade hands under Yuehua's sleeves were slightly clenched. Su Rao's mouth opened slightly, with a look of surprise. She didn't see it wrong just now. Yunji, he was actually shy. Since you have dinner, let's start teaching. From now on, during the days you are in Qingfengju, Yunfeng's work will belong to you. Another cool voice came to her ears, and Yuehua's figure outside the door disappeared, and went up to the study on the second floor, walking slowly and steadily. One step, one platform. The jade fingers hanging on both sides curled up slightly again, and then stretched again. The scarlet earlobes were red and sparkling, and the smile on the corners of her mouth gradually deepened. The hazy feeling around her turned into a faint warmth. Such elegance, admiring the falling night, brought up the lingering tenderness. The stars in the night sky were dimmed. Su Rao didn't react for a while. Yunfeng's job? What job? She got up and chased after him, but saw Yunji walking up so leisurely, with his back to her, and she didn't think he was a blind patient at all. Su Rao paused when she was about to speak again. Her eyebrows twisted, and the peach blossom eyes. The peach color at the end of the eyes was printed again. What are you doing? Why don't you come up? The words in her ear interrupted Su Rao's daze, and also blocked the wrong feeling that was about to arise in her heart. How could he be so clumsy as to accidentally knock over the candlestick and almost burn himself when he walked like a normal person? He said oh, and stepped forward. This abnormality was also aborted, and Su Rao didn't notice it. The surprise that Yunji was shy also disappeared for a while. Walking into the study, Su Rao didn't have the heart to think about these things anymore. I heard that Mo asked you to practice calligraphy to calm your mind. Yunji walked to the moonlit bamboo couch by the window frame, and the moonlight had returned to its calm state. It seemed that the shy boy with red earlobes in Su Rao's eyes just now was not him. I am different from you, Ma. Since my uncle asked me to teach you, then you must follow my teaching method. It is late tonight, so you should recite this volume of Ji Ping narrative for me, starting tomorrow morning at Chenshi. Run 10 laps around Qingfengju. Then have breakfast. And then you can read any book in the study room, no matter which category. And you don't need to memorize it all. Just read it through and read it backwards. As for afternoon, I heard that your third and fourth cousins have also taught you to play the zither and music. In the afternoon, you can learn zither, chess, calligraphy and painting with me. You don't need to master all of them. Just be able to show them off. Since you are practicing martial arts, you can't fall behind in martial arts. I am weak and can only teach you verbally. Yun Ling and Yun Feng were both trained by me personally. Let them practice with you 1 hour before dinner. In the evening, you will recite for me, and I will test what you have learned and read that day. If you learn quickly, I can also be quiet quickly. I know you don't want to. And I don't want to either. I hope we can cooperate well with each other. Yunji's arrangements filled Su Rao's day to the brim, leaving her with almost no free time. The last words made Su Rao feel that she couldn't even refute. From the moment Yunji started to speak to the moment he stopped, Su Rao's expression was speechless, ever-changing. Not to mention that she had never been a serious student in either her previous life or this life. In her previous life, she had a special tutor teaching her at home, so she didn't need to go to school. In this life, there was no women's school at all in ancient times. As for Yunji's study, books, Su Rao's eyes followed Yunji's words, and she had already roughly scanned all the bookshelves. With a glance, Yunji's study directly occupied more than half of the second floor, with bookshelves stacked in each grid, and a variety of books. Epic ancient books, martial arts secrets, medical books, and classics. Each bookshelf has a category, which is simply dazzling at a glance. This collection is probably half as large as the Imperial Palace Library. If you don't memorize it, just read it. You will have to read it until the end of time. Yunji, are you sure? With a twitch in the corner of her mouth, Su Rao pointed directly at the bookshelf. It was so densely packed. Then she realized that Yunji couldn't see her. So she walked over to Yunji and sat down opposite him, feeling very comfortable, not treating herself as a guest at all. You must have moved most of the books in the entire Yun Palace into your study. Although it's just for me to read. According to the 360 days in a year, it would take me at least 10 years to read 2 books a day. As she spoke, she took the cups on the bamboo table and gave herself a cup of tea. The moon sand pot had been warmed on the small stove, steaming and surrounded by white mist. Take a sip. Warm your heart and lungs. I just had dinner, and now I'm a little thirsty. Look as much as you can, as long as you can meet my requirements. I think you can stop when you are ready to become a master. Yunji said only this, and he also fumbled for a moonlight cup and prepared to pour himself a cup of tea. Seeing this, Su Rao frowned slightly and took the cup from Yunji's hand. Let me do it. If you, a delicate and exquisite jade person, get bumped and burned again, my second brother will eat me. The tea poured into the cup, and there were layers of mist. But the cup was not boiling hot at all, but the warmth of warm jade. Everything of Yunji is so precious. Although the cup was not hot, the tea was very hot. Su Rao blew it, and then pulled Yunji's hand into his hand, being careful not to burn it. Such a delicate hand held his hand again, and Yunji felt an inexplicable warmth in his heart, as if the bright sun in June was shining on his heart. It warmed my heart. The smile on the corner of his mouth deepened slightly, and the whole person seemed to be more gentle and gentle like jade. Even falling snow can be melted by it. Su Rao was completely unaware of Yunji's change at this time. The issue of reading was resolved, but the time Yunji arranged was also a problem. Yunji, you can read as you like, but you have arranged all my time for the day. What if I have something to do? Although my second brother and others taught me, they also let me have my own freedom to do my own things in my spare time. Su Rao bargained again. She didn't really come to Yunwang Mansion to let Yunji discipline her. If it wasn't for the smooth cooperation with Yunji in the future and temporarily solving her current dilemma, she wouldn't be so patient. Yunji took a sip of tea, put down the cup, and then slowly said, "This arrangement is just to give us both peace and quiet as soon as possible. I am not restricting your freedom. If you have something to leave, you can leave at any time, as long as the homework I arranged is not delayed." There was a breath of silence in the study. Su Rao had nothing to fault with Yunji's answer. It would only benefit her to have Prince Jiyu as her teacher. When she appeared in the eyes of the world again, any changes she made would be the credit of Prince Jiyu. It was Prince Jiyu's good teaching. After all, a good teacher produces a good student. Su Rao nodded, and then she would have no problem. After nodding, she realized that Yunji couldn't see her again. Just as she was about to speak, Yunji asked first, "Do you have any other questions? If not, then let's start." Handed over the record of Ping narratives placed beside the bamboo table. Su Rao took it. Record of Ping narratives tells all the unofficial histories recorded from ancient times to the present in the ancient times she came from. Many of the ancient historical records that would not appear in the official history or were completely contrary to the official history records. That is, A book of unofficial history. Su Rao started from the first page. Although this unknown ancient world was not the same era as the ancient world of Qin Shi Huang and Han Wudi that she knew, many things were exactly the same. For example, the font, traditional seal script, and paper and rice paper. However, only noble families could afford such paper books. And most of them were bamboo slips made of bamboo boards. Just like the bamboo slips book in Yunji's hand. The bamboo was made into slips through several processes. It can be recycled until the bamboo slips are too thin to be used. Su Rao's voice was as clear and beautiful as that night in Wanglu Temple. It lingered in her heart. In the study, the candles were burning and making a soft sound. The soft light fell on the two people sitting opposite each other on the bamboo couch in the moonlight. Their figures were reflected on the window lattice, which was very warm from the outside. Yun Ling and Yun Feng were not guarding outside the study, but on the first floor. Although they didn't know the aura of their prince, they knew from the shadow cast by the window that their prince was in a good mood, because the window was not open tonight. Nor did it look at the loneliness in the direction of the general's palace. The folding fan with the red-dressed young man and the bright red handkerchief embroidered with the word Rao did not appear on their prince, but were locked in a box and sealed in a secret compartment. Yi looked at it. Compared with the calmness of Yun Ling and Yun Feng, her mood showed more pity and heartache for Su Rao. How much effort did the young lady use to make herself so calm, burying the bone-eating hatred deep in the darkness of her heart that she dared not touch? The atmosphere in King Fengju was so harmonious. But at this moment, a snowstorm was raging on the forest path 60 miles outside Langjing. It was a cold winter day, and the wind was howling at night, making people's faces tremble. The woman in red, with a face that was soft and charming but even colder than the cold wind at night, seemed to have frost condensed between her eyebrows. But even if she was so cold, it was hard to hide her enchanting face that brought disaster to the country and the people. She was soft and charming, with a painted skin and painted bones. Her natural charm made people lose their minds and willing to bow down to her enchanting character, be a puppet, and let her drive them. But opposite her, the man in black robe, with his hems rustling, indifferent eyes, and cold breath, was like a violent lion about to be angry, accumulating strength to explode at this moment, and was not at all attracted by the enchanting woman in front of him. The woman looked at the angry man opposite her, and suddenly raised the corner of her mouth. She took a strand of hair in front of her with her slender jade fingers and gently made a circle. The cold night wind blew her bright red sleeves. Her eyes were flowing, and her smile was charming. Su Yuma, you want to give that ugly girl Su Rao to my brother? You're dreaming. I will never let your evil plan succeed. Su Er's indifferent eyes suddenly burst out with layers of coldness. I said, if you dare to wear women's clothes again. A reflection. The moonlight. The sword moved, and the wind suddenly blew. Yun Mujing was alert. The woman's soft charm disappeared, and the long sword also came out. A sharp edge appeared on the whole person, and the masculinity appeared, hard and soft. A cold snort. I have never been afraid of anyone's threats since I was a child. And you still want to control my clothes and sleep. Su Yuma, you think too highly of yourself. While speaking, he also moved. Suddenly, there was the sound of long swords colliding. Dang! The wind moved on the forest path. Not far away, the bright torches illuminated the entire military camp as bright as day, and also reflected the cold and fierceness swept by the moving clouds and the rising wind. In the military camp, the soldiers with bruised faces stretched their necks one by one, and some even tiptoed to the martial arts training ground, just to see the wind direction on this side of the forest path. Oh! It's really bad. Is the seventh prince so bored that he actually ran to the military camp to provoke our general again? With his coming, we will be the ones who suffer in the end. My butt is still hurting badly now. A rough voice. A group of rough men in the military camp, like a group of gossips, chattered and quarreled. That's right. You don't want to be a good prince, but you have to dress up as a woman, acting like a woman, and provoke our general again and again. Hey, what do you think? The words paused for a moment. Is it possible that the seventh prince really has a crush on our general? This remark was so abrupt and as small as a mosquito. The military camp suddenly became quiet, and only the crackling of burning torches could be heard in the silence. Do whatever you need to do. Why don't you go to bed at night? Are you tired of feeling sore and want to experience it again? An expressionless scolding came, and everyone outside the military camp dispersed. Su-han was calm. His eyes fell on the increasingly fierce battle on the forest path. His thick eyebrows twisted a little, and he tightened the handle of the knife on his back. The seventh prince really has a crush on. The stars leaped high into the sky, casting a glowing moonlight. They read for an hour, reading for Prince Jiyue. Su Rao herself knew a lot of unofficial history. They stopped only when Prince Jiyue wanted to rest. They went back to their own rooms. Su, tell me, did Yunji put up with my frustration during those 3 days in Wanglu Temple? He started teaching me as soon as I arrived. How much he wanted me to leave as soon as possible. If it weren't for Yun, realizing that she was not in her Raoxian courtyard. Su Rao was stifling the word Yunyu that was about to come out of her mouth. If it weren't for this imperial edict, I'm afraid I wouldn't even be able to step into the gate of Prince Yun's mansion. After washing and removing her makeup, Su Rao's eyes fell on the bright yellow jade imperial edict on the table. Her peach blossom eyes moved quietly, and her eyebrows were gorgeous. Then, she smiled again. The peach color at the end of her eyes became more gorgeous, rendering the entire eye socket, and the triangular scar on her forehead also faded. With a beautiful woman, dazzling and charming. But thanks to this imperial decree, Su Rao has changed a lot in the future. It can be said that a good teacher produces a good student. The Su family girl taught by Prince Ji, you will be stunning in the whole Yunlang even if her appearance is damaged. A touch of willful edge burst out from her peach blossom eyes, and it is difficult to hide her brilliance. Dazzling. Su looked at it, and pride emerged. This is their princess. A princess who has always been stunning. So what if her appearance is damaged? After washing and packing, Su Rao said again, by the way, the matter between Su Rao and Yun Mujing. Miss, I have informed my brother to check this matter, no matter how big or small. Su knew what Su Rao was going to say. What kind of unusual relationship exists between the real Su Rao and Yun Mujing? We must be cautious and careful in this matter. We must not be careless at all and must investigate every detail. This matter is the most important thing for Su Rao now. Now that she has explained it clearly, she only needs to wait for Ying to find out clearly. Go up to the couch and prepare to rest. By the way, Miss, Prince Yi of Zhuxian Kingdom appeared outside Prince Yun's mansion today. Suddenly thinking of the conversation between Yun Feng and Yun Ling that she overheard today, Su immediately told Su Rao. After all, there is no trace of Han Mo Chen's matter. This matter is also a big deal, which concerns the survival of the Su family. Prince Han Mo Chen, leaning back on the couch. Su Rao took out the Xiaoyao order from her purse again. She knew. There must be many people in the dark today. We can't rush this matter. Han Mo Chen's whereabouts are uncertain. If he doesn't show up, we can't be sure at all. We can only take it step by step. Rubbing the word Han on the Xiaoyao order, his face was calm. The peach blossom eyes were deep and deepened. If we assume that Han Machen is Prince Yi, then he must be approaching me to use me for something. Or to use the entire Su family. The Lian Pavilion. Prince Yi's appearance outside the Yun Palace today must be related to Yun Ji. And the only thing I can think of is the war strategy described by Yun Ji. Then his purpose. Suddenly, she clenched the Xiaoyao order, and her fingertips turned slightly white. Fighting for the world. If Han Machen is Prince Yi, he will surely appear to find her soon. Su. In fact, I hope Han Machen will not appear too soon. He is a person who seems to be like me. I don't want to become an enemy with him at all. Because once people like them become enemies, it will be extremely dangerous. Only kill him. Su felt distressed, sat down beside the couch and embraced Su Rao. Miss, don't think too much. Have a good rest. These things will be known sooner or later. Su Rao smiled and loosened her fingers. Yes, everything will be known. The night was starry, and the next morning, snowflakes fell again. The whole Qingfeng residence was covered with a vast expanse of white snow. White snow. And silver. A thick layer of snow fell in the bamboo forest, and the green bamboo and snow were intertwined. As soon as the morning hour arrived, the bright red figure came out of the house, wearing a tight waist. The cold wind blew her fair face cold. Without makeup, her fair and delicate skin was crystal clear, like jade. If it weren't for the bright color of the peach blossom eyes, the ugly triangular scar on her forehead would only be more eye-catching against such skin color. Morning jogging would also ruin her makeup. Su Rao didn't do it again. As for whether her fair face would be seen by the people in Prince Yun's mansion, Su Rao was not worried at all. Yunling had seen her true face 3 days ago in Wanlu Temple. It was not an exaggeration that her face was so fair because of the flower dew she used in the casket. Besides, King Fengju was not open to everyone. She flew down from the 2nd floor, not breaking Yunji's arrangement last night because of the snow today, and began to jog around King Fengju. When she just came out, she felt the cold wind all over her body. But after 2 laps, her body began to heat up, and the cold feeling began to disappear. Her face also began to turn red, with a light red color, and natural rouge rendering such a slender figure, standing upright, circled around King Fengju, without using internal force, but running hard. 10 laps, for a martial artist, is not much, just a small matter, but Su Rao's 10 laps are equivalent to 20 laps for others. There is actually a shooting range and martial arts training ground behind the King Fengju Medicine Garden. There is a painted wall and an archway between the medicine garden and this field. This field is so large that it occupies half of the land of King Fengju. After 8 laps, Su Rao had beads of sweat on her forehead. She supported her waist with both hands and did not stop. Her speed did not slow down, and her mouth was slightly open. 1 inhalation and 1 exhalation. Even breathing and breathing rhythm can keep the breath stable without panting. Another lap passed. The window frame of Yunji's bedroom was pushed open a crack, and Yuewa's figure was indifferent. Since Su Rao came out of the house, Yunji stood in front of the window frame, hearing the creaking sound of footsteps on the snow. Her beautiful face brought out a smile. Orchid and jade tree. At this moment, she counted that there was still 1 lap to finish. So she pushed open the window frame in front of her. The cold wind suddenly rushed into the house, dispelling a trace of warmth in the house. A light cough. Prince Yunling and Yunfeng were beside him, frowning and reminding Yunji to take care of himself. Yunji waved his hand. It was just a little cold. Nothing serious. What happened to Jing and Umo last night? Umo must have been very angry again. Yunfeng and Yunling knew that they could not control the prince at all. Yunji asked this question, and Yunfeng could only suppress his worries. Prince? The 7th prince's dress was almost stripped off by the 2nd young master Su. Yunji tilted his head slightly, as if frowning, and Yunfeng hurriedly said, but fortunately, it was nothing serious. The 7th prince threatened directly that if the 2nd young master Su dared to look at his body, he would be responsible for him. Yunfeng's mouth twitched when he said this. If the 2nd young master Su really dared to strip the 7th prince's dress, the 7th prince might really do what he threatened. The long-on fetish. The bright red figure ran back from afar again. Yunji's ears moved slightly, and he walked out of the house, shaking his head lightly, helpless about what Yunfeng said. Umo is hard to forget, so he let him go. If Jing continues to provoke him like that, sooner or later Umo will lose control of himself. Yunfeng was stunned, and Yunling also showed a rare look of surprise. Prince? The 2nd son will not. Who can explain the thousands of emotions in the world? If you can control your heart, how can you be hard to forget for 3 years and have anger? Yunji walked out of the door. Su Rao ran 10 laps. Her rosy face was more red than rouge and powder, and there was another layer of fine pearls on her forehead. Seeing Yunji, she came over. A moon-colored handkerchief was handed forward. It will be very hot after running. Go in first. Otherwise, you will be infected with the wind. The handkerchief handed in front of her. The moonlight was white, and it felt high-end on this slender jade hand with distinct joints. Su Rao didn't hesitate. She took it directly and thanked him. Wiping the sweat, she walked to the moon room. Yunji walked side by side. Yunfeng and Yunling came out. Such a pair walking side by side. The moonlight is warm. The red is bright, and they are a perfect match. Yunfeng suddenly thought of another pair, the ink color and the purple color, which seemed to be harmonious. At this moment, the two were still on the forest trail. Yun Mujing's bright red dress was torn in several places, all cut by the sharp sword. But at this moment, he no longer had the chill of last night. He leaned against a tree trunk, and the snow was falling. The entire trail was desolate, and the snowflakes were flying and falling on this person. There was a layer of white on his black hair. Su Yuma, you'd better put that idea away from me. And don't think about my brother. Otherwise don't blame me for giving you a name of Longon and making you dirty for life. With such a threat, Yun Mujing shook off the snow on his body. His red dress was arrogant. He whistled, tapped the ground with his toes, and rode back directly. With a combination of hardness and softness, the snowflakes were flying, and his figure disappeared quickly. In the snow, 2 broken long swords, such a figure reflected from the sword surface, entered the body of the man, who was full of coldness and almost uncontrollable. And the big hand drooped and pinched the green vines, as if to burst the skin. Young master. Su Han approached. The sound of horse hooves disappeared, and the forest path finally stopped, leaving only the whistling cold wind and falling snow. Su-er closed his eyes, and the curled hand slowly loosened, and the anger in his eyes disappeared. Go and check what made Yun Mujing so crazy and looking for death. The voice was cold. Su Han nodded. He also felt something was wrong. Why did the 7th prince suddenly break into the military camp at night and provoke the young master like this? Second master, there's no need to investigate. The leader of the 18 Cloud Guards, Yunda, appeared. Yesterday, the emperor ordered the crown prince to teach Miss Su. Prince he plotted against Zhao Lianqin and became suspicious of Miss Su. The crown prince made some moves. After today, the woman in red that prince he met at Wanlu Temple will be the 7th prince in disguise, not Miss Su. Yunda told Su-er briefly what happened in Langjing yesterday. Why did the 7th prince appear here in red clothes and women's makeup? Second young master, the crown prince asked his subordinates to tell you that Prince Yi of Zhu Siam came to Yunlang with impure intentions this time. He might be testing the strength of Yunlang, and will definitely target the Su family. Second young master, remember to be careful. After saying that, Yunda left. Su-er was filled with deep indifference. Siam Ichi Xiao. The figure of Prince Yi appeared in his mind. And then the figure of Han Machen also entered. Layers of indifference appeared in his eyes. Suddenly, he strode back to the military camp. In a moment, a dark horse came out of the military camp and galloped towards Langjing, followed by Su Han. Su Rao entered the house, and a cup of warm water first relieved the burning and smoking feeling in her throat. Yunji sat on the couch. The moonlight on his eyes was the same as before, facing Su Rao as if looking at her, with a soft and gentle smile on his lips. Stretch your muscles first, then sit down and rest. Su Rao knew without Yunji's reminder that she couldn't sit down and rest immediately after doing strenuous exercise, so as to avoid muscle cramps and discomfort. Okay. She was about to nod, but seeing Yunji's face covered with satin, Su Rao responded again. She always unconsciously forgot that Yunji was blind. Perhaps Yunji was too unlike a blind person. Putting down the cups and walking around to stretch her muscles, seeing Yunji's hand touch the cups on the table and accurately pick up the moon sand pot, Su Rao's words about coming were suddenly stuck, and her steps also stopped. Her eyebrows moved slightly. What's wrong? Yunji seemed to notice that Su Rao had stopped, put down the moon sand pot, and turned around. Yunji. You? Su Rao opened her mouth, but stopped talking. Nothing. Just want you to be careful not to get burned. Su Rao didn't ask, but Yunji seemed to know, with a faint smile on his lips. Take a sip of tea and say, do you want to ask me if I can actually see? Su Rao paused again. This man is really so delicate and terribly thoughtful. It's terrifying to think about it. Sorry. It's just because you give me the same feeling as a normal person. Yunji shook his head lightly. It's okay. The slender jade hand reached out to the small stove, but stopped accurately at an inch. You see? It's not only the eyes that can see things. The mouth, nose, ears and touch can all see things. The 5 senses and 6 consciousnesses of human beings are wonderful, and everything in the world can enter my heart. This action told Su Rao that he could indeed be like an ordinary person. Su Rao nodded, and then suddenly twisted his eyebrows. The wrong feeling that disappeared last night finally appeared again, and this time it was clear in his mind. Suddenly sitting opposite Yunji, his peach blossom eyes narrowed slightly. The breath was unstable for a moment. Yunji paused for a moment, then took it back as if nothing had happened. What's wrong? Su Rao looked him up and down. This man could be so unconcerned with normal people. Then that night at Wanlu Temple. I just want to ask when breakfast will be ready. Looking at Yunji for a moment. He was so calm. And the moonlight was calm. Su Rao pursed her lips. But in the end, she didn't ask. Did you do it on purpose that day at Wanlu Temple? Pretending to be so weak on purpose. But he is such a person of peace and tranquility. There is no reason for him to do it on purpose. Why? Because she humiliated him so much? Su Rao kept her eyes on him. But Yunji didn't seem to notice it this time. Breakfast will be ready soon. Go wash up first. And it should be ready when you come down. Okay. Su Rao looked at her bright red morning exercise outfit. And then her eyes fell on Yunji for a moment. Then she stood up and left to go upstairs. Maybe she thought too much. Yunji shouldn't be so petty. Maybe it was because he had an attack that day that his 5 senses and 6 consciousnesses were not very clear. Otherwise, Yunji would have no reason to hurt himself on purpose. Su Rao left. And Yunji took the moonlight cup on the table in front of him, shook his head and chuckled. The gentle smile was like the morning breeze in May, which blew over the moonlight in the room and made him feel ashamed. It seemed that he had reacted. It seems that he has to be more careful in the future. After breakfast, Su Rao went to the study, but Yunji did not go there. The densely packed books in the whole study made Su Rao feel dizzy. In front of each shelf, the category of the books on it was marked. The classification was very clear and clear at a glance. Without any sense of clutter, Su Rao did not just pick up a book and read it, but first went through the categories of books in general. When she came to the last bookshelf, her eyes lit up. The books on this bookshelf were all folk stories, ghost stories, and love stories. Su Rao thought of the story book she had found in Yunji's carriage, and she started to look for it. It was actually there, on the 3rd bookshelf. Taking the story book, Su Rao walked to the desk and sat down to read it. The love stories told in these ancient story books are almost all about women being humble, and men having 3 wives and 4 concubines. The women in the story books are the same as in reality. No woman was unwilling to resist her fate, but chose to accept it, accepting the humility given to them by this world. The story books are all 1 section per story. But after reading a few stories, Su Rao lost interest and sneered with a faint mockery. The world creates and changes people's hearts. Women are as humble as ants. They dare not think or do anything, just because they live in this world. A world that treats women as nothing. A world that treats human life as worthless. But she doesn't want to obey orders anymore. Let fate take its course. And she doesn't want this world without human rights to corrupt and assimilate her. She wants to make a name for herself and let her father, mother and concubine rest in peace. She will make herself live very well, peacefully, and live well. She got up and walked to the bookshelf again. This time Su Rao walked to the bookshelf of skills and strategies. There were many books on military strategies, but there was no war strategy written by Prince Ji. With just one glance, Su Rao had no interest at all. So many books on military strategies were not as good as the Sun Tzu's Art of War and the 36 Strategies, the essence of military strategies described by her ancestors in her time. Shaking her head, Su Rao changed another bookshelf. Ancient history records. But with just one glance, Su Rao stopped and his eyes fell on these books. It is difficult to transfer anymore. The records of the 5 dynasties of the Great Qin emperors. All the books on this shelf are from the library of the Great Qin Imperial Palace. Since she was 3 years old, she often went to the library of the Great Qin Imperial Palace and stayed there for most of the day, because she wanted to understand the era she came from. And the library was the place with the most comprehensive records. Before she was 3 years old, she was too young, and her mother would not let her run around in the East Palace easily. After she was 3 years old, her body became really strong and lively, and she could run and jump. She especially wanted to know what kind of era she came from, so she showed that she liked reading books very much. Seeing this, her father allowed her to go to the library, taking the record of the emperors on the top of the bookshelf. The familiar font and familiar pages. Su Rao's suppressed hatred in the darkness of her heart suddenly surged up in her heart. In the fire in the East Palace, her father's body was split in 2, and the heads of relatives hanging high on the city wall were covered with blood and red, which was dazzling. Rao Rao, live well. Don't seek revenge. Don't let hatred destroy you. Such words lingered in her ears again. Su Rao suddenly closed her eyes, covering the scarlet under her eyes, and the sudden red between the end of her eyes and eyebrows also faded, and her rough breath calmed down. The pale pink on her fingertips of the white jade hand holding the emperor's records disappeared as her hand relaxed, and her jade fingers returned to their slender whiteness. Father! Mother! With a breath, Su Rao calmed herself down, looking at the emperor's records in her hand, and turned to the first page. which was so familiar. The Qin dynasty ruled the territory for more than 200 years and experienced 5 dynasties of the Qin emperor. Turning the pages one by one, every word was so familiar, as if I had read it yesterday. Su Rao flipped through the books very quickly, because these had already been engraved in her mind, engraved into her bones. The 4 emperors of the Qin dynasty. The latter half of the record was lost when the 5th emperor, Emperor Xianyi, came to power. It stopped at the eve of the fall of the Qin dynasty. 20 years after Emperor Xianyi ascended the throne, the Qin dynasty was destroyed. Emperor Xianyi died, and nothing was left. Even if there was something left, it was just the words of a clean emperor. He was stupid and incompetent, lustful and ruined the country, and built a luxurious ingot terrace for his concubine. Su Rao was so fascinated that she didn't notice when the figure of Yu Hua appeared in the study, until a light breath leaked out. A faint smell of medicine lingered in her nose, and the figure of Yu Hua approached her. The peach blossom eyes suddenly tightened, but it was only a breath of time. Su Rao's eyes sank, and then turned around as if nothing had happened. The figure of Yu Hua was just 3 steps away from her. Yunji, I didn't expect that you have such books in your study. Su Rao shook the Emperor's Chronicle in her hand casually, and her face was full of admiration. The books of the former Qin dynasty were actually placed in the study. So obvious, so bold. Although Su Rao didn't say what the books were, Yunji knew it in his heart, with a smile on his face, and took another step closer, saying softly, "It's just some books. My uncle saw that I liked them, so he sent someone to move them here. So that's how it is. Emperor Yu treats you better than his own son. I only heard about it before, but today I can see it for myself." Su Rao pouted and put the Emperor's Chronicle in her hand back on the bookshelf. She bypassed Yunji and continued to look for other books. If you weren't the Prince of Yunwangfu, I would suspect that you were one of Emperor Yu's illegitimate children. This was a casual remark. Yunji paused slightly, then smiled and shook his head, and walked to the Yuhua bamboo couch. You are really outspoken. If something bad happens to me one day, it will probably be related to you. You really need to control your mouth. Su Rao turned her head and rolled her eyes. You are really dedicated as a teacher. Seeing Yunji walk to the bamboo couch and sit down, but not leave, Su Rao's eyebrows moved slightly. Are you here to find me for something? Yunji nodded and said alight him. Su Rao walked over. What's the matter? Yunji took the cup on the table, and this time Su Rao did not take the initiative again. 2 cups of tea. The tea just overflowed the edge. Yunji stopped accurately. Su Rao looked at it, and suddenly felt that she still underestimated the person in front of her. How could Yunlang, the light of the sky, be praised by King Yun? And one person could defeat thousands of troops. So how could he be underestimated? Su Rao retracted her gaze without leaving a trace, and sat opposite Yunji. What do you want to see me for? Asked again. Yunji took a sip of tea and said, Prince of Zhuxian is investigating you. It is estimated that your performance outside the palace gate yesterday made him suspicious of you, and felt that the young lady of the general's palace was not as good as the rumors. You should be careful. Prince is a man with deep thoughts. Su Rao just took the cup and shook it, and a drop of tea splashed out and burned her hand. Xianiqi Xiao investigated her? What's wrong? Yunji stretched out his hand. It's okay. But it was burned. Su Rao quickly shook off the water stains on her hand, and her index finger was a little red. Yun Feng. Burn medicine. This sentence was cool, and seemed to carry a hint of anxiety. Su Rao's face was slightly startled. But before she could think of anything, another word came to her ear. You are so careless. If Yuemo knew, he might blame me for not taking good care of her younger sister, and get angry with me. Yu Feng brought the burn medicine. Yunji stood up, and walked to Su Rao's side and sat down. Which hand is injured? Su Rao came back to her senses. The person next to her was only an inch away from her. The faint and quiet smell of medicine lingered in her nose. This was Yunji's unique smell. The sudden embrace at the back mountain of Wanglu Temple suddenly flashed in her mind. Su Rao's face was covered with rouge, and she suddenly felt uncomfortable. I'll do it myself. She was about to get up and leave, but Yunji pulled her right hand and faced her. There was no sight, but Su Rao felt that someone was looking at her. Although I can't see, I can apply medicine for you, but I don't want to owe you a favor. It's hard to repay a favor, so it's better to settle the matter. Su Rao understood the meaning of the words. She had applied medicine for him once, and he didn't want to owe her. If you don't tell me which hand is injured, I can only apply medicine to both of your hands, usually the right hand. But I don't know your habit. After saying this, the slender jade hand had already touched Su Rao's right hand. According to the posture of holding a cup, Yunji accurately found Su Rao's burned index finger, and applied the cool feeling to the finger, and the burning pain instantly subsided. Yunji never looked down, because for the blind, they don't need to see. After applying medicine to the right hand, Yunji wanted to hold Su Rao's left hand again, and Su Rao quickly stood up and walked away. It's the right hand? It's healed. This sentence brought a faint sense of panic that Su Rao had not noticed. The words were very fast. The right hand that was held felt a little hot at this moment, and only the index finger that was applied with medicine was cold, which made Su Rao clear-headed and did not notice the momentary abnormality in her heart. Yunji turned his head and clenched his right hand between his knees under Yu Hua's sleeves, then chuckled, "Do I look like a big tiger?" Su Rao didn't react for a moment. Yunji handed the burned medicine to Yun Feng, who had been watching the moment, and stood up and walked away. Yun Feng glanced at Su Rao, then lowered his head and followed Yunji out of the study. The prince was so lively today. He seemed to have never seen such a young prince before. The study was quiet in an instant. Su Rao also reacted. "The big tiger is very scary. Miss." Yisu walked in. A smile was suppressed at the corner of her mouth. There was also a hint of surprise. Surprise at Yunji. It was rumored that the unworldly Ji prince could also fall into the mortal world like this. Su Rao glanced at Yisu, then lowered her head, and the milky white ointment directly wrapped her entire index finger. Feeling cold, the coolness went straight to her heart. After a breath, she shook her head. "If my second brother was a girl, that would be great. I wouldn't have to suffer this punishment." Muttering this, Su Rao went back to the bookshelf. Yisu was stunned, then laughed again. "It's funny, isn't it?" Su Rao turned her head. Her bright eyes also had a glittering, tender smile. Yisu nodded. It was indeed funny. Because of the second son, Prince Jiyu treated the young lady so kindly. If the second son was a girl, then the young lady would not have to suffer this punishment, and the second son would naturally be the one to marry into the royal family. The matter of applying medicine was just a small matter for Su Rao. Not enough for her to take it to heart. After 2 jokes, Su Rao's face was serious, thinking of what Yunji said. Xian Ichi Xiao was actually investigating her. She became alert in her heart, and even more fearful and cautious. With a wave of her hand, Yisu understood. Step forward. Su Rao looked at the door of the study room, and there was no one outside. Then she whispered quickly in Yisu's ear. Why did Xian Ichi Xiao investigate her? Su Rao didn't quite believe the reason Yunji said. She was more worried that her identity as Qin Rao had been discovered and suspected. After all, Xian Ichi Xiao might be Han Imochen. Although the crown princess of Daqing directly set the entire Raosheng palace on fire, and also found a little maid who was killed indiscriminately to replace her. There is no absolute in the world, and Su Rao will never relax her mind. Han Imochen may have been secretly observing her for more than 2 years, but she didn't know it and didn't notice it. Now she has to be careful. Yisu's mind suddenly tensed up. A hint of murderous intent appeared in her eyes. Su Rao noticed it, grabbed Yisu's hand, and shook her head lightly. Don't act impulsively. Yunji said that Xian Yi and Qi Xiao are very thoughtful, so this person must be very important. We must not lose our composure first. Moreover, if he is really Han Mochen. A bright peach blossom eye shone brightly. The corner of the eye was red, and a slight chill emanated from the whole body. The murderous intent in Yisu's eyes suddenly disappeared, and she held Su Rao's hand. Miss, I will let my brother keep an eye on that person. The winter snow was falling, and in just one morning, the whole Qingfengju was covered with a vast expanse of white snow, and there was a thicker layer on the eaves, which was dazzling. It has not stopped yet, but it is getting heavier. Heavy snow. Large flakes of snow were drifting, fluttering and pouring down. The whole Langjing was even more desolate, and the horseshoes left 2 lines of dark horseshoe prints. The red dress had long been changed into a purple robe of shoe brocade, and the jade purple hair crown tied up the thick black hair flying against the snow. The sleeves fluttered wildly. Yun Mujing did not hide the traces of his return at all. So arrogant, unrestrained, telling everyone that he left the capital last night. Emperor Yu asked him to go to the Yunwang mansion to listen to the teachings. But at this moment, he rode across Langjing and went straight to Beiyang Street, ignoring Emperor Yu's oral instructions. The seventh prince, who was the most loved and doted on by Emperor Yu, never had any scruples. He rode to Dongxing Street. After just a cup of tea, the figure in the black robe also rode in Langjing. The whole person was filled with indifference. 3 feet of ice, colder than the snow and the cold wind. The pedestrians on the road couldn't help shivering, not knowing whether it was because of the biting cold wind or the coldness of this person. One after another. You don't need to think too much to know what's going on. However, in a moment, a little news spread quietly in Langjing. The seventh prince was furious because the ugly girl of the Su family went to the Yunwang mansion and liked his appearance. He couldn't ask Emperor Yu to withdraw the imperial edict to drive Su Rao out of the mansion. So he went straight to the military camp and fought with the second son of the Su family last night. The two fought for a whole night. The seventh prince was dressed in a bright red dress, a woman's attire, and a charming temperament, which made the second son of the Su family furious. The seventh prince turned a blind eye and deliberately provoked the second son of the Su family. He even said that if the second son of the Su family didn't take his ugly sister back, he would let the second son of the Su family bear the stain of Long Long from then on. As soon as this rumor came out, it became popular in every corner of Langjing in a short time. In Chifeng residence, Su Rao was having lunch. When she heard the rumor, she almost spit out a mouthful of rice. She looked at Yunji opposite her and was completely stunned. This was a Jing who volunteered, although you didn't blame him for the loss of face. A Jing felt guilty. He knew that Xian Ichi Xiao suspected you, so he made a scene last night. From then on, the woman in red that Xian Ichi Xiao met in Wanlu Temple was not you, but the seventh prince dressed as a woman. You also remember that you were with me that day and that time. Yunji was calm and composed, and said so lightly. He didn't say anything more and continued to eat. Su Rao's stunned expression suddenly faded, and then he snorted coldly. Yunji, you know the relationship between Yun Mujing and me very well. You want to be a peacemaker, but you also know that I am a vindictive person. Not blaming does not mean forgiveness. It is just to make him feel bad. Su Rao is never easy to bully. A trace of shaking appeared in his peach blossom eyes. He took the bowl and chopsticks and continued to eat. It is better to end this topic as soon as possible. Talking too much will only lead to many mistakes. Outside the moon room, the big step figure stopped without warning, and the words in the room clearly entered his ears. Revenge for the slightest grievance. So this is it. A Jing heard it. Yunji turned his head and faced the door. Su Rao's meal suddenly stopped. What? Then he turned his head. The figure outside the moon screen looked a little depressed at this moment. A black line slid down his forehead. It can't be such a coincidence. The two looked at each other through the screen, meeting and staring at each other in the air. But it was only a moment. Not even a blink of an eye. Just a moment of falling snow. Su Rao withdrew her gaze first, but a thought suddenly came to her mind. The peach blossom eyes shrank fiercely. The real Su Rao and this Yun Mujing would not be childhood sweethearts. Given Su Rao's lust, such a beautiful and stunning seventh prince is definitely Su Rao's dish. Absolutely in line with Su Rao's appetite. Especially when they looked at each other across the screen just now. Su Rao seemed to see a trace of loneliness in the eyes of the man outside the house. As if he was hurt by his beloved. Time seemed to be frozen, and it seemed to pass quickly like quicksand. Yun Mujing looked at the moon room. His drooping hands suddenly curled up, and the white back of his hands, which were comparable to the tenderness of a woman, were even more protruding. The tenderness between his eyebrows turned into an indistinct darkness. In a breath, he turned around and strode away, without saying anything, let alone walking in. The lonely figure quickly disappeared from Su Rao's sight. Just 2 jumps. You lost a friend. Such a word in the ear again. Cool and misty. Su Rao looked at Yunji. He said this very calmly. He always looked like the moonlight was indifferent. The breeze was blowing, and the soft cotton wool was gentle. He was not angry with Yun Mujing because of her coming. He was just stating a fact. A fact, he thought. It was a pity that she didn't need friends, let alone make friends with people from the Yun family. Moreover, although she was Su Rao, she was not the real Su Rao. This outcome between her and Yun Mujing was the best for both of them. A person who disfigured me so much. Do you think he would still be my friend? Yunji, you must not be so nosy like your cousin. I have always taken revenge. no matter how angry my second brother would be at that time. And you are a banished immortal from heaven." After saying this bluntly, Su Rao got up and left, with a strong displeasure on her face, as if she was annoyed by Yun Ji's many words. She was so angry that she didn't even want to eat half of her lunch. She was already full of anger. One by one, they left, and the moon room suddenly became quiet. Yun Ji's light smile on his lips also disappeared, and he murmured inexplicably, "You will take revenge for every little grudge. So you must be very painful and hard to bear." Su Rao went up to the second floor and entered her own room. The unhappiness on her face disappeared. She exhaled and rubbed her eyebrows. Her peach blossom eyes revealed a sense of vicissitudes and old age. She felt powerless about the promiscuous feelings left by Su Rao everywhere, and she was completely unaware. No place to start. Yun, Mu, Jing. This person is really a trouble. How can she solve it once and for all? In a moment, she sat down at the table. No matter what she does now, it will not be solved once and for all. And she must wait. Ying did not send any news, which means that the matter between Su Rao and Yun Mu Jing is difficult to investigate. She doesn't know what the relationship between them is. She has no way to start, so she can only be so passive. "Miss, my brother has already gone to Yun County to investigate. I believe there will be news soon." Whispering, Isu handed the teacup to Su Rao and comforted her. Su Rao nodded. "Let's hope." Yun Mujing left from behind King Fengju. As soon as he stepped out of the door, he met Su Er, who was coming towards him. Su Er's breath instantly became cold again, and the cold wind around him suddenly became like a sharp blade. The ice blades approached Yun Mujing. Yun Mujing did not stop and walked towards Su Er. He was also cold and snorted. "Su Yuma, you better take care of your ugly sister. Don't let her fall into the hands of this prince. Otherwise..." Yun Mujing made a knife gesture directly to his neck and strode away. Su Er's eyebrows were tightly furrowed, and his hands under the black sleeves were clenched again. Blue veins spread. "Young master," Su Han said in a low voice. Su Er exhaled and suppressed the raging anger around him. The sharp blades around him subsided. He strode into King Fengju with a gloomy face. Su Han turned his head to look at Yun Mujing, who had already disappeared, and a trace of doubt appeared in his eyes. Why did he feel that the seventh prince was a little bit wrong again, and was very angry? Su Er came into King Fengju and saw Isu standing by the door of the second floor from a distance. He directly used light skills and jumped up, bringing the falling snow with him. The scene was magnificent and vast. On the ground, the footsteps covered another layer of thin snow in the blink of an eye. "Miss, the second young master is here." Su Er, who came with such a rolling and heavy aura, thought of the seventh prince, who had just left, and Isu quickly whispered a reminder. Su Rao put down the cup, turned his head to look at the door, and then stood up. "Second brother." Su Rao naturally thought of Yun Mujing, and immediately took 2 steps out of the house. But before he could see clearly, his arm was grabbed and pulled back in. "Guard the door." Mo Chen's words. The door was closed. Second brother. Be gentle." Su Rao cried out in pain, feeling as if her wrist was about to break. Su Er stopped. Who is the master of Zayaju? Such an abrupt question. Su Rao's face suddenly froze with pain, and her bright eyes shook. "Su Rao, do you know that Prince of Juxian Kingdom, Xianiqi Xiao, is secretly investigating the Su family and you?" With just these 2 sentences, Su Rao has become clear-headed. Su Er also suspected that Han Machin was Prince Yi, and he was asking her if she knew. Su Rao's face froze and her face sank. She pursed her lips. "Second brother, I'm sorry. Just sorry. You are trying to get the skin of a tiger. Where do you put your life?" Su Er was filled with anger. If the master behind Zayaju was Prince Yi of Juxian Kingdom, then his ambition was obvious. His little sister's safety. Su Rao pursed her lips more and more, and the mist in her bright eyes colored her eye sockets, which was a little sour. A particularly bad feeling, but the most heartwarming. The second brother came here so angrily because he was afraid that she would be used by Xianiqi Xiao. Second brother, don't be angry. It is not certain whether they are the same person. I have asked Ying to keep an eye on Prince Yi. As long as Han Machin appears, he will know whether he is the same person. I will not cause trouble for Grandpa and you. I will solve the things I have done myself. Poured a cup of tea and handed it to Su Er, standing obediently. She would never cause trouble for the Su family. Su, Rao! You! Su Er was so angry at Su Rao's words that he seemed to have lost his temper. Seeing her bowing her head like this, he was angry but had nowhere to vent. So he walked away directly. Since the emperor has issued an order, you should learn well here from Jiyu. When Jiyu is satisfied, you can go home. Su Rao suddenly raised his head. Su Er's figure disappeared outside the door, and he went downstairs to the moon room. Yun Ji was still eating. Su Er walked in, and Yun Feng handed Su Er a bowl and chopsticks. Without saying anything, the moon room was quiet, and the warm fire dispelled the coldness on Su Er's body. In Yun Ji's Qifeng residence, Su Er was as comfortable as if it were his own room, and started eating. Yun Ji, let me ask you, what is the relationship between Yun Mujing and my younger sister? After eating and rinsing his mouth, Su Er didn't say much and went straight to the point. Su Er asked himself that no one knew Yun Mujing better than him. He would never be so kind to meddle in the affairs of someone who had nothing to do with him. And she was his sister. Su Yuma. Yunji also rinsed his mouth, wiped his lips with a Yuhua handkerchief, and faced Su Er. The bamboo forest and the pavilion swayed gracefully, and the falling snow bent the bamboo leaves, falling by itself. After a breath, he said in a light tone, Yuma, it's better for you not to know about their relationship. Su Er's eyebrows were instantly locked. Yunji stood up and walked to the inner room. A jing will not hurt Su Rao. If you want to do this, don't worry. The person you need to pay attention to is Prince Yi. Since he has set his eyes on Su Rao, he will not easily let go of his suspicion. Su Er stood up and followed him, his face gloomy. Jiyu, you know clearly. Why didn't you tell me earlier that Yun Mujing did this to my little sister? Pausing, Yunji coughed lightly, and covered his lips with a Yuhua handkerchief. Yuma, a jing is a man. This sentence seemed to carry some deep meaning, which made Su Er stop without warning. The drooping hand suddenly curled up. The room was suddenly quiet. The silence was heavy. Jiyu. Only this time. After a moment, leaving these words of indifference, Su Er turned around and strode away. It's not just once. Yunji shook his head lightly, smiled with a smile on his lips, and coughed again. At this moment, in Shaoxing Palace, the pair of auspicious phoenix eyes had been fixed on the news brought back by Moing. The light in his eyes is cold, and it is impossible to see through his inner thoughts at the moment. Yun, Mu, Jing, the cold voice uttered from the cold lips, all with a hint of coldness. The fingertips with thin calluses touched the table, and touched the 3 words written on the paper. And the momentary encounter in Wanlu Temple that day flashed in his mind. Is the woman in red Yun Mujing? Although I only saw her side face that day, and she disappeared in an instant under the falling white bamboo hat and silk gauze. Her exquisite and beautiful face was clear to the eye, and she had a hidden edge. At a glance, I knew that the woman had 1,000 plans. Although Yun Mujing seems to be idle, and may be favored by Prince Jiyue, he is not as simple as he seems. Moreover, he has a face as delicate as a woman, which is somewhat consistent with the red-dressed woman who appeared in Wanlu Temple that day. If it was him, why did he appear in Wanlu Temple dressed as a woman? There must be something fishy about this matter. Prince, the matter you asked me to investigate before has some clues. I found that the princes who appeared in Wanlu Temple are all daughters of the Su family. Last night, the 7th prince of Yunlang appeared in the military camp outside Langjing city dressed as a woman to cause trouble for Su Er. It was because Emperor Yu asked Su Rao to go to the Yun Palace. Su Rao was lustful and pestered the 7th prince of Yunlang. Seeing Prince Yi in deep thought, Moing told him what he had found out in the past few days. I also found out something strange. The 7th prince Yunlang and the ugly girl from the Su family seemed to have a close relationship when they were children. They had met secretly many times. But since the ugly girl from the Su family was disfigured, they have no more contact. Yun Mujing. Su Rao. Prince Yi raised his eyes. His cold eyes gleamed. His sharp eyebrows like a sword out of its sheath suddenly moved. And then he took a piece of rice paper from the side. Pick up the pen to write. Moing grinds on the side. Su Rao. Yun Ji. Su Yuma. The red-dressed woman Yun Mujing who appeared in Wanlu Temple. And the prince. Such names jumped into the paper one by one, with sharp and thick pen power, cold and sharp, and ink color rendering. After watching for a breath, he crossed out the 2 words Su Rao that he had written at the beginning and wrote in the middle. Then the names on the paper were connected one by one. And it was found that the connection between these people was related to Su Rao. And Su Rao was the most beloved daughter of the Su family. The two words military power floated on the paper again. And the end of power was rendered with thick ink. Then it was connected with the two words Su Rao. The pair of auspicious phoenix eyes finally fell on the two words Su Rao. And a gleam suddenly appeared in the eyes. And the flowing light in the eyes felt like waves. So that's it. With this word, Prince Yi's mouth actually brought out a smile. A cold smile. With clarity, Yun Lang Yu Wang, the emperor's plan, actually used Su Rao's huge net to collect all the princes. His move. Suddenly, his eyes fell on Yun Ji again. Yun Lang's light of the sky. He participated a little bit. Or maybe he wove that big net. Your Highness guessed it. With Prince Yi's reaction, Moing already knew what he guessed. It seems that Yun Lang must have a big drama. The military power of the Su family. Putting down the brush in his hand, Prince Yi stood up and walked to the window frame and opened it. Hands behind his back. The heavy snow poured in at once. And the cold wind blew in the cold, bringing a chill to the face. His sight went straight to the direction of Prince Yun's mansion. Prince Jiyue, the light of the sky, the deposed immortal, actually entered the mortal world. Such a huge net. I'm afraid that Emperor Yu alone can't tie it. Do you also want to fight for the power in this world? How is the Lian Pavilion? After a moment, he asked again. Your Highness, our people have been watching. But those people in the Lian Pavilion are very vigilant. And our people dare not get too close. Moing followed and shook his head. When he talked about the Lian Pavilion, his face was ugly again. The palace was quiet. No more words. But a sense of coldness suddenly emerged. Night fell again. And the snow illuminated the night. As if it were daytime. The snow that had been falling for a day finally showed signs of stopping. The heavy snow turned into a continuous drizzle, getting smaller and smaller. In the imperial study, Emperor Yu had been reviewing memorials all day, and only stopped now. The end of the year was approaching, and there were many government affairs. Today, the rumors about the seventh prince in Langjing were not disturbed by General Manager Yun until now. Upon learning what Yun Mujing had done, Emperor Yu rubbed his brows helplessly, and a trace of fatigue appeared on his face. Where is Su Er? Did he hurt Jinger? Your Majesty, young Master Su Er only tore the dress of the seventh prince, and he was not hurt. General Manager Yun still had a lingering fear on his face. He was so scared that the dust in his hand almost fell off when he heard it. Why couldn't the seventh prince let the emperor worry less? Why did he choose to provoke young Master Su Er? Isn't this embarrassing for the emperor? This Jinger is getting more and more outrageous. Where is he now? Yun Mujing was fine. So Emperor Yu was angry. The emperor was furious. Reply to the emperor. Yun General Manager was embarrassed. After returning from the Yun Palace, the seventh prince went to the mausoleum of Imperial Concubine Jing, and had not come out yet. When Imperial Concubine Jing was mentioned, the anger in Emperor Yu's body suddenly disappeared. A trace of vicissitudes appeared in his imperial eyes. His handsome and gentle face was marked by the traces of time. And the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes were also deeper. Forget it. I am finally ashamed of Yaoer. With a sigh, Emperor Yu stood up and walked to Yunshan Hall. His straight body seemed to be a little hunched. The son is grown up and cannot be controlled by his father. Let him go. At this moment, outside the side door of the Prime Minister's mansion, a mysterious man in a black cloak got off the carriage in the wind and snow that were falling less and less. The light cast by the snow reflected his figure, and he disappeared into the side door. The study was brightly lit by candlelight. The butler of the Prime Minister's mansion led the man in, hunched over and bowed, entered the study, and took off his cloak. Prime Minister Yao immediately stepped forward and kowtowed. The old minister greets His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Grandpa, please stand up quickly. Yun Murwei strode forward and supported Prime Minister Yao, who had just bent his knees, but did not let him kneel down. Your Highness, please sit down. Raised his hand to invite. Yun Murwei helped Prime Minister Yao sit down and personally poured tea for him. Grandpa, my grandson came to bother you so late at night, and I have something to discuss. Prime Minister Yao took the cup and motioned for the Crown Prince to sit down. He already knew why the Crown Prince came. The prince sat down and took a sip of tea, saying, Grandpa, yesterday the daughter of the Su family was ordered to go to the Yunwang mansion. Today, there was news in Langjing that the seventh prince disregarded etiquette and acted recklessly. What do you think about this? Prime Minister Yao stroked his gray beard and glanced at the prince. The pale eyes were shrewd and wise. And they were thick and sharp. Your Highness came to see me so late at night. I believe your Highness has made up his mind. The prince's eyes were also wise. Grandpa. News just came from below. Due to the heavy snow in the past few days, the snow peaks in Tiangu Pass County collapsed. The Natural Valley Road was blocked, and Tiangu Pass County was trapped. The snow disaster was serious. An urgent report will be delivered to the court soon. What the prince said had nothing to do with Su Rao's visit to the Yunwang mansion yesterday. And it had nothing to do with the actions of the seventh prince. Prime Minister Yao stroked his beard again and understood the hidden meaning of the prince's words. The study was quiet, and after a moment, a firm question was raised. Your Highness, have you made up your mind? Grandpa, my father has already taken action. Yun Mujing showed no sign of hesitation, and the majesty of the crown prince between his eyebrows brought out a hint of darkness, like a dark cloud pressing down on the city. Whether his father was planning for his seventh brother or wanted to take back the military power of the Su family, he could no longer sit back and wait for the benefits. Otherwise, once the military power of the Su family fell into his father's hands, if his father wanted his seventh brother to replace him, what do you think? Your Highness? Prime Minister Yao understood and did not intend to stop the prince's decision. Grandfather. The cup in his hand turned slowly. The prince's eyes were full of wisdom, and his voice was low. It is the end of the year, and such a natural disaster happened at the beginning of the new year. It is really unlucky. Father will definitely send one of our princes to provide disaster relief, to comfort the people. The incident a few days ago, Yun Mui aroused father's suspicion. And now the seventh prince has done something that disregards the status of a prince and the face of the royal family. Father will definitely send me, or the sixth brother, to go. Coincidentally, a batch of goods from the Lian Pavilion were also trapped in Tianguiguan County. With Su Rao's heart for Mr. Xiao. As long as we release Mr. Xiao, he is in Tianguiguan County at this moment. With Su Rao's obsession with Mr. Xiao, she will definitely go there secretly. As for Yun Mui, he missed such a good opportunity to make merit. He must be unwilling to do something. Then we can. The rest of the words were lowered. Your Highness's plan kills two birds with one stone. Prime Minister Yao stroked his beard and nodded. But we cannot let the news of the trapped goods in the Lian Pavilion be released. The daughter of the Su family is now living in the Yunwang mansion. Prince Jiyue is confused. This matter needs to be reported by others. And we must also ensure that Master Xiao must show up in Tianguiguan County. Only in this way can your Highness's plan be foolproof. Seeing Prime Minister Yao affirm him again, the prince's majesty of the crown prince deepened, and the feeling of oppression gradually disappeared. His eyes were full of wisdom. He had already found a suitable candidate for this matter. As for the appearance of Mr. Xiao, the snow that fell for a whole day and night finally stopped in the morning of the next day. Yesterday, the heavy snow fell in flakes. And today, the world was completely desolate. The thick snow in Qifeng residence had been cleaned up long ago, and the white jade marble in the courtyard was washed by the snow and was bright and clear. Only the lush bamboo forest was still covered with snow and had not been cleaned up. In the morning, just like yesterday, morning jogging and reading, Su Rao seemed to have forgotten what happened yesterday. One morning, she was completely immersed in the ocean of books. She found that more than half of the books in Yunji's study were actually what she read in her childhood. Not just the bookshelf yesterday. A morning passed in a flash, and she just started to learn piano, chess, calligraphy and painting in the afternoon. Yesterday, because of Yun Mujing's matter, Su Rao did not go to Yunji to study in the afternoon. And Yunji did not ask Yun Feng and Yun Ling to call her. In the room, the bright red fire dispelled the howling cold wind, and a square zither table. Jade fingers stroked it, moving gently. The clear and bright string sound, stirring up layers of ripples in the heart, slowly lingering in the beams. Su Rao sat on the soft couch placed aside. The soft mink blanket covered half of her body. Closed her eyes and listened. Yesterday afternoon, the deep heart was so abrupt and quiet. A piece of music. Clear heart and clear mirror. After the song, Su Rao's mind was still immersed in it, until a faint smell of medicine invaded her nostrils and penetrated into her heart. Su Rao opened her eyes. Her peach blossom eyes were full of appreciation, and she clapped without hesitation. Yunji, you really amaze me more and more. Today I finally know what the sound of heavenly music is. You are pregnant in the cochlea. You are truly worthy of being the light of the sky. And thousands of girls love you. After clapping, he gave a thumbs up. Yunji sat aside and smiled. The fourth master Su seems to have a good attainment in Guqin music. Since you have received some teachings from him, I think you should be able to show it off. Come and play a song and I will listen. Okay. Su Rao did not hesitate to be modest, and responded directly, and walked to the Guqin table. Yunji's Guqin is moon white, and the strings are also moon white. It feels warm and smooth like jade when touched, and the fingertips are warm and smooth like jasper. Just by touching it, Su Rao knew that this Guqin is worth a lot of money. After stroking it with her green jade fingers, she couldn't wait to lightly pick the moon-colored strings with her fingertips, and a clanging sound was crisp and pleasant. The Guqin music, she knew, was that the mountains and rivers met a soulmate, and the battlefield was full of ambushes. Thinking of the music of ambush from all sides, Su Rao suddenly turned her eyes to look out the window. The vast snow between the bamboos caught her eyes, but in her bright eyes, there was only the thick blood color. Her fingertips moved suddenly, and the sound of wailing and wailing arose. The battlefield was stained with blood, and the corpses were wrapped in horsehide. Su Rao played the killing battlefield, but the music was about the torment in her heart, which could only be relieved by the sound of the piano. The sound of the piano started from the initial battle, and the blood color of the killing climaxed. The corpses were everywhere. The gentle smile on Yunji's mouth faded, and he kept facing Su Rao. The eyes under the moon-white satin seemed to tremble, just because the white satin on the eyes moved slightly. Just a moment. Su Rao. That's enough. Stop. This music score is too murderous and not suitable for you. The cool sound was like a trickle of water, brushing through Su Rao's heart, rippling in her heart. But it did not clear her red eyes like last time. The sound of the piano did not stop, but became more and more urgent, and the wronged souls surrounded the sad sky. Suddenly, there was another clang, and the string was broken. Such a jade string was actually broken by a drop of water from the bed. The string was broken, and the piano sound was naturally forced to stop. Yunji. What are you doing? Su Rao glared at Yunji, annoyed at why he broke the string. But there was a tremor in her peach blossom eyes. Yunji stood up and walked over, saying, although the Su family is a family of generals, they never like killing. You are the daughter of the Su family, a daughter of a general. It's okay to like fighting, but you can't let it control you. TSK. Yunji. You are exaggerating. No one can control Su Rao, except herself. Arrogant and eccentric. From the first meeting, Su Rao knew how terrifying Yunji's mind was. After contacting him again in the past 2 days, she knew it better. At this moment, she didn't deliberately explain what Yunji said, because the more she explained, the more Yunji would notice. As the end of the year approached, she thought she could hold back, but she couldn't hold back in the end. Looking at Yunji walking to the piano table, he stood straight and looked down at her. This feeling is not good. Su Rao stood up. Yunji chuckled, as if helpless, and sat down again around the zither table. The zither player should be calm and peaceful. Only when the mind is calm and peaceful can one play the music in the heart. Soothe the heart with music, and unite the heart in music. The strings of the zither are broken. What else is there to learn? Su Rao directly gave up the position and stepped back to the zither table. Painting with zither music is just a flashy and vulgar way to have fun. It is not very useful to me at all. It is a waste of time to learn it. Yunji. Why don't you teach me something else practical? For example, your seven-hole mind. Yunji stopped talking. The smile on the corner of his mouth slowly faded, and he frowned. It was like a clear and transparent landscape painting. A cloud covered it, thickening the charm of the painting and misting the clear mountains and rivers. Su Rao. If you have such distracting thoughts even when learning to play the piano, and cannot concentrate on it, I don't think you can learn anything else well. The piano is the most calming thing. Get up and leave directly. The third grid on the left is quiet music. Calm your mind first. Your mind was in turmoil yesterday, and it has not yet calmed down. Yuehua's figure disappeared at the door, as if she was disappointed with Su Rao's words. The soft hand suddenly clenched. Su Rao looked at it, took a breath, and sat back on the piano table. The piano with broken strings cannot be used, but as long as a new string is replaced, it will still be a complete piano. Su Rao directly pulled out a bright red embroidery thread from her sleeve to make a string. The silk embroidery thread used in her dress is all made of high-quality silk. Although it is not as good as Yunji's ice jade string, it can also be used as a piano string. As long as internal force is not used, it will not break easily. A song of flowing water came out, charming and pleasant to the ears. There was no more killing and ferociousness, but the breeze blowing the willows, the bright moon in the sky, and the gurgling stream. Hundreds of birds sang in the flower season. Yuehua's figure walked to the door of the moon room and suddenly stopped. In a moment, the corners of her mouth raised a faint smile again, and she felt dumbly laughing. Outside the Qifeng residence, the approaching crescent moon also stopped suddenly. The lingering sound brushed past her ears, and Rongfeng's warm eyes showed a touch of surprise. The light in the eyes. It's hard to find a soulmate. Yunji, you underestimated me. The sound of the piano disappeared, and Su Rao got up and walked out of the piano room. What do you want to learn? Although the snow stopped, the cold wind was still cold, blowing Yuehua's cloak slightly swaying. Yunji turned around, and his clothes fluttered. What do you want to learn? Will you teach me? Su Rao walked over. Yunji was about to nod when a voice came. It was Miss Su playing the piano. This piece of music is clear and transparent, like the sound of flowing water in the mountains. Rongfeng is ashamed for believing the rumors from the outside world. Rongfeng hereby apologizes to Miss Su for the reckless behavior of Wanlu Temple that day. The warm voice was like a spring breeze. Rongfeng walked forward and bowed. Prince Rongfeng is here to look for Miss Su. Yun Bo on the side also spoke up and explained why Prince Rongfeng came to King Fengju. Looking for her? Su Rao's eyebrows twisted instantly. Her peach blossom eyes narrowed slightly. A faint color appeared at the end of her eyes, but the bottom of her eyes was deep and quiet. Prince Danyang. Rongfeng. Her eyes fell on Rongfeng. She had never taken a serious look at Rongfeng the 2 times she had seen him before. Today, she discovered that this man actually had a pair of phoenix eyes. Slender phoenix eyes. But his eyes were filled with the light of the warm sun. Lingering warmth. And a warm and comfortable feeling of spring. He was wearing a crescent-shaped white brocade dress, with lotus pond moonlight embroidered on the hem. Modest and warm. Such a person was obviously very similar to Yunji. Equally gentle as jade. Gentlemanly as the wind. But he was a nosy person. Who are you? Do I know you? Su Rao didn't give him any face. Turned around and strode into the moon room. Rongfeng was startled. Raised his eyes. And the bright red figure had disappeared behind the moon screen. Yunji smiled and shook his head. And also walked in. She will take revenge for every little grudge. It doesn't really matter whether my cousin apologizes or not. Just stand there and let her vent her anger, and she will know what's going on. Su Rao paused as she entered the room, and turned to look at Yunji, who came in. The meaning was clear. Who asked you to meddle in other people's business? Yunji was naturally aware of her angry look, but he didn't have any other reaction. He walked to the couch, lifted his robe lightly, and sat down accurately. Rongfeng, who was stunned, smiled warmly and walked in. So that's the case. I was reckless that day and jumped to conclusions without understanding the cause. It was my fault. It's natural for Miss Su to be angry. Today I come to apologize and let Miss Su return the favor. Su Rao sat opposite Yunji and pouted. I don't have the courage to return the favor. Otherwise, you will give me a set of words without action. Just like a monk chanting sutras. And only no Namo Amitabha. Yunji's jade hand holding the Yuwa cup trembled slightly. And then he took a sip of tea as if nothing had happened. Still as calm as Yuwa. But the smile was suppressed at the corner of his mouth. Rongfeng was also speechless. The woman in front of him, who was sitting with her legs crossed, did not have the reservedness of a lady from Langjing. Just like what he saw in Wanlu Temple that day before. She was speechless when she was talking to him. She was indeed quirky and eccentric. But she was also dazzling. Today, her complexion seemed to be even whiter, and the scar on her forehead was exposed on her full and fair forehead without covering it up. Women always care about their appearance, but she seemed to have never covered up this scar, and she showed it openly, as if she had never felt inferior because of such an ugly scar, and faced it so calmly. Rongfeng once again found that the rumors were unbelievable. The daughter of the Su family might be eccentric, or quirky, but she was definitely not that kind of unbearable person. I should apologize for my mistakes. Miss Su did not accept my apology today because I was not sincere enough. Then I will come again tomorrow. I believe that as long as I am sincere, Miss Su will always accept my apology. He bowed and said goodbye, turning around to leave. Su Rao stood up suddenly. Are you planning to fight me? As the Crown Prince of Danyang? Don't you think that you are unworthy of your status as the Crown Prince of Danyang by being so shameless? Rong Feng looked calm and didn't think so. As a man, the most important thing is... Stop! Su Rao stretched out her hand and stopped Rong Feng from saying the truth again. Prince Rong Feng, I have never seen you. Don't come to me. It's best for us not to provoke each other, and we don't know each other. She looked convinced and said you are awesome. She left and went upstairs to her room. So abrupt and angry. Miss Su. Rong Feng turned his head and looked at her. He didn't understand how he had provoked Su Rao again. Heh. Yunji smiled softly, and the sound came out of his throat. Indifferent to the moonlight. Put down the cup. Rong Feng showed a helpless look on his face. It seems that I said the wrong thing again. After a cup of tea, Yunji pushed the edge of the table next to Rong Feng and smiled faintly. Girls' minds are ever changing. It's not that my cousin is wrong, but that my cousin doesn't understand girls' minds. They are like the weather in June, changing at any time. Rong Feng looked at Yunji with a surprised look. Is that so? Then my coming here today is redundant. I failed to apologize, and instead made Miss Su so angry. Sitting opposite Yunji, Rong Feng took the teacup and thought again. Prince. Yun Feng walked in. The voice seemed a little hurried. My cousin has something to do, so I'll take my leave first. Rong Feng stood up and said goodbye. I'll have to ask my cousin to say a few more words to Miss Su. I'll come to bother her again when I'm free. I hope Miss Su won't be angry again by then. Miss. News about my brother. The golden sun dazzled the snow on the bamboo eaves, and the melted snow condensed into jade beads, which rolled down the jade plate, ticking and playing a heavenly music. Su Rao had just returned to the room when Isu closed the door, her face solemn and whispering. Su Rao suddenly left the moon room in anger because she knew that Isu should come back. So she took this opportunity to leave. After the message from the eagle in the awning pavilion came back, Ying rushed to Yun County, and did not delay for a moment to investigate the matter between the real Su Rao and Yun Mujing. While he was investigating this matter, he found traces of people from Zhu Xian in Yun County. Ying went to the old house of the Su family in Yun County, and learned from a woman who took care of Su Rao in her childhood that someone had come to see her before he came. He asked her about some things about the young lady. The ridiculous things the young lady did when she was in Yun County. Chasing the young men of the gentry every day. Especially the young lady loved to secretly climb over the wall at night to peek at the Ji prince. Listening to the woman's description of the visitor, the voice of the person who asked her had a heavy feeling of being covered with dust, as if there was a layer of ash in the throat, and a heavy nasal sound. The woman didn't know, but Ying knew that this voice was the accent of the Siamese people. The people of Siam Ichishao actually appeared in Yun County to investigate Mississippi. This matter was of great importance, and he was on his way back. While talking about these things, Isu handed the news just taken from the box to Su Rao. The letter was opened, and the news inside, except for what Isu said. Ying did not mention in the letter what happened between Su Rao and Yun Mujing, how he investigated this matter, and how it went. Miss. Prince, he actually went to Yun County to investigate Miss. Seeing Su Rao looking at the letter, Isu's face was heavy. Could it be that the young lady's worries really came true? Prince, he was Han Machan, who had been secretly watching the young lady for 2 years. Now he suspected the young lady's identity. So he sent people to Yun County. Isu. Don't worry yet. Su Rao put down the letter and shook Isu's hand. What can he find in Yun County? Nothing. Su Rao at that time was the real Su Rao. Although she said so, Su Rao's other hand was clenched. All of them were secretly watching the embassy and Xian Ichishao. But they had never noticed that he was doing so secretly. If Ying hadn't gone to Yun County to check the matter between Su Rao and Yun Mujing, she might not know that Prince Yi's hand on her had already reached Yun County. Xian Ichishao. Han Machan. Are you the same person? Let's go to the box pavilion. Immediately, Su Rao said so again, with a hint of gloom between her eyebrows, reflecting the dark peach color. Oh, miss, there is one more thing. Isu nodded, and suddenly thought of Su Wu whom she met in the Lian Pavilion in the morning, and then said, the fifth master stayed in the Lian Pavilion last night. Fifth brother? Su Rao was puzzled. He slept in the Lian Pavilion? Then he took a breath and understood. I am afraid that the second brother went back to the mansion. And the fifth brother bumped into him without any tact. In the moon room. After Rong Feng left, Yun Feng took out a bamboo tube and handed it to Yun Ji. It was the snow disaster in Tiangu Pass County. Most of the houses were collapsed, and the people were trapped under the heavy snow. The natural valley road was blocked by the heavy snow, and Tiangu Pass County was blocked by the heavy snow. It was isolated from the outside world. What is the snow disaster in Tiangu Pass County? Su Rao walked in. Yun Ling and Yun Feng both looked at Su Rao. Miss Su. Yun Feng handed over the letter in his hand at Yun Ji's nod. Su Rao quickly took it and read 3 lines at a time. Her bright eyes fell on the 6 words Tiangu Guan County snow disaster, and her eyes and eyebrows tightened. It was almost the New Year's Eve, and because of the sudden departure of Mr. Xiao, the clothes, silk and rouge and powder in the Lian Pavilion were purchased in large quantities by the noble ladies of Langjing. They were almost swept away, and the supply could not meet the demand. A month ago, Xiaoji bought a batch of high-quality silk fabrics from Danyang, and Uncle Hao went to escort them personally. Not long ago, Ying received a message from Uncle Hao that they had arrived in Tiangu Guan County and would return soon. Now that such a snow disaster broke out in Tiangu Guan County, Uncle Hao and his team, Miss Su Rao's reaction, Yun Feng and his team knew why. Along with this letter, there was also a message brought back by Yun Wei. The goods in the Lian Pavilion were trapped in the Tianxian Valley Road due to the snowstorm in Tiangu Pass County. And now there is no news of people and goods. I don't know whether they are alive or dead. Yun Ji. I want to go home. The letter in his hand was slightly wrinkled. The snowstorm in Tiangu Pass County blocked the Tianxian Valley Road. The Emperor will definitely send my second brother to lead troops to open the Tianxian Valley Road. Do whatever you want to do. I said I won't restrict your freedom. Yunji turned to Su Rao. With a faint and gentle look, Su Rao's eyes flashed for a moment. I may need you to help me cover up. The Emperor's uncle has ordered that Miss Su will be taught by me in the Yunwang mansion. She will not be allowed to leave until she has learned well. Until I am satisfied. Yunji turned his head away from Su Rao and stretched out his hand to Yun Feng. Yun Feng smoothed the letter and handed it to him. Although he couldn't see, Yunji still did what normal people would do. Thank you. Su Rao turned and walked away. When she reached the screen of Lanyu, her steps stopped again. For some reason, she turned her head and took a look. Yuehua's figure on the couch. Her slender jade hands carefully and seriously stroked the letter on the table, lowered her head and acted like a normal person reading a letter, telling everyone that although he was blind, he was clear-minded and he could do exactly the same as a normal person. Yuehua's black hair, like silk, was tied with a ribbon, and a strand of it fell in front of her body. The white satin suffix on her eyes fluttered, complementing each other. Yunji, don't you ask me what I'm going to do? Su Rao asked this abruptly. Yunji's heart was more than Gon's. Although she quickly covered up her reaction just now, she always felt that he had noticed it. I realized that her hasty reaction just now was not because of my second brother. The Su family has a daughter, a girl, but she has a man's heart. She doesn't want to be bound by the backyard. Yunji is not a person who sticks to the rules. Clear and transparent words. Su Rao suddenly laughed and left. Yunji, you are too scary. Fortunately, my second brother is your good friend. The bright red figure disappeared. Scary? Yunji turned his head again, facing the door, and muttered, I just think more than others, have more heart than others, and know you a little more than others. Prince. Yun Feng and Yunling looked at each other. Worry appeared on their faces. Had the prince and others known about this matter? The letter placed on the table was obviously white, but at this moment, it suddenly reflected a faint green bamboo color. A scent of green bamboo lingered in Yunji's nostrils. This was Yun Wei's secret message. Seeing this, Yunling immediately took out a white jade porcelain bottle from his body. A drop of transparent liquid dripped into the green area, and a word was reflected on it. Tiangu Pass County. Traces of dead soldiers were found. Yun Feng suddenly knelt on one knee. Last night, he did receive news of unusual movements from the prince. But the heavy snow yesterday made the prince's body much weaker, so he did not report it. Cough. With a cough, his normal face turned pale again without any signs. Prince. Yunling quickly took out another porcelain bottle and a pill from his waist. Yun Feng hurriedly got up and ran to the backyard pharmacy to ask for Mr. Bamboo, but was stopped by Yun Ji. No problem. After taking the pill and swallowing it, Yun Ji sat cross-legged, feeling a faint warmth all over his body, and his pale complexion gradually regained its rosy color, as if the sudden weakness just now was just an illusion, because Master Huishan's treatment has made him much better. He is not so weak anymore. Yun Feng and Yunling wanted to stop it, but they couldn't. They couldn't stop it either. The prince taught Miss Su all by force. He didn't want Miss Su to notice that his body was so weak again, and wanted to stay with Miss Su for a while. But he could not suppress it with his internal force. Death warriors appeared in Tiangu Pass County. Yun Feng, find out what the prince and his men are going to do. Yunling, notify 18 to go to Tianxian Valley Road. After his complexion recovered, Yunji spoke again. Yes, Prince. Although Yun Feng and Yunling were worried about Yunji's health, they knew that it would be futile for them to say more. So they responded and did what Yunji asked. Su Rao and Yi Su left from the moonlit gate of Qi Feng residence. Qi Feng residence of Jiyu Prince is quiet, and no common people come and go outside the residence. No one can easily approach the nobles, let alone ordinary people. No one saw the two of them leave. The two brothers and sisters of Chuikin did not follow them, and were left by Su Rao in Qi Feng residence to cover up her absence. The duty of the secret guards is to obey orders. Su Rao does not need to explain to them what she is going to do. Su Rao and Yi Su did not go directly to the Lian Pavilion, but went back to Uncle Hao's residence first, changed clothes, and disguised their faces. As soon as they entered the backyard of Lian Pavilion, a bright blue figure rushed out and opened a big bear hug. But they saw that the people coming were two strange women, and they break suddenly to stabilize themselves from rushing over. Who are you? Su Wu's eyes fell on the two ordinary faces in front of him that could not be found in the crowd. He twisted his features and looked at Xiao Ji beside them. Are they Xiaomei and Yi Su? Su Rao rolled her eyes. Su Wu's eyes suddenly lit up at the familiar contempt. Xiaomei, you miss fifth brother so much. Come, give fifth brother a hug. He opened his arms again and was about to give Su Rao a bear hug. Su Rao dodged. Another roll of eyes. Su Yuyan, that's enough. It's not a matter of life and death. Su Wu paused again, then pulled Su Rao over and gave her a big bear hug. He even shook Su Rao twice while hugging her. Xiaomei, you are so heartless. You value women over brothers. You've only been away for 2 days, and you're so disgusted with fifth brother's embrace. Fifth brother has been waiting for you here all night. I'm sad. I'm really sad. Su Yuyan, I think you were scared by your second brother and dared not go back. So you stayed here for 1 night and let Yi Su ask me for help. Su Rao bluntly exposed Su Wu's lie and pushed him away. Hee hee. Su Wu smiled awkwardly, but it was only for a moment. And then he put his arm around Su Rao's shoulders and walked her into the house with a gossipy expression. Little sister, can you tell your fifth brother if the rumors on the street yesterday are true? Yun Mujing really went to see the second brother in women's clothes again. When he heard the rumor yesterday, his jaw almost dropped to the ground. He hurried back and just ran into the second brother who had just returned. And then he asked without thinking. If he hadn't run fast at that time, he would probably have no bones left now. Now he had nowhere to go. And then he remembered that there was still the little sister's box cabinet. And he came to find a savior. Otherwise, he really didn't dare to go back. The expression of the second brother, and the chill all over his body made him feel like eating his heart. Su Wu still had lingering fears about what he said. His heart was frightened, and it still beats when he talks about it now. Su Rao's heavy heart suddenly became clearer. Every time she was tired, Su Wu's nonsense could always make her relax, and let herself go temporarily. Xiao Shi poured tea. After sitting down, Su Rao said again, Fifth brother, I'm afraid that the second brother has no time to take care of you now. Su Wu paused. What did he mean? Su Rao was silent, took a sip of tea, and then said, there was a snowstorm in Tiangu Pass County, and the Natural Valley Road was blocked. I'm afraid that the second brother will be busy. What? Su Wu stood up. Little sister, when did this happen? How come I didn't know about it? Fifth brother, are you so scared? Su Rao pulled Su Wu to sit down and rolled her eyes at him again. So weak. What do you know? You are either with your friends, or with your friends every day. I am afraid that the only things you know are which cricket won the general today, and which puppy will knock down which chicken tomorrow? Little sister. Your fifth brother is not so bad. Su-woo also knew what kind of character he was. He scratched the back of his head with an embarrassed look. But in a moment, he put his arm around Su-rao's shoulders with vigor. Little sister. Don't change the subject. What does the snow disaster in Taeangwon County have to do with my second brother? Don't fool your fifth brother and think that he is easy to fool. Fifth brother knows that the Langjing garrison is stationed to protect the safety of the imperial city and will never be transferred to Taeangwon County for disaster relief. Su-rao was suddenly stunned. What? Little sister. You look like this. You don't want to do anything. Did you sneak out from King Fengju? Come on. Come on. Tell your fifth brother. Have you dealt with Prince Jiyue? Seeing Su-rao's reaction, Su-woo approached Su-rao and smiled slyly. A face full of gossip. Su-rao came back to her senses and pushed Su-woo away with disdain. Fifth brother. Little sister gives you a loyalty warning. You should find a safe place to hide these days. Second brother will kill people now. Leading the sentence, Su-rao got up and went to Ying's house in the Mirror Pavilion. Inner waves. Second brother will not go to disaster relief. So Yunji knew that her words were just an excuse. Su-rao. Why do you always forget to bring your brain in front of Yunji? Little sister. Su-rao left like this. Su-woo's curiosity was not satisfied, and he wanted to chase after her, but was stopped by Yi-su, who stretched out his arm. Fifth young master. You should go and hide with the eighth prince. You ran away yesterday. And the second young master's tricks. The consequences. Su-woo suddenly felt that every bone in his body was screaming, and the bones were cracking. And he immediately didn't care about Su-rao anymore. Yes. Yes. I have to hide. Hide for 10 days and half a month. And come back when the second brother's anger has subsided. Otherwise, I won't be able to celebrate the new year. Rubbing his arms together, Su-woo ran away. Yi-su laughed and shook her head. Su-rao went into Ying's room. Ying was still on her way back. Yi-su poured her a cup of tea and went out to wait outside the door. Yi-su. What's going on with the snow disaster in Taeangwon County? Thinking of what Su-rao had just said to Su-woo, Xiaoxi's face was solemn. Sister Ji, father, and the others. Yi-su suddenly clenched her hands and told Xiaoxi what Su-rao had learned from Yunji. Xiaoxi sank her heart, took a breath, and held Yi-su's hand. Yi-su, don't worry. It's been a while since Uncle Hao sent me the last message. They should have left Taeangwon County. Uncle Hao and his team should have escaped the snowstorm in Taeangwon County. I will send someone to pick them up. Nothing will happen. Patting Yi-su's shoulder, Xiaoxi immediately went to make arrangements. The sun was slanting, and the warmth of the bright sun in the sky also weakened the temperature. The cold winter wind blew over the dusty figure and quickly jumped across the official road. The hat on his head fluttered in the cold wind. 600 miles of urgent report. Make way quickly. There was a sudden urgent shout behind him, and the galloping horse suddenly stopped. Ying pulled the reins, and the horse's hooves flew down, raising the snow around the official road that had not melted, causing ripples. Ying kicked the horse's belly, and just as she made way, 2 gusts of wind rushed by. 2,000-mile fine horses. Their hooves trampled over the official road, bringing up layers of snowflakes again. But they did not blur the red and yellow flags on the horses. It said, 600 miles of urgent work. The emperor granted a gold medal. Those who resist will die. Those who go against will die. On the other fine horse, the messenger who was delivering the news carried a red and yellow package on his back, which contained the 600 miles of urgent reports. Ying lifted her bamboo hat, and the 2 fast horse figures had disappeared from her sight. What happened? 600 miles of urgent work. With a hint of doubt on her face, Ying did not think much, and kicked the horse's belly again and continued to gallop. It was almost the end of the Shin time when she arrived outside Langjing City. At the end of the sky, the bright red sunset was about to replace the dazzling sun of the day, indicating that another day was about to slip away quietly. As soon as I entered the backyard of the Mirror Pavilion, Su-rao, who had received the news, was already waiting outside the door. Miss. Ying took off her bamboo hat and strode over. She looked dusty. Go wash up first, and get rid of your fatigue first. Su-rao asked Xiaoxi to prepare clothes for Ying. Ying said no more and went to wash up first. At this moment, the urgent report of 600 miles had also arrived outside the Yun Palace. The commander of the Imperial Guards guarding the Yun Palace walked to the Imperial study without delay. The messenger followed with a report in both hands. His steps were hurried. The sunset reflected the sky. The drums of war sounded repeatedly. And the sound of drums was loud, raising the spirit of war. In the military camp, in the shooting range, hundreds of soldiers formed a circle, surrounded the figure with a sense of indifference, and pointed their spears straight at him. The collision of swords and weapons made a clanging sound of weapons, bringing out sparks. The sharp sword edge was cold and pressing. Su'er held a long sword, and his every move was fierce and murderous. He only attacked and did not defend, and only speed could not break. You all haven't eaten yet. Come again. The sound of shouting. Hundreds of soldiers rushed forward again, but they couldn't even take Su'er's move. They kicked and fell, and screamed. The cold wind swept, and the wind-grass flags around were blown away, bringing layers of coldness. The sword energy was across the sky. Deputy General Su, why don't you go ahead? We are all about to fall apart. Yesterday, Su'er went back to the Su mansion, but after a short while, he rode back to the barracks. Soldier training. Su-han held the two big swords on his back, stood straight, and glanced at the soldier who was shouting ouch ouch ouch. This soldier was the rough soldier who first spoke when Yun Mujing came to find Su'er that night. Everyone called him Rough Boy, because Rough Boy is the kind of rough bearded man. A rough man, with a big beard all over his face that makes his appearance half clear. But at this moment, it can't cover his embarrassed, bruised face. The left eye is black like a panda eye, and the right face is red and swollen purple and blue, as if he had eaten an egg and forced his face to swell up, rubbing his rough face. The sound of his speech is full of pain. I'll go. Then what are you guys for? Su-han kicked him straight away. Expressionless. If you can't even handle the general's strength, you'll be the first to die on the battlefield. This was a complete reprimand. But the rough boy was not frightened by Su-han at all. He jumped up and dodged, then shouted in a rough voice. Deputy General, you don't dare. We can't bear the general's strength. And neither can you. Su'er was surrounded by a sense of indifference within 3 feet, showing the spirit of killing and fighting. Su-han looked at him, pursed his lips, and then turned the big knife in his hand and chopped directly at the rough boy. I think you are not hurt enough. The rough boy jumped up again. Oh my! The deputy general revealed my thoughts, and beat me out of shame. The rough man who could not read a few words knew how to get angry. Suddenly, there was a burst of laughter in the military camp, and the sound was repeated. The soldiers who were beaten by Su'er cried out in pain, and they all grinned. Although they were all covered in dirt and rubbed their waists and faces, they were very embarrassed. But they were very happy, seeing the rough boy being chased by Su-han and jumping up and down like a monkey. They laughed so hard that they bent over and laughed their bellies. Rough boy, run! The deputy general's big knife is about to cut your buttocks. Such shouts, accompanied by the increasingly roaring drums, were passionate and surging. Such joy. Su'er sheathed his sword and threw it to the soldiers beside him. The sense of oppression around him gradually disappeared. He raised a very faint corner of his mouth, put his hands behind his back, and his indifferent eyes showed the military spirit. Second young master. Although the voice was drowned in the excitement, Su'er heard it. Turning around, Su-dan, the servant of the visitor Su-da, jumped off his horse. Although Su-da also serves in the army, he is different from Su'er. Su'er is the garrison general of the Yunlang army stationed in Langjing. He took over the job of General Su Lao and commanded the soldiers of the Langjing military camp, focusing on leading troops and training. Su-da followed his father to handle military affairs, focusing on military affairs. He was usually in the military affairs office and would only come to the military camp when there was something important. Su'er strode over. What's the matter? Su-dan immediately said that Emperor Yu had called a night court and called the second son to return to the capital to attend the court. The setting sun was golden and red. Ying also washed and dressed, wearing mainly black and a white tights. Miss, a cup of tea, handed to Su Rao. Ying didn't say much nonsense. First, she handed the information about Su Rao and Yun Mujing to Su Rao. The reason why they didn't find out the relationship between the seventh prince and Su Rao was entirely because Su Rao always climbed over the wall and sneaked out alone at night. And the place she went to was still the residence of the Jiue prince. Although the real Su Rao's Qinggong was not as good as Su Wu's, she was also very good. She sneaked out alone at a young age. And it was always in the middle of the night. And there was never a maid around her. She was so brave that she could turn the tables. 10 years ago, Su Rao climbed the wall to spy on Yunji, but met the 7th prince outside Yunji's courtyard. The 7th prince that night was dressed as a delicate little girl in a purple gauze skirt. Su Rao was so beautiful that she couldn't let go after just one look, and insisted on being a sister to the 7th prince. After that, Su Rao always went to meet the 7th prince secretly at night, especially after she found out that the sister she thought was a boy. She held him directly and refused to let go. She couldn't let go. Their relationship lasted until Yun Lang moved the capital to Langjing today. The real Su Rao climbed the wall again, but accidentally fell to death. Looking at the things written on the letter, Su Rao was silent for a breath. Ying, are these news confirmed? Putting away the letter, Su Rao lit it directly. This thing can't be kept. She is Su Rao. Why should she check her own affairs? Ying nodded. He learned all this information from the old woman who took care of Su Rao and an old slave who had looked after the 7th prince. After learning that Prince Yi was secretly investigating the young lady, he set out from Yun County overnight. 3 horses died as they galloped back. Xiam, Yi, Qi, Xiao. Speaking of Prince Yi, Su Rao felt heavy again, unconsciously touching the purse on her waist, which contained the Xiaoyao order. Miss, Prince Yi is secretly investigating Miss Ying also felt heavy. Ying, the matter between Yun Mujing and Su Rao ends here, and we can put aside the matter of Xiam, Yi, Qi Xiao for the time being. We have more important things to do now. The red color around her peach blossom eyes appeared for only a moment, and then she regained her calm. Compared to her own safety, Su Rao cared more about Uncle Hao's safety at this moment. With a burning face, she told Ying what she knew about Tianguiguan County from Yunji. The voice became even more burning. Ying's face suddenly changed. Father. Suddenly, she thought of the 600-mile express she met on the way here. Ying, don't worry. The situation in Tianguiguan County is unclear. We don't know whether Uncle Hao and his men are trapped or not. The last message Uncle Hao sent us was 5 days ago. Logically, they should have left Tianguiguan County. Su Rao pressed Ying's shoulder. Although it was such a comforting word, Su Rao was no less worried about Uncle Hao than Ying. They had to go to Tianguiguan County. Miss, Yisu's voice suddenly appeared outside the house. With a strong sense of urgency and panic, Ying opened the door in 2 steps. Yisu and Xiaoxi. Yisu held a note in her hand. Her face was particularly ugly, and she was even more panicked. Xiaoxi held a bamboo tube with a note in her hand, and the letter eagle of the box pavilion stood on her shoulder. Is it? Su Rao's heart skipped a beat. Miss, Xiaoxi spoke. The dangerous valley road was blocked by heavy snow, and Uncle Hao's escort team was trapped in the valley road for 3 days, and several escorts had frozen to death. Last night, Uncle Hao and his team found a dangerous path in the mountains and forests that could still be walked. So they took the risk. Fortunately, they walked out of the dangerous valley road. But a disaster followed. A group of bandits suddenly jumped out of the mountains and forests and robbed Uncle Hao's escort car. The bandits seemed to have been prepared and waited there for passing merchants. The dangerous valley road is narrow, and it is the easiest to set up an ambush. It is a must-pass place from Tianguiguan County to Langjing. During the Qin dynasty, bandit incidents often occurred there, and the caravans were robbed many times in the past. The prince of the Qin dynasty once personally led troops to suppress the bandits and eradicated the bandit strongholds in that area, so that the caravans were safe. After the founding of Yunlang, Tianguiguan County was established in the dangerous valley road, guarded by local garrisons. Although bandits still appear from time to time in recent years, they dare not rob so blatantly, let alone rob under the noses of the garrison of Tianguiguan County, and rob the goods of her Lian Pavilion. Miss, the robbery of our Lian Pavilion's goods this time is probably related to the snow disaster in Tianguiguan County. Now the escort car has been robbed, and Uncle Hao and others' whereabouts are unknown. Life or death unknown, Xiaoxi said with a serious look. Walked to Ying and held his hand. Ying glanced at Xiaoxi and tightened her hand. Su Rao's curled jade fingers also turned pale, and there was more red between the end of her eyes and eyebrows. Yisu, you stay in Langjing. Don't tell Qin Yang about this for the time being. Ying and I will go to Tianguiguan County. But in a short moment, Su Rao's curled hands suddenly clenched. Uncle Hao will be fine. He strode out of the house, and went straight to the stable in the backyard of the Mirror Pavilion. Ying quickly chased after him. Miss. Isu also wanted to follow, but was stopped by Xiao Ji. Isu, listen to Miss's arrangements. Uncle Hao will be fine. Miss still needs you to cover up her absence in Langjing. Isu pursed her lips tightly, but her steps paused. Her eyes fell on Xiao Ji, and in a moment, her drooping hands tightly grasped the dagger at her waist. Miss. Father. The night fell. The two horses left quickly before the gate of Langjing was locked. And King Fengju. Yufeng also strode in again. The stars were twinkling, with the cold winter night wind whistling like a sharp blade. The colorful colors reflected the winter night and fell into the cloud palace, but it was difficult to dazzle the eyes. At this moment, the lights in the Wantian Hall were transparent, and the Panlong lanterns were lit. Emperor Yu convened a night court session, and ministers and generals above the third rank hurried into the cloud palace. A night court session, which was not over yet. The winter evening wind was getting colder, and the cold wind blew across the face, which was painful. In the mountains, two extremely fast figures leaped all the way like a gust of wind, leading the surrounding peaks and forests to retreat layer by layer, and the cold wind swept the sleeves. Young master, if we leave like this, if the second young master goes to King Fengju and finds that you are not there. This voice entered Su Rao's ears with the cold night. Although Ying was very worried about her father, if the second young master knew that the young lady left like this. Su Rao was wearing a white tight suit, not the red dress of young Master Xiao. After all, young Master Xiao had left long ago, and it would be too eye-catching to wear that now. Ying, don't say anything more. You are the relatives I care about most. Qin Rao's only relatives in this world. Uncle Hao is now in danger of life and death. How can I sit and wait in peace? Moreover, my second brother said that he would not care about me anymore, no matter what I do. Not to mention that Yunji will. The word seemed to be swallowed up by the cold night wind. But it seemed not to be. He will help me cover it up. Su Rao has never left King Fengju. Miss. Ying turned her head and looked at Su Rao through the bamboo hat, and still spoke. Miss is not a person who trusts others easily. Why do you trust Prince Jiyue so much? I don't believe Yunji. Su Rao shook her head, never thinking for a moment. I believe in my second brother. A close friend, who can be treated sincerely by my second brother for many years must have good character. Since Yunji promised me, he will cover it up for me. Otherwise he would not agree. Su Rao said so. Ying said no more. Although he had not seen the style of Prince Jiyue, he had heard a lot of rumors about him. The appearance of the bright moon, the beauty of the beauty, the charm of the breeze and the moon, a gentleman of orchids and jade trees. Such a person should disdain villains. Travel overnight, galloping at full speed, from Langjing to Tinggu Pass County. Take the small mountain road, and ride non-stop. It takes 2 days and nights to reach the pass of Tianxian Valley Road. The two did not take the official road. Taking the official road will not only prolong the time, but also face the inspection of the pass documents at various sections along the way. They don't have so much time to waste. And taking the small mountain road saves time, and can reach Tinggu Pass County at the fastest speed, reducing unnecessary trouble. Even if the stars are bright in the winter night, the cold wind is blowing. Su Rao and Ying both wear cloaks and hats to block the cold, and the horses' hooves quickly step on the trail. The snow in the mountains is flying. The twilight around them passes quickly. Mountains, rivers, and forest trails. The night is hurried, like a shooting star, fleeting. After running all night, even the horse would be tired if the man wasn't tired. The sky was not yet bright, between the haziness of darkness and dawn. At dawn, Su Rao and Isu stopped near a stream to rest for a while. Then, they continued on their way. This stream flows out of the forest. It has already frozen in the winter month. The ice surface is smooth and transparent, like a transparent mirror, which slightly dispels the hazy frost fog of the morning. After tying the reins, Ying chiseled a hole to get water and lit a fire. It illuminated the foggy and frosty forest. The cold body was slightly warmed up. Young master, eat first. He took out the dry food from the package and handed it to Su Rao. Su Rao was not squeamish. He took the dry food and chewed it with the boiled stream water. Ying, let's eat quickly. After eating, we will set off early. Su Rao ate vaguely while looking at the surroundings. This stream is surrounded by dense forests. The fallen snow has not melted yet. At this morning, there is frost fog. The vast fog is white. In the near view, the snow is white with a little green, intersecting and blending. In the winter forest, the view was beautiful. If you look further, you can't see clearly, because the morning fog and frost are blocking your view. The whole forest was silent, with only the whistling sound of the cold wind. There was no trace of any animal. They were probably all hiding in the cave. At this moment, the only ones who were breathing were probably the two of them, and the two horses. Ying nodded and chewed with big mouthfuls. The morning breeze broke, but the half-moon was still in the sky. It had not yet exchanged its position with the morning sun. However, the morning fog and frost were dispelled, and the haziness in the vision was blown away by the morning wind. Su Rao and Isu had breakfast like this, packed up their bags and prepared to continue their journey. Just as they untied the reins, they suddenly heard the sound of horse hooves, coming from the far end of the forest, getting closer and closer. Tap, tap, tap. Su Rao and Ying looked at each other immediately, and then their eyes became alert. Who would take the same shortcut as them so early in the morning? The two looked towards the other side of the forest, and gradually, a figure appeared. The man was wearing a white cloak and a moon-colored mask covering his face. Su Rao recognized who he was at a glance. Yunda, the leader of the 18 Yin guards beside Yunji. Yunda also saw Su Rao and Ying, and immediately kicked his horse to speed up. Miss Su, the prince is calling you back. As soon as he ran closer, Yunda flew down and walked to Su Rao's side in 2 steps. Su Rao was so dressed in men's clothes, and her face was stunning and brilliant. But Yunda did not react in surprise. Instead, he said what Yunji told him. Due to the snow disaster in Taingguan County, Concubine Shu will hold a fundraising banquet in Bihua Pavilion tomorrow, inviting ladies and young ladies from all families to raise funds for the people of Taingguan County, and specially sent her personal maid Lu to the Yun Palace to invite her. After Yunda finished speaking, he was silent. Su Rao frowned. Fundraising banquet? Zhao Shuxian invited her. In a short moment, she said, I have something to do, and cannot go back. Yunji should be able to solve such a small matter easily. Yunda, you can just tell Yunji this. Pull the reins and prepare to continue on the road with Ying. She didn't have the time to engage in intrigue with those women in the harem. Fake it. Miss Su. The prince asked his subordinates to follow Ying to Taingguan County and bring Uncle Hao back intact. Miss Su, please go back first. Yunda stepped forward to block and fully stated Yunji's instructions. Yun-da, from the moment Yunda appeared, saw her face, and saw Ying beside him. But she was calm. Su Rao knew that Yunji had already known her identity as Mr. Xiao. At this moment, Yunda was still giving orders in such a tone. It must be Yunji's order. What does Yunji want to do? Why does he have to let her go back? No one can control me. And no one can order me. Not even Yunji. There is no way she would not save Uncle Hao for such a boring fundraising banquet. A hidden edge suddenly appeared around her. A calm dark light. A gust of cold wind suddenly blew, and a sharp blade suddenly appeared on Yunda's cheek that was not covered by the mask. And blood was about to overflow. The prince said that if Miss Su does not return, then the identity of Mr. Xiao will be known to the whole city in a moment. Miss Su should think about it carefully. Yunda did not react despite the stinging on his cheek, and continued to repeat it. You. The peach blossom eyes narrowed suddenly. The red eyebrows appeared. Yun. Ji. He clearly promised to cover for her. Why did he want her to go back now? And even threatened her like this? Miss. Ying held Su Rao's shoulders to tell her not to get angry. But her eyes fell on Yunda. Prince Jiu's secret guards are really good at hiding. How could they catch up with them in just 1 hour from Langjing to this forest? This person must have been following them in secret from the beginning. Su Rao also thought of this. And the tips of her jade fingers holding the reins were lightly pink. And her exquisite and plump 5 fingers were pink and white. The prince said that the second son Su was particularly concerned about Miss Su's safety. Ying's words had no effect on Yunda because of her dull retelling and explanation. Miss Su, you don't have much time to think about it. Go to the palace early tomorrow morning and rush back to Langjing by horseback. It will take at least 2.5 to 3 hours. If you don't go back, Madame Su will go to Prince Yun's mansion to find you. The meaning of the words was very clear. Since Su's mother came to the door, Yunji would not let her see Su Rao. and the news of Su Rao's departure from the capital would be exposed. If she left Langjing alone, Su's mother would definitely be worried. Why did Rao leave Beijing for no reason? Miss, you go back first. I'll go find my father, and I'll come back tomorrow. Ying spoke again, not to persuade Su Rao to go back for Yunde, but because they couldn't let the Su family know that Su Rao was still asking about the matter of the box pavilion. Su Rao looked at Ying, and when he nodded, her curled jade fingers gradually relaxed. Yun Ji. Su Rao's reason told her that Yun Ji's threat was just a threat, and he would never do that unless he ignored the brotherhood with Su Er. But emotionally Su Rao didn't dare to gamble. She didn't dare to gamble with the royal family. The royal family is ruthless. The heart was deep and dark, but the dark color in the bottom of the eyes disappeared, and her eyes fell on Yunde, bringing out the anger that Yunde could easily detect. Your prince is dead. Gnashed his teeth and rode back. The sky had been clear for 2 days in a row, and the snow accumulated between heaven and earth finally shed its outer coat, melting drop by drop, and the snow water dripped along the eaves, splashing on the road drop by drop, rippling out small dimples. Prince, the person, was lost. Inside Shaoxing Palace, Imoing strode in. His face was particularly ugly, and the whole person was completely calm. Last night, Su Rao and Ying had just left the Lian Pavilion, and Prince got the news and asked his subordinates, who were watching the Lian Pavilion, to follow them secretly. Prince was looking at a secret letter, which was the news that the goods in the Lian Pavilion were robbed. Hearing Mo Ying's words, he looked up, and there was no ripple in his cold eyes, and the cold-colored auspicious phoenix eyes were still flowing. Lost? The cold voice, the mumbling words. The secret letter was lit on the candlelight, and in a breath, it turned into ash foam. Mo Ying knelt on one knee. It was all because of his incompetence. 2 months had passed, but he still hadn't found any trace of young Master Xiao. Now that he finally has some traces, he is so incompetent. The palace was quiet, and after a moment, he said another word. Emperor Yun Langyu sent Crown Prince Yun Merwei to Tianguan County to provide disaster relief. Has he set off? Mo Ying nodded immediately. After Emperor Yu convened the evening court, Crown Prince Yun Lang sorted out the disaster relief supplies and set off early this morning. He has left Langjing at this moment, since the goods in the Lian Pavilion have been robbed. The elusive Mr. Xiao should also show up. With another word suddenly, Prince Yi stood up and prepared to go to Tianguan County in person. Your Highness. Mo Ying stood up quickly. Your Highness, let your subordinates go. If you leave Langjing at this time? If you are? Prince Yi glanced at Mo Ying. Just one glance. Mo Ying shut up. Inside Qifeng residence, Yufeng brought another bamboo tube. It was the matter of Prince Yi's people secretly following Su Rao. Prince, it's just as you expected. Yunji took the letter. Her beautiful face was pale, like a sickly beauty, but she was still calm. Yun Wei's message said that everything was settled. Prince, I don't understand. Yun Feng spoke again, and his doubts were hard to understand. Mr. Xiao is just a businessman. But Prince Yi said people to target the Lian Pavilion. He went to find Mr. Xiao. What exactly did Prince Yi want to do? His actions were completely untraceable. He didn't know that Mr. Xiao was Miss Su. So why did he go to find Mr. Xiao, including his visit to Wanglu Temple to see Master Hui Shan? What was the purpose of this move? Yun Ling also looked at Yun Ji, but he didn't understand either. Everything has its own motive. Yun Ji folded up the letter and said, his meaning was unclear. Is Su Rao coming back soon? Yun Feng still didn't understand, but didn't say anything more about Xian Yi and Qi Xiao. Prince, Miss Su has returned. Pressing his lips, he said, Miss Su will be angry when she returns. Yun Feng was worried about Yun Ji. Although Yun Feng had not known Su Rao for a long time, he knew a little bit about Su Rao's temper. Su Rao was threatened by the prince and returned. The prince would have to endure the wrath. Although Yun Ling did not say anything, his thoughts were the same as Yun Feng's. Yunji turned his head and faced the window again. His aura was as misty as the white mist on the mountains. He was in such a quiet posture again. He did not say anything else. Yun Feng saw this, squeezed his hands hanging on both sides, and looked at Yun Ling. Knowing that Yunji would not say anything again, he had to go out. The prince is always so confused about Miss Su's affairs. Thinking too much. If this continues, how can the prince be healthy? Walking out, Yun Feng said worriedly. Yun Ling's cold face fluctuated for a moment, and his eyes had a touch of charm. Yun Feng. No matter what Su Rao is like, the prince cares. We protect her. Yun Ling always remembered what Yun Qi said to him that day in Wanlu Temple. There will be no second time. Yun Feng glanced at the inner room again, and then fell silent. The chill in the morning was bone-chilling, and the face was painful. The chill in the afternoon was not much reduced. The winter wind made the body shiver uncontrollably. The skin trembled. The horse galloped across the mountain forest trail. After a morning of galloping, when the sun was at its warmest at noon, Su Rao arrived at a mountain 50 miles away from Langjing. On the slope of this mountain, the official road that looked like a coiled dragon could be seen from afar. The long rescue team stretched out, and the man leading the horse was wearing a golden and black battle robe, a feather crown, and a cloak swaying in the cold wind. Looking from such a distance, Su Rao's eyes suddenly turned red, and the bottom of her eyes was scarlet, and the figure who cut off her father's head gradually overlapped with it. Kill him! Kill him! In her heart, she screamed for killing. Su Rao reached for the bow and arrow on her horse, put an arrow on it, and drew the bow. The sharp arrow blade was aimed directly at the head of the person leading the way on the official road. If she let go at this moment, she could shoot an arrow through the person's head. Kill him! The son will pay for the father's debt. The bowstring was fully drawn, and the scarlet in the pair of peach blossom eyes was hard to suppress. He was about to let go, but a man rode forward and happened to block Yun Murui. The man was wearing a dark silver battle robe, and his body was straight, even though he was so far away, and there was a layer of bamboo hat between them. Su Rao could easily feel it. I don't know what he said to Yun Murui. The team sped up. Father! Su Rao's scarlet eyes suddenly faded, and the arrow that was already fully drawn was not shot. Father was sent to help with the disaster, she murmured. Then my eldest brother must follow. After turning her eyes, she found Su De in a line of people, leading the team with food and supplies. Taingwuan County was hit by a snowstorm, and the Langjing garrison could not move. But someone from the Su family must go there. If it wasn't Su heir, it would naturally be Su's father and his family. If she shot Yun Murui at this moment, Su's father and Su De would be blamed. The red color in the peach blossom eyes gradually faded and turned into light pink. The bow and arrow fell. Su Rao kept looking until the team disappeared from sight. She closed her eyes and opened them after a breath. All the killing in her heart was locked again. Daddy, big brother, Rao will never let you suffer. Kick the horse's belly and go downhill. The cold wind ripples, driving the robes and tight clothes to sway gracefully. The bamboo hat is blown up, and the biting cold sweeps across the face, making it more sober and clear. Go down the slope, go up the official road, and gallop back. At the same time, several horses galloped on the same official road as Su Rao, and the disguised Prince Yi and Emoing and his subordinates. My lord, there is a small road 20 miles after this road. If we go there, we can arrive at Taingwuan County 2 days earlier than Prince Yunlang and his men. Along the way, Emoing told Prince Yi about their route to Taingwuan County. The black python robe was replaced with an ordinary brocade robe, and the black silk had covered the sword-drawn face. The cold wind blended with the cold and indifferent feeling around him, and he felt ordinary. The surrounding scenery quickly retreated and passed by. The distance of more than 20 miles was just a moment. From a distance, the figures coming towards each other collided into each other's eyes, but they just glanced casually and passed by. Su Rao didn't know that the group of people who brushed shoulders with her were Xian Ichi Xiao and others. And Prince Yi didn't know that the young man in white was the young Master Xiao whom he rushed to Taingwuan County to meet. So they missed each other. Young Master Xiao has always been in a fluorescent red, but now Su Rao is in a white dress, without the iconic red mandala on his forehead, and the ugly sunken triangular scar is only covered with powder, and there is a hat to cover her face. So naturally no one would think that she is young Master Xiao. Back and forth, staggered away, horse hooves trampling. After returning to Langjing, Su Rao went to Uncle Hao's house to change out of her men's clothes, and put on her clothes as Su Rao. After putting on a hat to cover her face, she went straight to King Fengju. As soon as she arrived at the back door of Yunwang Mansion, the only door of King Fengju, she saw the figure of Yuhua standing quietly at the doorstep. He was the only one in the moonlight door. The sun cast a lingering grace around him. Bathed in the sun, he was coated with a layer of golden light. Such a scorching light The darkness in Su Rao's heart was difficult to emerge, suppressed by the golden light. The layers of deepness in her heart caused by such a threat, and the depression that had been suppressed all the way were gone. Su Rao stopped. Her face was very ugly. Her heart was surging. But she couldn't get angry. Facing such a Yunji, she couldn't get angry. As if she was angry, it would be unforgivable. I know you are angry. And I also know you must want to strangle me to death at this moment, since you have already promised. Why do you regret it and dare to threaten you? After saying this, Su Rao stopped. But Yunji approached. Each step was so indifferent, walking leisurely in the garden. When he was 3 steps away, he also stopped, with a faint smile on his lips. This smile made Su Rao feel even more irritating and unbearable. He actually smiled. And he smiled so easily. Yunji, do you really think I dare not touch you? A low voice. The curled jade fingers suddenly moved, and a cold wind passed through the neck of the person in front of him. The white jade buckle on Yuehua's coat was broken, and Yuehua's coat fell to the ground without the jade buckle. Suddenly, the cold winter wind poured from Yuehua's robe and penetrated his skin. Yunji's face seemed to be pale for a moment, and his throat moved as if he was about to cough. But he suppressed it by force. This change was only a moment. Yuehua was still calm, but the jade hands under the sleeves of Yuehua were sweating. The daughter of the Su family. There is nothing she dares not do. Yunji is such a broken body. If you can calm down, then do it at will. She took another step closer and stretched out her jade hand, holding a moon-colored exquisite dagger. She placed the dagger in Su Rao's hand and pointed it at her heart. Su Rao was stunned. Yuehua dagger. Warm jade dagger handle. Warm feeling went straight into the palm. Just like the Jiyue man in front of him who put life and death aside. He should be a banished immortal from heaven who does not care about worldly fireworks. Unstained by mud. Unattainable. But why does he feel like he has fallen into this mortal world at this moment? And his Yuehua style is stained by the dust of the world. Give me a reason. The palm was warm, but Su Rao suddenly felt hot. She loosened the dagger and stepped away, and the hot palm fell back to normal. The dagger fell to the ground with a clang. Reason? Yunji smiled warmly, and his body seemed to warm up, and the cold wind was dispelled. The goods in the Lian Pavilion were robbed, and Xian Ichi Xiao went to Taiyuan County to meet Master Xiao. If he met Master Xiao, then everything a Jing had done before would be in vain. When we passed by each other in the bamboo forest of Wanlu Temple, you were too dazzling. So dazzling that you attracted Xian Ichi Xiao's attention. Because of this, Su Rao stared at the person in front of her with her bright peach blossom eyes. For a moment, her eyebrows were tightly gathered. She understood what Yunji meant. If she went to Taiyuan County as Master Xiao, Xian Yi and Chi Xiao would see him. They would know that Master Xiao was the woman in red who appeared in Wanlu Temple. It had nothing to do with men or women, and nothing to do with identities, but a feeling, a terrible intuition. Then everything Yun Mujing did for her would be in vain. For Yun Mujing, threatening her to come back was really well-intentioned. Yunji, you are just wasting your time. There was a hint of coldness hidden in her bright peach blossom eyes. If Xian Yi and Chi Xiao were Han Machin, and she didn't want to pretend anymore, her disguise couldn't give her the peace she wanted, the peace her father and mother wished for. She would not sit and wait for her fate to be arranged again. In a daze. You care so much about Yun Mujing, and don't want him to be in vain for what he did for Su Rao. You want to soothe his guilt. But do you know that Su Rao can be at ease? Can accept that guilt? You don't know. And I don't know either. If I were Su Rao, I wouldn't accept it. Because Yun Mujing owed a life. Su Rao's life. And now, I am Su Rao. I can't. And I won't accept it. What I did is done. And what I did is wrong. Any compensation is useless. Because I will never give up. The jade hand in the falling moonlight sleeves trembled slightly. And Yunji was silent. After a moment, he turned and walked into the moonlight gate. His face suddenly pale. Since you can't accept this reason, well, then another one. Yesterday evening, the prince was ordered to go to Taiyuan County for disaster relief. Taking this opportunity, he wanted to use Mr. Xiao to lead you there. The voice seemed to be clear. If the prince handles this matter properly, the fourth prince will definitely be suppressed by him. He will definitely take action this time. If Su Rao goes there for Mr. Xiao, she will encounter the ambush of the fourth prince on the way, and the prince will help her in times of crisis. The clear voice seemed to pause. Su Rao must be in Langjing at this time. After the words fell, the person disappeared, and Yuehua's figure disappeared from sight. Yun Murui. Mumbling, Su Rao pursed her lips slightly. Yun Murui took action? And is he going to kill two birds with one stone? Yun Ji. I accept your reason. But it can't offset the fact that you threatened me to come back. I said that Su Rao is not a good person. And you don't have to be a good person. I won't be grateful to you for this. Turned and left. Also, I don't need you to interfere in my affairs again and again. The red figure disappeared. The two reasons Yunji said were the real reasons for threatening her to come back. Su Rao believed them all. Because Yunda said that concubine Shu was hosting a banquet. With Yunji's status and position, he didn't need to think at all. Just one word would do it. Prince Jiyu didn't like crowds. And he had his own rules for teaching Su Rao. What could concubine Shu do to him? King Fengzhi was quiet. And the cold wind blowing past was desolate. Yuhua, who had disappeared inside, appeared at the door again. I know you never like to be controlled. But I have to intervene. I am not a good person. What I do is just for... Suddenly he coughed and gasped. And there was a little blood at the corner of his mouth. Prince, Yun Ling and Yun Feng's faces changed drastically. At this moment, in the fourth prince's mansion, as Yunji said, the study was scattered with papers and books on the floor. And the teacups and utensils were broken. That Wenshu figure. At this moment, the Wenshu between his eyebrows turned into gloom. And the head was covered with dark clouds. Xian Ti knelt on his knees, still not daring to breathe. Su Rao left King Fengzhi, feeling extremely bad and angry, and changed into a man's outfit, shy young man, and went to Zayaju. The painted boat cruised on the lake, singing and dancing. The graceful figure, the luxury of Zayaju, the singing of the orioles, and the beauty of the swallows. A glass of wine. In Huanyang's wine pavilion, lying casually on the chaise longue. The wine slid from the corner of her mouth and sank into her white and slender neck. Hey, what's going on? Huanyang twisted her waist and walked over gracefully. Seeing Su Rao getting drunk like this, her eyebrows were furrowed and she snatched the wine cup from her hand. My wine is all silver. How can you waste it like this? Silver. Su Rao sat up. Her eyes were pink, and she looked around. This young man's outfit could not suppress her dazzling aura. She took out the Xiaoyao order from her waist and threw it directly on the table beside her. There was a clang. Can this be replaced? She grabbed the wine cup again and lay down again, crossing her legs. If not, then owe it to me. If not, then I will give you my body. If she was drunk. Her eyes were blurred with intoxication. And she started to gurgle again. How dare I? You are now the second master of my Zayaju. You can drink whatever you want. And I can still control you. Huanyang had no choice but to take the Xiaoyao order and put it in Su Rao's arms. This can't be thrown away casually. Su Rao glanced at it sideways and then patted her arms. My beautiful lady. Is this thing really that useful? Why does your master think so highly of me? Could it be that your master is greedy for me and wants to take me for himself? She seemed to be drunk and started talking nonsense. But I want to see him. But you still haven't given me any news. Miss Huan, your master is even more elusive than me. Master Xiao. You say, why hasn't he appeared yet? Su Rao. What happened? Huanyang knew that Su Rao was not drunk. She could drink thousands of cups without getting drunk. Let alone just half a cup. What made her so irritable? After another sip of wine, Su Rao sat up. And the drunkenness on her face disappeared. After a moment of silence, she spoke. I regret giving the identity of Master Xiao to your master of Zayaju. Uncle Hao is missing. But I can't go find him. The jade fingers curled up. And the wine cup cracked. The crystal-like wine seeped out, staining Su Rao's fingers and dripping on her bamboo blue clothes. Painting a landscape. With rich colors. Uncle Hao is missing. Putting down the round fan in her hand. Huanyang's brows furrowed even more. What happened? There was a snowstorm in Tiangu Pass County. And the goods in the Lian Pavilion were robbed. With just one sentence, Huanyang understood immediately. And then stood up and left. We have people in Tiangu Pass County. I will ask them to find them with all their strength now. Don't worry. I will send a message to the two guardians Xiaoyao from the master's side. Once the master appears, I will immediately inform you. Su Rao's eyes flashed, and then smiled, with a hint of teasing. Miss Huan. I won't say thank you. It's too polite. If Miss Huan needs it, I, the young master, can pay it with my body. I can't afford to pay with the body of Mr. Xiao. How dare I offend you? I'd better leave it to the master. After all, the master has already occupied it. Huan Yang was not teased by Su Rao at all, but choked Su Rao. The cracked wine cup made a loud noise, and the wine spilled all over the table, staining the chaise longue and dirtying the fine silk. Su Rao stood up, patted her butt and left. If you want to occupy me, you must win my heart and obey my wishes. Otherwise I will not obey you, the playboy said, raised his eyebrows, and disappeared by the window in a romantic manner. The evening scene of the twilight. Another night of dusk fell. In Songha Hall, except for Su's father and Su De, all other family members gathered here. My dear granddaughter, you were not in King Fengju. Why did you come back? General Su asked, stroking his beard with a loving expression. But when his fierce eyes swept across the others present, he brought out anger. Did you tell Rao about the eldest brothers going to Tianguiguan County? Especially his eyes fell on Su Wu. Su Wu immediately shook his head and waved his hands. It was not him. Definitely not him. Su Wu did not stay in the 8th Prince's mansion for even one night. Just after the night court ended last night, he learned from the 8th Prince that Su's father and Su De were assigned by Emperor Yu to accompany the prince to Tianguiguan County for disaster relief, and immediately returned to the mansion. General Su's eyes fell on Su Er again. Was that you? Su Er did not speak, nor did he have any other extra reactions, but his eyes stayed on Su Rao. Grandpa, it's not the 5th brother or the 2nd brother. It was Yun Ji who said that concubine Shu would hold a banquet to raise funds tomorrow. He liked quiet time, so he sent me back to avoid being disturbed by people from the palace. Besides, my father and eldest brother were only going to disaster relief, not to fight. There was no danger. Why didn't they let me know? Putting all the responsibility on Yun Ji. Su Rao didn't feel guilty at all, even though Su Er's eyes fell on her, especially after she said this. Su Er's indifferent eyes were more solemn. So it was Prince Jiyu. General Su's anger was gone, and he pulled Su Rao over and patted her on the back of her hand. What he said was completely nonsense. Rao, your efficiency is not good. Why haven't you taken down Prince Jiyu yet? You have to use all your pounce, touch, and hands. Father. Su's mother hurriedly stopped General Su from speaking. How could he instigate Rao like this? Father, it's not early yet. Rao and the eldest sister-in-law have to go to the palace tomorrow morning. Su's second uncle also coughed. General Su's nonsense made the whole family speechless. General Su stroked his beard. He didn't feel embarrassed at all, but still waved his hand to disperse the collective family meeting. Su's mother hadn't seen Su Rao for a few days. She took her to the house and talked to her privately. A daughter should be reserved and self-disciplined. She must not act recklessly again. She must not listen to what her grandfather said. And she must not act like that again. Su Rao nodded and agreed one by one. When she left Su's mother's house, it was already dark. The candlelight in the corridor illuminated the night sky. Su Rao and Su, who had returned, just walked out of Su's mother's yard and saw a figure standing outside the wall. He was hidden in the darkness, but he could not hide the indifferent aura around him. Su Rao knew that Su Er would not believe what she said, so she walked over and lowered her head silently, waiting for Su Er to ask for punishment. But there was no sound for a long time. When she looked up, Su Er had gone far away. Her eyebrows twisted, and she looked at Su, and then chased after her. Second brother, if you are angry, just beat me. Don't be so silent. Su Er paused again and turned his head. A heavy breath. Su Rao lowered her head again. When she came back like this, even if the second brother didn't think about it, he would think that she must have provoked Yun Ji again. In the second brother's heart, Yun Ji would never be wrong. And Yun Ji would never be wrong. The air was quiet, and the quiet feeling even stopped the cold wind at night. And the bare willow branches around also stopped swaying. Her skin was cold because of the heavy cold. But at this moment Su Rao felt her face was hot. Su Er's gaze was too hot. So hot that her face was burning. He must be very angry. After a long time, she heard a voice in her ear. I went to King Fengju to find my younger sister before, and I was angry because my second brother was too reckless. My second brother said that he would not ask about my younger sister's affairs anymore. But my younger sister should remember one thing. Yun Mujing is a royal son, and the emperor's most beloved son. If you like him. Su Rao looked up suddenly. Her reaction, the surprise and slight shock in her eyes, were so clear and transparent that even in such a dark night, Su Er could see it clearly. The corners of her mouth showed a little arc that was almost invisible under the cover of the night. Although my younger sister likes to do things recklessly, she knows her limits. I don't ask why you come home so late. My second brother will not ask why. My younger sister has grown up, and she will handle what she did herself. Turning around, she left again. This time Su Rao did not chase after her, and slightly pressed the corners of her lips. Since when? The second brother has been talking more and more to her. Warm family. Second brother? I don't like Yun Mujing. Suddenly, Su Rao raised her lips, and her bright eyes curved into a crescent. Dazzling beauty. Yun Mujing is just a curiosity of my childhood. If this is called liking, then I am afraid that I can't even count the number of people I like. I don't know which mountain valley he has been in. It turns out that the second brother is not completely trapped in the Duke Gao's mansion. After 3 days, Zhao Lianqing also came out of the ancestral hall. 3 days of reflection made Zhao Lianqing's face a little pale and weak. She is like a short orchid. At this moment, her beautiful eyes like clivia flowers have a faint dark color, as if the clivia orchid is covered by the sudden thick black clouds. And the charm of Zhong Lingyu is also rendered in heavy colors. Miss? Xuan looked distressed. Zhao Lianqing shook her head lightly, and the emotions in her eyes were completely suppressed. She regained her charm of Anji Tingwan again, and was beautiful and graceful. She walked with a limp, and was supported by Xuan to walk back to Xianxiang Garden. The next morning, the sky and the earth were once again desolate. In the second half of last night, heavy snow fell again. The snow that had finally melted covered the entire Langjing city again. The falling snow bent the branches of the willows, covered the streets and alleys, and also covered the glazed bricks and tiles of the Yun Palace. The women of the Su family went to the Yun Palace for a banquet. Su's mother, Su's second aunt, and Su's third aunt shared a carriage. And Su Rao and Isu shared a carriage, one in front and one behind, going to the Yun Palace. With a creaking sound, the ruts left by the carriage rolling over the road did not stop for even a moment, and were covered by a layer of newly fallen snow, eliminating the long wheel marks from the general's palace. The closer she got to the Cloud Palace, the tighter her jade fingers, hidden under her bright red sleeves, curled up. However, her fair face did not show any signs of being forced to endure, but was calm and peaceful. Her bright peach eyes were always closed, and the peach color at the end of her eyes was just the peach color of peach eyes, without any red color. Su Rao was very calm and even calmer. The scar on her left forehead was even more eye-catching because of her fair face. It was so eye-catching. It reminded everyone who saw it that this was the ugly girl of the Su family. The dandy, lustful and perverse ugly girl of the Su family. Even if her face was fair, she was still ugly, because the ugly scar on her face could never be erased. This was the ugliness that she would never get rid of in her life. Su Rao went to the Cloud Palace this time, and her makeup was only slightly modified. Her delicate contours were not so outstanding, and her skin color was not covered up. After all, she had been using the flower dew of the Lian Pavilion for the past few months. Moreover, Emperor Yu also rewarded her with so many rouges and powders from the Lian Pavilion. As a crazy fan of Mr. Xiao, how could she not use the rouges and powders of the Lian Pavilion to make herself look beautiful, so as to show her absolute love for Mr. Xiao in this life? Miss, although Su Rao was calm and even calmer, how could Isu not know the torment she was enduring at the moment? She was about to enter the former Great Qin Palace, the home where she had lived for almost 6 years, but now it was occupied by her enemies, who took it for granted. And today, when she entered the Cloud Palace, she might meet the executioner. The hatred of destroying the country and destroying the family. The hatred of killing her father and mother. Isu, it's okay. Don't worry. I'm just Su Rao. She opened her eyes. The darkness in her eyes was completely hidden, and the corners of her mouth curved slightly. She had already prepared herself. Even if the enemy was in front of her, she would shrink in her shell and live in accordance with the wishes of her father and mother, just to live in peace and let them sleep in peace in the underworld. 9 years ago, on the towering ochre-brown heavy palace gate, the 2 words Great Qin were written in large strokes. But now the two words Cloud Palace are dazzling and eye-catching. Su Rao got off the carriage and looked up. As soon as the darkness in her heart began to grow, she was firmly locked by the shackles of parental love that appeared outside. This shackle has been in her heart for almost 10 years. Rao Rao. Don't let hatred destroy you. Mother and father just want you to live well. The drooping and curled jade fingers were held by a pair of gentle hands. Rao. You have your mother by your side. Rao is just like when you were a child in Yun County. Don't be nervous. This is also Yun Palace. But it is a little bigger than the Yun Palace Rao has been to. There is no difference. Su Rao turned her head and looked at the mother in front of her with a loving mother's face. She thought that she was looking at Yun Palace like this just because she was here for the first time. So she was nervous. So she held her hand like this to give her a sense of security. Rao. Don't be nervous. Our Rao is the daughter of the general's mansion. It's just a trip to the palace. Why should you be nervous? Aunt Su San also spoke. Although Aunt Su Er didn't say anything. She looked at Su Rao with a gentle face. Mother. Aunt San. It's just a trip to the palace. It's not like Rao hasn't been there before. How could she be nervous? Rao is not a paper tiger. She raised her chin slightly, held the hands of Su's mother and Aunt Su San on the left and right, and called Aunt Su Er, and walked into the palace gate with her head held high. The wide open steps and the dandy steps made the guards at the gate secretly step back, as if they were afraid that Su Rao would suddenly pounce on them. The reactions of these people were all included in these bright eyes, and also fell into the eyes of Su's mother and the other two. Su's mother just glanced at Su Rao, and didn't say much to let Su Rao be reserved and walk well. The Su family never scolded Su Rao for her frivolous behavior. The daughter of the Su family had the capital to be eccentric, and she didn't need to care about other people's eyes. Following Madame Lu, who was sent by concubine Shu to pick them up, they went to Bihua Pavilion. The snow was vast, and another layer of Cloud Palace fell, and the flower umbrella in her hand was also covered with a layer of snow. Along the way, Madame Lu's eyes always fell on Su Rao from time to time, quietly looking at her, praising her with Su's mother. But she did not lose her identity as concubine Shu's personal nanny, and was not humble. 3 ladies. Miss Su, please follow me. Entering the 3rd palace gate, Madame Lu raised her arm and pointed to the road on the left. The front court and the harem are separated in this palace gate. To the front is the former court, the prince's eastern palace, the emperor's bedroom, as well as the imperial study and Luantian hall where state affairs are handled. To the left is the harem, where concubines live and sleep. To the right are the various departments of the palace, including the library, the imperial hospital, the imperial kitchen, and other inner palace departments. 10 years have passed, but Su Rao is still so familiar with the layout of the palace. She can see her childhood figure in every inch and every corner. Although she is an adult soul, she will tease the gentle woman awkwardly, making her laugh and cry. Then she said helplessly, Rao Rao. Mother can't laugh anymore. Mother's Rao Rao should continue to be a little adult. Whenever mother said this, father would pick her up and then smile proudly. My little princess is the smartest little princess in my great Qin. Looking forward, through the layers of palace eaves and pavilions, the white snow fell on the restored East Palace. But it was no longer the same palace as before. Just like her dark heart, even if it was intact, it had lost all its enthusiasm. Miss, Isu said in a low voice. Su Rao retracted her gaze and followed Su's mother to the left. As soon as she took a step, she suddenly heard a burst of extremely urgent footsteps coming from the front road, and the emperor's carriage suddenly came into her sight. Then followed many civil and military officials. All hurried steps. Su Rao's footsteps suddenly stopped. The bright yellow canopy hanging on the imperial carriage covered the face of the person inside. But the bright yellow dragon robe and majestic figure attracted Su Rao's peach blossom eyes to the blood color 9 years ago. And the person who killed her father in front of the Luantian palace also completely overlapped with it. Su's mother and Lu Ma and other servants also stopped. The servants then knelt on the ground and prostrated themselves. And Su's mother and the other two also knelt to greet. Su Rao looked back, and the blood color in her eyes became clear for a moment. But her straight knees did not bend because the imperial carriage came from far to near. Rao, hurry up and pay your respects. Seeing this, Su's mother whispered and pulled Su Rao's bright red sleeve. Her knees were bent, and Su Rao squatted beside her mother. But she had not yet kneeled. Isu followed suit and bent her knees and squatted. holding Su Rao's clenched white hand. And the other hand holding the umbrella was also clenched pale. Princess. The imperial carriage was in a hurry, as if something big had happened. But in an instant, it disappeared outside the third palace gate, leaving only a layer of dense footprints on the ground of the palace road that had just fallen another layer of snow. This was the imperial carriage just now. What happened in such a hurry? In such a snowy weather? How can this lady think that it is leaving the palace? The blood color inside had completely dissipated, and there was a hint of curiosity in the peach blossom eyes. Rao. This time, Su's mother grabbed Su Rao's arm to stop her from talking. You can't say such nonsense about the emperor's whereabouts. Another group of hurried footsteps came from the right side of the palace road. The person leading the way was Yun Zongwan, followed by the imperial physician. And their steps were particularly hurried. Yun Zongwan felt out of breath from running, with a layer of fine sweat on his forehead. Seeing Su Rao and the others, he did not have time to greet and ask, and hurriedly followed the imperial carriage with the imperial physicians. It was so urgent. Something must have happened. So many imperial physicians went together. For some reason, Su Rao's heart suddenly beat, and she thought of Yun Ji for no reason. His face seemed a little pale yesterday. Madame Su. When the words were heard, a group of people also walked on this palace road in a harem. Empress Yao and concubine Shu and others, as well as some official wives and young ladies who had arrived at Bihua Pavilion. Zhao Lianqin was among them. The canopy blocked the snow. She supported concubine Shu, and the anxiety on her face was easily noticeable. With just one glance, Su Rao knew that Yun Ji must have been in trouble, because in Su Rao's cognition, Zhao Lianqin would be so anxious only if Yun Ji was in trouble. And she was almost anxious to the point of losing her modesty as a young lady of the Zhao family. Sure enough, Queen Yao spoke up. And just now there was news from the Yun Palace that Prince Ji Yu vomited blood and fainted. And Yunling came to the palace with the Yun Palace badge to get medicine. There were no medicinal herbs in the King Fengja medicine garden. But now he came to the palace to give medicine. When Emperor Yu learned about this, he immediately asked all the imperial doctors to go together. The fundraising banquet set up by concubine Shu was cancelled. This was the last sentence Queen Yao said. Except for this sentence and the first sentence, Su Rao did not hear the other words clearly. The imperial carriage and the imperial sedan chair went to Dongxing Street, and the officials and their families who entered the palace returned to their respective residences. Miss, the carriage of the Su mansion also returned. Isu held Su Rao's hand. Seeing that she was so quiet since she heard Yun Ji vomited blood and fainted, Isu was a little worried. Su Rao went and came back. Isu already knew the reason last night. Today, Prince Jiyue. Is he really so weak? Su Rao murmured, feeling a little complicated. The carriage passed the intersection of Beiyang Street and Dongxing Street, and Su Rao suddenly stopped the carriage. She wanted to go to the Yun Palace. Let the driver inform Su's mother. Since Prince Jiyue was her teacher, he vomited blood and fainted, so she should go. Su's mother didn't say much. Just one sentence. Let Su Rao take care of herself. Outside the Yun Palace, the imperial carriage and the imperial sedan stopped one after another, and Emperor Yu and the queen hurried inside. The imperial doctors who came with them did not stop for a moment, and they all followed Emperor Yu and the queen to Qifeng residence in a hurry. All the princes and ministers above the third rank followed. When they reached the outside of Qifeng residence, they were stopped by Yunling, who only allowed Emperor Yu and the imperial physician to enter. Even Queen Yao was stopped outside. Yunling, Brother Jiyue has vomited blood and fainted, and you are still stopping us. The 8th Prince Yun Miyue was so angry that he was about to rush in, but was stopped by Queen Yao. Yun Mui also grabbed the 8th Prince's arm and told him not to make trouble. Butler Yun, Prince Jiyue is sick. Have you invited Master Hui Shan to come? Prime Minister Yao stepped forward and said this. His old and wise eyes were full of concern for Prince Jiyue, but there was a sense of darkness inside. Duke Xiao on the side also expressed concern, but his eyes quietly fell on Prime Minister Yao. What is this old thing planning? So earnest. Yun Bo bowed. Thank you Prime Minister Yao and the Duke for your concern. The prince has sent someone to invite Master Hui Shan. The second son Su galloped. The prince will be fine. The brick and tile walls. The winding path is deep and secluded. The candles are burning inside the heavy stone door. A gorgeous coffin is parked in the center, and there is a plaque on the altar in front, engraved with the spirit tablet of Imperial Concubine Jing. Yun Mujing knelt on the futon. holding the sleeve quiver in his hand. The girlish tenderness between his eyebrows is particularly obvious. Obviously, under this slightly dim light, it is only felt that she is a beautiful woman. Her long black hair was scattered. The jade crown was thrown casually at her feet, and the jade belt around her waist was also thrown casually on the ground. The shoe brocade purple robe was spread out, revealing the inner clothes, and the belt was loose and particularly sloppy. The sleeve quiver was dismantled and installed and dismantled, and so on over and over again. After a long time, his eyes fell on the spirit tablet again, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. But it was bitter. My brother told me that I just couldn't let myself go for so many years. Around never hated me. Mother! I believed it. It turned out that my brother lied to me again. He lied to me that mother would come back. But mother lay in the cold coffin and never woke up. My brother lied to me that Around didn't hate me. But in fact, she hated me more. Suddenly, he pulled the trigger, and a sleeve arrow went straight into the gap in the brick wall. A sharp sound of teeth grinding. Mother! My brother said that the best way to deal with war is to attack the enemy's plan. The next best is to attack their alliances. The next best is to attack their soldiers. And the next best is to attack their cities. The same is true for dealing with people. Attacking their hearts is the best. Arao used this very well. She spent 8 years to make me understand that she would never give up. In fact, I have never known Arao. The real her. The one in front of me. The one who played with me. The one who said she would protect me for her whole life. Are all fake. As hypocritical as those people. The sleeve quiver in his hand suddenly fell to the ground, making a clanging sound. Mother! I have never lacked protection. What does it matter if I lose Su Rao? She doesn't want to associate with me. And I don't care about her anymore. She wants me to torture myself. But I don't want to. Your Highness. Something happened to the prince. This voice came from outside the stone gate. Su Rao's carriage also stopped in front of the moonlight gate of King Fengju. There was no one outside this door. Su Rao got off the carriage and walked over. But she didn't intend to enter through the door, but was ready to jump over the wall. The moonlight door was opened, and Yun Feng walked out. Su Rao's steps that were about to jump stopped, and her eyes fell on Yun Feng. Yun Feng's smile disappeared, and the feeling of a smiling tiger completely disappeared. Very calm. Before he fainted, the prince said that if Miss Su came back, he would take his people away. Miss Su was right. The prince should not interfere in Miss Su's affairs. And he is not qualified to manage Miss Su. Su Chui and Su Can came out from the door. The moonlight gate was closed, and Yun Feng disappeared. Although Yun Feng's words were particularly calm, the anger he suppressed inside could be easily detected. Miss Yi Su pursed her lips. It seems that Prince Ji Yu really... Chui Can. Yun Ji really vomited blood and fainted. Asked. Su Rao did not leave. Su Chui and Su Can walked forward and nodded. Yi Su, you go back first. If Grandpa and the others ask, just say that I stayed in the Yunwang mansion and will not go back for a while. After saying this, she moved her feet and jumped inside. Yi Su wanted to shout, but seeing the bright red figure disappear, she could only stop talking. Miss Su Rao had just jumped in when 2 cloud guards appeared and stopped her. Miss Su, please leave and don't force us to take action. Wanlu Temple is more than 30 miles away from Langjing. Even if my second brother rides fast, it will take at least an hour and a half to go back and forth. After saying this, Su Rao looked at the 2 dark guards, who blocked her way, and looked at the corridor not far away, where Yu Feng was. Last time Master Hui Shan treated Yunji, I was by his side. Although I am not proficient in medicine, and do not have a photographic memory, I can see clearly and remember clearly the acupuncture points that Master Hui Shan applied that day. Yu Feng walked out, glanced at Su Rao, and walked to the backyard pharmacy. The 2 cloud guards understood and made way. In the pharmacy, the human body acupuncture point map was placed on the table. Su Rao did not say anything more, but walked over, picked up the brush on the table, and circled the acupuncture points in her mind one by one, including the acupuncture points that were not marked on the table, and checked carefully to make sure there were no omissions. Believe it or not. Try it or not. It's up to you. She stood up and left. Yunji. The previous matter was written off. The sun was shining, but the snow was still falling. The sun and the snow were blending together, which was a very normal natural phenomenon. The sun and snow would not last too long. I think this snowstorm would stop soon. And Xiner begs you. Please let Xiner go. In Shuan Palace, Zhao Lianqing begged. Concubine Shu had never gone to Prince Yun's mansion. She was pregnant, and it was inconvenient for her to go. Zhao Lianqing was also kept by concubine Shu, and was not allowed to go. Xiner, do you know what you are doing now? You are the legitimate daughter of my Zhao family. A lady of noble descent. How can you kneel like this? Get up. Her eyes were slightly angry. Concubine Shu would not agree. She would not let Zhao Lianqing go to Prince Yun's mansion. Zhao Lianqing couldn't get up. And if Brother Jiyue gets hurt, Xiner won't be able to live. And please let Xiner go. Xiner begs you. Xiner really can't live without Brother Jiyue. Lianqing, do you know what you are saying? Xu Guifei slammed the table in anger. Madame Lu hurriedly stroked Xu Guifei's back. Your Majesty, please don't be angry. Hold tight. You are still pregnant. You must not be so angry. And Zhao Lianqing counted directly. Her eyes red. Lian Xian lost her mother when she was young. It was Aunt who watched Lian Xian grow up and protected her all the time. Lian Xian could become the only legitimate daughter of the Zhao family. Lian Xian has never forgotten Aunt's teachings. Aunt did everything for Lian Xian's good. Lian Xian understood that Lian Xian also wanted to do something for Aunt. Although Brother Jiyu was weak and blind. Brother Jiyu was Yunlang's Jiyu prince. Your Majesty, Xiao Detzi wants to see you. A somewhat hurried report outside the palace interrupted Zhao Lian Xian's next words. Xiao Detzi is actually Eunuch Detzi. He was assigned by concubine Shu to follow Yun Luoling to the temporary palace to take care of Yun Luoling. But now he is back in the palace. Concubine Shu immediately let Eunuch Detzi in. Eunuch Detzi was in a mess, with bruises all over his body, all because of Yun Luoling's beating. Yesterday, Yun Luoling learned from 2 gossiping palace maids that Master Xiao had gone to Taiyuan County. So she sneaked away with 2 maids. She was discovered by Eunuch Detzi, who not only did not stop her, but also whipped her with a whip, leaving her skin and flesh torn. After being discovered, Yun Luoling directly threatened the guards guarding her to accompany her to Taiyuan County. If the guards did not listen, she would tell Emperor Yu that those guards bullied her. The guards were so threatened that they could only follow Yun Luoling to Taiyuan County, and let the other 2 guards escort Eunuch Detzi back to the palace, and report to concubine Shu. Linger. Xu Guifei stood up suddenly. Her abdomen suddenly clenched, and she felt that she had a miscarriage. And, my lady, Zhao Lianqing and Madame Lu hurriedly supported Xu Guifei. Quick! Go and get the imperial physician. Madam, I'm fine. Xu Guifei covered her abdomen with her hand, and shook her head. After a moment, she looked at Zhao Lianqing. Xiner, Aunt asked you to go to the Yun Palace and find the 4th prince. You must bring Linger back no matter what. The emperor and father must not know about this. Yun Luoling left the palace without permission, and went to Taiyuan County. As soon as Eunuch Detzi reported it to Xu Guifei, the 4th prince also knew about it. Prince Jiyue was fine. He went to the palace to get 100-year-old Ganoderma lucidum, because the Yun Palace was short of it. But he didn't expect to alarm Emperor Yu. Now Prince Jiyue has woken up, and taken medicine to rest. Prince Jiyue is fine. So the princes and ministers left King Fengju, and waited in the front yard to avoid disturbing Prince Jiyue. As soon as the 4th prince left King Fengju, Xuanyi whispered in his ear. 7th princess went to Taiyuan County? Yun Muyi suddenly smiled warmly at the corner of his mouth. And the haze that had arisen in his heart since the night court the day before suddenly disappeared. Your Highness, Su Er and Prince Jiyue. Xuanyi spoke again. Su Er went to ask Master Huishan for Prince Jiyue despite the wind and snow. Now it is completely certain that all the good things Prince Jiyue did to Su Rao were because of Su Er. Even if Xuanyi didn't say it, Yun Muyi was sure. And his eyes suddenly became dark again. It seemed that a certain idea in his heart was made up because of this matter. Inside Qifeng residence, Master Huishan took the human acupuncture point diagram handed over by Mr. Zhu. If it weren't for the young lady of the Su family, I'm afraid the prince wouldn't have waited for the master to arrive this time. After saying this, Mr. Zhu's eyes fell on Su Er, who was standing beside him. During the days when Su Rao was in Qifeng residence, Mr. Zhu only saw Su Rao from a distance twice, when Su Rao was jogging in the morning, and never said anything. He also had the same view of the Su family's playboy daughter as the world, until Yifeng gave him the diagram. The acupuncture points circled on it were so accurate and detailed, which must have been studied thoroughly by the human body acupuncture points to be so accurate, which made Mr. Zhu particularly surprised. Mr. Zhu, there is no need to be so surprised. I am just taking shortcuts and doing unorthodox methods. Su Er retracted his gaze towards the inner room and glanced at the diagram. In the inner room, Yunji was breathing lightly. His face was pale, without a trace of blood, and he was sleeping lightly at the moment. However, after Su Er said this, his fingers seemed to move a little, but it seemed that they did not move. Zhao Lianqing also came to the Yun Palace, but she did not enter again. Prince Ji Yu was fine, and Emperor Yu had important matters to deal with in the court, so he said goodbye to old Prince Yun. If Ji Yu had any problems, the Emperor's uncle would definitely send someone to tell me. After these words, Emperor Yu and Queen Yao left the Yun Palace, and as soon as they came out, they saw Zhao Lianqing. Emperor Yu knew Zhao Lianqing's thoughts about Yunji very well. Since Emperor Yu intended to marry Su Rao to Yunji, he would not let Zhao Lianqing ruin his good deeds. But Emperor Yu also knew that Yunji accepted the poems and essays given by Zhao Lianqing every year, so he just waved his hand and told him not to disturb Ji Yu's peace. When Emperor Yu spoke, Zhao Lianqing could only stop. Emperor Yu came to the Yun Palace this time, and the morning court had not yet ended. Because of Prince Ji Yue, the morning court was interrupted, and there were still many state affairs waiting, especially the snow disaster in Tianguan County. The ministers of various departments followed Emperor Yu back to the palace to continue the morning court. The fourth prince also followed back to the palace to continue the court. Zhao Lianqing also left. Knowing that Yunji was fine, she put down her worries. In addition, Duke Xiao was there again, so she did not hesitate too much and followed Duke Xiao to leave, letting Shulan find the fourth prince. It was quiet outside the Yun Palace. At the corner of Dongxing Street, Su Rao came out, dressed as a shy young man again, and kept looking until the imperial carriage disappeared in her eyes, and the red around her peach blossom eyes gradually faded. She held a hidden weapon in her drooping hand, but she did not make a move in the end. If the emperor is assassinated at this time, there will be chaos in Langjing, and it will fall into the hands of Yun Muyi. Once the prince receives the news, he will definitely return. By then, father and elder brother, and Uncle Hao and the others. A breath suddenly approached. Su Rao noticed it, and quietly put away the hidden weapon in her hand. Pretending to be just passing by, she took a step to leave, but a big hand pressed her shoulder, restraining her and preventing her from taking another step forward. This little brother. You are so sneaky. Is it still so good to peek? These words. These voices. The peach blossom eyes narrowed quickly. Yun Mujing also walked in front of Su Rao. And seeing Su Rao's shy face, he really didn't recognize the wrong person. It was indeed that seventh prince? I am just passing by. Why does the seventh prince like to catch me so much? I am normal, although I look a little thin, but I am not a child. Why does the seventh prince? Second Master Su, please judge this for me. I really. These words came out abruptly, and Su Rao's eyes fell on the door of the Yun Palace at the right time. Yun Mujing turned around and looked. There was no second Master Su. Boy, you dare to play. Turning around, Su Rao had already disappeared. Being played like this, Yun Mujing suddenly curled his hands. A green vine. You dare to play tricks on me like this? Very good. After saying this, a shadow chased Su Rao. Yun Mujing glanced at the direction where the shadow left and chased after it. Since Emperor Yu had left, Yun Mujing knew that Prince Ji Yue was fine. The anxiety in his heart disappeared. He had to catch this sly boy. There was definitely something wrong with this person. Su Rao flashed into the alley, knowing that the shadow behind her was chasing her closely. She kept shuttling into various alleys, and her speed was so fast that only a residual shadow was left. But she couldn't get rid of the shadow. Just like a dogskin plaster, Su Rao's eyes were deep and lingering. Soon, Yun Mujing caught up, and the shadow disappeared abruptly. No breath at all. This kind of ability can only be done by the golden-clothed secret guards raised by the royal family. The golden-clothed secret guards are only responsible for the safety of the emperor. But Yun Yu didn't expect that he cared so much about his son. Suddenly, Su Rao slowed down her pace. A hint of coldness suddenly appeared in her eyes. And gradually, as if she was exhausted, she gasped and stopped running. There was no road ahead, blocked by the wall, and she seemed to have run into a dead end. Boy, keep running. Yun Mujing caught up with him. But he didn't feel any breath at all. Seeing Su Rao breathing heavily, he waved his hand and said that she couldn't do it anymore. Couldn't run anymore. And didn't chase her. He strode over and pinched Su Rao's shoulders. The force was so great that Su Rao could hear the sound of her bones cracking. And there was a crisp sound. And it was the same position again. Yun Mujing gritted his teeth. This sound was Su Rao's own voice. Yun Mujing was stunned immediately. Su Rao raised her head. Because she had been running for so long. There was a bright red color around her eyelids. Her bright eyes were set off by the bright peach blossoms. Yun Mujing was stunned by the peach blossom eyes. Although he looked like a strange and shy boy. Su Rao saw this. Her eyes were deep and deep. She suddenly grabbed Yun Mujing's hand on her shoulder and turned it. There was also a click. Yun Mujing's shoulder was dislocated. And he groaned. Su Rao. Yun Mujing murmured softly, with a layer of cold sweat on his forehead. Su Rao snorted coldly. Yun Mujing. How many times do you want to hurt me? Pushed away. Looked at Yun Mujing's eyes with easily perceptible hatred. Mixed with a obscure complexity. Pressed her shoulder. Turned around and walked away. Yun Mujing staggered and barely stood still. He could see the emotion in Su Rao's eyes clearly. His shoulder was dislocated. So he bent it directly. There was another snapping sound. And it was put back in place. He shouted softly. You hate me. I can give you my face as compensation. Compensation. Su Rao paused. Turned around. And sneered. What can you use to compensate? Can you afford it? With your face? She took out a handkerchief and wiped the powder on her forehead directly. The ugly scar appeared. Just floating on her forehead. Eye-catching and glaring. I am a royal family of the great Qin dynasty. Can you afford to compensate? You can't. You can't afford to compensate for Su Rao's life and your face. Yun Mujing. You have no right to be annoyed. And you have no right to be angry. Su Rao died 8 years ago. She died that night. Even if I let you blame yourself for 80 years, it won't make up for it. I just want you to feel guilty and live with this guilt and pain. Turned around and continued walking. Guilt. Guilt. Yun Mujing pressed his shoulder. His eyes were stunned again. The scar in his eyes stabbed his heart. And seeing the young man was about to disappear from his sight, Yun Mujing suddenly shouted again. Arao. You can still say so much to me. So brother didn't lie to me. Is it right? Su Rao paused again. Her eyes were deep and dark. And there was a hint of coldness at the corners of her mouth. Then she walked out of the alley and left. As if she didn't hear Yun Mujing shouting. And didn't understand what Yun Mujing meant. Dead girl. You are so cruel. And your disguise is so good. Rubbing his shoulder and cursing. Pan Anji's appearance reappeared charm. Painted bones and painted skin. Natural. Su Rao walked away from this alley. But stopped again in another alley. Seeing Su Er blocking her way. He was full of indifference and his breath was calm. Su Rao was stunned for a moment. Second brother. How long has he been following? Su Er looked at her steadily. Without saying anything. And walked over directly. Then walked away under Su Rao's gaze. Su Rao didn't understand for a moment. But saw the direction Su Er was going. He was going to find Yun Mujing. This realization made Su Rao hurriedly take 2 steps forward to block Su Er. Second brother. Su Er stopped. The whole path seemed to be suddenly set up with a layer of gravity, making Su Rao feel difficult to breathe for a moment. And she was so pressed that she dared not breathe. Is this what you said you don't like? With just one question. Su Er's eyes fell on the scar on Su Rao's forehead. Su Rao understood what he meant. If she didn't like Yun Mujing, such an ugly scar ruined her face. She would still be entangled with Yun Mujing like this. And she didn't learn her lesson. She pursed her lips. Unable to explain. She could only remain silent in the end. The falling snow stayed between heaven and earth. This snow stopped in just an hour. And the sun went down. In Zayaju. In Huan Pavilion. Su Rao rubbed her brows. And a feeling of powerlessness rose again between her brows. My second brother said that he would not ask about my younger sister's affairs. But Yun Mujing ruined your face. She was silent. Su Er left this sentence and did not go to Yun Mujing again. He turned and walked away. But Su Rao knew that with just this sentence, Su Er would not easily not ask about this matter. He would definitely check. Even when Su Er left, she still told Su Rao about the entanglement between Su Rao and Yun Mujing. She also told Su Er that it was just her childhood playfulness. Not just Yun Mujing's fault. She was also responsible. This was not her excuse for Yun Mujing. She just didn't want Su Er to have another entanglement with Yun Mujing because of Su Rao's affairs. And then be hurt by Yun Mujing. Heart injuries are difficult to heal. And even if they heal, they will leave scars. I have seen your expression like this several times in just 2 days. Even though there were several incidents in the Lian Pavilion before. You have never been so worried. Su Rao. No matter what. It will be resolved in the end. Wan Yang patted Su Rao's shoulder comfortingly. Su Rao turned her head, put down the hand that was rubbing her forehead, and shook her head. She was fine. But she suddenly felt a little tired. A lie could only be explained with countless lies. And she had to face her family. But she was Qin Rao. Not Su Rao. No matter how she tried to be Su Rao. She was not the real Su Rao. This meant that she could not tell the truth. Let alone speak the truth. She could only tell a mixture of truth and lies. Wan Yang. Do you think it's hard to be a human being? Do you also feel tired sometimes? Today, I was facing a conspiracy that might be in the vortex. But it was broken by a kind-hearted person. I don't know whether it's true or not. Nor do I know whether he did it on purpose. Do you think there are really such kind people in this world? Su Rao asked this question in confusion. The human heart. It's the most complicated thing. Wan Yang stood up and walked directly to Su Rao's side. I have been in Ziyaju for so many years. And I never believe in what is good. Kind people can't survive. But just 3 years ago, the young man in red, dressed in bright clothes and riding a horse, kicked down the young Marquis of Ingongho Mansion, who robbed the commoner girl outside my Ziyaju. Heh. The inner fatigue suddenly disappeared. And Su Rao's eyes moved with a smile. It turns out that Lady Huan fell in love with me at first sight, because of my compassion and love for you. And she couldn't forgive me after seeing me again. Pick up the wine cup and drink a cup. It seems that I have to offer my Lady Huan a cup of light wine to show my gratitude. Mrs. Huan suddenly glared at him. He is not serious again. I see that this gentleman has nothing to do. So get out of here. My Ziyaju is not a big charity. She stood up and walked away with a charming figure, without accepting the wine that Su Rao offered. Su Rao laughed. The wine went into her stomach, and she lay down on the chaise longue. Lady Huan, your Ziyaju is a place where you can be as happy as a fairy. I am reluctant to leave. How can I leave easily? Then leave the money. Okay. Throwing away the cup, he picked up the wine cup and drank directly. The clear and bright wine flowed down the white and slender neck, bringing out a touch of elegance. The sun set. The winter snow had not melted, and the darkness reflected a ray of light. In the alley during the day, the lingering wind and snow were dancing, shimmering the night sky. 2 figures wielded swords in the cold, their sleeves fluttering, rolling up thousands of piles of snow. One black and one purple. Fighting again. Su Rao didn't know that after she left. Su Er turned back. Yun Mujing, you can provoke me, but you shouldn't provoke my little sister. The words were indifferent, bringing out a sense of solemnity. Su Er stabbed Yun Mujing's neck with a sword, and a bloody streak was drawn. The blood was so deep that the blood instantly gushed out and dyed the Shujin purple run. A deep color. Yun Mujing covered the wound and took a step back, and the whole person was calm, looking at the indifferent figure approaching him. He saw its anger for the first time. Suddenly, a charming laugh. Su Yuma, you are so angry. Is it really just because of my past with Su Rao? Or you can't control yourself at all? The indifferent figure suddenly approached, directly grabbed Yun Mujing's shoulder injured by Su Rao, and trapped Yun Mujing between the walls. The uncontrollable anger. The sleeping lion in his heart seemed to be awakening. You said, what? The pain in his shoulder made Yun Mujing groan. But his smile became more charming. The second son of the Su family, unforgettable at first sight, actually fell in love with this prince. Yun Mu Jing. Shut up. You have a dirty mind and imagine this prince. And you don't let this prince say. The word stopped abruptly. The iron fist was aimed at Yun Mujing's face, but it hit the wall beside his ear at the last second. The smell of blood instantly filled Yun Mujing's nostrils. With this punch, Su Er seemed to be unable to control himself. Or he was furious because Yun Mujing had said so bluntly about his dark inner thoughts. Time seemed to stand still. Only the coldness under the night sky trembled. They trembled each other's faces, until the rough and uncontrollable breathing left. Su Er let go of Yun Mujing and took a step back. His eyes sank. You're right. I just can't control myself. I spent 3 years calming myself down. But you just came to provoke me again. From now on, I won't control myself anymore. If you don't like to dress up as a woman, then I'll let you dress up forever and dress only for me. Turning around, Su Er strode away. The vigorous figure brought a layer of strong wind. The falling iron fist pinched out layers of green vines, spraying over the entire arm. Blood dripped drop by drop, melted into the snow on the ground, like blooming manjusaka, bright red and dazzling. Su Yuma, you are a lunatic. Dreaming? With a heavy shout, blood on the neck came out again. Yun Mujing's eyes fell on the snow on the ground stained with blood, and his fists curled up and clenched. At this moment, in Qifeng residence, Prince Jiyue was leaning quietly on the bed. Master Huishan felt his pulse, and Yufeng strode in. Although Yunji couldn't see his expression, he knew what was going on from his rapid breathing without asking any more questions. My friend, you know how your body is, and I won't say more. If you continue to toss like this, how long will it last? I can't guarantee it anymore. Sighing and shaking his head, Master Huishan stood up and walked away, saying Amiba, compassion? Thank you, Master. Yunji understands. With a gentle voice and a cough, Yunji got off the couch. Yunling wanted to help him, but when his outstretched arm touched Yunji's body, it stopped and silently drooped down. Yunfeng was the same. Where's Su Rao? He went to sit on the bamboo couch, drank a cup of tea, turned to the window, and watched quietly. His body was a little thin under the Yuhua shirt, and he felt depressed and pale, as if he could die at any time. Yunling took the cloak and put it on her. Yunfeng then answered, Prince, Miss Su has found Zaiyaju. With the power of Zaiyaju, there will be news about Uncle Hao and others before tomorrow. Prince fainted. The fundraising banquet was cancelled, and Miss Su will definitely go to Tianguan County again. It is impossible to stop her. Seeing that Yunji did not react, Yunfeng and Yunling looked at each other again, pursed their lips, and after a moment, Yunfeng spoke again. I don't know what Miss Su means to you, and why you make thousands of plans for her. You don't cherish your body. I can't say anything about your decision, but I still want to say a few more words. If you want to worry about Miss Su, you must have a good body to protect her for a long time. After saying this, Yunfeng knelt on one knee, waiting for his punishment for talking so much. Yunling also knelt down. After another light cough, Yuhua covered her lips with her handkerchief, and Yunji turned to face Yunfeng and Yunling. Su Rao is not a bird in a cage, and I have never thought of restricting her freedom, and I have never wanted to decide for her how to go on the path she has chosen. I let her come back just to let her use the power of Zaiyaju. A Lian Pavilion cannot be her support. I just want to clear some obstacles for her in my limited life, so that her road can be smoother. For the rest of her life, no matter who or what she has to face, she can do what she wants without any scruples. For the first time Yunji analyzed his thoughts from the heart. Yunfeng and Yunling looked up suddenly. Yunji smiled. He just wanted to be greedy. Greedy for a little life with her. His life was too short, and he would never be her lover. She didn't want to pretend anymore. Sooner or later, everyone would find out that dazzling her. How could he selfishly hide her secretly? Hide her behind him, and belong only to him. Umo should be here soon. Between him and Jing, the sky was clear, and the clouds were floating in Wushan. The bright winter sun began to dispel and melt the snow from yesterday. The sun shone, and the white snow turned into water droplets, washing the whole street, clean and bright. The cold wind was still blowing, but it could not drown out the noisy words that had been heard since early morning. The conversation in Xiaoyao residence disturbed Su Rao, who was still asleep. Last night, concubine Shu was startled by a wild cat that came from nowhere, and she had a miscarriage. At midnight, all the imperial doctors were gathered in Shuan Palace. It took a night of tension to ensure that the air was safe and sound. Concubine Shu was frightened and uneasy, and the fourth prince immediately asked to fast for his mother at Wanlu Temple. Pray to the Buddha to protect the little prince and his mother. Emperor Yu was very happy, and the fourth prince was kind and filial, which comforted me. Approved. Benevolence and filial piety. I comfort, Su Rao murmured softly, with a strong mockery on her face. Hypocrisy. Su Rao. There is news. Huan Yang pushed open the door and walked in, holding a bamboo tube in her hand. Su Rao turned around suddenly and walked towards Huan Yang in 2 steps. Her steps were hurried. Su Rao. There is news from Tianguiwen County. Broken silk and satin were found in the northern mountain of Tianxian Valley Road. Uncle Hao and the others are alive. Before Huan Yang could continue to speak, Su Rao had taken the bamboo tube and opened it. A piece of satin broke the silk, which was the Qianhua satin in the batch of silk in the Lian Pavilion. Holding the silk tightly, a faint layer of pink and white appeared on the green fingertips. Su Rao's worried heart suddenly calmed down. As long as the person is alive and well. Huan Yang. Thank you. After saying thank you, Su Rao was about to walk away. Huan Yang grabbed her. Su Rao. There is one more thing. Last night, when their people were looking for Uncle Hao and his friends in Beishan, they met a group of people who seemed to be looking for Uncle Hao and his friends. Their people met the leader, who turned out to be from Zhuxian. Su Rao's footsteps suddenly stopped, looking at Huan Yang. A breath. I know. The dark color in his eyes did not emerge, but the eye sockets were dyed with color. It seems that whether Han Machin is Xianiqi Xiao or not is unknown in Ziyaju. Huan Yang also knows Su Rao's ability, since she did not show any surprise. Huan Yang immediately understood that the matter must be related to the court. She let go of her hand and said, take care, hold the Xiaoyao order. All the Xiaoyao guests in Tianguiwen County can be used by you. Come back safely. I will. Su Rao nodded and left, leaving Ziyaju. He walked to the opposite side of the cabinet and looked at it from a distance. Han. Mo. Chun. I hope we are not enemies. Then he turned and went into the mirror pavilion. Xiao Ji. Tell Ying about the land of Beishan. As soon as he entered, he told her the news he got from Huan Yang. Then he arranged for her absence and asked Xiao Ji to inform Isu. He drove the horse and left. He went in as a shy young man, and the one who came out was dressed as a woman. He wore a moon-white dress, a bamboo hat to cover his face, and was dressed like a woman of the rivers and lakes. He walked out of the back door of the mirror pavilion. Outside Langjing, a wooden white carriage stopped quietly between the pavilions on the official road. The horse pulling the carriage kicked its hind hooves from time to time, and lowered its head to eat the hay mixed with fallen snow on the roadside. Yunling quietly stood by the carriage, listening to the coughs from time to time in the carriage. He always tightened the long sword in his hand according to the frequency of the coughs. Tightened and loosened and tightened, and repeated this way. Prince. From afar, seeing the dashing figure riding a horse at high speed on the official road, I felt relieved. After waiting for so long, it finally came. Su Rao also saw Yunling, although the carriage was not the color of moonlight. As long as Yunling was here, Su Rao knew who was in the carriage, and her willow leaf eyebrows suddenly raised. The speed of the galloping gradually slowed down, and the cloak and hat swaying in the wind also stopped fluttering wildly, and the layer of snowflakes on the roadside that were dancing with the galloping also fell down, kicked the horse's belly, and walked forward. Didn't speak first. The coughing and panting in the carriage also disappeared, and the visitor didn't hear a single sound. Yunling walked away. The curtains of the carriage were not opened, and the windows were not opened. The quiet time was just a short moment, and a warm voice came out. Yunda and his men have found Uncle Hao's trail, so it's a good time to go there. I won't interfere with YCNE, and Qi Xiao are looking for Master Xiao. From now on, your affairs have nothing to do with Yunji. You said 3 times that you are not a good person, and Yunji is not a good person either. It's just that there are some debts. Only when both sides are cleared, there will be no more entanglements. Last night, you Mo hurt a Jing, but also fell in love with a Jing. All this is because of your actions. Su Rao, you can use any prince to achieve your goals, including Yunji, but you can't go after a Jing. You can break your childhood promise to a Jing, but just for your second brother, you can't hurt a Jing. Yunling came over and drove back to Beijing. Yunji, what do you mean by this? Su Rao's thoughts, which were stunned by his words, suddenly came back, and the horse's hooves stepped forward to block the way. Second brother and Yun Mujing. Yunji is not a pedantic person, and Miss Su is also ambitious. Yunji thinks that what Yunji said is clear and transparent. But Miss Su doesn't understand? The carriage went around and drove away. Su Rao was stunned until the carriage disappeared and turned into a black dot. Second brother. A hawk flew from the sky with a loud chirping sound. The hawks of the Lian Pavilion were specially trained to recognize the smell on Su Rao. Su Rao heard this and looked up at the sky. The hawk flew down and landed on the horse's head. The information of the Lien Pavilion was tied to its claws. The wooden bamboo tube was sealed with red. This was the urgent information of the Lien Pavilion. For a moment, Su Rao didn't care to think about the impact of Yunji's words on her. She immediately took the bamboo tube and opened it. Ying's message was that he and Yunda met Mr. Xiao in Tianguiwen County. Last night, they arrived at the dangerous valley road. Yu Wei 18, who had gone to Tianguiwen County earlier, was waiting at the narrow mouth of the valley road. He took Ying and Yunda up the mountain from the dangerous path that Uncle Hao and his friends found. As soon as they arrived at Tianguiwen County, the young Master Xiao appeared and came to find him. If he hadn't known that the young lady was in Langjing and couldn't come for a while, he would definitely have thought that person was the young lady. The young Master Xiao disguised by that person was so realistic that it could be mistaken for the real thing. Han, Mo, Chun, Xian, Yi, Shi, Xiao. Muttering solemnly, Su Rao put away the note, glanced at Langjing again, and finally rode to Tianguiwen County. What happened between Su Er and Yun Mujing? She would tell her after she came back. The galloping horse disappeared quickly. Su Rao left, and the wooden white carriage reappeared. Yunji held the same note in his hand, and the content on it was exactly the same as the message sent by Ying. The message from Yunda. There was another note on the small table, which was sent by Yun Wei Shiba. The message on it was almost the same as the one that Huan Yang told Su Rao, including the matter of Xian Ichi Xiao. But there was another thing. Covering his lips, coughing and wheezing, the two pieces of paper burned in the small stove and turned into ashes. Let's go! Yunling waved the whip and turned the car around, heading to the official road on the left. Then, he disappeared. Time on the road always passes in a flash. After a day of rushing, the sunset emerges from the clouds, and the golden light beautifies the horizon. Su Rao once again stopped by the stream where she and Ying rested last time. It was only 2 days, but the gap that was chiseled had already frozen again, and the ice was thicker than last time, and there was a layer of snow on top. Chewing dry buns and drinking strong liquor directly, Su Rao did not even build a fire, letting the cold night wind tremble her body. Her originally white and tender green jade fingers were now frozen and turned blue and purple. But Su Rao did not seem to feel it, and did not feel any trembling at all. In her mind, Yunji said that his words did not conceal the clarity of his heart. He knew that she was unwilling to be controlled by fate. He knew that she had high aspirations, and he knew what she wanted to do. She did not want to become a woman in the back house and waste her youth. He told her so bluntly, letting her know that the heart of Prince Ji looked at the world, and any conspiracy would be exposed in his heart, and there was no place to hide. Yunji, I suddenly feel lucky. Lucky that you threatened me to go back. Another sip of strong wine. The burning feeling in her stomach dispelled the chill around Su Rao, warmed her heart and lungs. If there was no threat, how could there be today's words of no entanglement? Now she knew that Yunji's kindness to her was not just because of Su Er. He did it for Yun Mujing, just to make Yun Mujing feel at ease. Su Rao, I seem to have accepted your favor again. The childhood promise? The promise between you and Yun Mujing? Suddenly I realized that I don't seem to have any reason to hate Yun Mujing on your behalf. Because I am not the real you. Useless dog slave. This arrogant and familiar voice suddenly came to my ears. Su Rao's eyes moved immediately, and her eyes narrowed slightly. You useless dog slaves. Let this princess rest in this place. Not far away, under the forest, on the official road, 7 or 8 attendants with swords in hand escorted a carriage that had just stopped here. The people in the carriage had not yet got off, but the arrogant voice had already been heard. Yun Luoling still had the same temper as always. She lifted the curtain and whipped the newly made whip in her hand on the carriage platform, making a clattering sound. The frightened horse almost raised its front hooves. The attendant hurriedly pulled the horse rope. Princess, please be patient. If you keep delaying like this, Master Xiao might have already left by the time you reach Tinggu Pass. The leading guard had disdain and annoyance towards Yun Luoling in his eyes. But he was servile and his quick words made it difficult for Yun Luoling to get angry again. She cursed again in anger, but she still endured it in the end. Su Rao hid behind a tree in the forest on the mountain and took in the whole scene. There is actually someone who can control Yun Luoling. So her eyes lingered on the guard for a few more times. Although he was just in ordinary attendant's clothes, judging from the way he held the sword and his vigilant look around, This person must be a person like the chief guard in the palace. Not an ordinary guard. Why did Yun Luoling appear here? Could it be? After a moment of thought, Su Rao's eyes fell on the chief guard again, and then quietly left without letting these people find her. After leaving the forest, he said, "Keep an eye on Yun Luoling," and continued on his way. Su Rao had no intention or thought to trip Yun Luoling up, and she didn't have the time to do such childish things at the moment. The horse's hooves disappeared, and a man in black appeared, the guard of the pavilion. He secretly stared at Yun Luoling and his gang. At this moment, the rescue team had also arrived at the dangerous valley. The mountains on both sides of the dangerous valley were towering and steep, and they were completely white at the moment. At a glance, there were two vast and cold snow-capped mountains. The thick white snow blocked the narrow valley, and there were also stubborn rocks sliding down from the mountains in the valley, so it was difficult for such a long army to pass. After discussing with Su's father, the prince first set up camp here and sent a small team to cross the dangerous valley road from the dangerous path. The prince sent a letter to Tianguiguan County to inform the governor and the garrison of Tianguiguan County. The baggage has arrived, and the road is open quickly. The night is cold, and the sky is clear for only one day, and snowflakes fall again at night. If the heavy snow continues like this, the disaster in Tianguiguan County will be even more difficult. I don't know how many people will be buried in the snow disaster. What can I do about the soul? In the tent, the lights were burning, and a man in armor walked in, whispered in Yun Mujing's ear, and took out two letters. One was written by the sixth prince. 3 things. One was that Yun Ji was seriously ill, and went to another residence to recuperate. Su Rao was taken away, and the fundraising banquet was cancelled. Their plan failed, and they might not have the chance to trick Su Rao to Tianguiguan County again. Niyun said that Mu Yi went to Wanlu Temple to escape, with the help of concubine Shu. He had already left from the back mountain of Wanlu Temple. The third is that the relationship between Su Er and Yun Mujing has become increasingly tense. 3 things clearly explain what happened in Langjing in just 2 days. Another letter was written by Prime Minister Yao. Prince Jiue's mind is deep and mysterious, and it is difficult to understand. This illness is too sudden. Let's put Su Rao's affairs aside for now, and find an opportunity later. Your Highness should concentrate on dealing with the disaster in Tiangu Pass County. The letter burned in the candlelight and turned into ashes. The sense of wisdom between his eyebrows brought out a cloud of dark pressure at this moment, and his breath was depressed. Then, he took a breath and tapped the table fiercely. Yun Murui said, "Yi Ting, evacuate all our ambushed people on Wanshan Panlu and join the men who are watching Yun Mui's whereabouts. If Yun Mui dares to come, I will make it difficult for him to turn over." "Promise." Yao Yiting bowed. There was a hint of clarity in his eyes. If the 4th prince, who went to Wanlu Temple, appeared in Tiangu Pass County to assassinate the prince, how angry would the emperor be if he knew? Just as he was about to leave, another whisper in his ear, "Since we don't need Master Shao anymore, tell Yang Weiyu to find a suitable time to release the gang in the casket pavilion and sell it to Master Shao as a favor." The vast snow blew all night, and there was no sign of stopping the next morning. On the contrary, it got heavier. A loud bang startled everyone in the tent. The dangerous valley road collapsed again, rolling down, and stubborn rocks fell. Even the only dangerous path was blocked and submerged in such snow. Yun Murui, Su's father, and Su De hurried out of the tent, and saw this situation. Their hearts sank. "Your Highness, this," Su's father said worriedly. Yun Murui also showed a sense of worry, and his hands behind his back were curled up. "We can't wait any longer. We must find a way to transport the disaster relief supplies to Tiangu Pass County. Otherwise, who knows how many more people will die in this natural disaster." As the crown prince of a country, Yun Murui had a plan for this avalanche. But it can be seen that such a snow disaster also touched his heart. "Your Highness, such a heavy snow." Su De also spoke. The heavy snow showed no sign of stopping, and it was getting heavier and heavier. The vast fog covered the world. If they rashly let the soldiers clear and block the valley road now, once the mountain collapses again, a few miles away from the Tianxian Valley Road, Su Rao stopped the horse. Even at such a long distance, she could hear the roar clearly, which showed the momentum of the avalanche. Her jade fingers holding the reins curled and clenched. Alone, staying far away on the hillside, the situation on the Tianxian Valley Road was only vague. She could only see a black spot in the vast white, and she didn't know where her father and elder brother were. Miss, that dangerous road has been blocked. Another guard from the pavilion came back after going to investigate the road conditions. Su Rao could think of this person without saying anything. Now even this only road was blocked. The disaster relief supplies could not enter. And she could not enter either. The entire Tiangu Pass County was completely blocked by heavy snow. Could the people inside just wait to die? She kept looking at the Tianxian Valley Road and observing the surrounding terrain. The two peaks of the valley road were steep, and it was impossible to climb in such a snowy environment. There were no other secret trails marked on the topographic map of the Tianxian Valley Road she brought with her. Turning his head, he looked towards the north again. The snow on the winding mountain was already thicker than his ankles. The trees in the mountains were all covered with white snow, like ice sculptures of jade trees. It was difficult for horses to walk through, and it was also difficult for people to walk. The goose feather snow had already fallen in flakes, just like cotton wool flowers flying all over the sky. Su Rao's hat and cloak were already covered with a thick layer. It was difficult to melt. After observing for a while, it was impossible to go to Tianguiguan County from the Tianxian Valley Road, and it was also difficult to go up from the north. Su Rao's eyes finally fell on the road to the west. If he took a detour from the west, it would take another day to reach the North Mountain. But if he went from the north, the snowy mountain road was too dangerous. Su Rao finally decided to go from the west. The guard of the pavilion said again, Miss, the terrain of Tiangu Pass is complex, and there are many caves in the Tianxian mountain range. This Tianxian Valley Road is a narrow gap formed by the collapse of a cave in a mountain. When I was investigating the road conditions, I found several caves at the west peak. I wonder if there are caves that go straight through. Go straight through caves. Su Rao looked at the guards, and then his eyes jumped to the Tianxian Valley Road not far away. If there is a cave that can go straight through the mountain, let's go to the west peak to have a look. After taking a last look at the Tianxian Valley Road, Su Rao still didn't know where Su's father and Su De were. Without any hesitation, Su Rao put away the Tianxian Valley Road topographic map, drove the horse downhill on the original road, and went to the west peak of Beishan. In the camp, Su De suddenly turned his head and looked at this hillside. Sir, what's wrong? Su Dan also looked over with a puzzled look. Nothing. Su De shook his head. How could he suddenly have the illusion that Rao was looking at them? It had been a while since he had seen Rao. At this moment, a figure was standing on the North Mountain. He looked so cold and chilly, but he still couldn't dispel the coldness he brought with him. His breath was cold and bloody. A trace of killing lingered around him. He brought out oppression. He was dressed in a black robe as always, and his slender phoenix eyes under the mask had been following Su Rao since she appeared. At this moment, he was still looking at her, and he didn't look away until Rao's figure disappeared and went far away towards the west peak. He just kept looking at her. My lord. One step behind him, there was a person waiting. This person was covered by a white cloak, and a corner of fluorescent red was revealed under the cloak. His face was completely covered by the cloak. I don't know what he looked like. This word was very respectful, but also mixed with a sense of caution. Xianichi Xiao has not given up yet, and is still looking for Xiao Ziyu to show up. Han Machin then retracted his gaze and glanced at the person who asked the question. No emotion at all. Xiao Ziyu. He leaped and disappeared on the North Mountain peak. The rest of his words were blown away by the cold wind on the top of the mountain. But this person heard it. Yes. In the North Mountain. In the mountain village. Swords and knives were clashing, and the snow reflected the light. You are really brave. Two people dared to break into my Beifeng village alone. With a rough voice, a group of bandits wrapped in fur cloaks surrounded Ying and Yuan. The leader was wrapped in a black bearskin cloak, tall and mighty, with a dark complexion and masculine features, but was marred by a long-standing knife scar across the bridge of his nose. You are so bold. A small mountain bandit dares to touch the goods of my Lian pavilion. This voice was particularly abrupt. Outside the mountain stronghold, a stunning figure jumped in. She was wearing a fluorescent red robe, and the red mandala on her forehead was blooming enchantingly. She flew directly towards the leader of the bandits, with a folding fan in her hand. The sense of hostility brought out a sharp murderous aura. Cut off the falling snow. The leader of the bandits was shocked for a moment and retreated repeatedly, bringing a layer of snow flying under his feet. Seeing this, Ying and Yunda also moved, and in an instant, blood filled the air. At this moment, Su Rao and the pavilion guard also fell on the west peak. The terrain of the west peak is slightly flatter than that of the north peak. There are caves of different sizes between the peaks. The entrances of the caves are icicles and barbs, and cold winds pour out of the caves. The pavilion guard looked at it and frowned. Miss, it seems that I have not thought it through. There are so many caves. Do they have to explore them one by one? Su Rao's eyebrows were also furrowed. Suddenly, she raised her hand and asked the guard to keep quiet. Then, her fair ears under the hat moved slightly, and her eyes looked towards a cave entrance in the north. There is someone inside. The guard also noticed it, and suddenly became alert. Let's go and take a look. It seemed like a child crying. Taking a step, Su Rao and the guard walked into the cave with light steps. On such a cold winter day, there was a layer of frost on the surface of the cave, and the snow was filled. The cold wind gradually disappeared as Su Rao and the others walked deeper into the cave, leaving behind a feeling of dampness. The cave was even darker, and even in the daytime, it was a little hard to see. They lit a fire and walked in the direction of the sound. Gradually, two curled-up little figures appeared in Su Rao's sight. Sensing someone, the slightly older boy hugged his crying brother tightly and looked over with vigilant eyes. There was no fear in his eyes, but a steadiness that did not belong to his age, and a hidden strength. Even at this moment, his body was trembling. I don't know if it was because of the cold or the sudden appearance of Su Rao and the others. Brother, don't cry. The bad guys are chasing you. Brother will protect you. The childish voice. Just a little child. But he completely protected his brother in his arms. The sight fell on Su Rao, as if he would fight to the death if Su Rao took another step closer. The curled little hand flashed a reflection in the candlelight, and in his hand was an extremely sharp dagger. His whole body became more and more tense. The clothes worn by the two children were also brocade and satin, which were not affordable for children from ordinary families. They must be from a wealthy family. Miss, seeing this, the guard was surprised and spoke again. Su Rao hushed again, and her ears moved again. Little kid, if you don't want to die, stay here and don't make a sound. This sentence was said to the older child. And then she looked at the guards and said, keep an eye on them. Then she turned around and walked out lightly. Outside the cave, the rustling footsteps gradually became clearer. Boss, we have been looking for a day and a night. Those two brats are probably frozen to death. Should we continue looking? Boss, why don't we go back? Go back? What the hell? I want to see them alive or dead. If we mess up the boss's plan, we won't be able to save our heads. Hurry up and find those two little bastards. I will skin them alive. Hearing the sound and the sparse footsteps, Su Rao was sure that there were only 3 people outside, and they were already walking towards the cave. Damn little bastards. So slippery. So fucking good at hiding. I'm freezing to death. The man came over, cursing and spitting. In the cave, Su Rao leaned against the wall and looked out quietly. The 3 people who came over all had their faces covered by cloaks, and each of them held a long sword in their hands. Su Rao's eyebrows moved. Her eyes fell on the handles of the long swords held by the 3 people. The handles were engraved with a pattern of juzi, which was usually only found on official swords. They were the county yamen runners of Tianguiguan County. This understanding. In just a moment, Su Rao's heart was determined, and a hint of darkness appeared in his eyes. A folding fan appeared in his hand, containing a needle bone of a weapon, sharp and bloody. Who? As soon as the other person shouted, a white light flashed in front of him, and the 2 people on the left and right had blood gushing from their necks. 2 bangs hit the ground, bringing a layer of snowflakes flying, and the blood was stained with snow. A chill pressed against his throat. The leader's pupils suddenly shrank, and he immediately begged for mercy. Spare me. Hero. Spare me. Tell me, who is the boss you mentioned? The boss's words ruined the boss's business. At this sensitive moment, Su Rao can only think of the Crown Prince Yun Murwei or the 4th Prince Yun Mui. Plus Yunji once said that the Crown Prince was planning, and met Yun Luoling on the road. Su Rao had to think so. Step forward. Walk forward from behind the leader. Lady. Spare me. Lady. Spare me. I don't know what you are talking about. I am just passing by. Seeing that it was a woman from the martial arts world, the leader begged for mercy even more. Passing by? Do you think I am a 3-year-old child? kicking a long sword that fell on the ground. Su Rao's meaning was very clear. The official sword is not something that everyone can use. Seeing this, the leader's eyes suddenly showed a trace of viciousness. Just as he was about to move his wrist, Su Rao kicked the man in the abdomen, and the folding fan in her hand also flew across, and the wrist tendons of the leader's wrist were directly cut. He screamed in pain. Ah! A dagger also fell from the sleeve of the leader and buried in the snow. Su Rao sneered coldly, walked over, and stepped directly on the heart of the man. The heart was bleeding, and the leader suddenly spit out blood. I have 100 ways to make you live a life worse than death. So you better know what's good for you. Oh, lady. Don't kill me. I'll say. He screamed in pain and begged for mercy again. Say. Su Rao moved his foot away. He was just a small soldier. How could he not be afraid of death? The leader covered his injured wrist and stood up, trembling with pain. Our boss is. The word stopped abruptly, and Su Rao had no time to stop him. The man was already foaming at the mouth. He fell to the ground with convulsions. There was a poison sac in his mouth. Damn! The jade fingers holding the folding fan suddenly curled and clenched, and the peach blossom eyes narrowed. After a breath, Su Rao squatted down and lifted the cloak on the man's body with the folding fan. The clothes inside were all county official uniforms. Wearing official uniforms and holding sabers, they chased people so blatantly. Was it because the two children's escape caught them off guard? Or were they so unscrupulous? The sky is high and the emperor is far away. Miss. After a word behind him, the guard took the two children out of the cave. This child said that he knew a place to go up to the North Mountain. The guard was talking about the slightly older child. Su Rao turned around and saw that the child's eyes fell on the 3 dead people. There was no fear in his eyes. His little hands covered his brother's eyes to prevent him from seeing such a bloody scene. You saved me and my brother. As a reward, I can take you to Beishan. The trembling voice was because of the cold, not because of fear. Okay. Since Su Rao first saw this boy, she never treated him as a child, because the steady and strong look in his eyes. And now he was so calm and fearless. This boy's character is definitely unusual. After searching the 3 dead people, they found nothing. They asked the guards to drag the 3 people into the cave, clean the blood at the entrance of the cave, and then took the 2 children to Beifeng. At this moment, in the back camp of Beifeng village, Ying and Yunda also searched all the rooms, but there was no trace of Uncle Hao and the others. No trace at all. Only the cut wooden ropes thrown on the ground, and the pools of blood on the ground. Ying, are you sure Uncle Hao and the others are locked up here? Xiao Ziyu squatted on the ground, touching the blood on the ground with his hand, which was not yet dry. It was not long since he left. After a killing spree, Ying and Yunda were covered in blood and their faces were slightly pale. But Xiao Ziyu was fine. Only his robe was slightly messy. His pair of peach blossom eyes were very similar to Su Rao's peach blossom eyes, with a faint peach color at the end of his eyes. His every move was romantic. The kind of romantic and elegant posture in his bones. Even if he was angry at this moment. I thought the subordinates of Prince Jiua had some skills, but it turned out to be nothing more than that. This was said by Yun Shiba. After Ying and Yunda found out the whereabouts of Uncle Hao and the others, they made a feint to the east and attacked in the west. They were exposed in front. So Shiba led people to sneak in secretly. But now not only Uncle Hao and the others have disappeared, but even Shiba is gone. Originally, Ying planned to sneak in, but his hiding skills were not as good as Yun Wei. That's why I let 18 go. So useless. Such a waste. If Uncle Hao and the others have any problems, this young master will never let it go. Not finding Uncle Hao, Xiao Ziyu was annoyed and got angry. His eyes fell on Yunda, and he was even more oppressive. Yunda was calm. Regarding the young master Xiao in front of him, the person in the Lian Pavilion, Yunda didn't say much, but looked at Ying. 18 will never miss a move. There must be some other accident. It's better to be so. Turning around, Xiao Ziyu left directly. Ying, according to the calculation, this urchin should have arrived at the dangerous valley road. This heavy snow. The dangerous road is probably blocked, and there is no way to go. You go to pick up Miss. I will take the people from the Lian Pavilion to find Uncle Hao. And then we will meet at the Wugu Inn. Don't be too credulous about other people. After all, they are not our own people. The red figure disappeared. Ying originally planned to follow him. How could he let this young Master Xiao take the brothers from the Lian Pavilion to save his father? But when he heard that, Ying stopped and understood the hidden meaning in his words. Didn't your lady say she wanted to see our master? Now the master is at the Wugu Inn. The master of Ziyaja finally showed up. Now is the best time to confirm whether he is the Prince Yi. If we miss it... The drooping hand curled up slightly, and Ying's eyes fell on the direction where Xiao Ziyu left. In a moment, her heart calmed down. If the owner of Ziyaju is Prince Yi, if he wants to use the young lady to do something, he will not let his father get hurt. If not, then his father will not get hurt. This opportunity may be the only opportunity for the young lady to confirm whether the owner of Ziyaju is Prince Yi, and she must not miss it. Ying, since your people have gone to find Uncle Hao, I will also go to find 18. 18 will never disappear without leaving a secret code. Something must have happened, so that he didn't have time to leave a secret code. Yunda was still the same, and Xiao Ziyu's words had no effect on him at all. He left in a flash. At noon, the heavy snow fell a little less. The whole Beishan was completely white. The snow on the other side of the mountain was even thicker, completely submerging the ankles and calves. The snow in the forest was trampled, and a group of people walked hurriedly, supporting each other. His steps staggered. Blood filled his body. Uncle Hao was there. When they reached a flat place, Uncle Hao raised his hand to ask the escorts and the people from the Lian Pavilion who came to rescue them to stop, and coughed while covering his chest. A little blood on the corner of his mouth. He wiped it off casually. We will take a short break here and wait for our benefactors. Everyone nodded. Uncle Hao, are you okay? A Lian Pavilion guard said with concern. Uncle Hao shook his head. It was just a minor injury. Not a big deal. Everyone rested. And Su? The sound of hurried footsteps came again. Uncle Hao suddenly became alert, and everyone also tightened their swords. From a distance, the person coming was seen in white clothes, with blood staining the hem, and the moon-colored mask. You weigh 18. Uncle Hao immediately strode over. Little brother, are you okay? 18 shook his head. It's not safe here. Uncle Hao, you guys go down the mountain first. I'll cover you. Little brother, let's go together. I'm afraid you can't leave. With a shout, the people behind chased after him. This group of people were dressed the same as the group that Ying and Yunda had killed. They were all bandits in Beifeng village, and their number was twice that of Uncle Hao and his group. My eldest brother is stubborn and doesn't know what wealth is. I'm not like that. He regretted it in the end. In the Beifeng Mountains, an extremely narrow and long mountain road winds up. One step and one platform. This is a small path built by humans. The location is extremely hidden. If there is no one to lead the way, Su Rao and his group will never find it. Holding the hand of the slightly older child, Su Rao's steps are particularly steady. The stone steps are covered with thick snow and are not very slippery. Along the way, Su Rao did not ask the two children anything until they came up to Beishan. Su Rao said, Xiao Shan, can you tell me how you know this hidden path up the mountain? Such a secret path is probably only known by hunters living nearby. But Beishan is actually a robber mountain. What hunter would be so bold as to settle here? Moreover, these two children. While asking questions, Su Rao patted the snowflakes falling on Xiaoshan's gorgeous clothes, and her eyes fell on Xiaoshan's two hanging hands. Beautiful sister. Beautiful sister. My brother and I grew up here since we were young. Before Xiaoshan spoke, Adi spoke first. The younger brother, who was crying in his brother's arms, had already forgotten the fear and terror. So lively, so innocent. This is the innocence and happiness that a normal child should have at this age. Adi was talking, but he blocked his mouth when Xiaoshan looked at him. Xiaoshan is very cautious. Indeed, he should not trust strangers easily. Su Rao chuckled. In that case, let's go! Su Rao let go of Xiaoshan and took a step back. Thank you for saving my life. Sister. The little guy bowed and bowed politely, pulled Adi and turned to walk away. But after walking a few steps, he suddenly stopped, turned his head and looked over, and said cleverly, on the way up the mountain, Sister has been wondering who Adi and I are? Su Rao's eyebrows moved suddenly. What a sharp child. So, she smiled and asked back, and her eyebrows under the hat moved slightly again. In such a heavy snowy day, two children were hunted for a whole day and night. Not only did they survive, But they also escaped the pursuit of the three people several times. Children like these cannot be those flowers raised in a greenhouse. Moreover, Sister held my hand, but touched my palm 3 times. My brother and I wore clothes from wealthy families, but our hands were very rough. Xiaoshan directly spread out his hands. His hands were blue and purple from the cold, and there was a thick layer of calluses on them. It can be seen that they are not children from wealthy families, but have been doing rough work since childhood. Sister, you came here for the missing goods. Right. Su Rao suddenly clenched her soft hands with this sudden voice. As expected, she walked over and grabbed Xiaoshan's wrist. What do you know? Su Rao's force was a bit strong. Xiaoshan frowned slightly. Let go of my brother. You are a bad sister. You are not allowed to hurt my brother. Adi was about to pounce on him, but was caught by the guards and held in his arms. Xiaoshan's brows deepened again, but he did not protect Adi as much as before. Just said, don't be afraid. Brother is fine. He looked at Su Rao again. Sister, I can feel that you don't want to hurt us. Because when I was climbing the mountain, my feet slipped, and sister hugged me. That reaction was very natural, and could not be faked. The eyes of a child, even if they are so smart as adults, the brightness inside is something that adults do not have. The heart of a child is bright and brilliant. The jade fingers holding Xiaoshan's wrist relaxed, and Su Rao chuckled. Xiaoshan is really smart. Not just ordinary smart. I think you two must have something to do with Beifeng village in Beishan. Xiaoshan's eyes showed that kind of vigilance again, although he hid well at this moment. How could he escape Su Rao's eyes? The smile on Su Rao's mouth suddenly deepened, and she was sure of her guess. Xiaoshan pursed his lips, looked at his brother, who was held in the arms of the guard, and looked at Su Rao. After a moment, he said, those bad guys didn't want to cooperate with Dad at all. They just wanted to use Dad. If the matter was exposed, our entire village would be wiped out by the officers and soldiers. Peach blossom eyes. A touch of burning. Collusion between officials and bandits. Sister, those uncles are fine, and the batch of goods has not been moved. I can persuade Dad to release those uncles. Sister, can you help us save Dad and save the village? Dad is not a bad guy, and the people in the village have never robbed good people. Just this time. The little hand curled into a fist. Dad always wanted him and his brother to go to private school, but they were the sons of bandits. So those people went to the second uncle, and the second uncle persuaded Dad to waver and fall for those bad guys. Xiaoshan, how can you be so sure that your sister has a relationship with those people your father arrested? Maybe your sister is just a passerby. You are such a smart child. And you told your sister what you know. What if your sister is one of those government officials? My sister killed those 3 people to save you. Maybe just to gain your trust. This is a test. Su Rao really admires such a smart child. And she thinks that this child is really a little similar to her childhood. She is mature because she has an adult soul. But this child is a real child. Mature at a young age. Such a smart child. But he told her everything he knew so easily. Sister's clothes. Xiaoshan's eyes fell on Su Rao's moon-white tights. He had seen that batch of goods, and there was a kind of fabric in it. Which was this kind? Su Rao lowered her head to look at her clothes. And then? She was speechless. So it is? There was a flicker in her peach blossom eyes. It seems that she is still careless. Expensive fabrics, like rolling snow yarn, are mostly found in the mansions of the upper-class nobles. How can ordinary people afford to wear them? Sister, you don't need that batch of goods. But the people who escorted the goods must be intact. Xiaoshan, sister is not a good person. She spoke very straightforwardly. Xiaoshan was stunned for a moment. After all, he is a child. No matter how smart he is, he can never compare to adults. Suddenly, Su Rao laughed again. Xiaoshan, why don't we make a deal? Sister is not a good person. She doesn't know how to repay evil with kindness. Sister's people are fine. Sister can see that you are so smart. As long as you ask your father to tell you why those officials want to move that batch of goods. Sister will be generous. But if sister's people are in trouble. Su Rao stopped talking after that. But Su Rao knew that with the child's intelligence, he knew what she didn't say. If her people were in trouble, she was not a good person. Blood debts must be paid with blood. If Uncle Hao lost a hair, she would let the whole village pay for it. Xiaoshan's stunned thoughts returned, and he looked at Su Rao, as if he was confirming the truth of Su Rao's words at this moment. The little guy had clear eyes. He looked at her for a moment, and seemed to be sure, and then nodded. Okay. After saying that, he looked at Audie in the arms of the guard again. The guard put Audie down at Su Rao's signal. Xiaoshan immediately hugged Audie, who was in tears again, and patted his back comfortingly. Brother is fine. Don't cry. Little man. Real man. Bleed but don't cry. Audie pursed his lips, tears in his eyes, but quickly wiped them away. Sister. Let's go! Xiaoshan held Audie's hand again, and took small steps into the thick snow. Su Rao also took steps. The snow on the top of the mountain was so thick that it submerged her ankles. The two little people walked more difficultly, but they did not complain. It seemed that they had long been accustomed to this kind of living environment. The children of the poor have to grow up early. Su Rao knew this sentence, and had seen it many times over the years. But such a strong child. Su Rao still felt a touch of pity in her heart. There are two peaks on the north peak of Beishan Mountain. Over the second peak is the territory of Beifeng village. The cold hurricane shuttled through the white snow trees in the forest. The falling snowflakes gradually stopped as time passed until they stopped completely. In the endless white, only small dots could be seen moving slowly. Just as the two adults and two children reached the forest on the top of the second peak, Su Rao stopped again. Her eyes narrowed suddenly. Someone, both the guard and Xiaoshan, saw her reaction. Xiaoshan quickly blocked Audie's mouth and shushed Audie to keep quiet. Su Rao gave the guard a look, asking him to protect the two children again. She looked forward and flew away with a light tap of her toes. There were two people in the forest. One in black clothes, cold and indifferent, and the other in red clothes, blazing and elegant. The wind and snow were lingering around, dancing gracefully. Prince Yi is chasing so closely. I have never offended Prince Yi of the Siamese kingdom, but I have come to Tiangu Pass. The folding fan turned in her hand, and her peach blossom eyes looked around. Mr. Xiao is joking. Ruifeng's eyes were also scrutinizing, with a sharp face and a sharp charm. I heard that Master Xiao's disguise skills were amazing, so I came to Yilang specifically to make friends with him. But I didn't expect that Master Xiao would leave. It was a pity. Now that I know that Master Xiao is here, I am very sad. As he spoke, he took a step closer. More friends. More paths, Master Xiao. What do you think of what I said? He grabbed the rotating folding fan, and his peach blossom eyes moved gently. After a moment, this person chuckled. Oh, make friends? That depends on how sincere Prince Yi is. They looked at each other, and some words didn't need to be said explicitly. The two of them moved and left this place, heading to the other end of the forest. After the two left, Su Rao appeared. Those peach blossom eyes were full of indistinct deep feelings at this moment. Su Rao came over, but didn't get close, and didn't hear the conversation between the two. But she could see their clothes clearly, and even more clearly the fierce face of Prince Yi. This was the second time Su Rao had met Prince Yi, but she still remembered him clearly. Han, Emo, Chun, Xian, Yi, Shi, Xiao. The drooping jade fingers suddenly curled up and pinched. You are indeed the same person. The Prince Yi of Juxian. The real Mr. Xiao. It's really like looking in the mirror. After a moment, Su Rao turned around and walked back, not following him. Compared with Han Imo, Chun, Xian Ichi Xiao, Su Rao cared more about Uncle Hao and the others at this moment. As for why these two people are here and what they are doing, Su Rao does not intend to alert them at this moment. The enemy is in the open, but we are in the dark. She wants to see what Xian Ichi Xiao wants to do. Is he using her? Or does he want to do anything with the identity of Mr. Xiao? Or the entire Su family? A hint of coldness appeared in the peach blossom eyes, which seemed to merge with the cold air around him. Beifeng village. The blood on the ground stained the vast white snow. The messy footsteps trampled the snowy scenery on the mountain. The branches broke. The fire rolled. And it was a mess. Dad. Seeing this, Xiaoshan screamed and dragged his brother into the mountain village. There was no one in the village. No living people. Only the stiff corpses. And a layer of snow had already fallen on them. Buried like this, Su Rao could no longer take another step. And her eyes fell on the blood on the ground. Blood-stained snow. It was so bloody again. There was no sympathy in her heart, because these dead people were all bandits. Even if Xiaoshan said so, bandits were bandits, and they didn't know how much blood was stained on their hands. They deserved to be killed like this. There was no sympathy in her heart. But it was hard to bear such a bloody scene. The scar that could not be healed. At this moment, she was cut open again by a knife. And the deep red blood flowed instantly, reflecting the pair of bright peach eyes. And the red color gradually emerged at the end of the eyes. The fire and the scene in the Wantian palace were reflected in the depths of her eyes again. And it seemed that she heard the wailing again in her ears. The land was filled with grief. Kill! 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 Father! Mother! Su Rao suddenly came back to her senses after hearing such a shout. Her clenched hands were covered with sweat and trembled. Xiaoshan and Adi turned over all the stiff bodies lying on the ground and pushed open all the houses. There was no trace of their father and mother. Even when facing those 3 dead people, the person was not afraid. But at this moment, she stepped in panic and spoke in panic. Su Rao seemed to see the little girl 9 years ago. But she couldn't panic, couldn't be confused, and couldn't cry and scream like this. All the hysteria could only be suppressed in her throat. Taking a step, Su Rao walked over in 2 steps and held Xiaoshan in her arms. Xiaoshan, if you can't find anyone, it means your father and mother are alive. Don't cry. Don't panic. Sister will help you. Look together. The calm voice brought out a faint hoarseness. Like the sleep before crying. Sister, it must be them. It must be them. My brother and I ran away. They were afraid that my father would regret it. So they destroyed the whole village. It must be them. The rough little hands were tightly clenched. And the childish voice brought out such familiar hatred. I wish I could peel off his skin. Eat his flesh. Gnaw his bones. And pull out his tendons and bones. The pair of bright eyes were also stained with a layer of mist at this moment. A feeling of red. Su Rao looked at it. And her heart suddenly trembled. The trembling made it difficult for her to control her body. She suddenly understood why her father and mother wanted her to live well, and not to seek revenge. It turned out that such hatred could be so hideous, and it could distort the kindness left in her heart. Xiaoshan, sister will take you to find it. Holding Xiaoshan's shoulders and squeezing them hard, she asked the guards to take Adi away first, and wait for them in Tianguiguan County. Su Rao took Xiaoshan along the messy bloody footsteps, and trampled snow in the mountains to find him. Su Rao did this not to save the bandits, but only to prevent the child in front of her from having hatred in his heart and becoming another her. In the twilight of the night, there was no star to accompany her, only the half moon, floating up from the foot of the snow-capped mountain alone. At the foot of Beishan, Uncle Hao and his party bowed. We were able to escape safely this time, thanks to your great help. I am grateful for your kindness. Uncle Hao, it is not suitable to stay here for a long time. You should take your brothers back first. Those people in Beifeng village moved my box and robbed my goods. There was a hint of killing in his peach blossom eyes. Xiaoziyu turned around and looked at 18, and Yunda again, holding the fan, clasping his fists. What I said in the afternoon was reckless and harsh. I would like to thank you two here. And I would also like to ask you two to escort Uncle Hao and others back first. 18 and Yunda looked at each other and nodded. Young master, you won't go back? Uncle Hao covered his chest. His face was pale, and the corners of his mouth were dry, with several cracks, but no blood. Uncle Hao, you go back first. I still have things to deal with. Xiaoziyu didn't say what it was, but Uncle Hao knew that although they had escaped, the goods of the Lian Pavilion were still in Beifeng village. Okay, young master. Remember? Be careful. After a word of admonition, Uncle Hao and his party left with Shiba and Yunda. What do you think of my sincerity? Young master? Prince E, who had never spoken, took off the black cloth on his face at this moment. Moing and other subordinates behind him also took off the black cloth. Xiaoziyu turned around, holding a token in his hand. Today, with the help of Prince E, my brothers in Lian Pavilion did not suffer heavy losses. It is an honor for Xiao to be friends with Prince E, who is so powerful in the Siamese country. Prince E looked at it, took the token handed by Xiaoziyu in a breath. He also took out his own token from his bosom. It is an honor for the prince. Xiaoziyu took it, said nothing more, and left with Qigong. Your Highness, Master Xiao, just left like that? Moing stepped forward. His words brought out a hint of confusion. Master Xiao didn't even ask the prince why he was looking for him. Wasn't he curious at all? Prince He stroked the Xiaoyao token in his hand, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised an arc. Every time he talked about Master Xiao, there would always be a heavy breath around him. And at this moment, this heavy breath completely disappeared, although it was still so cold and indifferent. Return. The night forest was bitingly cold. And the bleak figure. The slender white jade fingers covered Xiaoshan's eyes to prevent him from seeing the messy corpses in the forest. The palm was icy. That was cold tears. Xiaoshan. Do you believe me? The blood in the forest in front of me is even bloodier than the blood in Beifeng village. The white snow scene is stained with blood. The bushes are broken. The limbs are broken. And the mess destroys the natural forest beauty in winter. The smell of blood is pungent. I can't promise you that your father and mother are still alive. But I can promise you that if your father and mother are still alive, I will help you find them. The little fist squeezed out the green vine. In a moment, Xiaoshan pulled Su Rao's hand down, wiped his tears, and his eyes were filled with the blood in the forest. He looked at it for a long time, then walked over, holding the snow in his little hands, and buried the frozen people in the village one by one with the snow. Time passed by, and Su Rao just watching the little figure bury his relatives. She didn't help, let alone persuade. To her, these bandits deserved to die. But to Xiaoshan, these people were his family and relatives. The waning moon had already jumped into the sky. In the cold of the middle of the night, his trembling hands and feet seemed to have lost all feeling, and were stiff and difficult to bend. Xiaoshan came over, looked up, looked at Su Rao for a breath, and bent down. Sister, thank you. With just these 4 words, Xiaoshan fell down and fainted. His 2 little hands were already purple and blue from the cold, and his face was even bluer and purpler. Su Rao was quick and caught him. The little person in her arms was almost frozen stiff. The internal force in her palm warmed the child's body. No need to thank me. I'm not a good person. I just felt soft-hearted for a moment. And I didn't want to see another helpless self appear in front of me like this. Picking up Xiaoshan, Su Rao turned and went down the mountain. At the foot of the mountain, the horse galloped, and Ying also rode over. He went to Tianxian Valley Road to pick up Su Rao. But he didn't wait for anyone. On his way back, he met the guard who went to Tianguiguan County. He learned about the people they met and immediately rode back to Beishan to look for Su Rao. At this moment, in the mansion of the governor of Tianguiguan County, candles were burning. In the study, a man in brocade clothes had a gloomy face. A man on the opposite side knelt on the ground, looking very embarrassed, with blood all over his tiger skin cloak and disheveled hair. Sir, you have to save me. Second boss. What's going on? How did Mr. Xiao appear in Beifeng village? How did he know the whereabouts of the goods? Yang Weiyu said in a deep voice. The second boss covered his chest with a very ugly face and a gloomy look. Sir, it's my eldest brother. He changed his mind at the last minute. So the people in the cabinet found the whereabouts of the goods and brought people here. Oh, so your village has been destroyed? Yang Weiyu asked again. The second-in-command's face suddenly darkened. If it weren't for that elder brother Elm, how could the village be destroyed? If he hadn't stopped Master Xiao, how could he have been attacked from all sides and suffered heavy casualties among his brothers? Second-in-command, please stand up first. With a flash of his eyes, Yang Weiyu came over, bent down, and helped the second-in-command up. Second-in-command is seriously injured, so he should recuperate in this mansion first. With very gentle words, a sharp dagger suddenly appeared in his hand. The second-in-command's abdomen suddenly gushed blood, and his eyes widened in disbelief. You! The tall body slammed with a bang. It hit the ground. At the same time, the sound of swords colliding was heard outside the house. In a short moment, blood filled the air, and the bodies lying in all directions fell to the ground and died. Every knife was fatal. The bandits in Beifeng village are rampant and wanton, burning, killing and looting. How could I, an official appointed by the court, collide with you? It's really ridiculous. Speaking righteously, but with a sneer of contempt on his face, Yang Weiyu threw away the dagger in his hand, took out a handkerchief to wipe the blood off his hands, and threw the handkerchief on the face of the second-in-command, who died with his eyes open. The door of the study was pushed open, and the captain of the county guard came in. Sir, it has been handled properly. He bowed and said, but sir, although Beifeng village has been destroyed, Jin Chao escaped. This person may be a future trouble. And how should we explain our actions to the prince? Yang Weiyu put his hands behind his back and glanced at the captain of the guard. saying meaningfully, Beifeng village hijacked the goods of the Lian Pavilion and was now destroyed by Master Xiao. Although I want to help Master Xiao, it is too late. The meaning of his words is that he has not found the right opportunity yet. And Master Xiao has already found out by himself. He was not expecting such an accident. As for Jin Chao, the curled palm suddenly pinched, and the murderous intent emerged. Beifeng village was destroyed. As the governor of a county, I learned of this incident. How can I sit back and do nothing and allow the bandits to continue to run rampant? You take your men to Beifeng village and capture all the fish that have escaped. Those who resist will be killed on the spot. All the stolen goods in the village are waiting for the prince to deal with. The captain of the guard understood. And with a promise, he left. The body of the second in command was also dealt with. Yang Weiyu walked to the desk. But a moment later, a carrier pigeon flew away from the county governor's mansion. The dangerous valley road. The place of the camp. The bonfire reflected. After the snow stopped, the collapse of the valley road also stopped. At this time, at 3 o'clock in the morning, all the soldiers did not rest, but used shovels and wooden carts overnight to clear the collapsed ice, snow and rocks in the valley road and open the road as soon as possible. Su's father and Suda also took action. And together with the soldiers, they were not afraid of the cold and hardship. Although the prince did not take action, he did not stay in the tent to avoid the cold, but supervised outside, and would go to help Su's father from time to time. The carrier pigeon landed. Yao Yeding came over and whispered in his ear. Tell him what Yang Weiyu had said. Waste, things. The words were faint and low, and the majesty of the crown prince between Yun Murui's eyebrows was deep. Tell him that Beifeng village will not leave anyone alive. If there is any mistake again, promise. Yao Yeding strode away. Dawn appeared. Daybreak came, and the warm sun shone, slightly dispelling the biting cold brought by the heavy snow yesterday. Wuguin. Besides the county governor's mansion, Tiangu Pass is the only place that was not affected by the snowstorm. No matter how messy it is outside, everything here is the same as before. Miss, in the second-floor guest house, Su Rao's eyes fell on the two brothers sleeping on the bed, thinking of what Ying told her. She couldn't calm down. After watching for a while, she turned around and walked out. Ying followed. Miss, there is no need to blame yourself. It was Beifeng village that moved my box first. Since they did it, they should have thought about the consequences. Besides, they didn't kill them all. I'm not blaming myself. Su Rao shook her head. She didn't blame herself, but she was so determined to promise Xiaoshan. Ying, find Xiaoshan's parents. I promised Xiaoshan that if his parents were alive, I would help him find them. Taking a step, Su Rao walked to another guest room and murmured again. If you find them, let them go. I don't want to create myself with my own hands. It's their fault that my parents are wrong, and it has nothing to do with the child. Miss, Ying looked worried. As for that Xiaoziyu, I'm a little tired now. If he comes, let him wait. If the person who comes is Han Machin, let him wait too. The door closed. Su Rao wrapped herself in the quilt and curled up completely. Father! Mother! Rao thought her heart was strong enough, but it turned out to be so fragile. Yesterday's blood color was as red as that winter night. Red and dazzling. Red. Rao felt that Rao's eyes were reflected red again. And it hurt. The night sky is full of stars, and another day is passed in a hurry. Tonight, the lonely moon in the night sky has the company of stars. Although it is incomplete, it is no longer as lonely as last night. Father! Mother! The vague mumbling voice. Another drop of pearl rolled down from the corner of the eye. In the darkness, the hand reached out again, just like the time in the courtyard, gently stroked it, and did not let the drop of pearl sink into the pillow. That time, Su Rao was startled. But this time, she knew who the visitor was. She opened her eyes calmly, and the peach blossom eyes were surrounded by a faint layer of crimson. But the inside was unfathomable. Her eyes fell on the face of the person sitting beside the couch. The silver-black mask covered his face, and it was impossible to tell who he was. You're crying again. People like us shouldn't have tears. They only make you more fragile and incompetent. With a cold word, Han Machin stood up and walked to the table to pour Su Rao a cup of tea. Just like last time, he warmed up his inner strength and handed it to her. Su Rao sat up and chuckled. Does this disappoint you? Taking the cup and taking a sip. This sentence seemed to have a deep meaning. But it also seemed to be just a joke between two people who can warm each other. I don't think your joke is funny. And you are not suitable for such a joke. Sitting by the couch again, Han Machin got straight to business. Huan Yang said you want to see me. Prince Yi's side will have Xiao Ziyu take over what you said. Su Rao. From the moment you gave me Mr. Xiao, you are no longer Mr. Xiao. But Su Rao. Su Rao's hand holding the cup slightly squeezed, and her eyes fell on Han Machin's silver-black mask again. The room was dark as last time, and she could only see the figure vaguely under the night, and nothing else. Han Machin, I once said that cooperating with you might be the biggest wrong decision I have made in my life. But there is no way back. You know everything about me. So should you also take off your mask and be honest with each other to become a real family? Su Rao was testing with these particularly straightforward words. And it was also her only thought at the moment. You want to know who I am? She asked the question affirmatively. And with a move of her finger, the candle in the room lit up, illuminating the night and Su Rao's sight. Tonight, Han Machin was wearing a black cloak. Half covered by the cloak, the more mysterious it becomes. His slender hands, white and delicate, touched the mask on his face. Su Rao. Darkness cannot stand the light. If you knew who I was, you would have completely entered my world. You are a special case to me. But I don't know how long this special case can last. And neither do you. You are the second master of Ziyaju. And you will never know who I am. But once you know, Xian Ichi Xiao, you really don't dare. The peach blossom eyes shook, and a trace of sadness flashed across them at a very fast speed. Forget it. There are too many killings and too many crises around you. Han Machin, I only have this one life. If I lose it, there will be no chance to start over again. So it's better to cherish it. Putting the cup in Han Machin's hand, Su Rao said again, I won't say much about Xiao Ziyu's involvement in the Lian Pavilion. Since I gave the Lian Pavilion to you, it is yours. But the premise is that the people in the Lian Pavilion are intact. Han Machin, Uncle Hao and others were arrested, and the goods in the Lian Pavilion were robbed. This is my fault. Just this time, Uncle Hao and others are safe. You are angry. Let you get angry. Beat and scold as you like. Whatever you want. After speaking, Han Machin stood up directly. Is he prepared to not fight back when he was beaten? And not talk back when he was scolded? Su Rao looked at it, took a breath, and lay down directly, covering his body with the quilt. He turned his back to Han Machin. Han Machin, you and I are the same kind of people. If we can't cooperate, then only you will die or I will die. I won't be angry, annoyed, or take action. I just want an exchange. You say, I want Ziyaju to protect the Su family, no matter when and where. If the Su family has any problems, the people in Ziyaju will swear to protect them from leaving Beijing. The room suddenly became quiet, but only for a breath. Just a moment. Su Rao. It seems that you don't believe me. Han Machin left with this voice in his ear. I don't need you to believe me. With the Xiaoyao order in hand, all the Xiaoyao guests in the world can be used by you. Han Machin disdains to lie. And there is no need for lies. The room was quiet again, with only the flickering candlelight. And the coldness in the room gradually disappeared with the departure of Han Machin. If you weren't Xian Ichi Xiao, I might believe what you said, mumbled, and took shallow breaths again. No more nightmares. Su Rao slept until the next morning, until Ying knocked on the door. Beifeng village was completely wiped out. Officials from Tianguiguan County went there, and all the property was transported to the county governor's mansion, including the goods in the Lian Pavilion. All the fish that escaped in Beifeng village were killed on the spot. Where are Xiaoshan's father and mother? Su Rao didn't know what kind of mood she was in when she asked this question. Heavy heart. Parents' fault. Children are innocent. Did she create another self with her own hands? Miss? Su Rao's question made Ying frown, with a hint of deep confusion on her face. This is a bit strange. Yesterday, my subordinates and Yunda broke into the village. After Xiao Ziyu appeared, the bandit leader did not fight for long. After several battles, he led his people to evacuate. At that time, my subordinates did not think there was anything wrong. But now I think about it. We searched all the houses in Beifeng village, but did not see a woman or child. The houses were empty. I am afraid it was intentional. Intentional. Su Rao's eyes showed thoughtfulness, thinking of what Xiaoshan said. His father is not a bad person. touched his arms. And in a moment, Su Rao took out the Xiaoyao order from his arms, handed it to Ying. Ying, take this thing, and go find Xiao Ziyu. No matter what method he uses. I want to know the whereabouts of Xiaoshan's father and mother. On Machin, since you said that with the Xiaoyao order in hand, all Xiaoyao guests can be used by me, then I will see how much use it can make. The peach blossom eyes flickered, shining. Above the cold sun, a figure staggered towards the cave at the west peak. Boss, big brother. With such shouts, several people came out of the cave, and seeing Jin Chao covered in blood, they hurried over to support him and helped him into the cave. Boss, where are Xiaoshan and the others? Why are they not with us? Only Jin Chao was so seriously injured, and there was no sign of the two children beside him. Lun Yang was anxious. Lun Yang. Jin Chao coughed up blood when he thought about how he did not find his sons after sneaking into the county governor's mansion last night, but saw his second brother. His slightly pale and dark face was heavy, and the long-standing scar across the bridge of his nose was very eye-catching, adding to his heartache. A man bandaged Jin Chao's wound. Seeing Jin Chao's reaction, he knew that Jin Chao's secret visit to the county magistrate's mansion might be fruitless, and he did not find Xiaoshan and his brothers. So he comforted Lin Yang, sister-in-law. Shanhua and his brothers are not in the county magistrate's mansion. There are 3 corpses of county officials here. The person who attacked was fierce and sharp. Xiaoshan and his brothers may have been rescued by a passing knight and were not captured. Sister-in-law, don't worry. As long as Xiaoshan and his brothers did not fall into the hands of Yang Weiyu, they must be fine. We will go and find Xiaoshan and his brothers. Su Rao and Ying appeared in the North Mountain again, at a hidden cave at the foot of Beifeng village, and the cave entrance was hidden in the snow-colored weeds. Miss, this cave leads directly to the west peak. In front of Su Rao, Xiao Ziyu lost his romantic side and became serious. He clenched his fists and bowed, showing special respect to Su Rao. His peach blossom eyes no longer had the drunken and hazy feeling, but were clear, bright, dazzling, and brilliant. His face was no longer disguised as Mr. Xiao, but a handsome man. This was the first time Su Rao had contact with Xiao Ziyu. Yesterday, Zaiyak was looking for the traces of Jin Chao and others. Xiaoshan had a high fever, and the fever did not subside. Su Rao waited for news in the Wuguan. Su Rao did not ask Ying or Xiao Ziyu to go to the county governor's office to ask for the goods in the Lian Pavilion. Beifeng village was destroyed, but the county government officials led troops to destroy it in just one night. It was obviously a murder to silence the witnesses. Thinking of everything Xiaoshan told her, Su Rao asked Ying and others not to act rashly. Why did Yang Weiyu go to such great lengths to collude with the mountain bandits and touch her Lian Pavilion goods? Or it would be more appropriate to say Yin Merui. Yang Weiyu is most likely Yin Merui's man. Just to calculate her going there? So he did not hesitate to secretly touch the Lian Pavilion. Although Mr. Xiao is just a businessman, he has made many noble connections in the past 3 years. It is so easy to make enemies with Mr. Xiao. For a moment, Su Rao couldn't figure out why Yin Merui did this, and she felt confused. Last night, Xiao Ziyu brought news that he had found Jin Chao's trace. So Su Rao went to find Jin Chao first, and Yin Merui waited and saw what would happen. When she figured out Yin Merui's true intention, this cave in Beishan is connected in all directions and crisscrossed. Xiao Ziyu and a Xiaoyao guest led the way in front, and Su Rao and Ying followed behind. The Xiaoyao guest held a delicate wooden hammer in his hand, which was only the size of a fist. He knocked on the cave wall from time to time and listened to the sound to determine the position. Such a talented person. Su Rao's eyes would always fall on this person from time to time. But the Xiaoyao guests in Ziyaju all wore masks and black cloaks like their masters. Mysterious and unpredictable. Miss, are you curious? Xiao Ziyu had noticed Su Rao's look from the beginning, and seeing that she seemed to be really curious, he asked. Ziyaju is far more mysterious than I thought. I'm afraid that the Ziyaju in Langjing is just a branch. The real Ziyaju. Su Rao stopped talking after that. She was curious, but more importantly, she was alert. Ziyaju might be far more than just a red building. The lighted tinder and candle flames were swaying in the wind in the cave. The light of the fire reflected Xiao Ziyu's figure in Su Rao's bright eyes, and every expression on his face could not escape Su Rao's eyes. The folding fan was gently waved, and Xiao Ziyu saw clearly at a glance. Miss, what you think is right. Zayaju is indeed not just a simple Zayaju. After a pause, he said, Miss, have you ever heard of a Jianghu organization? Zayala? Zayala. Su Rao's eyes suddenly shrank. Ying was also shocked. Zayala. 20 years ago, a killer organization that was famous in the Jianghu was once popular in the Jianghu. Everyone trembled when talking about it. But later it disappeared. No one knew where the headquarters of this organization was. And no one knew why it disappeared in an instant. No trace of it. Zayala. Zayaz. No need to say more. Su Rao spoke, interrupting what Xiaoziyu was about to say. I am not curious about your Xiaoyao Tower. Nor do I want to know more. The jade fingers in the sleeves clenched slightly. Xiaoyao Tower. The free and easy people. See orders as if seeing people. And obey orders. Miss is really just as the master said. And knows how to seek benefits and avoid harm. When the master gives an order, the subordinates should know everything the young lady asks. Since the young lady is not curious now, then wait until the young lady is curious. The cave was quiet, and no one said anything. The free and easy guest in front. These conversations between Su Rao and Xiaoziyu had not affected him at all. He seemed to be completely immersed in his own world. His ears moved slightly, and he closed his eyes to explore the way. I don't know how long he walked. He suddenly raised his hand and stopped at the same time. Su Rao's ears moved as well. At this distance, Su Rao could fully sense why Zayuk raised his hand. Because she heard a faint breath. And it seemed that the cave where she saved Xiaoshan and the others was not far away. Brother, you rest assured to recover from your injuries. The third brother will go to Tianguiguan County in disguise today. After finding Xiaoshan and the others, the third brother will go to kill the dog official to avenge the brothers, as well as those people in the Lian Pavilion. This voice was still from that man. No! Jin Chao shook his head. His face still so pale and heavy. Third brother. Don't act rashly. The second brother betrayed the mountain stronghold for money, causing many of my brothers to die. Xiao Gongzi of the Lian Pavilion came to the door. And it was the eldest brother who implicated you. Now I can't implicate more brothers. Brother. The other brothers shouted together, and gathered around Jin Chao. They were not afraid of death. Brother. What are you talking about? We are all willing to follow you. We will go through fire and water. And never give up. What a great saying. We will go through fire and water. And never give up. Su Rao and the other four came out of the cave directly without trying to hide. Who is it? Jin Chao and his men were shocked. The bandits immediately grabbed their swords and knives. They were all covered with scars. But they protected Jin Chao and Lun Yang behind them. Their eyes were alert, and their expressions were even more tense. Su Rao took the lead and walked out. She covered her face with a white hat. The bodies of the three officials were still lying not far away in this cave. In such a cold winter, the bodies did not rot, but were frozen stiff. Who are you? Lun Yang and the third brother helped Jin Chao up. Jin Chao's eyes fell on Ying. And then he looked at Su Rao again, without noticing Xiaoziyu in the dark. Su Rao walked over, as if she had not seen the blade pointed at her. Beifeng village. Dare to touch the goods in my Lian Pavilion? With our young master's temper, we should have been merciless. But you are very lucky because you have a very smart son, who is very witty. Xiaoshan. Lin Yang suddenly cried out in a hurry. What did you do to my children? She was about to come over regardless of the danger, but was pulled back by Jin Chao. Chen Xian. What do you want? It's very simple. At this time, Xiaoziyu stepped forward. Torches were lit in this cave, which illuminated Xiaoziyu's figure, who had just been in the dark corner. He was wearing a fluorescent red dress. And his face, which was originally handsome, now had the face of young Master Xiao. When entering this cave, Xiaoziyu had already changed his appearance. Your son is really very smart and clever. This young master felt pity for his talent, and made a deal with him. Xiaoziyu told the deal between Su Rao and Xiaoshan. Su Rao took a step back. It seemed that she, as a subordinate, was silent because their master had spoken. In fact, she was observing Jin Chao, and wondering how he would react to Xiaoziyu's words. Was he willing to confess his collusion with Yang Weiyu to save his son? Or was he calm and composed because he had his principles? Su Rao thought it would be the second one, just from what they had just heard from him. Jin Chao must be a man who values friendship and loyalty. He was thoughtful, and not a rough man. Sure enough, Jin Chao spoke, just as Su Rao thought. Since Master Xiao could find this place, it means that we are already trapped. The sun was setting, and another day passed in a hurry. The next 2 days were rare sunny days. There was no more snow. The sun and clear sky melted the ice and snow, and the snow in the Tianxian Valley road began to melt slowly. Hundreds of soldiers were still working day and night to clear the road. When the small team brought the prince's handwritten order, Yang Weiyu ordered the Tianguiguan County Yamen to clear the road at the other end of the valley road. The generals of the Tianguiguan County garrison also led troops to clear the road. The two sides opened the road at the same time. After the third day, a small road was finally cleared in the Tianxian Valley Road, which could barely transport the disaster relief supplies. Your Highness. Another night of brilliant stars. The soldiers transported the disaster relief supplies into the county. Yang Weiyu personally crossed the Tianxian Valley Road to welcome the prince into Tianguiguan County. As soon as he entered the prince's tent, he took the initiative to confess his crime without waiting for Yun Murwei to ask. Beifeng village was wiped out, but Jin Chao and his men still have no trace. He has searched every corner of Beishan for the past 3 days, but still can't find anyone. It seems to have disappeared out of thin air. It was his incompetence that failed to find out when Master Xiao appeared here in time. And now he is nowhere to be found. I'd beg your highness to give him a little more time. He will definitely find Jin Chao and his men before Master Xiao. Definitely. Yun Murwei had not said anything before he confessed his crime and begged for mercy. Yao Yeding strode over and kicked Yang Weiyu down with 1 foot. Without mercy. Your Highness, the Crown Prince came here to help. As the governor of the local county, if you can't solve the Beifeng village incident, what will you do? If you can't solve it yourself, then you will bear it all by yourself. If you implicate your Highness the Crown Prince, you should know what the consequences will be. Yang Weiyu understood this meaning and immediately got up and kowtowed. He kept begging for mercy. Thank you for your mercy, Your Highness. Thank you for your mercy, Your Highness. I understand. Go away. Yes. Yes. Yang Weiyu immediately stood up and walked out of the tent in 2 steps. After walking far away, he kicked the captain of the guard, who was following him. His face was so gloomy that it seemed like ink could drip out. Useless trash. Why don't you go find him? Yun Murwei stood with his hands behind his back at the tent window. He took in the scene outside completely in his sharp eyes. Seeing Yang Weiyu's 2 faces, a person who fawns on others, he tapped the back of his hand. One by one. Your Highness, Master Xiao has been missing for 3 days. Anything could happen in these 3 days. If the leader of the bandits has already fallen into Master Xiao's hands, it will be extremely disadvantageous to us. Seeing Yun Murwei thinking like this, Yao Yeding spoke out his worries. Yang Weiyu, who couldn't even do such a small thing, still intended to deceive His Highness, thinking that His Highness didn't know his little tricks. He colluded with the second in command of Beifeng village and deliberately left traces in Beishan to guide the people in the cabinet to find out, killing with a borrowed knife, and waited for the death of the bandit leader of Beifeng village. And then he killed the second in command, and then secretly communicated with the stolen goods in Beifeng village in the name of suppressing bandits. It's a pity that he underestimated Mr. Xiao and the bandit leader, which led to the current situation. If he ruined His Highness's business and implicated His Highness, a hint of murderous intent appeared in his eyes. Yi Ting. Remember? Treacherous villains can be used, but if they are not shallow in mind, not satisfied with the present, and too stupid, between his eyebrows, with deep dignity, Yun Murwei turned around and walked back to the desk. This palace was ordered to come to the disaster relief. The governor of Tianguiguan County not only does not sympathize with the people, but also wants to take advantage of this opportunity to fish in troubled waters. The hidden meaning in his words is that if Yang Weiyu does not know how to restrain himself, and does not know what satisfaction is, and continues to be so stupid, then there is no need to keep him. The goods in the Lian Pavilion were robbed because of the collusion between officials and bandits for personal gain. Understood. Yao Yeding nodded. For a moment, he slightly pressed the corners of his lips, as if he had something else to say. What else? Yun Murwei asked back when he saw this. Cousin. Yao Yeding's voice suddenly became low and heavy, and he changed his address to Yun Murwei. One more thing. Yun Mui disappeared. Their people had been watching him since he left Wanlu Temple, but they found him missing at noon yesterday. They didn't know when he was replaced by someone else and his whereabouts were unknown. Yun Murwei suddenly looked at Yao Yeding. Yao Yeding lowered his head. This news was just brought by the sixth prince, who is sneaking around here. Outside the tent, there was a sudden shout. The voice of Su's father. A black shadow flashed through the mountains not far away in the night. Father Su saw him and immediately chased him, while at the same time shouting in a vigilant voice, "Be careful of assassins. Protect the prince." At this moment, there were not many soldiers in the camp. The other soldiers followed Su to transport the baggage. Only a few soldiers guarded the camp with Father Su to protect the prince's safety. In addition, the remaining people were only the prince's entourage and some yamen runners brought by Yan Weiyu. If there were assassins at this time, Yun Merwei and Yao Yeding looked at each other immediately, and a name appeared in their minds at the same time. Could it be Yun Muyi? Stepped out of the camp. Father Su had also reached the mountain. The night figure was very fast, but it disappeared in a flash. Seeing this, Father Su's pursuit suddenly stopped. Calm. For a breath, he did not chase after him, fearing that someone would lure the tiger away from the mountain. Turn around and go back. General Su. Who is it? Yun Merwei walked over in 2 steps. Father Su shook his head and was about to speak when a soldier transporting baggage came hurriedly over. Your Highness. General. It's bad. A group of bandits appeared ahead and wanted to rob food. Su's father and Yun Merwei suddenly looked at the soldier. In such a cold winter night, he was sweating profusely. The man just now might want to lure the tiger away from the mountain. Lead me to chase him and rob the baggage. Your Highness. You stay calm and wait for me to go. In just a breath, Su's father calmed down. The banditry is rampant. How dare they rob the relief baggage? Took the silver spear, jumped on the horse, and quickly went to the dangerous valley. It has been 9 years since he went to the battlefield again. But Su's father's military spirit has not diminished at all. The military posture is vigorous. Your Highness. Yao Yeding's eyebrows were tightly raised. What he was thinking in his heart was, could it be that the remnants of the Beifeng village were desperate and ready to fight to the death? Where is Yan Weiyu? After hearing this abruptly, Yun Merwei looked around. There was no sign of Yan Weiyu. Yan Weiyu couldn't have failed to hear the vibration just now. If the lady wants to kill him. On the hillside, Su Rao was dressed in black, with a cold look in her eyes. Ying was beside her, and her eyes were also warm and cold. If the princess couldn't help it, she would kill him for revenge. Ying. I'm fine. Su Rao shook her head, and the coldness in her peach blossom eyes gradually eased. He can't die now, and he can't die in Taiyuan County. Otherwise it will implicate my father and elder brother. If one day she really couldn't help it, she would personally chop off the heads of his sons in front of Emperor Yu, so that he could also see with his own eyes how his son's blood reflected in his eyes. The curled jade fingers gradually relaxed. A light breath. Brother Jin Chao and his men can't hold out for too long. And father is alert and calm. My trick of luring the tiger away from the mountain won't fool father for long. Jin Chao and his men must evacuate when he arrives. Ying. Go! Tell Yun Merwei that Yang Guanshou is in Beifeng village, and Master Shao is waiting here. If he feels guilty, he will definitely go there. She wanted to know what Yun Merwei's intentions were. And, Miss, do you not believe Prince Jiyue? Ying pursed her lips and asked in a low voice. Miss did this because she did not believe what Prince Jiyue told her. Yun Merwei moved the goods in the Lian Pavilion just to make Mr. Shao appear and lead her there. Ying asked this question not to speak for Yunji, but because she and Yunda had been together day and night these days. And Yunda's dedication to the Lian Pavilion was seen by Ying and understood in her heart. A secret guard like Yunda must obey the orders of his master. If it were not for Prince Jiyue's instructions, he would not have been so dedicated to helping them find the goods in the Lian Pavilion. And he would not have gone through the village alone with him to save his father. It's not that I don't believe it. Although Yunji threatened me to go back and broke his promise to me, I believe in my second brother's eyes. He treats people sincerely with integrity. Besides, Yunji has no reason to lie to me, let alone do things that are thankless. Su Rao looked at Ying for a breath before shaking her head. Her suspicion had nothing to do with Yunji. She just felt that Uncle Hao and his men found her too easily and rescued her too easily. Although Yunji's men and Zai Yaja helped, Yun Merwei shouldn't be so careless. If this was really done by him alone, just to lead her there, he couldn't have secretly set people to keep an eye on Beifeng village to prevent any accidents from happening. And it was even more impossible for Jin Chao and his men to have a chance to escape alive. She always felt that there was something she didn't know about this. Thinking of the scene she saw in the forest on the second peak of Beishan that day. Xiao Ziyu and Xian Ichi Xiao. Su Rao's breath was suppressed for a moment. Perhaps Han Machin is involved. No. It's Xian Ichi Xiao. Perhaps Xian Ichi Xiao is also involved. She can't be careless. It had been sunny for 3 days. But the snow on the North Mountain had not completely melted. And under the night, it brought out a breath of frost. The fog was hazy. The darkness swallowed up the dawn. But it could not swallow up the blackness and scorch in Beifeng village. The looted Beifeng village was finally burned to ashes by a huge fire. Almost everything was burned. It was already past midnight. And only the charred mess remained in the village. The thatched houses had already collapsed and tilted. The whole village was in a mess. The burning torches clearly reflected the figure tied to a charcoal pillar. Young Weiyu fainted, and was tied here by Xiao Ziyu. Blood dripped from the corners of his mouth, drop by drop, staining his collar. 2 Zayok guarded on the left and right. Outside the village, Xiao Ziyu was wearing a red robe, waving a folding fan slightly, holding a package in his other hand. He saw a slim black-clad person coming from afar. He immediately took 2 steps over and said respectfully, "Miss, it's settled." As he spoke, he handed over the package in his hand. Su Rao looked at it and shook her head for a moment. "Since you are the Xiaogongzi, then you will naturally continue to deal with this matter. The goods in the Lian Pavilion were robbed. What exactly does His Royal Highness want? Miss, don't you ask about it yourself?" Xiao Ziyu did not take up the job immediately, but asked in return, "I am now the second master of your Zayaju. Is it the rule of Zayaju that the master must take action in everything and ask questions?" Su Rao also asked in return and walked into the village. "And Mr. Xiao, you don't want to know why the prince is against the Lian Pavilion, and what he wants to do by robbing the goods of the Lian Pavilion. If you don't want to know, then you, Mr. Xiao, are not competent at all. If Han Machin's men are so useless, why would he stay?" The posture of handing over the package was still the same, but Xiao Ziyu's palm was already covered with sweat. His mind was so careful, but he was still noticed. "Don't try me. Your master hasn't tried it yet." This voice came into his ears again, and although it was a very clear voice, Xiao Ziyu felt his heart palpitating. After swallowing his saliva, he turned around. In black clothes, compared with the white dress he saw, this Su family lady has the kind of heroic spirit that only the Su family has, and her sharp mind is, as the master said, worthy of being special. "Miss, please teach me. I will learn from you." Following in, bowing and apologizing, Xiao Ziyu frankly admitted his temptation. Su Rao had walked to the courtyard, and her steps stopped. Her peach blossom eyes fell on Xiao Ziyu again. Her face was calm, without any anger. "You don't need to apologize to me. If I were you, I would do the same. But you have to understand that since you are young Master Xiao, you have to guard the Lian Pavilion and keep it intact." "I understand." Without saying anything else, Su Rao walked in front of Yan Weiyu. With the help of the firelight, her eyes fell on him. Her eyes narrowed slightly. After a moment, her eyes moved slightly, and she glanced at Xiao Ziyu behind her. It was late in the morning, and the fog was hazy. As dawn approached, the frost in the mountains became heavier. The clouds and fog were like a fairyland. The sound of horse hooves could be heard outside the mountain village. Ying appeared, and the person who followed her, Yun Murui. If it was just this person, Su Rao, who was hiding in the dark, would not frown. But at this moment, her eyebrows were tightly frowned, reflecting faint wrinkles, because there was another person with Yun Murui. Su De. Su Rao hid behind the ruins. Xiao Ziyu could not see how she would react. He glanced at the ruins, and then looked outside the village. "Does His Royal Highness think that I will be here to harm His Royal Highness? Does His Royal Highness not know the grudge between me and the Su family? Or does His Royal Highness do it on purpose, really wanting to make things difficult for my Lian Pavilion?" This was said with a hint of displeasure. Master Xiao was never afraid of dignitaries. His arrogance was earned by Su Rao for Master Xiao in 3 years. "Master Xiao, this is different." The horse's hooves fell. Yun Murui got off the horse, waved his hand to let Su De wait outside the village, and he followed Ying into the village alone. He was not worried about his safety at the moment. Last night, a batch of disaster relief supplies transported to Tianguiguan County was almost robbed by bandits. Young Master Xiao happened to capture County Magistrate Yang at this time. Young Master Xiao did this I would like to ask, why does young Master Xiao want to make things difficult for County Magistrate Yang? Those bandits last night. He stopped walking and stopped talking. His wise eyes were shrewd. Xiao Ziyu naturally understood what Yin Murui meant. Suspicion. A romantic chuckle. Yang Weiyu colluded with the Beifeng village to rob the goods in my Lian pavilion. He confessed that the crown prince was behind this. Without beating around the bush, Xiao Ziyu directly stated the purpose of inviting the crown prince here. You doubt this young master. But this young master doubts you even more. Oh! Yun Murui seemed to find it ridiculous. Do you believe this, Master Xiao? He asked, his eyes fixed on Yang Weiyu, who was still unconscious on the pillar. His eyes were dark, but his face suddenly became gloomy. Last night, bandits robbed the relief supplies. I was wondering which bandits were so bold that they dared to rob even the government supplies. Now it seems that Yang Weiyu colluded with the bandits to rob. Su Rao, whose eyes had been fixed on Suda, shifted her gaze at this moment, looking at Yun Murui. Her bright peach eyes were surrounded by a faint peach color. As expected, the royal family. Then he looked at Xiao Ziyu again, bringing out a hint of depth. Given Mr. Zhao's reputation in Langjing, what good is it for me to be an enemy of the Lian Pavilion? Moreover, if it is true as Yang Weiyu said, Mr. Xiao thinks how stupid I am to hire such a person. His eyes fell on Yang Weiyu again. At a glance, Yang Weiyu's calm expression was completely unacceptable to him. It was not arrogance or conceit, but he was the crown prince of the current dynasty. When hiring people, he should hire wise people. Why would he hire such a stupid person who easily betrayed his master? With just 2 words, Yun Murui didn't need to defend himself anymore. If Mr. Xiao couldn't even see through Yang Weiyu's little tricks, he was really unworthy of being a celebrity in Langjing, and even more unworthy of his mother's attention. Your Highness, I don't believe what this person said. I asked someone to invite your Highness to come here, just to ask your Highness to do justice for my Lian Pavilion and get rid of these corrupt officials. As he spoke, a dagger appeared in Xiao Ziyu's hand, and he handed it to the prince. If he is not your man, then please make a decision. These corrupt officials are still bullying the people when they are alive. Officials in the court colluded with mountain bandits, and it is not a pity to die. After saying this, Yun Murui did not take the dagger. But Master Xiao is so used to being casual that he has forgotten that our dynasty still has laws. Then the sentence stopped abruptly. The dagger went straight into Yang Weiyu's heart, and blood suddenly gushed out. It is indeed not a pity to die. But your Highness the Crown Prince is the Crown Prince of our dynasty. How can you do it yourself? Then I will do it for you. The dagger was thrown to the ground, and Xiao Ziyu took out a handkerchief to wipe the blood on his hands. Kill Yang Weiyu, and let this matter go. We are all smart people. What happened today is a warning. And it is also a face that this master gave to His Highness the Crown Prince. This master will not pursue this matter, but there will be no second time. What do you think? Your Highness the Crown Prince? Yun Murui's eyes darkened again, but disappeared in the blink of an eye. When he appeared again, he smiled. Mr. Xiao, you have cleared out such scoundrels for our dynasty. Although this is bloody, I admire you. The goods in the Lian Pavilion have been robbed. I will send people to help Mr. Xiao recover them. If you think the loss is acceptable, I would like to make friends with you. The exchanges between you and me are high-sounding, but no one wants to offend anyone easily. One more friend is far better than one more enemy. Not to mention that he is the crown prince of a country and the owner of a pavilion. Then I will be disrespectful if I refuse. Xiao Ziyu bowed, but then said, but I have long been used to being free and easy. My Lian Pavilion is just a business, and I am just a businessman. Although I think it is too troublesome to make enemies, I am not afraid of making enemies. Mr. Xiao is worthy of being a celebrity in Langjing. Yun Murui naturally understood what Xiao Ziyu meant. Compensation is fine, but friends are fine. I still have important things to deal with, so I will take my leave. After the matter was resolved, Yun Murui strode away without looking at Yang Weiyu again. After turning around and taking a step, his eyes completely darkened. Yun Murui left, and Su Da followed. From the moment he left, Su Da's eyes had been lingering on Ying and Xiao Ziyu. He stood outside and did not hear the conversation between Yun Murui and Xiao Ziyu. When he left at this moment, he looked at Xiao Ziyu again and finally confirmed that it was not Su Rao. When Ying went to find Yun Murui last night, a mask covered his face. Although Su Da also suspected that it was him, He couldn't be sure at this moment. Miss. Beifeng village quieted down. And Su Rao came out. Ying and Xiao Ziyu looked at her. Why did Big Brother come with you? Su Rao asked Ying directly. Her eyebrows still furrowed. Ying also frowned when asked this. He went to find Yun Murui last night. But he didn't expect the eldest son to come back suddenly. He didn't expect it. And Yun Murui didn't expect it either. So he told the eldest son directly that Yang Weiyu was robbed by young Master Xiao. And he suspected that the bandits who robbed the baggage last night were related to young Master Xiao. The eldest son was already anxious when he heard about young Master Xiao. And after hearing Yun Murui's suspicions, he followed under the pretext of protecting the prince. And Yun Murui had no reason not to let him follow. The person who was supposed to follow was Yao Yeting. But the eldest son spoke up. So Yun Murui asked Yao Yeting to help the general. And he brought the eldest son with him. Miss. Don't worry. Young Master Su may have recognized that I am not Miss in disguise. Xiao Ziyu also spoke. Su Rao's frown did not relax because of this. There was a sinking look in her peach blossom eyes. It seems that she has to go back as soon as possible. Even if the eldest brother recognizes Xiao Ziyu, and it is not her. The eldest brother knows that the goods in the box pavilion have been robbed. So it is only a matter of time for the second brother to know. The second brother is not the eldest brother. His meticulous mind can tell that she has been away from Beijing for several days. Tell your master that I accept his kindness this time. There is no trust or not in our cooperation. As long as there is no conflict of interest, we will always be one family. This matter seems to end here. Xiao Ziyu should also leave and part ways with Su Rao. Mounting sideways, Su Rao and Ying left first. This is transparent and straightforward. It was an explanation for that night. And also a pledge of allegiance made by Su Rao first. As for how Han Machin would respond, it depended on whether he wanted to continue cooperating with her, whether they really became one family, or whether they would become enemies. Xiao Ziyu kept watching until the black-clothed figure disappeared from his sight. Then he bowed and murmured, Miss Su, you are the only one who doesn't trust the master. And the master only treats you specially. He moved and left with the two free guests. And the corpse had been dealt with by Ying and the two free guests while Su Rao and Xiao Ziyu were talking. The cause of Yang Weiyu's death was also solved by Yun Murui. As for the reason, he just said one word. The morning cock announced the dawn. And Beifeng village was deserted again, leaving only a pool of black and red blood at the burnt pillar in the courtyard. Frozen by the cold. The burning torches were also extinguished by the winter cold. Su Rao, who had already left, appeared again in the back mountain of Beifeng village. Bring Yang Weiyu out. Such a voice. Yang Weiyu had clearly been killed. In a secret cave in the back mountain. The guard pushed a man out. Lord Yang. You heard it, and saw it clearly. You are loyal to your master. But your master doesn't seem to care about your life or death at all. You are dead in everyone's heart now. Tell me the truth, and I will ensure your safe departure. Do I still have a choice? Raising his eyes, Yang Weiyu looked at Su Rao. But it was the face of the guard captain. Who would have thought that Mr. Xiao of the Lian Pavilion was actually a woman? A woman! The cold wind swept. The sun rose. And what Yang Weiyu said was exactly the same as what Yun Ji told her. It was really just Yun Murui who wanted to lead her out of Beijing without any more calculations. She was suspicious. But was she really suspicious? Lord Yang. I'm very curious. How much temptation did Prince Yi of Juxian give to Lord Yang to make Lord Yang cover up for him like this? The prince may have made a move. But will he trust Lord Yang wholeheartedly? I don't think so. Lord Yang's treasonous act. Test. Su Rao still felt that she didn't have any doubts. Her sixth sense told her that the matter of Beishan was full of cunning, which made her feel confused. Especially when she saw Siam-Ichi Xiao and Xiao Ziyu together in the forest that day. A foggy and unclear feeling lingered in her heart. She looked for Han Machin many times. But there was no news from him. Why did he suddenly meet her in Tianguan County? She couldn't see it, let alone figure it out. What kind of person is he? Su Rao's test. Yang Weiyu's expression didn't know who Prince Yi was. Although he colluded with mountain bandits to make money behind the scenes, he would never bear such a charge of treason and the extermination of his entire clan. Su Rao saw it, and her suspicion in her heart was shaken again. Was it really her suspicion? After hearing Yun Murui's words that death was not a pity, and seeing Xiao Ziyu's ruthless dagger piercing his heart, even the most loyal people would be exposed in such a state. After a breath, she made up her mind. glanced at the guards casually, and turned away. Sir Yang, I said I would let you go safely. As for whether the person who arrested you will be released or not, I don't know. Take care of yourself. Su Rao knew what Yang Wei's reaction would be without seeing it. She was treacherous. So what? The corrupt officials who moved her cabinet, arrested her family, and exploited the people were nothing but scum. Leaving the cave, Ying was keeping watch not far away. Seeing Su Rao, she immediately came over and asked, Miss, did you find out anything? Su Rao shook her head. Where are Jin Chao and the others? Whether she was suspicious or not, she couldn't find out and couldn't ask them now. But it didn't matter. On Machen, Xian Yi and Qi Shao had been in Langjing for a long time. It was time for her, a playboy and lustful Miss Su, to meet them. How could she miss such a handsome man? Last night, the snow peak collapsed in the dangerous valley. Those bandits were buried. The general and the soldiers were lucky enough to escape, with the implicit meaning that they both understood. Ying said this, and the horse's hooves stepped up again. This time, they really left. A road has been opened up along the dangerous valley road. If you take this road, you don't need to climb over mountains and ridges. You can get down the mountain in a short time by riding a horse. The galloping horse trampled snow and mud on the road. The bamboo hat can block the cold wind, but it can't block the flow of breath, let alone the blood on the ground and the corpses lying in the weeds beside the road. The grass is messy. Su Rao and Ying suddenly stopped the horses. Miss, this, turning over and getting off the horse. Su Rao took 2 steps and walked over. There were 2 groups of corpses in the grass. One group was dressed as the county yamen runners of Taiyuan County, and the other group was dressed in plain clothes and swords. And they were the guards. The wounds on the bodies of these followers were mostly knife wounds, and the wounds on the county yamen runners were all sword wounds. And several runners were directly pierced through the throat by swords. This move, these followers. Su Rao's eyes suddenly changed. This road, Yun Murwei and his eldest brother, Ying. With a hurried voice, Su Rao chased after him along the bloody road. Ying also thought of this. The eldest son. Follow him quickly. 4th brother. The 3rd brother really underestimated you. Yun Murwei covered his chest and stood back to back with Su De, with blood on his lips. There were only a few plainclothes guards left beside him, all of whom were covered in blood. The people who surrounded and chased them, although wearing the official uniforms of Taiyuan County, might want to kill him so badly and put him to death. How could Yun Murwei not know who they were in his heart? You assassinated me in this way. And even the eldest son of the Su family was not spared. It really is a good plan. It seems that even if I am lucky enough to survive today, if the eldest son of the Su family dies here, I will not be able to escape the hatred of the Su family. A sharp blade came straight at Su De again, and each move was deadly. Yun Murwei turned the hilt of the sword in his hand and blocked it, but he was attacked by the blade from behind again. Your Highness, Su De shouted. Your Highness, don't worry about him. Just go away. None of the besiegers responded to Yun Murwei's words. Each move was deadly, and the means became more and more fierce and ruthless, hurting the enemy 1,000 times and hurting yourself 800 times. Only the raised dead soldiers can be so reckless. Your Highness, go away. Don't worry about me. Yun Murwei and Su De came to Beishan this time, and more than half of the guards they brought with them were killed or injured. Although the dead soldiers who besieged them were few in number, they were all reckless. They only attacked and did not defend. As the saying goes, the barefoot are not afraid of the shoes. Even if Yun Murwei and Su De were both highly skilled in martial arts, they could not resist such a situation. The 2 of them were completely covered in blood, with bright red blooming from the center and lingering around, just like a blooming rose. Stained with blood, the guards also fell one by one. Major General Su, I am afraid that I will implicate you today. Yun Murwei clenched the hilt of the sword in his hand again, and stopped retreating. There was a slope not far ahead, and they had no way to retreat. They could only fight to the death. Your Highness, be careful, Su De suddenly shouted, and pushed Yun Murwei away. A sharp arrow came straight at him, and he felt the air was cut. Seeing that it was difficult to dodge, the sharp arrow was coming straight. Su De retreated at a high speed, retreated to the slope, steadied his feet, and stepped steadily. The blood sword in his hand stood upright, and the arrow was split into 2, about to pass by his ear. Yun Murwei saw this, and his burning heart suddenly fell. But he suddenly shouted again. Major General Su. Be careful. The sharp arrow was split in half. And there was a thin steel needle inside, shooting straight at Su Da's eyebrows. It was so close that it was hard to dodge. At this critical moment, a drop of ice beads came across and broke the steel needle in the air. Then it fell to the ground without any force, and was buried in the snow mud that had not yet melted. This sudden drop of snow-condensed ice beads made the remaining assassins, who were chasing Yunmurui and Su Da, pause and then shocked. The steel needle had reached the eyebrows, but it was blocked by the shock. The drop of ice beads appeared without any signs, and came at a speed faster than the steel needle. It broke the steel needle in this way. Its strength. The person who made the move was definitely not an ordinary person. His internal strength and internal skills were at least 60 years. The air was still for a moment. But it was only a short moment. Yunmurui and Su Da came back to their senses first, and they didn't know which master came to rescue them. Although it was only a moment, it was enough for them to catch their breath. The two took advantage of the gap when the dead soldiers had not yet recovered their senses, attacked again, and rushed into the middle, and their positions were instantly switched. The dead soldiers came back to their senses. At this moment, they no longer cared who attacked secretly, and the swords collided again to produce sparks. Today, the prince must not be allowed to leave Beishan alive. That drop of snow-condensed ice bead only attacked that time, and never appeared again in the subsequent killings. With the road open, Yunmurui and Su Da turned back and ran, and their sweat beads had already stuck together with the blood. Not far away, among the mountains, a black figure stopped, wrapped in a cloak and a hat. Mysterious. On the side, Xiao Ziyu stood respectfully, but his peach blossom eyes showed a more shocked reaction than Yunmurui and others just now. It was astonishment. Unbelievable astonishment. Even more frightened. The master actually rescued people. Xiao Ziyu's astonishment was difficult to calm down for a while. Han Machin seemed to have noticed something and turned his head. There was blood in his phoenix eyes. Cold blood. And indifferent eyes. With just this one look, Xiao Ziyu shuddered all over. His face became more respectful, and he bent down. He brought out that cautious feeling again. Yang Weiyu is dead. Master. Miss Su suspected that the master was actually Xian Ichi Xiao. Miss Su was very thoughtful about the calculation and test today. When mentioning Su Rao, the blood in Han Machin's cold phoenix eyes seemed to weaken, and then gradually disappeared, turning into a dark and deep color. You said Su Rao thought I was Xian Ichi Xiao? It was a question of affirmation, although the voice still felt cold and indifferent. It lacked the murderous aura it brought, and seemed to be a little clearer. Xiao Ziyu seemed to have sensed Han Machin's change, so he exhaled lightly and said, Master, Xianichi Xiao thinks you are Mr. Xiao, and now Miss Su thinks you are Xianichi Xiao. The master has nothing in common with these two people. Although Prince Yi is also a cold person, he and the master are two completely different people. Not to mention the romantic Mr. Xiao. Could he be the same person as the master? Miss Su is so suspicious of you. Do you need me to go? Xiao Ziyu asked this question more carefully. The slender phoenix eyes that were insensitive to ice seemed to fluctuate slightly again at this moment. But it seemed that there was no ripple. And it was still so calm. It was always ice inside, and it was difficult to melt into water. Turning his eyes, his gaze fell on the direction where Yunmurui and Su Da turned back. In a moment, his body moved and disappeared without explaining anything. Xiao Ziyu was left alone, looking at the direction where Han Machin left. He pursed his lips for a moment, and pinched the folding fan in his hand. Although Han Machin did not say anything, Xiao Ziyu knew. Master, you actually hope that Miss Su can believe you. So you don't explain. You are really special to her. But I don't know whether I should be happy for you or sweat for you. Miss Su is a person with a strong evil spirit. The winter sun was getting warmer, and Su Rao and Ying had already caught up. From afar, they heard the killing. The closer the killing was, the clearer the collision of weapons was, and the blood was even more so. Soon, the two bloody figures running towards them were reflected in the pair of peach blossom eyes, and the dead soldiers behind them were chasing them closely. The blood dripped on the big knife drop by drop, dyeing the mud on the road red. The light also reflected a dazzling bright color on the sword. Seeing this situation, especially Su Dana was covered in blood. Su Rao's peach blossom eyes suddenly became dark, and the bright red lingered around her eyelids, redder than cinnabar, and her slender jade fingers curled up to show a pale color. She was about to use the folding fan, but was grabbed by Ying. Miss, the eldest master will recognize you. I'll go. Before she finished speaking, Ying had already made a move. She drew out her sword and moved her body. She killed a dead man who was slashing at Su De again with a sword, and then flew down and stood behind Su De and Yun Murui. When Ying appeared like this, Yun Murui and Su De looked at each other immediately. Then they thought of the snow-condensed jade bead just now. It might be the work of Mr. Zhao's men. So they didn't say much. This was not the time to talk. The sword started again. Su Rao stopped and didn't make any more moves, hiding in the dark. With Ying's joining, Yun Murui and Su De felt a little relieved. But Ying alone couldn't do much. Su Rao watched from the dark, and the folding fan in her hand tightened even more. Because of Ying's appearance, those dead men tried their best. Every sword was deadly. This won't work. The jade fingers pinched out a pale color, and the bright colors around the peach blossom eyes also brought out a sense of death. She had to take action. Otherwise, her elder brother, seeing that Ying's back of the hand was also stabbed, Su Rao did not hesitate and immediately took action again. But her ears moved and she heard the sound of horse hooves. Tap 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 tap. The body that had been half raised suddenly squatted again, and her eyes turned to the direction of the mountain road. Your Highness. Yao Yeding came with a group of soldiers on horseback. Seeing that Yun Murui was seriously injured, he shouted fiercely, jumped up directly on the horse, and flew into the air. The soldiers who followed behind also moved their spears. With the reinforcements, the situation changed instantly, and those dead soldiers became trapped. More than half of those dead soldiers were already dead or wounded, and the soldiers led by Yao Yeding were all elite. But in an instant, the battle was over. The few remaining dead soldiers were all captured. Cousin! Young master! Yao Yeding supported Yun Murui, and Su Dan, who followed him, also supported Su De. Yi Ting, leave him alive. He coughed up blood, and then spit out another mouthful of blood. But Yun Murui wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. In those sharp eyes, a sense of cunning flashed at this moment. The face was pale and weak, but it was hard to hide. Su Rao, hiding in the dark, saw it very clearly. This kind of look. Calculation. It was calculation. The peach blossom eyes narrowed suddenly. Yun Murui. Could it be that this assassination? Yun Murui hadn't finished speaking, and those dead soldiers had already foamed at the mouth. There was a poison sac in their mouths. It was hard to prevent such death. In this situation, Yun Murui's sharp eyes suddenly became deep. But he only snapped his fingers. Then in a moment, he looked at Ying. Thank you for helping me today. Bowed and thanked. He did not ask why Ying appeared here. After all, this road was the flattest and shortest road leading to the bottom of the mountain. It was understandable that Xiao Gongzi's people appeared here. Prince, don't be polite. It's just a small favor. Besides, it was my son from Liana who asked you to go. If you implicate the prince, there was no need to explain the following words. The prince is safe. I'll take my leave. Ying also bowed and left without looking at Su De. The sky had been clear for several days, and snow fell again this night. The lights were dim in the Tianguiguan County post house. Every half a minute, 2 patrol teams crossed each other. In the main room of the post house, sections of blood-colored cloth were thrown into the resonance basin, and the clear and transparent basin water had already been dyed blood red. Yun Murui lay on the bed, his face pale. His back and arms were covered with knife wounds, and his skin and flesh were turned outward. The imperial physician, who came with the rescue team, treated his wounds. Although the imperial physician's hands did not tremble, his palms were sticky with sweat, and there were beads of sweat on his forehead. Father Su was also waiting on the side. After seeing the imperial physician treat Yun Murui's wounds, he spoke, Your Highness, are you okay? The governor of Tianguiguan County is so bold that he dared to assassinate the crown prince of the dynasty. This was said in anger. General Su, I am only slightly injured. Major General Su was injured more seriously to protect me. General Su, please go and see Major General Su first. I have Yi Ting here, and we will talk about the assassin later. After treating the wounds, Yao Yeding helped Yun Murui up. Although his face was very pale, and his lips were even colorless, he did not reduce the majesty of the crown prince in the slightest. Then I will take my leave. Your Highness, please take good care of your wounds first. Yun Murui said so. And Father Su was also worried about his son's safety. He said nothing more, bowed and left. As soon as he left the prince's room, he walked quickly to Su's room without stopping for a moment. The imperial physician was also sent away by Yun Murui. When only Yao Yeding and he were left in the room, Yun Murui's face became gloomy. His eyes were even deeper. Has Yun Mui appeared? This sentence was surrounded by a dark cloud. Yao Yeding also had a gloomy face, which was even uglier, and he also felt a layer of dark clouds. Kneeling on one knee. Cousin, you took the risk alone and used yourself as bait. If the eldest son of Su had not pushed you away at that time, the consequences would be disastrous. He did not answer Yun Murui's words first, but said in such a faint reproachful tone, the fourth prince is missing. I know that my cousin's actions are intended to lure him to show up, but my cousin should not take risks with himself. Yeding, Yun Murui said. His eyes were sharp. If you don't venture into the tiger's den, how can you get the tiger cub? If you want to take it, you must first give it to him. Yun Mui is not there, and he is overwhelmed. What Mr. Xiao did was a good opportunity. If he is not lured out, there will be no such good opportunity in the future. Besides, there is also Mr. Su next to him. Su De is accompanying him, and he has only a dozen guards. If Yun Mui has already arrived at Tianguan County, how could he let go of such a good opportunity to assassinate him? He will definitely move Su De, who is by his side, and will never let Su De leave alive. The Su family is loyal. If he is assassinated, Su De will protect him with his life. If Su De dies in the hands of those assassins, although it will have a great impact on his future relationship with the Su family, the Su family will hate the person behind the scenes so much that they will definitely find out at all costs. Then, if Su De is not dead, then he, the current crown prince, was so seriously injured to protect the eldest son of the Su family. Should the Su family be grateful to him? Moreover, although those assassins have committed suicide by taking poison, the Su family is not stupid. Moreover, his words in Beishan are enough for Su De to understand the clues. Although his fourth brother has not appeared, waving his hand, let Yao Yeding stand up. The Su family is loyal, upright, and loyal to Yun Lang. Then you say that the fourth prince, who is so vicious and killed his brothers and sisters, your highness is planning, and Yi Ting knows it. Yun Murui said this. Yao Yeding knew that he had known since he received a message from his personal guards at midnight last night, that your highness had ordered him to secretly search around the tent to see if there were any traces of Yun Mui. Your highness used himself as bait, and if Yun Mui dared to make a move, then no matter which result, your highness would benefit. With the loyalty of the Su family, they did not participate in party affiliation, but were only loyal to the emperor of Yun Lang. So they naturally did not want a malicious person to become the next emperor of Yun Lang. Although Yun Mui did not show up in this incident, it was indeed his doing, and he shot the arrow. But those dead men committed suicide by taking poison, and he knew that the plan had failed. So he immediately evacuated. He had ordered people to keep an eye on them again. And as long as your highness gave an order at this moment, the two people in the house were talking secretly. But they did not know that at this moment, outside the house, under the eaves, on the beam, that charming figure was clinging to the beam, crawling and lowering his body. The two whispered into her ears. Those bright peach eyes were also shining in such a night. But the inner world was even more profound. The jade hands that were tightly supporting the beam held two pieces of paper. These pieces of paper were given by the guard. Earlier, the guard of Tiangu Pass County had received these two messages from another guard who was keeping an eye on Yun Luoling. But because Su Rao was not there at the time, all of them were not delivered to Su Rao. One was that Yun Mui appeared and met with the guard captain who escorted Yun Luoling in the middle of the night. Yun Mui disguised himself and mixed in as a guard, and came with Yun Luoling's carriage. The second was that when the carriage reached the winding mountain road, Yun Luoling had a conflict with a passing woman, and the two fought. Yun Mui took the opportunity to quietly leave and came to Tiangu Pass County, and then appeared in the county governor's mansion. These two messages were sent in two time periods. Yun Mu E Yun Mu Rui. Before opening her lips, these two names came out of her throat. The paper in her curled hand had already been wrinkled. Su Rao stood up quietly, touching her bridal chamber, hurting her uncle Hao, plotting against her Su family. In her eyes, there was a cold murderous intent. But she still did not make a move, but left quietly. Just as her body moved, it suddenly stopped. Just because another sentence came from inside, cousin had foresight, and did not send secret guards to secretly watch Beifeng village. The exposure of the matter naturally had nothing to do with cousin. Now that the fourth prince appeared in Tianguiguan County, we can completely push Yang Weiyu's matter to the fourth prince. If Xiao Gongzi knew. The peach blossom eyes narrowed again, and the cold murderous intent inside became stronger. In a breath, Su Rao left. A figure, in the night snow, passed by without a trace. At this moment, several black-clad figures also quickly came down from the north mountain, facing the howling cold wind. The snow was falling, and the hems of the clothes were rustling. Damn! After coming down from the north mountain, the leader pulled off the black cloth on his head. Yun Mui's gentle face was now gloomy, and the gentle feeling between his eyebrows was gone, leaving only anger. He was so angry that he could not bear it. If it weren't for the person who suddenly appeared, the prince would have died under his arrow. Your Highness, our assassination failed this time, and we must return to Beijing as soon as possible. Xian Ti also pulled off the black cloth on his head. Now they have alerted the enemy. Although the prince is seriously injured, there is still the sixth prince in Langjing. Once the sixth prince learns about the North Mountain, the eldest son of the Su family was also seriously injured by their people. If the Su family, under the instigation of the prince, Your Highness must rush back to Wanglu Temple before these people know what happened today. Otherwise the situation will inevitably be very unfavorable to Your Highness. Let's go! Yun Mui naturally knew Xian Ti's thoughts. Otherwise, he would not have retreated immediately after the assassination failed, and gave up continuing the assassination. Without hesitation, he put on the black cloth again, and left with his confidants behind him. After several people left, the prince's people who followed secretly immediately followed quietly. The mantis stalks the cicada, and the oriole is behind. These two groups of people didn't know that there was another person following them. The guard of the Lian Pavilion, who was secretly monitoring Yun Luoling, came out of a cave and appeared in the night. He looked at the direction where Yun Mui and the others left, walked up the slope outside the dangerous valley, and made an arrow mark on the ground with a stubborn stone, and then flashed and continued to follow. The sky was full of snow, and it was getting bigger and bigger, covering the stone with a thick layer, but it did not cover the direction of the arrow. The reason why the word bend and coil is used to describe the winding mountain road is because this road is winding and winding around the mountainside. This road is a must-go official road through the dangerous valley. The snow did not stop for another night, and the snow that had finally melted was once again covered with the ground. The falling snow was melodious, and the white snow scene covered the two groups of people at this bend, covering their bodies without melting. The two groups of people, one group of guards, were stumbling, with black lips and swollen noses and faces, as if they had been poisoned by some kind of medicine. Their whole bodies were trembling from the cold wind. Their skin was trembling, and their teeth were chattering. They were limp and unable to move. On the bend, the carriage stopped. The horse and the body had long been separated, and the horse was nowhere to be found. That arrogant and domineering princess was tied up like a dumpling, with her mouth stuffed. She was thrown in front of the carriage. The falling snow fell all over her head, and her dress was already dirty and muddy. She looked very embarrassed. In front of her stood a woman in mink clothes, but her hairstyle was not the bun of a Central Plains woman, but a bunch of small braids, with furry hair accessories, and with her sweet smile at the moment. Two small dimples hung on her round and silly face, which made her look particularly innocent and cute. But such an innocent woman said, "Princess Yunling, if you dare to hurt my horse Hongling, you will pay with your hands." Yun Luoling was tied up, and it was difficult for her to move, let alone fight. She could only keep moaning, with anger burning in her eyes. It seemed to be saying, "You lowly people, let me go quickly, or I will confiscate your family." Ah! The angrier Yun Luoling was, the purer Xian Muyaling's smile became, if you ignore the increasingly deep and vicious feeling in her eyes. "Miss, it's been so long, and the Princess of Yunlang is still so energetic. Xiaoyu thinks that we might as well dig out her eyes and throw her body into the wilderness to see how she can still stare. I heard that there are many wild beasts outside the wild mountains of Yunlang, and wild beasts like to eat living people the most." The woman named Xiaoyu kept touching the red-rich horse mentioned by Xian Muyaling, stroking the place where the whip was whipped along the horse's fur, like treating her own child. Especially gentle. But the words she said were as vicious as her lady, and even more cruel, and she never took Yun Luoling's identity as a princess seriously. Yun Luoling seemed to be frightened by Xiaoyu's words. and tears flashed in her angry eyes. But it felt like she was saying, if you dare to touch this princess will lose a hair. My father will never let you lowly people go. He will definitely cut you into pieces. Xiaomu Yaling saw this meaning. She took up a small braid in front of her, with her slender jade hand, and played with it. Then, with a vicious look in her eyes, she directly pulled out the scimitar from her waist. On her round and innocent face, the two dimples deepened. Her jade fingers touched the blade of the scimitar, and flicked it lightly. There was a crisp sound of the knife, and the snow fell on it, reflecting the sharpness. This idea is not bad. It's too comfortable to kill her with one knife. And it's too cheap for her. Then dig out her eyes first, and then cut her tongue. The scimitar in her hand suddenly rose. Yun Luoling's eyes suddenly turned white, and she fainted. Being so easily frightened, Siam Yaling actually showed a regretful expression. The viciousness on her face disappeared. Xiaoyu, this princess of Yunlang is not that great. I heard that she is the most beloved daughter of Emperor Yu of Yunlang. She is just such a fool. It seems that the newly enthroned Emperor Yu of Yunlang is just like that. My mother even asked me to come to help the little uncle. I don't think it's necessary at all. The little uncle doesn't need my help. Kneeling on one knee, the scimitar directly lifted Yun Luoling's drooping chin and looked at the guard captain, who was lying on the ground and couldn't move at all. Throw a small porcelain bottle at any time. Antidote. Siam Yaling, Princess Changle of Jiachuan of Jusin Kingdom, is waiting for Emperor Yu of Yunlang to come to this princess to reason on behalf of his seventh princess. This princess also wants to see if Emperor Yu of Yunlang is so arrogant. Using the word barbaric to describe Emperor Yu, and emphasizing the tone. It was simply a mockery. It was a sarcasm that Emperor Yu of Yunlang, who could teach the seventh princess who only knew how to oppress the people, had lost the power of the Yunlang emperor and the etiquette of Yunlang. He got on his horse and headed straight for Langjing. Mice have skins, but people have no manners. If people have no manners, why don't they die? Xiaoyu also looked down on him and got on her horse to follow. On another bend, the ebony carriage stopped quietly here. Judging from the thickness of the snow on the carriage, it had stayed on this official road for a long time. Facing the wind and snow, Moing came over. Your Majesty, the princess has left. Prince Yi's eyes fell on the bend. His expression was unclear, and after a moment, he said, let the people following stay away. Don't let Changle notice. Moing nodded, having already given instructions. At the same time, a piece of paper was handed into the carriage window with the news just received. The note said, Yan Weiyu is dead. In Beifeng village, Master Xiao could not find any trace of him. He left Taiyangguan County yesterday, and his whereabouts are unknown. The crown prince of Yunlang hijacked the goods in the Lian pavilion and plotted to get the daughter of the Su family to leave Beijing. Unfortunately, his wish was not fulfilled. When the prince Jiu fell ill, all his plans were just empty talk. It's a pity. These words are meaningful. The note lit the candle in the stove, and Prince Yi stroked the Xiaoyao token with his palm. There was still no light in his eyes, only a deep color. Moing understood, and his eyes were deep. Yan Weiyu is dead. This matter can only be the plot of the crown prince of Yunlang to plot against the daughter of the Su family. Master Xiao can't find the prince, no matter how he investigates. Your Highness, there is one more thing. Our people found the bodies of the 3 missing men in a cave on the West Peak. One of them had his tendons cut in his hands and feet, and committed suicide by taking poison. The other 2 were killed in one blow, with their throats cut by a sharp weapon. I'm afraid the bandits in Beifeng village are not just ordinary bandits. They are not capable of such a powerful method. Moing, the destruction of Beifeng village was the plot behind the scenes by Prince Yunlang. After hearing this, Moing stopped talking. It's time for me to go back. I've been out for too long. Emperor Yulangyu is not an ordinary person. I need to be cautious. Yes, I understand. Prince Yi's words made sense to Moing. He understood that there was no need to ask about the matter here. Their goal had been achieved. The carriage drove away. At noon, in the West Peak, Jin Chao and his group bowed. Mr. Xiao, you are generous and forgiving, and you have worked hard to help us escape, and you have saved my son's life. I will never forget this. Master Jin, you don't need to thank me. My young master is not generous. Nor is he forgiving. What he did was profitable for himself. The reason why he let you go was just to deal with Xiaoshan. Su Rao was still wearing a white dress, but it was no longer rolling snow yarn. but just ordinary cloth. She still covered her face with a hat, and did not accept Jin Chao's thanks. After saying this, she walked to Xiaoshan and squatted on one knee. The coldness and alienation on her body diminished a bit, and she raised her hand to touch Xiaoshan's head. Xiaoshan, my sister's deal with you is over, and we are saying goodbye. You copied my goods, and my people copied yours. It is understandable. I will not say any more nonsense to you, nor will I persuade you not to hate me. I only want to tell you one thing. Cherish the present. Don't waste time on unimportant people and things and miss the beauty of being with your family. This is what many people want. Getting up, Su Rao left, no longer caring about Xiaoshan's reaction. She said what she should say, and did what she thought she should do. No matter what the result is, good or bad, she will accept it, whether it is hated or not. Ying bowed and followed with big strides. It was not until the two figures disappeared that Xiaoshan retracted his gaze and looked up at his father beside him. But he saw that he was frowning, and he could not understand the expression on his face. He pulled Jincho's black bear-skin coat. Dad, our village was not destroyed by my sister and her people. Right? Jinchao also retracted his gaze, and then hugged Xiaoshan. Just a smile. No answer. Xiaoshan seemed to understand. Grinning, and his eyes fell on the family members behind him one by one. From then on, he and Adi were no longer the sons of bandits. They would go to private schools to study, and no one would look at him and Adi with strange eyes, calling them bad children from bad guys' families. After entering the Shifeng cave, Jin Chao and his group disappeared. From then on, they lived in anonymity. The leader of Beifeng village and all the escaped Beifeng village bandits died, and were buried in the avalanche that night when they robbed the baggage. The cold snow was still falling, just like the day when I first came to Tiangu Pass, and the whole world was fogged again. But it was difficult to see the figure stepping on the slope outside the dangerous valley again. The stone arrows placed by the guards of the Liangna Pavilion last night had been messed up. Su Rao stepped on a stone with one foot, and her clothes fluttered. Miss, the eldest master has known that you are here. You must return to the capital. Otherwise he will send a message to the second master, saying that you left the capital. Ying turned her head and looked at Su Rao. Last night, Su Dan came to him and said that the eldest son did not ask about the young lady's visit. He knew that her father was as important to her as the Su family. He did not ask about this matter. But the young lady had to return to Beijing as soon as possible. The new year was approaching. If people knew that the daughter of the Su family had secretly left Beijing, although the daughter of the Su family was lustful and eccentric, no one knew that she had left Beijing for several days. With such a skill, the daughter of the Su family could not have been so secretive, and no news was spread. I know. If Ying didn't make a move, Suda might not recognize him. But once he made a move, Suda would definitely be suspicious, and then recognize him. Su Rao knew it in her heart. Let the guards keep a close eye on Yun Mui. If Yun Mui's people make a move, save Yun Mui when he is seriously injured. I want them to. Ying understood everything Su Rao said without saying anything, and a sharp look flashed across her eyes. Yun Mui and Yun Mui's actions of moving his father and plotting against the Su family have completely touched the young lady's bottom line. Young lady. There is one more thing. When she spoke again, Ying's expression was a little hesitant. Isu sent a message that the young lady has been following the side of Prince Jiwa these days, serving Prince Jiwa as an apprentice. After the young lady returns to Beijing, she may have to go to Prince Jiwa's other residence first. The bright peach eyes suddenly moved, and the tips of her eyebrows were completely twisted. The end of the eyes was peach-colored. Bright red. After a moment, a low voice said, "Serve daily life." Didn't we make it clear? Ying had thought of Su Rao's reaction before he said that. Miss, this matter was not reported by Prince Jiyue, but by a rough boy in the military camp, and it seems to be related to the seventh prince. He didn't know the specific cause, but the news from Isu said that it seemed that the seventh prince wanted to go to Prince Jiyue's other residence, and the second young master stopped him. Then it was reported that Miss served Prince Jiyue's daily life. Now everyone in Beijing knows about it, and Miss took advantage of the opportunity. Take advantage of Prince Jiyue's illness. Yun, Mu, Jing, Yun, Ji, raising her hand to rub her brows. Su Rao's face showed a long-lost sense of weakness. Feeling powerless against Yun Mujing and Yun Ji, she couldn't move, hurt, or even hate Yun Mujing anymore. because she wasn't the real Su Rao. And she felt that even getting angry at Yunji was a crime, and the wrath of heaven and man. She closed her eyes to hide her inner boredom. She opened them after a moment. Ying. Secretly take care of father and elder brother, and make sure they are safe and sound. She rode her horse down the hill directly. The horse's hooves trampled down, splashing snow. What should Su Rao do with what Ying said? She could only go back to solve it. Now the matter of Taingguiguan County was no longer clear, and it would be useless for her to stay here. In addition, Suda asked Su Dan to bring that word, and now she had taken advantage of the opportunity to enter. If she didn't go back, I'm afraid that what was waiting for her was the imperial decree of marriage. A hint of deepness flashed coldly from the bottom of her eyes, as if she had made a decision. In the 12th lunar month, the atmosphere of the new year was already strong. Although the snow disaster in Taingguiguan County had some impact on this year, it only affected those high-ranking officials and nobles who wanted to take credit for it, and did not have much impact on ordinary people. The streets of Langjing were now filled with various stalls and shelves. All the goods sold were New Year products. What's more, these stalls and shelves were set up inside Langjing City, on both sides of the official road outside Langjing. Ordinary people were carrying loads and baskets. The shouts of buying and selling. The city gate was extremely lively. The horse stopped. Su Rao stopped at the official road pavilion where she talked with Yunji that day, and looked at the festive atmosphere outside Langjing from afar. There was no joy in the upcoming new year in her heart, but only calmness. If you ignore her right hand that was white and purple because of holding the reins at this moment, the new year is joyful. But for Su Rao, every new year she has celebrated is just a weight that deepens the darkness in her heart. But at this moment, facing such a festive occasion again, she seems to be less hard to bear the hatred in her heart than in previous years. Perhaps it is because she saw the hatred in Xiaoshan's eyes, and she completely understood the good intentions of her father and mother. How could she let them down? With a light breath, Su Rao looked up at the clouds in the sky. Father, mother, at the end of this year, Rao can be calm and obedient. You must watch from the sky, watching Rao being obedient, living very obediently, and living peacefully. Mumbling words. The bright pearl light flashed in her eyelids, still not falling. But the peach color painted the eye sockets again, and the corners of her mouth curved slightly. In a breath, Su Rao pulled the reins. The horse turned its head, and went to the residence of Prince Jiyu. She said that they would be cleared from now on. But things are unpredictable. Since she couldn't touch Yunmujing, she could only make plans on Yunji. She had no choice. He also said that it was okay to use him. The second residence of Prince Jiyu was located in the hot spring mountain stream with an excellent feng shui geographical location. There was a naturally formed hot spring pool here, which had the effect of strengthening the body. The second residence of Prince Jiyu, Qingfeng Garden, was in the valley of this hot spring mountain stream. Outside was a large bamboo forest, which was very similar to the bamboo forest in his Qingfeng residence. The only difference was that the bamboo forest in Qingfeng residence was in the courtyard, while the large bamboo forest in Qingfeng Garden was in this outer area. The horse galloped and stopped outside the bamboo forest. Although Su Rao had never been to Qingfeng Garden, she was very familiar with the hot spring mountain stream, because when she was a child, the prince and princess of Daqing had brought her here several times, and there was no Qingfeng Garden in this bamboo forest at that time. But since the fall of the Qing dynasty, she has never been here again. She has never been to any place where she has shared memories with her father and mother, because she is afraid that if she comes, she will not be able to hold back anymore. But this time she is not afraid. Seeing the hatred in Xiaoshan's eyes, she understands the good intentions of her father and mother. So she will no longer choose to suppress herself by escaping, suppressing the hatred that has never stopped in her heart. She will choose to face it calmly. Getting off the horse, Su Rao walked into the forest path, the artificial bluestone path. The snow on it was cleaned very clean, smooth and bright. Step by step, Su Rao walked in. After 2 or 3 days of rushing, the falling snow had stopped, and the sky was clear again. But at this moment, the bamboo forest was blended with snow and bamboo, and the flying snow was shimmering, winding around the two people in the forest. But this time there was no fight, nor was there any blood in the alley that day. Su Yuma, you lunatic. Yunmujing was full of anger, looking at Su Er, who blocked his way again and prevented him from looking for Yunji, and felt like he was smoldering. Su-er was still indifferent, but his eyes on Yun Mujing were full of heat. A heat that was no longer suppressed. I am crazy. But it was also led by you. I don't mind the good of Long Yang. Because I never regarded you as a man. Yun Mujing. Su. You. Mo. The drooping hand pinched out green vines. Yun Mujing couldn't bear it anymore and attacked again. Su-er didn't accept it. Put one hand behind his back. And dodged Yun Mujing's attack with his toes. And continued, you can do whatever you want. After the fight. Change your clothes. And wear women's clothes only for me. These words angered Yun Mujing even more. And the power in his hands brought out murderous aura. Dream. He stepped forward. Fierce killing. Su-er continued to retreat. No longer possessing the cold anger that Yun Mujing could arouse in the past. And the corners of his mouth gradually curled up. Su-rao stopped and stayed not far from Su-er and Yun Mujing. The lush green bamboos covered her graceful figure. And her eyes fell on Su-er with a sense of astonishment. She had only seen such a second brother a few times 3 years ago, when the second brother asked about Yun Mujing, who was dressed as a woman. And she had never seen him again since then. Seeing Su-er retreating all the time, giving way to Yun Mujing step by step. She actually felt a sense of doting from it. She kept watching Yun Mujing force Su-er to retreat all the time. Retreating into the bamboo forest. Away from the Qingfeng garden. Su-rao's eyes were complicated. Yunji's words that day flashed in her mind. Because of her, Su-er finally fell in love with Yun Mujing. Or to be more precise, because she calculated Yun Mujing that day. Su-er no longer suppressed the abnormal emotions in his heart. He was not gay, but couldn't help himself from his admiration for Yun Mujing's female dress. Su-rao wanted to follow and see, but after taking a step, she paused. With Su-er's temper, if he found out that she had seen him and Yun Mujing's entanglement, then he cough, 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 cough. Such coughing sounds suddenly came to her ears, one after another. Prince. Yunling's voice also appeared in her ears. His voice was always cold and insensitive, but now it was filled with deep sorrow and burning worry. Su-rao's thoughts were confused, and her eyes turned to Qifeng Garden not far away. The voice came clearly into her ears from here. Yunfeng. Go find Mr. Zhu. Just hearing Yunling's voice again, Su-rao's eyebrows tightened suddenly with panic. After a breath, she turned her head to look at the place where Su-er and Yun Mujing were far away, and moved her steps, tiptoed, and flew up, directly jumping into Qingfeng Garden. When he stepped into the courtyard, he saw the figure of Yuhua in the waterside pavilion in the moonlight pavilion. His clothes were stained with blood. His face was pale, and blood was dripping from the corners of his mouth. Yunling supported Yunji, and Yunfeng quickly came to the outside of Qifeng Garden. Yunji was sick again, so he didn't go into the house to call Mr. Zhu, but came out like this, with just one glance. Su-rao guessed. Could it be that Mr. Zhu was not here at the moment? Yunfeng came over and saw Su-rao. His eyes were stunned, and his hurried body suddenly stopped. In an instant, he took 2 big steps to Su-rao's side. Miss Su, can you give acupuncture? With this question, Yunfeng didn't think about it in a panic. He directly grabbed Su-rao's wrist and pulled her to the moonlight pavilion. And his thoughts were messed up anxiously. Su-rao remembered the acupuncture points that Master Huishan had applied to Yunji that day. Yunling also saw Su-rao and heard Yunfeng's question. Seeing Yunfeng pulling Su-rao over like this, his brows suddenly frowned. Yunfeng. At this sound, Yunfeng hurriedly paused, and then realized what he had done. Su-rao was not good at medicine. So what could he do even if he remembered those acupuncture points? Immediately let go of Su-rao, flew away again with Qinggong, and left Qingfeng Garden. With him were several dark auras. Su-rao also paused, and had walked to the pavilion and waterside pavilion. At such a close distance, the paleness on Yunji's face became clearer, although the blood in front of him stained his moonlight robe. It was still difficult to cover up the moonlight charm around him, even though he was weak and sick at this moment. So sickly, he was still so beautiful and stunning. The drooping soft hand curled up slightly. Yunling shouted again in panic, Prince. Yunji fainted. Su-rao squeezed her clenched hands hard. There was a hint of hesitation in her eyes, as if she was hesitating about something. Seeing that Yunji's breath was getting weaker and weaker, she finally strode into the pavilion. Do you have a silver needle? With this word, she pulled up Yunji's wrist and pressed 3 fingers on it, and actually took his pulse. Yunling was stunned by Su Rao's action. But in an instant, he quickly took out a pack of silver needles from the drawer next to the small couch. In a short breath, without any hesitation, Su Rao directly lifted Yunji's sleeve and inserted a needle into the skin. After 3 needles, Yunji suddenly groaned, but did not wake up. Instead, beads of white water oozed from his forehead. His body trembled and shivered. "Prince," Yunling said anxiously. He looked at Su Rao. "What's going on?" "Coldness surrounds the body. Heart chi is blocked." Su Rao's eyebrows tightened. The scar on her forehead was particularly eye-catching, and there was a slight surprise in her peach blossom eyes. Yunji actually had a heart meridian stagnation disease. He was a man like a fallen immortal. How could it be? "Take Yunji to the mountain stream hot spring immediately," Su Rao said again, in a deep voice, "and put away the silver needle." At this moment, Yunling did not dare to delay, and had no time to explore how Su Rao knew medicine. He picked up Yunji and walked quickly to the mountain stream hot spring. Su Rao followed quickly. At the same time, another sentence was said to the other young guards in the dark. "Prepare ice cubes. The more the better." The mountain stream hot spring was misty, and the closer it got, the ice and snow around it melted. The marble granite, the hot spring pool, was blocked by a screen. Yunling brought Yunji and arrived in just a moment, and then looked at Su Rao. "What to do next?" "Go get some ice. If there's none, just pour some cold water into the pool." Yunling had no idea. The coldness was lingering in his body, and his heart was blocked. Shouldn't he use the hot spring's heat and internal energy to drive it out? Why use ice? Although he was confused, he did not ask any more questions. He placed Yunji on the small yuwa couch beside him, and quickly went to the ice cellar in Qifeng Garden. Su Rao came over and stirred her hand in the pool. A warm current went straight into her skin, dispelling the coldness on her hands. Then she felt a little hot and stinging. The pool water was too hot, and the temperature must be lowered first. Otherwise it would be counterproductive. After just one try, Su Rao wiped her hands, walked to the small couch, and put the back of her hand on Yunji's forehead again. The icy feeling was so cold. After a while, Yunwei took out the ice and put it into the warm pool according to Su Rao's instructions. No matter how hot the water was, it would be difficult to melt several pieces of ice in a short time. "Take off Yunji's shirt and put him in." Su Rao's hand reached into the hot spring pool again. The cold and hot blended together, and it was not as hot as before. Yunling and Yunda hurriedly put Yunji into the hot spring pool, and the blood-stained robe was taken off. His fair and delicate skin was more tender than that of a woman. He felt a little thin when he was wearing the clothes, but after taking them off, he turned out to be strong, with exquisite collarbones and seductive jade bones. His whole body was submerged in the water. The young man bathed, which was really tempting. Su Rao didn't have any romantic thoughts, so she asked Yunling and the others to wait outside the screen. "Don't disturb her. Don't come in if she doesn't call." Then she knelt down by the pool, spread out the silver needle bag, looked at Yunji who was still trembling in the pool, and touched the front of her body with her hand. It seemed that she grabbed something, a pendant around her neck. "Yunji, today I broke my promise because of you, and I'm paying you back for helping me in Tiangu Pass." Muttering, she lifted up the thick black hair that had long been scattered in the pool, but was immediately stunned again, because there were many scars on Yunji's back, crisscrossing and crisscrossing, although they were almost not noticeable. Such scars. For a moment, Su Rao was a little bit unbelievable. How could such a glorious and bright Prince Jiyu, the most honorable prince of Yun Wangfu in Yunlang country? A muffled groan. As if in pain, Su Rao suddenly came back to her senses, putting aside all the surprises in her heart, and without further delay, she inserted the silver needle into Yunji's back and arm. Each needle was placed just right, showing that Su Rao's medical skills were definitely not low. After a moment, Yunji's trembling body gradually calmed down, and his face was no longer pale, but instead had a faint layer of red. I don't know if it was because the hot spring water was too hot, or if he had calmed down, but this hot spring pool was really hot and stuffy. In just a moment, the ice had all melted, and the rising mist also reddened Su Rao's face, as if she had put on a layer of crimson rouge, making her peach blossom eyes more dazzling, and the crimson color wrapped around her eye sockets, delicate and tempting. Another muffled groan. Yunji coughed and gasped. no longer coughing up blood. The weak breath gradually stabilized, and the whole person seemed to wake up. Su Rao exhaled lightly, and wiped the sweat from her forehead. She put away the silver needle. Just as she was about to call Yun Ling and the others to come in, a big hand suddenly stretched out and grabbed her wrist, pulling her into the hot spring pool, splashing water immediately. Yun Ling and the others heard the noise and immediately shouted "Prince" and hurried over. But before they got close to the hot spring pool, they were shaken away by a burst of true energy, and all of them spit out blood and fell to the ground. Su Rao fell into the hot spring pool and choked on several mouthfuls of water before she jumped out of the water. Before she could react, another force pulled her out like a magnet, and then a dangerous breath approached. A drop of water came straight to Su Rao's eyebrows. "Prince, don't. It's Miss Su." Yun Ling saw this and suddenly shouted in panic. His eyes changed even more, and he coughed up blood again while holding his chest, and it was difficult for him to come back for a while. The water drop has reached her brow. It was so fast that it only took a moment. But Su Rao was calm. She recovered from the sudden change of being pulled into the hot spring pool and then pulled out. Her life was threatened in this way, and her eyes immediately sank. She was ready to bend back 90 degrees to avoid this drop of water that was already murderous. But at this moment, an iron arm stretched out from her waist, and before she could move, she pulled her away. The drop of water went straight through the shoulder of the person in front of her, and the deep red blood suddenly gushed out, flowing from the white shoulder, coloring the beautiful clavicle on the left shoulder, leaving a bloody wound. "Is there anything wrong?" This question was asked, and the breath passed over the head, slightly heavy, and seemed to be in a panic. But there was no cry of pain. Su Rao was stunned, without replying, and did not notice Yunji's panic, only because her lips were pressed against Yunji's body at this moment, and a faint smell of medicine lingered in her nose. The unique smell of Ji Prince. When coming out of the hot spring pool, Yunji had already pulled the bloody robe hanging on the screen and put it on. But he had not put it on completely. Half of his shoulders and body were exposed. At this moment, Su Rao, half of her lips were pressed against Yunji's robe, and the other half was pressed against his body. Yunji seemed not to notice such an unexpected skin-to-skin contact, or because of the incident just now, he did not feel it for a while. Another voice. "Su Rao. Answer." Su Rao suddenly came back to her senses. Her face became more red, and the touch on the corner of her lips. She quickly pushed Yunji away reflexively. Yunji was not aware of this and staggered back, trying to steady himself. However, because Su Rao pushed him, his hand accidentally hooked the ribbon in front of him and pulled the satin covering his eyes off. White satin fluttered and fell between the two of them. Su Rao was stunned again, but her eyes unconsciously fell on Yunji's face. She only took a glance, but she didn't see anything clearly. Yunji had already turned his back. His steps felt a little unstable. "Prince." Yun Ling wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, covered his body, and ran over quickly. Picked up the satin. The air was suddenly quiet. So quiet that it felt a little breathless. Su Rao came back to her senses again, and then twisted her eyebrows tightly, and pressed the corners of her lips. The white satin covered her eyes again. Yunji turned around. His face had returned to its rosy color, and his breathing was smooth and strong. He recovered so quickly. "It seems nothing happened." He spoke again, so calmly, so freely. The series of events just now seemed to have no effect on him, and there was no trace of abnormality in his voice. Still the indifferent Ji Prince. "The breeze and the moon are bright, and Gu Bo is calm." For a moment, Su Rao didn't know how to speak. She felt that all the changes that happened just now were just her own illusions, and there was no such series of accidents. The peach color between her eyebrows was glittering again, and the twisted eyebrows of Lu Dai also became solemn. Then, her eyes fell on Yunji's injured shoulder. Yunji seemed to have noticed something, took a step forward, and raised his robe to cover the small bloody wound between the collarbone and the half of his body exposed. "It seems that you are stupid, so answer slowly. 3 questions. Su Rao didn't answer a word. Yunji left this sentence at the end, still indifferent, and walked to the small couch. "Go and prepare a set of clothes for Miss Su." He walked to the small couch but did not sit down. Instead, he walked around and pushed the screen behind him. There was a partition door behind the screen. Behind the partition door was the compartment where Yunji rested after taking a hot spring bath. The Moonlight Bamboo House. Yuehua's figure disappeared inside. Yunling made a promise, covered his chest and coughed again. He left without looking at Su Rao. After all, Su Rao was a little embarrassed at the moment. The white dress fit her body perfectly, outlining her figure, graceful and charming. Her black hair was also dripping with water, and a few strands were playfully attached to her fair face. He raised his hand to touch the water stains on his face, took the broken hair, and shook the watercolor of his sleeves. His eyes fell on the closed partition door, and gradually, a deep feeling emerged. Yun Ji, such a strong internal force, and such a fast speed. She didn't even have a moment to react. This was the weak Jiue prince. If he was in good health. How? Thinking of this, Su Rao's eyes became deeper and more alert. A breath, and it was gone. I don't know if it was restrained or disappeared. Yun Ji, who entered the compartment, touched the front of his body. He felt the touch at that moment from the beginning. His earlobes, which were already red, felt red as if they were dripping blood. Although his face was calm, his heart was surging. And his heart was beating so fast that he couldn't control it. He was afraid that he would be noticed by that person. So he went into the room so quickly. His throat moved slightly, and it calmed down after a moment. Su Rao, you are really... Why not come back anytime? But now? She smiled and shook her head. As if helpless, her slender jade fingers touched her injured shoulder again. And in a breath, she stepped into the inner room and changed into this embarrassed robe. She was still the color of moonlight, covered with a cloak, and her thick black hair was still dripping with water. She directly used her internal force in her hands and dried it in an instant. Yunling was also very fast. In just a moment, he took out a red dress and placed it on the small couch, and then left again. Before leaving, his hand touched the edge of a screen, and the screen of the entire hot spring pool instantly merged together, separating this place from Yunji's compartment. Miss Su opened the mechanism on the inside of the small couch. The carved flower. The whole hot spring pool was quiet again. Su Rao's eyes fell on the red dress on the couch. It was not produced by the Lian Pavilion. It was so short that she found such a dress. And it was red. Her eyebrows were twisted again, and her eyes fell on the partition compartment. In a breath, she got dressed. A red skirt, covered with a smoke gauze shawl, embroidered with moon-colored bamboo leaves. It fits her very well. It's like it was tailor-made for her. Su Rao frowned again at this realization. At the right time, a gentle voice came from the screen. This is the clothes prepared for her. I don't know if it fits you. I don't have other women's clothes in Qifeng Garden. If you feel it doesn't fit, I'll ask Yunling to go to the Lian Pavilion to get it for you. But it may take a little time. No need. It fits you very well. The screen turned. The mechanism opened from the inside, and Su Rao walked out. I don't know where Yunji came from, but now he is standing outside the hot spring pool. He stood straight, with one hand on his abdomen. The embarrassment just now was gone. He changed the satin on his eyes, and tied his hair with a white jade hairpin. A wisp of cold wind blew, causing his thick black hair to flow. His shoulder was pierced, but he could hardly see the slightest sign of injury at this moment. Still so calm. The exiled fairy of Yuhua. The vigilance that had just arisen in Su Rao's heart disappeared quietly in the face of such a Yunji. And she herself did not notice it. Your injury. Why did you come here? Yunji seemed not to want to mention what happened just now, and turned around and walked back to Qifeng Garden first. His steps were slow. Su Rao pursed her lips slightly again, and after a breath, she still took a step to catch up. Before today, there was a tacit understanding between them that seemed like a cold war. Now he was still so calm and composed, as if those things had never happened between them, and those words had never been said. What happened just now had never happened. His attitude was not the slightest bit distant. Still the same as before. Just like when he was in Qifeng residence. He was gentle to her and treated her kindly. She and Yunji were not that familiar with each other, nor did they have a very good relationship. But it was just because of the second brother, Yun Mujing, and the imperial decree of marriage that would be announced at some point. He said that they were clear, and she agreed to be clear. But now she appeared here, and there was such an accident, which was a bit embarrassing. I didn't let people spread the rumors about Langjing these days. If you come here for this, I won't admit it this time, and I won't let you get angry again. Yunji seemed to understand Su Rao's purpose of coming here, and then he said this. I know. Su Rao then spoke again. I came here. Not because I wanted to come. Yunji understood the contradictory words. If it wasn't for the rumors about Lang Jing, she wouldn't come and wouldn't bother him like this. His footsteps suddenly stopped. And Yunji turned his head to face Su Rao. Su Rao. You saved Yunji this time. I will let Yunfeng deal with those rumors. From now on, your affairs have nothing to do with Yunji. You are not a good person. Yunji also said again that Yunji is not a good person either. Suddenly alienated. It was still the feeling of moonlight. Bright young master. But suddenly felt that he suddenly appeared within 3 feet of his body. Thousands of miles away from people. Su Rao paused for a moment. Yunji walked again. Although his steps were still slow. But Su Rao felt that he walked very fast. But disappeared from her sight in an instant. For a moment, Su Rao looked confused. Completely unaware of Yunji's sudden change. Did she provoke him? After a breath, his eyes flashed. And he murmured, Yunji. From the beginning, I actually didn't want to have any intersection with you. But now I have to have any intersection with you in the future. It's you who won't let me touch Yun Mujing. Turning around, she strode away from the other side path. If she wanted Yun Yu not to easily grant her a marriage and catch her off guard, she had to have an ambiguous relationship with a royal child. Yun Mujing was the best candidate. He had a relationship with Su Rao and was Yun Yu's favorite son. So as long as he told Yun Yu that he wanted to marry her for love and not by imperial decree, Yun Yu would definitely agree to it because of her love for Yun Mujing. But now, just for the sake of her second brother, she couldn't touch Yun Mujing anymore. So she could only touch Yunji. Because she felt that she didn't have much time. Even if Yunji would have people suppress those rumors. Her taking advantage of the situation had already spread to the Yun Palace and Yun Yu's ears. Besides, Su Rao had been infatuated with Prince Ji Yu when she was a child. And her appearance was ruined because of him. At the corner, behind the stone railings, Yunji stopped. Su Rao's voice was only for himself. But it went into the slightly moving white jade ears under the white satin. The corners of her mouth slowly raised. And her indifferent face brought out her spirit, which made the winter color of the whole garden beautiful. The sudden alienation and remoteness just now disappeared. Su Rao's medical experience. Don't say more. After saying this, she left again. And her steps were slow again. Strolling leisurely in the garden. Yunling, who was following beside him, discovered for the first time that their prince would have such a change in temperament. Let Yunfeng prepare and return to Beijing. This arrangement. The voice is more transparent. The end of the year is approaching. And it's time to go back. Just as Su Rao left, Yunfeng, who had gone to the forest to look for Mr. Zhu to collect herbs, came back, along with Su Er and Yun Mujing. Yun Mujing's footsteps were extremely fast. Su Er was not far from him. 3 steps away. But at this moment, Yun Mujing didn't care about going against Su Er anymore. He walked into Qifeng Garden in 2 steps. Saw Yunji from a distance. And walked forward quickly. Brother. As soon as he opened his mouth, Yunji already knew what Yun Mujing was going to ask. He was fine. But he was just coughing and couldn't suppress it for a while. Yunfeng and the others always made a fuss. Mr. Zhu still went forward to check Yunji's body. Then he glanced at Yunji's injured left shoulder. And what he said was, the prince is fine. But he stayed outside for a long time and was infected with some wind. I will go to boil some medicine and you can stay overnight. After saying this, Mr. Zhu went to the pharmacy of Qifeng Garden. When he passed by Yunling, his eyes secretly glanced at him again. Yunling shook his head lightly. The prince's injury should not be said too much. I know. Mr. Zhu left. The communication between the two was very obscure. And at this moment, Yun Mujing and Su Er's attention was on Yunji. So the two did not notice it. Only Yunfeng noticed it. Pursed his lips. And slightly pinched the folding fan in his hand. But did not ask anything at this time. Brother. Why don't you see a Rao? Where is she? Yunji was fine. Yun Mujing's worried heart fell. And seeing that there was no Su Rao beside Yunji, he asked again. And his eyes turned around. Su Er immediately glanced at Yun Mujing, with a hint of unclear color in his eyes. And also turned around. You call me so smoothly. Yun Mujing. What is the relationship between this lady and you? The voice of the playboy was as eccentric as always, and mixed with solemnity. Su Rao appeared, walked over with her arms around her, holding a green bamboo leaf in the corner of her mouth. With such a posture, without the reserve of a girl. She had never treated Yun Mujing well before, and she would not give him a good face. Su Rao had just left when she suddenly thought of Yun Feng who had left, and then thought of Su Er and Yun Mujing in the bamboo forest, and immediately turned back. Less than half a month before the end of the year, Prince Jiue returned from recuperation at Qifeng Garden. The first thing he did after returning was to drive Miss Su away from his side. He only said one sentence to Emperor Yu. Yun Ji is weak and can no longer teach Miss Su. Please find someone else. Uncle. Such impolite words did not take into account Emperor Yu's face as an emperor. Because of those rumors, Prince Jiue had never been angry. Such a handsome young man was so angry for the first time and drove Miss Su away in anger. Miss Su was driven out of King Fengju. But she made a bold statement. Yunji, you wait for me. Since Master Xiao has left, I must get you. Sooner or later, I will take you down and make you bow down at my feet. I will send you 3 letters and 6 ceremonies, and welcome you into the mansion in a grand manner with a sedan chair. These bold words imply that she must be Prince Jiue, and sooner or later she will become his consort. Wait for her. These words were heard by Emperor Yu, who was handling government affairs in the imperial study room, in just a moment. And his frown, which had been tense because of the prince's letter to Tianguiguan County, relaxed a little. A moment ago, the prince sent a letter to Emperor Yu. I went to Tianguiguan County to help with disaster relief, and found that the county governor of Tianguiguan County actually colluded with the bandits in Beifeng village to seek personal gain. The memorial submitted by Yun Murui did not mention that he was assassinated and injured, but only said that he, Su's father, and Su De discovered what Yang Weiyu had done. Yang Weiyu was arrested and committed suicide out of fear of crime, and Beifeng village had been wiped out. In this memorial, the prince concealed the assassin's matter. Firstly, because he was worried that Emperor Yu would know about his injury and would recall him to Langjing, thus missing this opportunity to make meritorious service. And secondly, since he was so injured, Su's father and Su De would inevitably bear some responsibility. Although Yun Murui knew that if he reported his assassination and injury, since he had returned to Langjing, the 4th prince in Wanlu Temple would certainly be recalled. After all, it was the crown prince who was assassinated. At that time, he would ask his men to stop Yun Muyi, and Yun Muyi would not be able to return to the capital for a while. And then Yun Muyi's secret departure from the capital would inevitably be exposed. But now, instead of using this trick to deal with Yun Muyi, Yun Murui wanted to win over the Su family, Su's father, and Su De at this moment. To deal with Yun Muyi, he had plenty of opportunities. Even if he couldn't kill Yun Muyi this time, he could still make him lose a layer of skin. However, it was rare to have such a good opportunity to make friends with the Su family. So how could he miss it? In Raoxiang Pavilion, candles were burning, and Su Rao also held a secret letter in her hand. Ying had sent it this morning. Looking at the letter written on it that Yun Murui concealed his injury, her peach blossom eyes were filled with sadness. Miss, Yun Murui's move may make the general and the eldest son. Su spoke. Su Rao knew that Father Su and De Su would definitely be grateful to Yun Murui. Father and eldest brother are both upright, unlike second uncle, third uncle and second brother, who are clear-minded. The twists and turns, she secretly believed and lit the small stove. A hint of worry. Miss, don't worry too much. Huan Yang held Su Rao's hand and patted it gently. Although General Su and the eldest son are upright, they are Su family members after all. Su family members are cautious and loyal. Su Rao nodded. She knew that Su family members were cautious and loyal to Yun Lang. By the way, how are Uncle Hao and the others? This matter has been a foregone conclusion. No matter how worried she is at this moment, it will be useless. Yun Murui is thinking. She will wait and see what else he will do. A touch of coldness appeared. When asked about Uncle Hao, Huan Yang's face showed no sadness. Uncle Hao's injury was not serious, but some flesh wounds. Now he and his brothers are recuperating in the Lian Pavilion. The batch of goods from the Lian Pavilion is also on the way. The next morning after Su Rao left, Yun Murui had already ordered Yao Yeting to load the batch of goods and sent private guards to deliver it to the Lian Pavilion. Judging from the 2 things Yun Murui handled, Su Rao already knew that if it came to thinking, Yun Muyi would never be Yun Murui's opponent. Over the years, if Yun Muyi had not had the support of the Zhao family behind him, he would probably have been crippled by Yun Murui. Yun Muyi might have a deep mind, but he was just a monkey in a human costume, just playing tricks. The stars are brilliant, and the bright moon and the stars complement each other. The moon on the 15th is full on the 16th. Tonight's bright moon is like a big round plate, hanging high in the sky, reflecting the twilight. A ray of fluorescence penetrated the secret crack and shone into the dark room in Raoxiang Pavilion. The altar was covered with bright yellow satin. The smoke was hazy, and the vision was hazy, and the hundreds of tablets of the dead on the altar were even more hazy. Father, Mother, there have been too many unclear and hazy things around Rao Rao these days. Whether it is Yunji, Han Mo Chen, or Xian Ichi Xiao, these two people make Rao Rao unable to see clearly. In front of the altar, Su Rao burned incense to worship her parents and family, knelt on the futon, and talked a lot. The things that happened to her in Tianguan County. And she met Yunji again after returning. Yunji has a heart of 7 orifices. Although he is blind, his heart is too transparent. As transparent as a mirror. In front of him, Rao Rao feels that she has no secrets at all. Completely exposed. But Rao Rao has to meet him. As for Han Machen, Xiao Ziyu is Han Machen's man. But Xianichi Xiao is looking for Xiao Ziyu. If she hadn't seen Xianichi Xiao and Xiao Ziyu together, Rao Rao might have felt that Han Machen was not Xianichi Xiao. Although they were both cold people, Rao Rao felt that Han Machen had the same darkness as Rao Rao. But Xianichi Xiao didn't have it. Maybe he just hid it too well. After all, he was a member of the royal family. Perhaps Han Machen found out that she suspected him. So he deliberately looked for Master Xiao under the identity of Xianichi Xiao to dispel her suspicion. What would he do, and how would he do it after that? She originally wanted to take the initiative to approach him. But now she thought that might alert the enemy. So she should still remain unchanged in the face of change. If the enemy does not move, I don't move. In those bright peach eyes, there is a quiet, unfathomable quietness. Layer upon layer. Deep and hard to understand. The low murmur, in such an empty and silent dark room, is very calm. Calmly confessing. The bright moon gradually sets. The stars are dotted. And it is already the middle of the night. Su Rao is still kneeling in the dark room, telling her father and mother all the unspeakable depression in her heart these days, so that the big stone that has been weighing on her heart can be dropped. In her slender hands, she holds something. A jade pendant hanging from a red string. The jade pendant is emerald, like a fish, and also like half of the Tai Chi Bagua. It is emerald green, smooth and delicate. Under the reflection of candlelight, it transmits a fluorescent green light. The quality of the product is rare in the world. Mother, today, because of Yunji, Rao Rao broke her promise and used medical skills. Su Rao gently stroked the jade pendant, her eyes showing deep affection for her parents. Rao Rao originally thought that Yunji's weak body was caused by poisoning in childhood. But she didn't expect that he actually had a heart disease. He is the Jiyue prince of the Yun Palace, and the Yunlang sky light praised by the Yun Wang himself. What could have happened to such a proud child that made him depressed and difficult to heal for many years? Moreover, although the injuries on his back were very light, Rao Rao could still see them clearly. Those crisscrossing. Perhaps the Jiyue prince, who was so glorious outside, was not as the world saw. Or, Su Yunji also has some secrets. Father, Mother. Before this, Rao Rao didn't want to involve Yunji at all, because he is the only member of the Yun family that Rao Rao can't hate. But now Rao Rao has to involve him, because Rao Rao can't be forced into his Yun family without any effort. Rao Rao is no longer that helpless child. Putting the jade pendant around her neck and into her collar, Su Rao kowtowed 3 times and got up and left. She didn't kneel for a whole moonlit night like she did in the past 8 years. The next morning, just after Su Rao had breakfast, Su brought another secret letter. Yun Merwei's people didn't make a move. Yun Mui and his group walked to the winding road in the mountains and met the 7th princess venting her anger on the guards. Yun Luoling was threatened and intimidated by Xiaomi Yaling. After Xiaomi Yaling left, she took out all her anger on the guards. The whip whipped her, but the guards could only endure it. Yun Mui had not intended to show up at this time, but he did not want to bump into the men from Duke Xiao's mansion who had come privately to look for the 7th princess. So he ran into them head-on. At that moment, Yun Mui showed up and said that he came to find the 7th princess in the name of concubine Shu and take her back. The men of Duke Xiao appeared there, because Duke Xiao already knew that Yun Luoling went to find Master Xiao, and naturally knew that concubine Shu asked Yun Mui to secretly bring Yun Luoling back. Now that Yun Mui appeared here, those men of Duke Xiao were not surprised. As for what Yun Mui was planning in his mind, those men would not ask. And they did not have the courage to ask about the fourth prince. With the men of Duke Xiao, Yun Luoling and those guards, it would be too risky to move Yun Mui in such a situation. This news reached Yun Murui's ears, and Yun Murui gave up on moving Yun Mui and let him win a small game first. What's the harm? Miss, Yun Mui is lucky. If it weren't for the timely appearance of those men of Duke Xiao, the cliff on the winding road would have been his burial place, and his body would not be found. Isu spoke and handed the teacup to Su Rao. I hope Yun Murui will take action. Su Rao took a sip of tea, and her face did not show any regret, but became more and more gloomy. Yun Murui was too determined and too deep to stop so decisively. Such a person is not easy to deal with. At this time, in the study of Duke Xiao's mansion, Duke Xiao was also looking at a secret letter. It was about the assassination of the prince. Father, my sister asked the fourth prince to bring Luo Ling back, and the prince was assassinated at this time. There may be. Minister Zhao spoke. Duke Xiao burned the secret letter directly. You are not worthy of being a counselor. Only this sentence. No more words. The breath was heavy. Minister Zhao could only stop talking, not daring to look directly at Duke Xiao, with his hands hanging down, feeling a little cowardly. Since the last time Yun Luoling was restored to the position of princess, Minister Zhao suddenly realized that he had almost ruined the matter after Duke Xiao's words of regret. Since then, he dared not make decisions on his own and speak too much in front of Duke Xiao, fearing that he would make such a stupid mistake again, and thus implicate concubine Shu and her unborn child. Because of this secret letter, the atmosphere in the study was a little low and stuffy, until the housekeeper knocked on the door. Old Princess Yun came back from Yun County. Miss missed her very much after not seeing her for many months, so she sent the nanny next to her to invite Miss to Yin Wangfu for a small gathering. The door was opened. Duke Xiao came out, and the housekeeper bowed hurriedly. Nanny came in person, and now she is in Mrs. Xianxiang garden. Miss asked him to ask the old master if she can visit old Princess Yun this year. The housekeeper said this, and Duke Xiao's brows were gloomy, and the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes became more obvious. After a moment, he waved his hand. Let Xiao Lianqing go. Let Exiner greet the old Princess Yun on my behalf. The housekeeper agreed and went to report to Xiao Lianqing. Father, Exiner went to the Yun Palace again this year. Will there be some? Minister Xiao, who followed him, hesitated to speak. In previous years, Exiner went to the Yun Palace to visit the old Princess Yun and copied poems for Prince Jiyue. But since this year, Prince Jiyue's body has become weaker and weaker. What? Duke Xiao turned his eyes. Minister Zhao looked at Duke Xiao. Seeing that he was looking at him straight, it seemed that he already knew what he was going to say later, and he didn't dare to say more. He was afraid that he would say something wrong again. Seeing this, Duke Xiao stroked his beard, then turned around and walked back to his study, as if he was disappointed with Minister Zhao's behavior. Perhaps he was more disappointed with his son, who was so ignorant and submissive. Exiner's marriage. Your father has his own ideas. Although his Zhao family cannot marry into the Yun Palace, they must be on good terms. After saying this, Duke Xiao directly asked Minister Zhao to deal with the mess that Yun Luoling had caused again, and to clean up the traces of the fourth prince's departure. He did not need to interfere in Zhao Lianqing's affairs. Being locked in the room, Minister Zhao was so rejected. Although he was already 30 years old, he was still like a child in front of his father. It was difficult for him to express his own ideas, or he dared not to have any ideas. He bowed and left, and obediently did the things arranged by his father. In less than an hour, a hurried shout came from outside Raoxiang Pavilion. Little sister, something big happened. A figure strode over. So noisy. Su Rao knew who the person was without looking. He folded the letter written to Ying and handed it to Isu without rushing, and smoothed the wrinkles on his sleeves. Then he looked over. Seeing Su Wu coming into Raoxiang Pavilion, he picked up the cup on the table and gulped it down without any elegance that a nobleman should have, and shook his head speechlessly. Fifth brother, drink slowly. No one is competing with you. He stood up and walked over, took out a bright red handkerchief, and asked Su Wu to wipe the tea from the corner of his mouth. Little sister, fifth brother tells you. Su Wu did not take the handkerchief, but wiped his mouth with his sleeve, and then quickly said the big thing he just shouted. Every year when Zhao Lianqing went to the Yun Palace to pay respects to the old Princess Yun, she would send the poems she wrote that year to Prince Jiyue. This year is the same. There was nothing surprising about such a thing. But Su Wu came so quickly that Su Rao knew without finishing the rest of the words that Su Wu was going to say that the big thing would most likely surprise everyone. Sure enough, Su Wu's rest of the words. Not long ago, the 8th prince also went to the Yun Palace to visit the old Princess Yun who had returned from Yun County, and met Yun Ji in the old Princess Yun's courtyard. There was nothing wrong with this. After all, every year when the old Princess Yun returned from the Qingyun Temple in Yun County after 3 months, Yun Ji would go to greet her grandmother. But every year Yun Ji would deliberately avoid the time when Zhao Lianqing came to the Yun Palace. But this year, today, Zhao Lianqing was invited to the Yun Palace by Nanny, and Yun Ji actually appeared in the old Princess Yun's courtyard, without avoiding. Little sister. As soon as 5th brother received the news from Xiao Ba, he immediately rushed to deliver it to you. 5th brother is really nice. Isn't he really loyal? As good brothers? Su Wu put his arm around Su Rao's shoulders. 5th brother is really nice to you. Knowing that you have said that you want to take down Prince Jiyu, 5th brother is here to deliver the news to you. Don't be too touched. It's really nice. And it's really loyal. But 5th brother, I advise you to listen less to Yun Ji's gossip. Otherwise, Su Rao was really surprised that Yun Ji actually met Zhao Lianqing. But her surprise was only for a moment. Just a breath. Pulling down Su Wu's hand, he walked back to the table, opened a book, and continued to read quietly. But there was a ripple in his eyes, and a layer of faint color appeared around his bright peach eyes, as if he was thinking about something. Su Rao's reaction was completely different from what Su Wu had imagined. Su Wu was stunned, then took 2 steps forward and snatched the scroll from Su Rao's hand. Little sister, what's your reaction? Did you hear clearly? Did you hear what 5th brother said clearly? Su Wu seemed to think that Su Rao didn't understand what he meant, so he raised his voice a little. That was Prince Jiyu, the person you said you must get. Now there is another woman next to Prince Jiyu. How can you be so calm? Su Rao's book was taken away from her. Seeing Su Wu's anxious look, the emperor was not anxious, but the eunuch was anxious. She looked helpless. 5th brother, I heard it clearly. Very clearly. If you have nothing to do, go fight crickets. Su Rao said this in a completely nonchalant manner, and Su Wu almost jumped up. Little sister, 5th brother is telling you seriously. You once said that you and Prince Jiyue are not compatible. You were so resistant to going with 2nd brother to see Prince Jiyue. But not long after, you caused that taking advantage of the opportunity incident, and everyone in the city knew about it. Yesterday, you said that you must be Prince Jiyue, but now you seem to have no reaction. 5th brother is really getting more and more confused by you. 5th brother, knowing that if she didn't explain why she was so calm, Su Wu would definitely ask her about it. Su Rao's eyes flickered, and in a moment, she told Su Wu what she was planning. Her words yesterday were just to let the high and mighty emperor know that Su Rao was determined to get Prince Jiyue, and would not marry anyone else in this life. But Prince Jiyue would never marry her, and it was even more impossible for him to accept the imperial decree of marriage at this time. She had only one purpose in doing this, which was to prevent Yun Yu from suddenly granting her and Yun Ji a marriage at this time at the end of the year. As for who appeared next to Yun Ji, as long as it did not hinder her purpose, it had nothing to do with her. Not to mention Zhao Lianqing. Yun Ji had a crush on someone, and Zhao Lianqing had no chance at all. She was naturally so calm. Yesterday, Yun Ji said that her affairs had nothing to do with him anymore, and drove her away. Then she made that bold statement. If Yun Yu was anxious to grant her and Yun Ji a marriage, Yun Ji would definitely disobey the imperial decree. And if Yun Yu granted her a marriage to other princes, she would definitely not accept the imperial decree. Su Rao, the spoiled daughter of the Su family, is a perverse and lustful girl. For the sake of Prince Jiyu, she is willing to disobey the emperor's order. With the meritorious service of the Su family over the years, even if she disobeyed the order, what could Yun Yu do to her? In the end, it would only damage her own imperial dignity. With such an understanding, Yun Yu would not rashly grant her marriage because of the rumors that she had taken advantage of the opportunity in recent days. She just needs a little time. She would not make a move at this time. She would set aside this time to accompany her father and mother. She would not let the filth of the Yun family taint her great Qin dead souls and disturb their peace. Besides, her father and elder brother are still in Tianguiguan County, to assist Yun Murwei in disaster relief. She cannot touch Yun Murwei and implicate her father and elder brother. She will not touch Yun Mui either. She has to keep him. After some explanation, Su Rao took back the scroll that Su Wu had taken away and continued to read quietly. As for how Su Wu reacted after hearing her words, Su Rao knew without looking. His eyes were stunned and his mouth was wide open. After a long moment, Su Wu came back to his senses, walked around the table in 2 steps, and walked to Su Rao's side. Before he could say anything else, a voice came from outside the pavilion. "Little sister, you have to go to the Yunwang mansion now." Su San and Su Si walked in, and it was Su San who spoke. "Little sister, Miss Zhao went to the Yunwang mansion, and my 5th brother came back to tell me so. How can I not go?" "What do you mean by that?" "3rd brother?" Su Rao looked up and put the book in her hand down on the table. In an instant, there was a hint of contemplation in her eyes. Somewhat confused, Su San and Su Si walked over with a warm smile on their faces. "Although my little sister is smart, she seems a little slow in matters between men and women." Su Si touched Su Rao's head and said the same thing. Su Rao frowned. "She is slow? Little sister, you are the daughter of the Su family, and you are more attractive to the appearance of Prince Jiyue. If there is another woman next to Prince Jiyue, what should you do to make others think it is normal?" Su San said again. Su Rao suddenly understood. Suddenly realized. She considered that Yunji had a lover and would never marry her, let alone Zhao Lianqing. So she ignored this point, since she said that she was determined to win Yunji. How could she not show up when she knew Zhao Lianqing went to the Yun Palace? She is Su Rao, the dandy and lustful Su Rao, the ugly girl of the Su family who is perverse by nature. Little sister is indeed slow. But fortunately, the 3rd and 4th brothers give me some advice. Nodding, Su Rao admitted her slowness very frankly. "Little sister, there is also the 5th brother. Your 5th brother. Don't forget." Su Wu hurriedly showed his presence. Su Rao suddenly felt a little amused. Her bright eyes curved into a bright crescent. "Yes, there is also the 5th brother. With the brothers around, Rao can do whatever she wants." "Young master, are we going in?" Su Han whispered outside Rao Xiang Pavilion. Su Er's eyes fell on the window frame, looking at the younger brothers and sisters who were joking with each other in the room. When he heard Su Han's question, he shook his head and turned away. Su Han immediately followed with big strides, his hand unconsciously grasping the handle of the knife on his back. Why did he feel that the young master suddenly? "Su Han, my little sister didn't want to get married from the beginning, but I forced her to choose. I thought I did everything for my little sister's good, but I never asked what she liked and what kind of life she wanted to live." A piece of paper in his hand turned into fragments. Su Han saw that the hands holding the handle of the knife curled up slightly again. "Sir, are you not going to investigate the fact that the young lady secretly left Beijing for Taiyuan County? In fact, I think that as long as the young lady is happy, everything is fine." Not knowing what to say, Su Han could only say what he really thought in his heart. That the young lady would be happy the best. Being happy the best. Su Er turned his head and glanced at Su Han. And in a moment, he felt a sense of enlightenment in his heart. Yes, he only wanted his little sister to be happy from the beginning. And being happy was fine. If the daughter of the Su family didn't want to marry, then she wouldn't marry. And what was wrong with that? Su Rao and the other 4 siblings didn't know about Su Er's coming and going. After Su San and Su Si's reminder, Su Rao immediately took Isu out of the house. Since the play has been done, it must be done to the full. In the city of Langjing, which is full of the flavor of the new year, as the new year is approaching, the shouting of merchants is more and more continuous, and the pedestrians coming and going make it almost impossible for the carriages to pass through the most prosperous Beiyang Street. But in about a moment, the Beiyang Street, which was so congested with traffic, suddenly became unblocked, and the pedestrians hurriedly made way. Su Rao walked with Isu in a swagger. The conspicuous and ugly scar on her left forehead was a symbol of her status, which was clear at a glance. "Miss, are we going directly to the Yunwang mansion?" Isu did not avoid the pedestrians on the road at all when she said this. She pressed the handle of the dagger on her waist. As if Su Rao said yes, she would kill Zhao Lianqing first, daring to compete with her lady for the Jiyue prince. No, no. Su Rao stretched out her index finger and shook it left and right. The red dress was blazing and swaying in the wind. She did not avoid the pedestrians on the road at all. And the dandy voice. Let's go to the Lian Pavilion first. This young lady wants to dress up to be dazzling. There was a narcissistic expression on her face. It seemed that she must be more beautiful than Zhao Lianqing. The two walked away. And the pedestrians on this street, who heard their conversation, began to whisper. Alas! Miss Zhao is going to be unlucky again today because of this ugly girl from the Su family. It's not just Miss Zhao who is unlucky. I think our heavenly Prince Jiyu is also. The pedestrians talked so much. And their words were all sympathetic to Zhao Lianqing and Yun Ji. Every word brought Lian Pavilion into the conversation. After Mr. Xiao left, although Lian Pavilion was still protected by Zai Yaju, looking at the ugly girl Su Rao's posture, Lian Pavilion's future life would be difficult. Why is there no one who can cure this ugly girl from the Su family? Inside Xiaoya residence, in front of the window, Wan Yang waved a round fan, looking charming. Her eyes fell on Su Rao, who was walking towards the mirror pavilion so arrogantly, and she laughed and scolded. This little girl with a belly full of ink. Is she going to? Ah, Juan, you'd better be careful. Our second master. After a word behind him, Mu Lian came over and glanced at the window. Her mind is deep and difficult to understand. She is definitely not the romantic and unrestrained Mr. Xiao you know. Nor is she such a dandy and eccentric Miss Su. She is not a simple person who can be treated differently by the master. She closed the window to avoid being noticed. Brother Lian. Wan Yang turned her head to look at Mu Lian, stopped waving the round fan in her hand, and there was a hint of surprise between her eyebrows. What happened to you in Tianguiguan County? Why did you evaluate Su Rao like this? Wan Yang's question made Mu Lian feel heavy in his heart. It's better not to talk about those things. But the master was really too special to Su Rao. Ah, Juan, do you know that the master actually saved someone? The master's hands, in addition to killing, can also. The following words. I don't know whether it is too shocking or too hard to believe. Mu Lian can't say it. In his world, the master of their Xiaoyao Tower is not kind and soft-hearted. But he saved the eldest son of the Su family. Just because Su Rao. With a clang, Wan Yang's fan fell to the ground, which was also unbelievable. The master actually saved someone? You have forgotten the rules of Xiaoyao Tower. This voice suddenly broke in. The door opened, and Xiao Zi walked in. Masks covered their faces. Wan Yang and Mu Lian immediately knelt on one knee, bowed, and looked terrified. Your subordinates are here to see the Xiaoyao protector. At this moment, in the pavilion in the middle of the lake in the Yun Palace, the bright afternoon sun and the breeze were floating, and the two figures standing there were 3 steps apart. Brother Jiyue. Zhao Lianqing's eyes were filled with sadness. What did Xiner do wrong? Why did Brother Jiyue become so strange? Xiner doesn't care about anything. Stepping forward to grab Yunji's sleeves, Yunji took a step back at the right time to avoid it. Miss Zhao has the wrong love. But Yunji doesn't have a place for Miss Zhao in his heart. It was still the indifferent Jiyue prince. But these words were so ruthless. Within 3 feet, and thousands of miles away from others. We didn't have any friendship in childhood, let alone strangers. I hope Miss Zhao can respect herself. Yu Hua walked away. This sentence was extremely insulting. Zhao Lianqing staggered and sat down in the pavilion. The scroll in her hand fell to the ground, and the rice paper fluttered. Several sheets fell into the water in the middle of the lake. In winter, there was a thin layer of ice around the lake, but the water was not frozen. The thick ink and beautiful calligraphy were rendered, and a poem was faintly seen. There are trees on the mountain and branches on the trees. I love you but you don't know. Yunji, who was walking out of the pavilion, stopped in front of the courtyard of the old Princess Yun and said lightly, Grandma. The first time. The last time. She took a step and left the courtyard of the old Princess Yun. It was not until Yuehua's figure completely disappeared that an old woman in luxurious clothes came out of the courtyard. The old Princess Yun and the Nani supported her. My lady, this is the first time that the prince is angry. Whispering, the Nani supported the old Princess Yun to the pavilion in the middle of the lake. Not only did she not show any worry because of Yunji's words, but she was slightly happy, as if she wanted to see Yunji angry. The old Princess Yun also had the same expression, with a smile on her gentle and kind face, and a wrinkle at the corner of her eye. Jir is so angry. I am happy. It seems to be alive. When they walked to the pavilion in the middle of the lake, the smiles on the faces of the master and servant disappeared instantly. Zhao Lianqing had also regained her ladylike demeanor. Although her eyes were slightly red and swollen, she was reserved and restored her elegant demeanor. The old Princess Yun took her hand and patted it gently. Exciting girl. I love you and hope you can enter the Yun Palace. But, a light sigh. Alas, it's also my selfishness. Jia is weak and lingering. Princess. No. Zhao Lianqing hurriedly shook her head. She didn't care that Brother Jiyue was weak. As long as she could stay with Brother Jiyue. Forget it. Forget it. Old Princess Yun also shook her head, stopping Zhao Lianqing from saying anything else. And sighed, it's also me who is nosy. I know Jia's temper. But I still let Xian come. Pulled Zhao Lianqing's hand and patted it again. Xian. I have seen clearly today that Jia is not a good man. If Jia marries Xian in the future and treats her so badly, it's all my fault for the random matchmaking. Princess. Old Princess Yun's words made Zhao Lianqing panic for a moment. She spoke so hastily, but was interrupted. Old Princess Yun waved her hand. Jia is not a caring person. Xian girl should not think about it in the future. Xian girl is tired today. So go back and rest early. After saying this, the old Princess Yun seemed a little tired, and seemed to be hurt by Yun Ji's attitude and words. So she asked the nanny to help her go back. Zhao Lianqing and her servant were left alone. Before Zhao Lianqing could recover from the old Princess Yun's attitude and the words, Yun Bo walked forward and raised his arm to invite her. The prince was angry. Miss Zhao should go back first. Zhao Lianqing pursed her lips, looked at the direction where the old Princess Yun left, and walked away. But her slender jade hands were curled up in her sleeves. Walking back to the courtyard, the old Princess Yun wiped away the fatigue hurt by her grandson's attitude. Although her well-maintained skin was not as delicate as those young women, if she didn't smile, there were almost no fine lines at the corners of her eyes. She didn't look like a person of such age at all. She took the cup handed over by the nanny, took a sip of scented tea, and then took out a letter from her sleeve, which had been opened and read. Half a month ago, Zhao Lianqing had someone secretly send a letter to the old Princess Yun in Yun County, asking the old Princess Yun to fulfill her love for Prince Jiyue and help her and Prince Jiyue. With the old Princess Yun personally coming forward and asking Zhao Lianqing to marry Prince Jiyue, Duke Xiao would definitely find it difficult to wipe the face of the old Princess Yun. Lianqing wrote to me and begged me so much. I really like her, but I can't decide to marry her to Jia. The prince said that Jia is very gentle to the daughter of the Su family. Although her reputation is not very good, she can make Jia happy. In my eyes, she is good and can be my granddaughter-in-law. Handing the letter to the nanny, she was directly angry. What the queen said is that the prince rarely likes her. Miss Lianqing is very good, but if the prince doesn't like her, no matter how good she is, it's useless. Now let the prince clearly reject Miss Lianqing, so as to avoid unnecessary troubles in the future. Add more reasons, and hinder the prince's good marriage. As for Miss Su, with the queen here, after the marriage is decided, she will teach her well. For a noble family like the Su family, I think Miss Su's reputation outside is probably not true. And I remember that Miss Su was also a likable child when she was a child. The warm winter sun shone in the sky, shining brightly, casting a touch of golden color, leaving a faint halo. Su Rao then walked out of the Lian pavilion confidently, still wearing the bright red dress. But the ugly scar on her forehead was covered with fat. Her skin was fair, without the scar on her forehead, and her brows were decorated with rouge. Her peach blossom eyes were even more charming, if you ignore her always dandy smile. Such a dazzling woman can be said to be intoxicating. Manager Xiao. I am particularly satisfied with my makeup today. As the saying goes, a man who knows the times is a hero. If you are so obedient to me in the future, then we will naturally be at peace. These words were an undisguised threat. As soon as Su Rao entered the Lian Pavilion, the people who came to the Lian Pavilion to buy and sell rouge and powder dispersed, and the door of the Lian Pavilion was kicked shut by Yi Su with 2 feet. No one knew what happened inside. Seeing Su Rao coming out, Xiao Guancher of the Lian Pavilion was put on the neck by Yi Su with a dagger. You don't need to see it to know that it must be the ugly girl of the Su family who directly coerced Xiao Guancher to put on makeup for her. People don't fight officials. My Lian Pavilion naturally knows the current situation. Although she said so, Xiao Xi's face was solemn, and she felt completely forced. Su Rao smiled suddenly and raised her eyebrows. This action was very dandy. She walked to Xiao Xi and asked Yisu to let her go. Xiao Guancher. Mr. Xiao has left. This Lian Pavilion has no boy that I like. So you have to be obedient. Otherwise, one day, I will get a whim and burn it. The slender jade hand directly patted Xiaoxi's face, with a perverse look on her face. Besides, I don't like Xiao Ziyu anymore. A playboy who wanders among the flowers. Now think about it. He is not as good as my Jiuep prince. She showed lust again. She had been with Jiuep prince in Qifeng garden for several days, and served him closely. She had been impressed by his moonlight and grace. Now, she only had Jiuep prince in her heart and eyes. This meaning can be easily seen. It is not surprising that the lustful daughter of the Su family said that she could change her heart so easily. She didn't know how many times she had changed her heart, and liked so many handsome boys, since she was a child. But when it comes to Jiuep prince, her heart seems to have never stopped. To be precise, she has always coveted Jiuep prince's heavenly grace. What you can't get is always the best. She has already got young Master Xiao. So naturally she started to talk about Prince Jiue again. What a disaster. This criticism appeared in the hearts of those pedestrians, who were watching from afar in the Lian Pavilion. And they all sweated for Prince Jiue. Having got young Master Xiao, now she is thinking about Prince Jiue again. What a sin! When the seventh princess went to the Su mansion to find trouble with Su Rao. What Su Rao said in Raoxiang Pavilion has long been known to Langjing. After all, the incident at that time was a sensation. Although young Master Xiao did not mention anything in the letter when he left, it did not prevent the people from making up their own minds. And then 3 people made a tiger. Young Master Xiao left because he was secretly captured by Miss Su. And then, he was manipulated and left in anger. After all, even if young Master Xiao had Queen Yao to protect him, Queen Yao could not always protect him. And there would always be omissions. Otherwise, how could Master Xiao be so out of touch for 2 days without any reason? Where did he go these 2 days? He must have been caught and bullied by the ugly girl of the Su family. After Su Rao put down these 3 eccentric words, she left with a satisfied look on her face. With her arms around her, the ugly scar on her forehead was covered, and she felt more confident. Walking on the road, she looked so beautiful that she could not help but smile happily. Xiaoxi touched her slapped cheek and looked at Su Rao, who was walking away. She seemed to be suppressing her anger in her eyes, but she had to succumb to Su Rao's power. Such an expression of daring to be angry, but not dare to speak covered the smile that was almost difficult to suppress in the corner of her eyes. In the crowd, Xianmi Yaling's eyes also fell on Su Rao, who had gone to Dongxing Street. She played with a scimitar in her hand and touched the sharp tip of the knife. The ugly girl from the Su family in Yunlang is really as arrogant as the rumors say, and she is comparable to the 7th princess of Yunlang. However, from this point of view, this person is not as domineering and stupid as the 7th princess, and she has some thoughts. Muttering, he glanced at the Lian Pavilion again. Xiaoxi had already walked in. Lian Pavilion is closed today. With such a sign hanging, the door of the pavilion was directly closed. This Lian Pavilion's makeup technique is really amazing. It can really cover up that ugly scar. Miss Xiaoyu heard that the young lady of the Su family is going to the Yunwang mansion. Should we follow her to take a look? I heard that the young lady of the Zhao family from the Daogua mansion went to the Yunwang mansion this morning. I guess there will be. Also speaking in a low voice, Xiaoyu's eyes were filled with curiosity not to watch a good show, but to explore the various relationships between the young ladies in Yunlang and see if there is any possibility of operation. Let's go and take a look. Xiaomu Yaling put away the scimitar and took Xiaoyu with her. The 2 men left, and Prince Yi's secret guards, who had been following them secretly, moved, disappeared, and quietly went to Xiaoyao residence. In a room on the 3rd floor of Ziyaju, 2 people sitting opposite each other took in the scene of Su Rao's frivolous and eccentric behavior in front of the door of the Lian Pavilion. And there seemed to be some kind of thinking in each other's eyes. Prince Yi seems to be very curious about this ugly daughter of the Su family. Waving a folding fan, Xiao Ziyu first retracted his gaze, and saw Xian Yi Xiao still looking out the window. He spoke casually, as if he was just curious. Mr. Xiao disappeared in Langjing for 2 days, and then left without a trace. This prince is also very curious about what means this Miss Su used to force the famous Mr. Xiao to leave. Prince Yi turned his eyes, and took a sip of tea. His voice was cold, and his tone was casual. It seemed that he was just curious. Xiao Ziyu's casual expression on his face slightly changed. Although he quickly concealed it, it did not escape Prince Yi's eyes. Those auspicious eyes flashed with a sense of depth. But there was no fluctuation, and the corners of his eyes were deep. It seems that Mr. Xiao and this Miss Su. If Mr. Xiao is willing, I can. Although the Su family has a high status in Yunlang, it is not unshakable. The last sentence of the 3 sentences is the key point. If Mr. Xiao is willing, he would not mind helping Mr. Xiao to shake the Yunlang general's palace. Prince Yi's kindness. Xiao appreciates it once. Stopped closing the folding fan in his hand. Xiao Ziyu took out a porcelain bottle from his waist and put it on the table. 1 pill a day. You can keep the person that Prince Yi wants to protect safe for 3 months. Prince Yi's eyes changed immediately. He, who had the upper hand, fell into a disadvantage in an instant. Xiao Ziyu opened the folding fan again and waved it lightly. No need to thank you. I think Prince Yi has already found out everything about Xiaoyao Tower. We are honest people and don't beat around the bush. Xiaoyao Tower knows some things about Prince Yi. Xiaoyao Tower does things without profit. This medicine is just to thank Prince Yi for his help from Tianguiguan County. As for the future, it depends on what Prince Yi can give Xiaoyao Tower and whether there is any benefit for me to take action. He stood up and walked away. If Prince Yi believes it, use it. If not, throw it away. The red figure disappeared in a breath. Your Highness, young Master Xiao. Moing was shocked. The matter of the prince. Prince Yi waved his hand. His eyes were deep and cold, and there was a hidden murderous intent in his eyes. He looked at the porcelain bottle in his hand for a breath, and finally disappeared. He handed it to Moing. Send it to my brother, and tell him that he doesn't have to worry about me. This, your Highness will not check. Moing took the porcelain bottle. If there is something wrong with this medicine, there is no need for that. Prince Yi stood up and walked to the window. If Xiao Ziyu wanted to make enemies with him, he would not have accepted his goodwill at that time. Besides, since they knew each other's details, if they could cooperate in the future, there would be fewer unnecessary temptations. Where is Changel? After a moment, he asked where Xianmu Yaling was going. The secret guard appeared and told Prince Yi that Xianmu Yaling followed Su Rao. Prince Yi's eyebrows deepened immediately. Moing also frowned. Your Majesty, do you need me to follow her to see? The princess is new to Yunlang. I will go in person. Su Rao, who was walking to the Yun Palace, still had a smug look on her face, but her bright eyes were filled with a burning and mysterious feeling. Yi Su, there are 2 tails behind you. She whispered and looked at Yi Su. Miss, do you need me to lead them out? Yi Su raised her hand and quietly pointed to the path on the side. Su Rao shook her head lightly. No. Since they want to follow, let them follow. The exchange between the two was only a moment. When they were 3 meters away from the Prince Yun's mansion, Su Rao suddenly stopped, because someone was coming from the opposite side. Prince Rongfeng, who was labeled as meddling in other people's business by Su Rao. Rongfeng also saw Su Rao. He paused slightly and looked at Su Rao's face. He was amazed. Then he walked over quickly. He bowed. Miss Su is polite. Rongfeng, who are you? Do I know you? It was just like when she was in Yun Ji's Qifeng residence. And she still said the same thing, without giving any face. Why did this person appear like this every time she was about to cause trouble? Is he here to defeat her? Her bright eyes were surrounded by a faint peach color, which colored her eye sockets. Su Rao felt bad instantly. Rongfeng was speechless again, but suddenly thought of Su Rao's last words when she left that day, that it would be best if they didn't know each other. He immediately bowed and said, I was not thoughtful enough. I am Rongfeng, the Prince of Danyang. When I visited my cousin Ji that day, I happened to hear Miss Su's piano performance. It's like a mountain stream. Miss Su is transparent and kind-hearted. It's hard to find a soulmate. Cousin. This voice was particularly soft. But Su Rao's ears moved slightly, and her eyes quickly glanced behind her. The person following behind. She smiled in her heart, and her impatient expression on her face changed immediately. Oh, it's hard to find a soulmate? Holding her arms, a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. I didn't know that I would be praised by others one day. And I am transparent and kind-hearted. Rongfeng, you know who I am, and you want to be a soulmate with me. I am Su Rao. As he spoke, the devil's claws stretched out, as if he was going to do something to Rongfeng. If you want to be my soulmate, you have to. As soon as his hand reached Rongfeng's face, there was a flash of light, and the sharp scimitar came. Su Rao's eyes suddenly shook. And at the right time, the dagger in Isu's hand also came out. The sound of weapons colliding. The scimitar and dagger fell to the ground at the same time. Su Rao's hand did not touch Rong Feng, and was grabbed by the wrist by someone who flashed behind her. The force was so great that Su Rao seemed to hear a crackling sound in her hand bones. And the figure of Siam Yaling appeared in her sight. The woman in front of her was the same age as her, with a round and innocent face and a small dimple. Even if she didn't smile, it was faintly reflected at the corners of her mouth. She looked harmless, but it was difficult to melt the ruthlessness in her eyes. This woman was definitely difficult to deal with. This was Su Rao's evaluation of Siam Yaling at first sight. How can you be so nosy and save the hero? Su Rao's face was gloomy, as if she was annoyed by the sudden obstruction of Siam Yaling, the last person who grabbed my wrist. Do you know what happened? How dare you stop me from doing good things like this? You are tired of living. She turned her wrist to get rid of the shackles, and her other hand turned into a palm and rushed towards Siam Yaling's face, bringing a strong wind sweeping, blowing in her face, floating 3,000 black hair, swaying with the wind. Linger, be careful. Just now, the sudden change, Siam Yaling appeared again. Rong Feng was stunned for a moment, and now he saw Su Rao directly attacking. Rong Feng had already experienced Su Rao's skills, and immediately reminded her with this word. Siam Yaling quickly retreated to avoid Su Rao's palm, and her face also showed murderous intent. Then do you know what happened to the last person who wanted to take advantage of my cousin? After saying this, he said to Rong Feng, don't worry, cousin. His feet moved at the same time, and the scimitar on the ground instantly returned to his hand, and he stopped retreating. With the scimitar in hand, Siam Yaling also approached, and the blade reflected a sharpness under the bright sun. And the moves were actually fierce. Each move directly hit Su Rao's vital points. Su Rao did not dodge, and kicked up Isu's dagger. He held it in his hand. The weapons collided again, making a sharp sound. The guards at the Yun Palace were frightened by the sudden fight between Su Rao and Siam Yaling. I didn't expect that besides the 7th princess, there would be someone who dared to fight with Miss Su like this. He was stunned for a moment, and even forgot to report to the palace. Miss Su, Linger, stop fighting. Stop it. It was not until Rong Feng shouted that he jumped between Su Rao and Siam Yaling to stop them. The guards at the gate came back to their senses. His face changed drastically. He hurried into the palace to report. If Miss Su was injured in front of the Yun Palace, then General Su would tear down their Yun Palace. As soon as he ran into the palace, he happened to see Yun Bo sending Zhao Lianqin away. The guards at the gate immediately ran over and said a few words. Upon hearing that Su Rao had fought with someone again, Yun Bo did not bother to send Zhao Lianqin out of the mansion first, and hurried to King Fengju, and asked another servant beside him to inform the old Prince Yun and the old princess. Miss, Shulan also called out softly. Zhao Lianqin's eyes fell to the outside of the Yun Palace, seeing Rong Feng separate Su Rao and Xianmu Yaling by himself. A hint of darkness appeared between her eyebrows, and her eyes fell on Su Rao, as if there was a cloud of darkness inside. Zhao Lianqin's eyes were a bit strong, and it was difficult for Su Rao not to notice it. A hint of darkness appeared in her peach blossom eyes, and the luster was shining. Isu. The dagger in her hand was thrown back to Isu, who was glaring at each other with Xiaoyu, looking at Xianmu Yaling. I have something important to do today. You are lucky. She held the wrist that was just grabbed by Xiaomu Yaling and turned it slightly, then glanced at the Prince Yun's mansion. It seemed that she had generously let Xiaomu Yaling go because she had discovered Zhao Lianqin. Just as he was about to step towards Zhao Lianqin, another voice came. Changle. With a cold voice and a hint of heavy nasal tone. Prince Yi and Moing came over, with steady steps and cold eyes without any light, only flickering when they swept over Su Rao. Or more precisely, swept over Su Rao's face, with fair skin and delicate profile. From a distance, seeing Su Rao's profile that was hard to forget at first sight, Prince Yi, who had not intended to show up, came out like this. He walked over, looked at Su Rao, and then looked at Xianmu Yaling. This is Yunlang, not Zhu Xian. Apologized to Miss Su. Little uncle. Xiaomu Yaling didn't seem to expect her little uncle to say such a thing. She was a little stunned for a moment. Prince Yi. Rong Feng also raised his eyebrows, raised his footsteps slightly, and protected Xianmu Yaling behind him. This is a matter between Zhu Xian and Yunlang. As the crown prince of Danyang, it is better not to interfere. Such a cold look directly blocked Rong Feng's mouth. Prince Yi's eyes seemed to penetrate Rong Feng and fell directly on Xian Muyaling. Still not coming out. Cousin! Get out of the way. Xian Muyaling pulled down Rong Feng's hand holding her wrist. Put the scimitar into the sheath at her waist. Walked out. Looked at Su Rao and bowed to apologize. It was Changle who was reckless. Sorry. After saying this, he stood up and looked at Prince Yi again. Little uncle. Is it okay? MOing. Take Changle back. Prince Yi was still cold and indifferent, with no expression on his face. He did not show any pleasure or displeasure at Xian Muyaling's apology and questioning. MOing immediately stepped forward and raised his hand to invite. Princess, please follow me. Xian Muyaling left. But before leaving, she glanced at Su Rao again. This look. The feeling of viciousness is not concealed. Linger. Rong Feng hurriedly chased after her. Su Rao didn't care. Xian Muyaling's gaze was nothing to her. Her eyes fell on Prince Yi. Xian. Yi. Shi. Xiao. She looked at him without hiding, as if she was fascinated by the heroic man like Xianichi Xiao again. Her eyes were from top to bottom, and the corners of her mouth were smiling again. But there were layers of sadness in these bright peach eyes. Deep and shimmering. Han Machin. I thought you would hide in the dark and not come out. Zhu Xian's Prince Yi, one of the 4 sons, is cold and indifferent. Strangers are not allowed to approach. It turns out that he looks like this. This lady likes. The last word was interrupted by a cough from the door of the Yun Palace. Su Rao turned her head to look. Yunji walked out of the Yun Palace, and Zhao Lianqing followed 3 steps behind. From this point of view, these 2 people. The man is beautiful, with a clear breeze and bright moon. The woman is beautiful and graceful. One is the light of the sky in Yunlang. The other is a model of noble ladies in the capital. They are a perfect match. A perfect couple. It's a pity. The flowers are affectionate, but the water is ruthless. And she, an ugly girl from the Su family, who is greedy for the beauty of Prince Jiyu, is involved. Yunji. When Yunji appeared like this, Su Rao immediately put Xian Ichi Xiao behind her. Her eyes flashed with bright stars, and her face was extremely happy. She took 2 steps forward, but when she approached Yunji, Yunling stretched out his arm. Su Rao stopped her steps suddenly, and the joy on her face disappeared suddenly. Before she was angry, Yunji pressed Yunling's arm and took a step forward. Su Rao. Just these 2 words. No anger. No annoyance reaction. Very calm voice. But Su Rao felt extremely alienated. Just like the mist and smoke that suddenly appeared in the clouds between the mountains. It dispersed as soon as it was grasped. And it was impossible to touch it. And it was difficult to grasp it. This is the Jiyue prince. The real Jiyue prince. The Yun Ji who was so gentle to her because of Su Er and Yun Mujing before, immediately became the Jiyue prince again after saying that they had nothing to do with each other. The bright moon and the clear wind are unattainable. Always so pure and untainted. The scenery is bright, and the moon is clear. The exiled immortal in the sky. How can mortals touch it? But this is exactly the effect she wants. The more alienated, the better. It would be better to be a little more indifferent. Ignore her and ignore her. Yunji. It's your blessing that I can take a fancy to you again. Whoever I want to get. No one can escape. Such a perverse remark. Looking around. Then turned to look at Xian Ichi Xiao. Took a breath. Took 2 steps and grabbed Xian Ichi Xiao's wrist. Knowing that Yunji couldn't see it, but still raised it provocatively. Did you see? Xian Ichi Xiao. One of the 4 young masters. Prince Zhu Xian. And your nosy cousin. He really wants to be a close friend of this young lady. Yunji. This young lady is very popular. The implication is that such a young lady likes you. You are not secretly happy. Yunji wishes you 2 a happy marriage. Leaving this sentence, Yuhua disappeared inside the door. The door of the Yunwang mansion was also directly closed. And Zhao Lianqing and her servants seemed to be driven away in this way. Su Rao had a smile in her eyes, but her face suddenly became angry. Yunji. You can hide today, but you can't hide tomorrow. I will never give up. There will always be a Japanese lady who will get you. After saying this harsh word, Su Rao seemed to have forgotten the person she had just used. She was furious and walked away. Miss Su, don't you want to apologize to me? The figure in black clothes took a big step and stopped Su Rao. After using him, just leave. Su Rao paused. The tall and heroic man who was blocking her way, especially his pair of cold eyes, was like a sharp sword in his eyes. Once the sword was unsheathed, it could kill thousands of people. Such a person, cold and indifferent, should not have made such a blocking move. But he did it. Xian Ichi Xiao. Han Emochen. What are you going to do? A dark charm flashed in the peach blossom eyes, and disappeared in an instant. This lady has never known what an apology is. It's better for Prince Yi to talk to this lady. There was a dandy smile on the corner of her mouth, and her mood of being angry at Yunji seemed to change in an instant because of this beautiful man in front of her. And her lustful posture was clear at a glance. Miss Su. Prince Yi turned around and walked away. That's interesting. I'll remember you. Prince Yi of Juxian is also very interesting. It's a pity that I already have someone in my heart. What can I do? A look of regret. How could such a heroic and handsome man not appear in front of her earlier? What a pity! This meaning was all taken into Zhao Lianqing's eyes. She curled her jade hands and wrinkled the handkerchief in her hands. The dark color in her eyes became deeper and deeper. In a breath, she stepped down the steps and left. Zhao Lianqing. Su Rao took a big step and stood in front of Zhao Lianqing. You'd better stay away from Prince Jiyue. Otherwise don't blame me for being blind. She stretched out her fist and squeezed it, making a loud noise, threatening unscrupulously. Leave with Yisu first. 3,000 black hairs flying. Wanton and perverse. Bright red sleeves fluttering. Red clothes blazing. Miss, this ugly girl is really deceiving. Shu Lan's face instantly turned red with anger. The handkerchief in Zhao Lianqing's hand was also pinched into a mess. But her face was still full of charm. She was a reserved lady of noble family. Let's go! Zhao Lianqing and her servant left, and the gate of Prince Yun's mansion was finally quiet. But at this time, two figures poked their heads out from the alley. To be precise, Su Wu was entangled with Yun Miyue using both his hands and feet. Yun Miyue carried Su Wu on his back and staggered out. His facial features were almost twisted by Su Wu's big hands, and his mouth was crooked and his eyes were slanted. Su Wu, you are a person who values your sister more than your brothers. Everyone has left, but you still don't let go of this prince. The voice was vague, and no one could understand what he said. Yun Miyue swung his body hard, trying to throw Su Wu off him. When Su Rao left the Su mansion and came to the Yun palace, Su Wu also left. During the time when Su Rao went to the Lin pavilion, he came to the Yun palace first, found Yun Miyue, and then shackled him without saying anything, so that Yun Miyue would not ruin his little sister's good fortune. Xiao Ba, this is all for your own good. Seeing that there was really no one outside the Yun palace, Su Wu let go of Yun Miyue and jumped off him. Yun Miyue punched Su Wu viciously. For my own good? You are doing it for your sister's ugly girl, coveting my brother Jiyue. He punched, but Su Wu easily caught it, then twisted it back to Yun Miyue's back, and locked his throat with his arm. Yun Miyue cried out in an instant. Xiao Wu. It hurts. It hurts. Su Wu did not let go, but said with a sigh of regret, Xiao Ba, why are you so stupid? If my little sister falls in love with Prince Jiyu, then you will have no chance. You idiot. You don't think about how to match them up. But you still feel that you haven't been spoiled enough. Yun Miyue's cry of ouch was choked in his throat. What does it mean? Xiao Ba. You remember my little sister very clearly. If we don't find her a man who can control her heart, do you think you can fight crickets with me in peace in the future? Seeing Yun Miyue taking a breath, Su Wu let go of Yun Miyue and put his arm around Yun Miyue's shoulders. If you ignore the circles of rolling eyes in his eyes, he is really a good brother who sticks out for his brother and does everything for his sake. Xiao Ba. Think about it. From childhood to adulthood, has any of the handsome boys my little sister has set her sights on been able to escape safely from her hands? Even Mr. Xiao was eventually taken away by my little sister. If you hadn't had me, your brother, to protect you, you would have been eaten up by my little sister. Now my little sister has fallen in love with Prince Jiyue again. Why don't you pray to the Buddha and ask for the Buddha's blessing? But Yun Miyue felt that what Su Wu said made sense. But that was brother Jiyue. How could he let that ugly girl Su Rao humiliate brother Jiyue like that and eat him alive? He absolutely couldn't. You are a fart. Su Wu cursed directly and hit Yun Miyue on the head with a fist. Who is Prince Jiyue? He is the light of our Yunlang. Shiba. I have to say that with your brain. You are not even as good as Prince Jiu's fingernail. Do you think my little sister can eat Prince Jiu alive just like she did you? Puff. This laugh was very light. And neither Su Wu nor Yun Muyue heard it. The Su family is really special. The corner of the red clothes disappeared from under a roof. Xiao Ziyu, who had followed secretly, left quietly again. Xiao Ba. I said so much. It's all for your own good. You should think about it carefully. But I have to say hello to you first. If you go to provoke my little sister because of Prince Jiu, I may not be able to rush to you as soon as I did when we were children. If you are really eaten alive by my little sister. He patted Yun Muyue's shoulder earnestly, with a face that said, I have said everything. You should be careful. Su Wu left first. Yun Muyue stared blankly, and the nightmare of his childhood appeared in his mind again. The fierce Su big gray wolf grabbed the tender white fur of his little white rabbit with 2 claws, and he cried out to the sky. He trembled all over. Xiao Wu, wait for me. Wait for me. You have to protect me. On the bustling Beiyang Street, gossips were still chattering, and everyone was speculating about what was happening on Dongxing Street. When some brave people who followed came back, they immediately gathered together. What's going on? Did the ugly girl from the Su family break in? Miss Zhao's family wouldn't have been beaten to death. Where is Prince Jiu? Such questions came one after another, without stopping. At this moment, in the 7th Prince's mansion on Xihua Street, there was another earth-shaking event. Outside the Jin's palace, on the steps, Su Han had a blank expression on his face, 2 swords to his side. The guards of the 7th Prince's mansion drew their spears, but did not dare to step forward. Guardian Su. Young Master Su broke into our 7th Prince's mansion and kidnapped the 7th Prince. If this gets to the Emperor's ears. The 7th Prince's mansion's chief steward persuaded earnestly. Guardian Su. You'd better ask young Master Su to release our 7th Prince. Otherwise, something bad will happen. Su Han seemed to have closed his 5 senses and could not hear anything. He just did what Su ordered. Guard the door. The door of Jin's palace was closed, and only Yun Mujing's roars and roars could be heard. Su Yuma, you lunatic. Let this prince go. In the 7th Prince's Jin's palace. At this moment, the purple smoke satin and bed curtains fell all over the floor and were torn into strips. Yun Mujing was tied up with these strips of satin and thrown directly on the bed. Like a zonzi. On the small couch beside, Su Er was indifferent, sitting quietly sipping tea, with a set of women's ready-made clothes, also made of purple smoke gauze, placed next to him. No matter how Yun Mujing scolded him, he had no extra reaction, but only said one sentence every other cup of tea. You have one less cup of tea time. After another cup of tea, Su Er looked at Yun Mujing, who was still struggling on the bed. He cursed everything he could. He was a madman. You have one last cup of tea to think about it. If you don't change, then I will change it for you. Yun Mujing. I am really crazy. The voice was still indifferent, but the last sentence, he is really crazy, brought out a sense of strangeness. A strange feeling that was hard to hear. Su Yuma, you're dreaming. You asked me to change, so I have to change? I will never wear this woman's clothes for you. I don't have any sexual habits. You should untie me. Furious, Su Er poured another cup of tea from the teapot. The sound of the trickling water was faint, and Yun Mujing felt his heart tremble, seeing that the last cup of tea was about to enter his lips. Yun Mujing suddenly clenched his hands, which were already curled up to purple, and his eyebrows were soft and shimmering. Su Yuma, if you force me into a corner, I will perish with you. The hand holding the cup shook slightly, and the tea rippled a little. It was only warm water, but it burned Su Er's index finger, and it seemed that his skin was turned up. Su Er put down the cup and took the dress next to him and walked over. Time's up. His hand touched the satin strips on Yun Mujing's body. Su Yuma, you dare. Yun Mujing's eyes suddenly showed a panic and anger. Or it would be more appropriate to say that he was humiliated in this way. Su Er saw it clearly, and his hand movement stagnated. But suddenly his internal force came out, and he directly broke all the satin strips that bound Yun Mujing. The dress was thrown on Yun Mujing. I'll give you one last chance. If you don't change it, I'll do it myself. Yun Mujing, don't challenge my patience with you again. He strode out of the inner hall, and with a bang, the hall door was slammed shut. If you dare to force your internal force to escape, this threat, without any follow-up, made Yun Mujing's newly used internal energy dissipate. Su Yuma, you are threatening this prince. Even the low voice carried his soft charm. Yun Mujing grabbed the purple smoke gauze thrown on his body, and was about to tear it up when he saw something at the foot of the bed. It was a pearl flower. A lavender pearl flower. The kind of accessories that only little girls would wear. Little aging. Today my sister went shopping and saw this pearl flower. I thought it was a good match for you. So I bought it for you. Are you touched? Little aging. You must wear the things my sister gave you well. If you dare to lose them, my sister will beat you up. Remember that? These two childish voices lingered in his ears. And Yun Mujing bent down to pick up the pearl flower. In a breath, the anger on his face disappeared, and the tenderness between his eyebrows that only girls had become more intense. Charming and seductive. Arao, for your sake today, I will let Suyuma go once, and satisfy him once, and stop his evil thoughts. Purple smoke gauze. Dressed. Time. But a moment. The inner hall door opened. The woman that Su Er saw was almost exactly the same as 3 years ago. The only difference was that she 3 years ago was carefully dressed up. So charming. While she today had flying black hair, without a pearl hairpin, and didn't want to dress up as a woman at all. Su Yuma, look carefully. I am a man. Even if I dress like this, I am still a man. This voice. Low. Yun Mujing's hand directly touched his Adam's apple. Yun Mujing's Adam's apple is actually not prominent. Just visible. Between such a slender and white neck. It only feels sexy and tempting. Su Er's dazed eyes returned to indifference. And his eyes followed Yun Mujing's action of touching his Adam's apple. And suddenly, he laughed. A dull laugh. It seemed like a sneer. Sneer at Yun Mujing for reminding him like this. He actually didn't need his reminder. You are a man. And I don't have any preference for men. How can you make this general so crazy with just a good-looking appearance? With just this one word. Su Er turned his back and stopped looking at this woman who moved him. It was hard to forget it in 3 years. He almost wanted to go crazy without caring about anything. Remember the aggrieved feeling you have had these days. If you dare to hurt my little sister again, it will not be such a simple lesson. Su Er left. His words. The meaning of his words. What he did these days was just to teach Yun Mujing a lesson. Yun Mujing ruined Su Rao's face. So he gave Yun Mujing a retaliatory blow. Warfare is the way of deception. Su Yuma. You. Yun Mujing suddenly pulled off the outermost purple smoke shawl on his body, and threw it on the ground. And stepped on it with his boots, catching the gold thread on the clothes. Such a high-quality garment was destroyed like this. He laughed in anger. Su Yuma. You really deserve to be my brother's good brother. You are really good at learning the art of war, and using your body as a lure to lure me into the enemy. The matter of the 7th prince's mansion was heard by the emperor sitting on the dragon throne in just a moment. And the matter in front of the Yun palace was also heard. Princess Jiachuan Changel of Juxian Kingdom, who came to Yunlang. Prince Suxianyi, who was not indifferent to Su Rao. And the distant Jiuep prince, who had to be Jiuep prince again. These things in front of the Yun palace were exactly right. Your Majesty, what do you think about this? Yun Zonwan asked in a low voice. I can't do anything about them. I can't send Jinger or Su Er away from the capital. Just let them do whatever they want. Emperor Yu rubbed his brows. With a sense of fatigue between his brows. He didn't know whether it was because he had been reviewing memorials for too long, or because the 7th prince and Su Er were so troublesome and causing trouble again. Then Your Majesty, what do you think about Miss Su? General Manager Yun said another respectful word, walked behind Emperor Yu and pressed his head. When asking about Su Rao, Emperor Yu thought of Xian Ichi Shao's attitude towards Su Rao. The frown between his brows did not relax because of General Manager Yun's massage, but became deeper, with a character, and the Emperor's majesty was more prominent. Has Prince Yi been quiet these months? Your Majesty, he has been quiet. General Manager Yun nodded and replied that since Prince Yi came to Yunlang, except for teaching Prince Jiua once, going to Wanglu Temple and Lian Pavilion once. Most of the time he was either reading books in Shaoxing Palace, strolling around Langjing, or playing chess with Prince Rongfeng. So quiet. Emperor Yu waved his hand, and General Manager Yun stepped aside. He took another memorial and read it. But suspicion appeared in his imperial eyes. The Emperor was suspicious. The sun was bright and clear in the daytime. But at night, snowflakes began to fall again. The fine and dense snowflakes. like cotton wool flying all over the sky, once again covered the Roxiang courtyard with a thick layer. Miss, the woman today is Princess Changle Jiachuan of Juxin Kingdom, the most beloved daughter of Emperor Wei and Empress Juxian. She has been delighted with Prince Danyan Rongfen since she was a child. Their marriage is self-evident. The candlelight was bright and flickering. In the side pavilion of Roxiang Pavilion, Yisu whispered everything about Xiam Yaling, including Prince Yi's attitude and love for Xiam Yaling, compared with the 7th Princess Yun Luoling. Xiam Yaling, the Juxian princess, was the kind of royal princess who truly gathered thousands of favors, whether it was the Emperor Wei and his wife, or Prince Yi, the little uncle who was 7 years older than her. They always doted on her. And she is the only princess who can join Prince Yi's Yingji army without reporting. She has been with Prince Yi since she was a child. She was taught martial arts by Prince Yi himself. The relationship between her and Prince Yi is less uncle-nephew and more like brother and sister. Yisu, you say, the little uncle who dotes on Xianmu Yaling so much. But today he scolded her. Is this his strict love, or is he doing it on purpose? He deliberately did that in front of me. The purpose is to attract her attention. To the attention of Xianiqi Xiao, playing with the cup in his hand. The peach blossom eyes are full of waves. The end of the eye is rendered with bright colors. Since we appeared in the Lian Pavilion, 2 eyes in Zai Yaju have been cast on us. One of which is Miss. Qin Yang raised her hand and gently smoothed Su Rao's slightly raised eyebrows. It's late. Miss, you should go to bed early. Don't worry too much. No matter what these people's purpose is, it will be exposed in the end. And it's almost Mrs. Coming of Age Day. Miss, you should be relieved. The Coming of Age Day. Su Rao's eyes were dazed for a moment. Yes. It will be Qin Rao's 15th Coming of Age Day soon. She almost forgot that when a girl is 15 years old, she will tie her black hair and tie her hair with a hairpin, which means she has grown up and can get married. Inside Qifeng residence, the candlelight is also bright, and the fire is burning more vigorously. Yuewa's figure is sitting on a small couch. The white jade medicine bowl is steaming hot. The black medicine smells in the room and lingers in the nose. Yunji took a sip and smiled faintly. Imo is here to fight for your younger sister. His voice was indifferent, although his eyes were covered with satin. He felt that he was looking at Su Er. Opposite, Su Er was lying on the couch. Jiyu, I've been a little crazy these days. Took the medicine bowl from Yunji's hand and pushed the teacup on the couch over. Let Yunji rinse his mouth. I thought I was doing it for my sister's good, but I ignored her own preferences. When I knew about the past between Yun Mujing and my sister, when I knew that my sister might like Yun Mujing, I didn't know why I took a sip from the cup in his hand. The smell of wine filled the air. And Su Er suddenly shook his head with a smile. I've been crazy these days. For a moment, I really felt that I had the good of Long Yang. I didn't want my sister to fall in love with Yun Mujing, so I thought that if I really had the good of Long Yang, maybe it would be good. Took another sip of wine. Mo, you're drunk. Yunji shook his head calmly, and his white jade fingers accurately held the cup in Su Er's hand. Take it away. Wine is harmful to the body. Don't drink too much. Jiyue, my little sister. She seems to like Yun Mujing. But you should know Yun Mujing better than me. He is the most beloved son of Emperor Yu. His mind is as deep and difficult to understand as you and me. No matter whether you and my little sister can finally succeed, he is not in the scope of my consideration for choosing a son-in-law for my little sister. Because I don't believe in him. Su Er's decadence was only for a short time. He pushed the wine pot away and took a sip of the teacup to clear the smell of wine in his mouth. Before today, I have never changed this idea. I believe in you. Only you can let me hand over my little sister with peace of mind. But now, Jiyue, stop here. Su Er said that Su Rao liked Yun Mujing, but Yunji didn't react. When he stopped, Yunji didn't hold the cup in his hand firmly for a while, and a drop of water fell on Yuewa's clothes, and it faded away. Su Er saw this and was stunned. He did not say anything for a while. Jiyue, you, the Yunji in Su Er's memory, the Prince Jiyue, was always so indifferent to anyone. Anything. Anytime and anywhere. How could he be so unstable because of his words? I'm afraid I can't stop. Yunji was surprised for a short moment. He took out Yuehua's handkerchief to wipe off the tea on his fingers, and stood up, and walked out of the moon room. The falling snow gradually became heavier, and fell into the bamboo forest. The accumulated snow was too much and bent the bamboo branches. The biting cold wind blew Yuehua's sleeves and made her thick black hair flutter. The satin on her eyes also flew away. Yuma, your little sister caused trouble outside Prince Yun's mansion today. And she said that she had to have me. She did everything to let the emperor uncle see it, so that he would not easily grant the marriage decree. She targeted me and used me as a shield. If she stops now, she will turn her spearhead towards aging. Turning around, Yunji faced Su Er, who followed him out. Jing finally got over the 8 years of self-blame and guilt. He is my brother, and I can't let Su Rao hurt him again. Besides, Jing likes Su Rao, but his love for Su Rao is not a love between a man and a woman, but a simple sisterly love. Nothing more. Su Er looked at him with a deep gaze. Sister, you can't treat Jing the same way as you treat me. I promise you. That's because we are brothers. But you and Jing are not. You have him in your heart, and you can't forget or erase him. So you want to push him away and make decisions for Jing. This is very hurtful to others, but it hurts yourself even more. After saying this, Yunji went straight back to his bedroom. His steps were slow. You are a little irrational tonight. Be rational first. Besides, your little sister may not want you, the second brother, to do so much, which will ruin her business. Yuhua's figure disappeared outside the door. Su Er leaned against the door. His eyes were dull, and he closed his eyes for a breath. He hid the emotions in his eyes. I am indeed not very rational. Jiyu, maybe Yun Mujing is right. I am really a little crazy. After such a calm moment, his eyes suddenly opened. His body moved, and he jumped into the yard. With a sound of Su Han, he threw his sword over, and Su Er caught it. Under the snowy night, his figure was sharp, and he cut off the flying snow with one move and one sword. And the ground under his feet was also messed up. The snow was white, and the snow was flying around him. The sound of the flute suddenly rose. The window of the bedroom was pushed open, and the figure of Yuhua, the jade flute and the fingertips were flexible, and a song of golden swords and iron horses, galloping thousands of miles, was magnificent. To cheer Su Er up, gradually, the sound of the flute took on a low tone, and the words lingered in his ears. This lady is very popular, even though he couldn't see anything. As a blind man, the scene of Su Rao grabbing Xian Yiqi emerged in his mind, as clear as if he had seen it with his own eyes. Her light finally bloomed brilliantly. In Qifeng residence, she had not slept all night. In Raoxiang Pavilion, she dreamed of the figure of Rao Rao on the couch. That night, she dreamed of the coldness. Under his feet, there were piles of corpses. His eyes were covered with scarlet. But when he saw her, he regained his sanity. He approached her and said, "You are the only one who made me suppress killing. It is you who pulled me out of the abyss of darkness. Su Rao, you will be the eternal exception of Hanmachan." The ugly triangular scar on the forehead was so eye-catching, and each pearl was finely embellished. In the dream, the man in the dream took off the silver-black mask on his face, and Xian Yiqi's sharp face, like a sword out of the sheath, was reflected in Su Rao's pupils. "Miss Su, it's interesting. This king will remember you." The words lingered in her ears, and Su Rao suddenly opened her eyes and woke up. "What you think about during the day, you will dream at night." After a moment, Su Rao raised her hand to rub her temples and wiped the fine beads of sweat on her forehead. "Hanmachan, are you planning to contact me with your true identity?" Xian Yiqi. The sun rises in the east like fire, and the falling snow only flutters for such a night. The golden sun rises into the sky, reflecting on the snow, reflecting a flickering light. In the Shaoxing Palace, in the courtyard, that charming figure, with a scimitar in her hand, is approaching Prince Yi, and her subordinates are sharp and deadly. The reaction of the little emperor's uncle yesterday. Could it be that he has taken a fancy to the Su family girl in Yunlang country? These words came out after a test yesterday. The Su family girl did have some thoughts, but she was too arrogant, and with that kind of temperament, she would cause trouble. Xiaomu Yaling's killing moves did not decrease, but Prince easily avoided them. Changel, don't jump to conclusions when you look at people. You know she's not pretending. You were also impulsive yesterday, which went against the teachings of the emperor's uncle. Xiaomu Yaling suddenly stopped, but a smile suddenly appeared on her round and innocent face, with a small dimple reflecting a cunning feeling. Little Emperor Uncle, when you have someone you like, you will understand that Changle's impulsiveness yesterday was just the most basic reaction. If the young lady of the Su family is pretending, as the young Emperor Uncle said, the young Emperor Uncle might as well give it a try. If the daughter of the Su family becomes the princess of Prince E of Juxian, I wonder if the Emperor Yunlangji will continue to trust the Su family completely. How strong is the loyalty between the monarch and the minister? The curved knife was put away, and Xiaomu Yaling said again that she was going to find her cousin. The young Emperor Uncle might as well think about Changle's proposal. This was the first time the young Emperor Uncle scolded Changle. And it was for that woman. After Siam Yaling left, Prince Yi walked into Shaoxing Palace. He didn't know what he thought of Siam Yaling's proposal. But in his mind, the side profile of Su Rao that he saw yesterday and the side profile of the woman in red that he saw in Wanglu Temple that day gradually overlapped. And then the two figures overlapped. They were both dressed in red and were equally stunning. But one was good at being still, and the other was good at moving. One was good at hiding in the dark, and the other was good at hiding in the light. And they seemed to be equally good at disguising themselves. In those auspicious phoenix eyes, the light was still, but it seemed to bring out layers of ripples. Your Majesty, I found out. Emoing strode in. The seventh prince had not been to Wanglu Temple that day. Someone had deliberately set up a maze to divert their thoughts about the woman in red in Wanglu Temple. Your Majesty, do you need your subordinates to find out the person who deliberately set up the maze? Asked again. After washing his hands and face, Prince Yi shook his head. No need. The visitor who appeared in Wanglu Temple that day did not want him to discover the disguise of Miss Su, and could drive the seventh prince of Yunlang to wear women's clothes again. Except for the unfathomable Prince Jiyue. There might be no one else. Only that person could make him unaware. Prince Jiyue of Yunlang Kingdom. In addition to Xiaoziyu, the owner of Xiaoyao Tower, was the second person he regarded as his opponent. He wanted to compete with such an ambitious Prince Jiyue to see who could compete for the world. Since there was no need to investigate the matter, Emoing took out a piece of paper from his waist. Your Highness, there is news that the fourth prince of Yunlang has returned to Wanglu Temple. Although Prince Yi said that there was no need to ask about the matter of Taiyuan County, since the Eagle Shadow's secret guard had brought this news. Emoing would naturally inform Prince Yi that the fights between the princes were all related to the turmoil in the court. They would naturally be happy to hear about the unrest in Yunlang. And Xianmu Yaling, who went to find Rong Feng, said yesterday's incident as soon as she saw Rong Feng. Her voice was sullen and jealous. My cousin stopped me yesterday. And my cousin still wanted to be a close friend with that Su family girl? Linger, the lady of the Yunlang General's palace. You will suffer if you go against her. Rong Feng held Xianmu Yaling's hand, brushed a strand of hair by Xianmu Yaling's ear behind her ear, and patiently explained what he did yesterday. My cousin said that it's hard to find a soulmate. It's true that Miss Su is really good at playing the piano. I don't have any other intentions. But I'm eager to find someone who can help me. But she almost touched my cousin. My cousin is mine, and no one else can touch him. With an extreme possessiveness, Siam Yaling was not satisfied with Rong Feng's explanation. The vicious feeling reappeared in her eyes. Although her move yesterday was tentative, she would not allow other women to touch her favorite things, let alone the person she loved. Seeing Siam Yaling like this, Rong Feng frowned slightly, and the feeling of being bathed in spring breeze on his body weakened a bit. He did not want Siam Yaling to be like this. So he said something else and asked, when did Linger come to Yunlang? Why didn't you tell me in advance? If you come alone, how can I accept it if you are in danger? The concerned words were slightly annoyed. Cousin is worried about Linger. The depression around Siam Yaling disappeared instantly, and the vicious feeling in her eyes also disappeared, and the dimples at the corners of her mouth reappeared. Rong Feng nodded, took Siam Yaling into his arms, and the corners of his lips fell on her forehead. A touch of tenderness. There was undisguised love in his eyes. Of course I'm worried. Linger is the woman in my heart. I'll spend my life with her. I need to remember that if you go anywhere, you must report it one by one. Otherwise I will worry. This is just once, and it won't happen again. Such words made Siam Yaling even happier. Okay. Linger promised my cousin. This is just once, and it won't happen again. Nodding. There was no further news about yesterday's incident. The sun was high in the sky, and Su Rao received another message. It was the fourth prince who had replied. Duke Xiao's men were divided into two groups. One group escorted the fourth prince back to Wanlu Temple secretly, and the other group took Yin Luoling directly to the duke's mansion. It was very secretive. If it weren't for their people following secretly, it would be difficult to know about this. Another day passed quickly, and the stars dotted the night sky. At the side door of the Prime Minister's mansion, a figure quietly got off the car and entered. No one knew what was said overnight. In the blink of an eye, less than 7 days were left before the new year. The disaster in Tianguiwen County had been well controlled. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince and the father and son of the Su family personally worked hard to properly relocate the victims and distribute disaster relief supplies. All the stolen goods found in the residence of the Yang County Magistrate were also used for this disaster under the order of Emperor Yu to relieve the suffering of the people. Although the disaster in Tianguiwen County had been controlled, the houses collapsed by the heavy snow still needed to be rebuilt. Emperor Yu issued another order, ordering the Crown Prince and the father and son of the Su family to supervise this matter and ensure that every household had a home to live in. This order showed that Emperor Yu valued the Crown Prince and the Su family even more. It also showed that Emperor Yu was sympathetic to the people and loved the dawn. The people of Tianguiwen County were grateful for the Emperor's great grace. Still in the dark room in Raoxiang Pavilion, Su Rao and Ying's family. One day ago, Ying rushed back for Qin Rao's coming-of-age ceremony. Today is Qin Rao's 15th coming-of-age ceremony, and there are only a few of them in the dark room. The only family member who knows Su Rao's identity as Qin Rao. Bundle up the black hair. Tie it with a hairpin. One hairpin after another. My girl has grown up. Qin Yang said these auspicious words, combing the red-wood comb in her hand. Su Rao's 3,000 black hair was deftly tied into a bun in Qin Yang's hands, and a red jade plum blossom hairpin was pinned into the bun. The scar on the left forehead of the smooth and white forehead was not covered, and it was exposed, which obviously detracted from Su Rao's appearance. No matter how beautiful a woman is, she will become ugly with a scar on her face. After tying up her hair, Su Rao and Qin Yang's family bowed to the dead of the Qin dynasty. Father, mother, you have seen that from today onwards. Rao Rao has really grown up. Rao Rao will not let you worry anymore. Rao Rao will live well and live happily. Rest in peace. Light the incense and bow again. A drop of pearl fell from her eyes. The peach blossom eyes were surrounded by peach color, but it was no longer the usual bright red color. Miss, His Highness, and the Queen will hear it. Qin Yang helped Su Rao up. She looked full of love and care. Uncle Hao also patted Su Rao's shoulder before leaving. Although he didn't say much, he loved and cared for Su Rao the same as he did for Isu. They are all his daughters. Su Rao shook her head. She was fine. She was able to be completely calm. Be obedient. Live well. And live a peaceful life. I will never let my father and mother sleep in the afterlife again. Ring. 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 Suddenly, there was a sound from the eaves of the dark room. Su Rao and Qin Yang's family looked at each other, and they were all alert. Someone. Immediately, Su Rao, Qin Yang and her husband and Isu left the dark room. Ying did not go out. After all, Ying was still the manager of the casket pavilion. Someone appeared in Raoxiang courtyard so late. It couldn't be someone from the Su family. If that person saw Ying here, the adult bun that had just been tied up fell down when she came out of the dark room, and the adult hairpin was quickly put into Su Rao's sleeve. The bright red dress and outer clothes on her body were also taken off. Su Rao took the cloak on the hanger and pretended to be going to bed, and walked out of the inner room. At the same time, Isu warned, "Who is trespassing?" In the Raoxiang pavilion, the bright lights made the figure standing in the attic stand out. The black robe and silver black mask. Su Rao saw it and frowned. Han Machin, Isu, Qin Yang and Uncle Hao who followed him out were instantly alert, because Han Machin at this moment was full of murderous aura. The scarlet in his eyes seemed to completely cover his whites. He held a long sword in his hand, and drops of blood dripped from the tip of the sword. However, there was no blood on his body. Or it could be said that even if his black robe was stained with blood, it would be difficult to detect. Han Machin's eyes were cold and without any ripples, and the feeling of an icy cave seemed to fluctuate only when he saw Su Rao. I killed many people tonight. Those who deserved to die and those who didn't. Han Machin spoke, as cold as ever, as if he was suppressing some kind of bloodthirstiness. Stepping in, Miss, seeing Han Machin approaching step by step. Every step he took seemed to step on Isu's heart. The killing in the hills behind the Su family's villa that day clearly emerged. And Isu grabbed Su Rao's hand. Sweat stains on her palms. Uncle Hao and Qin Yang also protected Su Rao on the left and right, as if facing a great enemy. With their reaction, the killing in Han Machen's eyes suddenly became deep. But he seemed to be able to restrain himself. But his steps stopped. His bloodthirsty eyes fell on Su Rao, as if to see how she would react. Uncle Hao, Qin Yang, it's a little late. You go back to sleep first. Su Rao pulled down the hands of Uncle Hao and Qin Yang who were blocking in front of her, and shook her head lightly. She wanted to see how Xianiqi Xiao would be mysterious. He appeared like this tonight. Uncle Hao and Qin Yang looked worried, but they obeyed and didn't stay for long. But when they passed by Han Machen, all three of them looked at each other. Then he went out of the pavilion. Su Rao looked at Han Machen again. Her eyebrows still furrowed, never relaxed, especially when she saw the blood on the tip of the sword staining the carpet in her pavilion red. Su Rao did not hide her eyes. Han Machen followed her gaze, and said, I didn't notice it. The scarlet in his eyes gradually disappeared, and he came over, took out a gold leaf from his waist, and handed it to Su Rao. Here, change it again. Han Machen, what are you doing here tonight? Su Rao was not polite at all, and took the gold leaf and put it away. She walked to the side pavilion, but her drooping hands touched the red jade hairpin in her sleeve. Today is her 15th birthday. Why did this person appear so coincidentally? Could it be that he really knew? A trace of coldness suddenly appeared in his eyes, but it disappeared in an instant. He walked to the table and had 2 cups of tea, but he saw that Han Machen had not followed him, and immediately had a questioning look. I'll dirty your place again. During this explanation, Han Machen did not advance but retreated, and took another step back. I came to you to confirm an unknown fact in my heart. The words were still cold, but seemed to bring out some strange feelings. Oh! What unknown fact? The peach blossom eyes immediately became deep, with a hint of murderous intent, and the pair of slender jade hands in the bright red sleeves quietly held the folding fan. Could it be that he really knew her identity? Han Machen seemed to have noticed Su Rao's change, and the cold phoenix eyes fluctuated again, but did not give rise to vigilance, let alone any killing thoughts. Su Rao, we are both the same people. People who live in darkness don't need any warmth. But for some reason, when I was killing those people tonight, I suddenly had an idea. If you accompany me, would it be better than killing alone? Han Machen said this with such a twisted mentality. Su Rao frowned even more. What does this mean? What does he want to do? Su Rao, maybe I should tell you who I am. After saying this, Han Machen reached out to the silver-black mask on his face. I want you to break into my world. The mask was not taken off, because Su Rao turned her back when Han Machen took the mask. Han Machen, if you came here tonight to let me know who you are, there is no need for that. I still say that there is no trust in our cooperation, as long as there is no conflict of interest. Xianiqi Xiao, what do you want to do? Now you want to tell me your identity. What do you want to achieve? But I don't like being led by you anymore. That feeling is not good. The enemy is in the light, and I am in the dark. This is the way I like to get along with each other now. The pair of insensitive phoenix eyes fluctuated again, and in the same instant, Han Machen moved again and walked directly over. But his steps were light and silent. Su Rao was so alert, but she didn't notice that the man was approaching her, until she was wrapped in the strong smell of blood. The icy and condensed breath, like an ice cave, lingered within 3 feet around her. Su Rao's eyes suddenly changed, but she didn't react. A cold whisper in her ear, Su Rao, maybe you shouldn't hold up the oil paper umbrella for Han Machen. You won't be a special case for Han Machen. I won't come to see you again in the future. Otherwise I might choose to kill you, and let you break into my world like this. The window frame shook, and the man disappeared and left. The strong smell of blood around Su Rao also disappeared, and the cold breath was gone. Qin Yang and the others saw that the figure disappeared in a moment, and passed by the corner of the wall, and immediately walked in. Xianiqi Xiao, this is your purpose. Muttering, Su Rao's peach blossom eyes rendered peach color, sparkling and burning. Han Machen disappeared. Xianiqi Xiao appeared. Even if she was suspected, she couldn't be sure. Was it for this purpose? It's a pity that she had already confirmed it, and witnessed it with her own eyes. Han Machen, who left, stayed in the alley where he and Su Rao first met, standing quietly. His eyes were fixed on the place where Su Rao had stood in front of him. In this night, he seemed to be described only by the word cold and lonely. Cold. Lonely. After a breath, he looked up at the dark night sky. There was only one lonely moon, but it was still hidden in the thick black clouds, and it was difficult to reflect its own light, let alone there would be a star to accompany it. Han Machen still looked at it quietly. His eyes were fixed on the dim lonely moon in the black clouds, as if he wanted to penetrate the clouds. After penetrating the clouds, you can see the bright moonlight of this lonely moon, until a black shadow jumped over the wall. The cold and lonely feeling on Han Machen disappeared, and turned back into the cold feeling of Ice Cave. Bloodthirsty, murderous, and cold-blooded. Master, it has been handled properly. Xiao Ziyu was very respectful, and his voice still carried that cautious feeling, as if he had always been like this when facing such a master. Han Machen left. He didn't say anything. Although he had such subordinates around him, he always felt that he was alone. Master, to Miss Su. Another figure appeared, walked over, and looked in the direction where Han Machen left. He also exuded a kind of coldness, but it was the kind of insensitive coldness. Xiao Ziyu also looked over. The master had contact with Miss Su several times, and those people actually targeted Miss Su. So the master wanted Su Rao to stay away, and didn't want his own affairs to implicate her. The figure took over Xiao Ziyu's words, and turned to look at Xiao Ziyu. He also had a silver-black mask on his face, which completely covered his face. The master has changed, and seems to have some humanity. This is a good thing. Opening the folding fan and shaking it lightly. The fan in Xiao Ziyu's hand was outlined in blood, all of which were the blood of those who deserved to die or not. Let's go! Xiao, we don't think we will have a chance to come to this Dongxing Street in the future. Take a step first. Xiao Ziyu also left. The other Xiao protector, Xiao, looked at the general's palace, and also jumped up and left. I hope it will be a good thing. The alley was quiet, leaving only the biting cold wind in the winter night, which gradually eased its bone-chilling wind with the appearance of the dawn. The sky was foggy. The sun had not yet risen, and it was just dawn. The streets of Langjing were already crowded with people, carrying loads and setting up stalls. In the alleys of the back street outside the embassy, a figure jumped into the embassy. Go to Shaoxing Palace. Your Highness. When the night fell last night, a group of unknown people blocked and killed Mr. Xiao. None of them survived, and all died tragically. With these words, Mo Ying thought of the scene he saw in the forest outside the city. The fluorescent red figure, and the broken limbs and arms around him. He felt a lingering fear. Your Highness, the people in Xiaoyao Tower are all bloodthirsty desperados. Not to mention the owner of Xiaoyao Tower, Xiao Ziyu, who looks romantic and unrestrained. But in fact, he is cruel and bloodthirsty. Is it too risky for us to find him? If he can make that person so afraid that he would chase him to death thousands of miles away. Isn't Xiao Ziyu a good person? Such a person. Prince, he held a letter in his hand. When he said the last sentence, he suddenly needed the letter, and his body showed that kind of deepness again. To seek the skin of a tiger is to seek the skin of a wolf. Compared with that evil and insidious tiger, I am more willing to negotiate a deal with him. A wild and unruly wolf. The wrinkles of the letter in his hand were squeezed, and only one word could be vaguely seen. Wei. Inside King Fengju. In the same dark room, there was also a dark tablet. The figure of Yuhua pushed open the door of the dark room and walked in. He coughed lightly, and his face was pale again. It seemed that he was sick again. Between his white jade fingers was a white jade hairpin with exquisitely carved flowers. He came over and knelt on the mat. His thin body did not reduce his elegance. In the dark room, the palace lanterns and glass lamps made the countless tablets on the altar in front of him conspicuous. There was no name or posthumous title engraved on the black spirit tablets. The names of the deceased were unknown. If you continue to kneel and toss like this, 10 humble people and Master Hui Shan will not be able to bring back a prince. After a moment, with such a sigh, Mr. Zhu also came in from the secret passage, holding a bowl of soup medicine. I'm sorry to trouble you, Mr. Zhu. The jade hairpin was placed in his sleeves, and Yunji stood up and took the medicine bowl accurately. After taking the medicine, he continued to kneel. He seemed not to have heard what Mr. Zhu had just said. He continued to kneel so calmly and quietly. Mr. Zhu looked at the tablets without any names on the altar, and his eyes fell on a position on the left side of the altar. There was a vacancy there. The nameless tablet that was there was taken down at some point. It looked a bit empty now. The deceased has long been a handful of yellow earth. So why torture yourself like this? If the prince's parents knew that the prince did not cherish his body, they would be sleepless in the underworld. The dark room is cold. The prince should get out early. Shaking his head and sighing, Mr. Zhu took the medicine bowl and left the dark room. Coughing again, Yunji smiled faintly and took out the white jade hairpin from Yu Hua's sleeves and murmured, "The deceased has come back from the dead." Yunji is happy and doesn't know. How can he bear to torture himself again? He wants to stay for a while longer and doesn't want to disappear easily. Yu Hua is warm and moist. It seems that only this person who came back from the dead can make Yunji's distant and indifferent feeling disappear. He is as warm as jade and unparalleled on the road. Stroking the white jade hairpin, Yunji stood up and walked to the place where the tablet was missing. He touched it accurately, and with a click, a secret compartment appeared under this place. The young man's folding fan and the bright red silk handkerchief were carefully placed inside. Hairpins and black hair. "Are you like Yunji?" he whispered and placed the white jade hairpin in the secret compartment. The door of the dark room made another sound. Yunling walked in. "Prince, what's the matter?" Yunji's sudden sense of loneliness disappeared in an instant. And he was still the indifferent Prince Jiyu. With the rime of the breeze and the bright moon, the secret compartment was closed. Yunling walked over, holding a piece of silk letter, but it was bright yellow silk. A secret letter used exclusively by the royal family. The new year is finally coming. This year, the end of the year is a sunny day, with bright sunshine and floating clouds. It outlines a myriad of colors. The entire Langjing city is full of bright red. The prosperous and charming Langjing street is hung with red lanterns. On this day, Su Rao accompanied the Su family from morning to night, spending the new year with them. And in the evening, she stayed up with General Su until the fireworks were lit at the hour of high. The hour of Z arrived. For this reason, Su Wu was shocked as if he had seen something terrible, and even shouted, "Little sister, are you stupid? How come you actually remember to spend the night with us and stay up with grandfather this year? This is not like you at all. You don't have a fever, do you?" While saying this, he directly touched Su Rao's forehead to see if she had a fever, since she was disfigured. The little sister who had been shouting that she was sleepy and going to bed every year for 8 years. And the little sister who had never been lazy and didn't stay up to celebrate the new year, surprisingly stayed up to celebrate the new year. How could Su Wu not be shocked by such a thing? But his hand did not touch Su Rao's forehead, and was slapped away by Aunt Su San. "What nonsense are you talking about? Rao is fine. I think you are the one who is losing your mind. Go away. Go away. Do what you should do. Don't stay by Rao's side all day long, like a little bug." Aunt Su's words made Su Wu snort. "My heart is really crooked again. Su Yuyan is your biological son." Then he ran away. Aunt Su rolled up her sleeves and chased him out in anger. She cursed him. "You are getting more and more outrageous. Who is my mother?" The family played like this, without the strict rules and regulations of other nobles' mansions. The Su family was very warm and harmonious. The New Year's Eve dinner was also a big round table for the whole family. It was not like other mansions where each person had a table, and there were no servants serving on the side. They did it themselves. The elders picked up the dishes and showed care, and the children added soup to show filial piety. A lively new year, sang pleasing and auspicious words, wishing Grandpa a prosperous and vigorous year. Elders give lucky money to ward off evil spirits and bring good luck and longevity. This new year is the happiest new year that Su Rao has had in 8 years. And it is also the first new year that she can keep the New Year's Eve in peace. In her eyes, there is no longer the bloody killings in the previous nights. Blood flowing into rivers, fires blazing, and cries of grief. The only regret is that Su's father and Su De have not returned home, and are still in Taiyuan County to deal with the disaster. The prince has never spent the new year in Beijing. As the supervising officials, the prince and the Su family father and son must complete all the preliminary projects of the houses and determine all matters with the Ministry of Works before returning to report on their work. They return to Beijing on the eve of the Lantern Festival. The disaster in Taiyuan County has been resolved, and the prince and Su's father and son return to Beijing to report on their work. In ancient times, women in the harem could not accompany their husbands to celebrate the new year. Men went to their husbands' homes, and the only place a daughter could go was her own mother's home. Other places such as the homes of her husband's relatives and friends were all visited by the younger sons of the family accompanying their fathers. Although Su Rao was the eldest daughter of the Su family, she was a daughter after all, and could not accompany General Su and his family to visit relatives and friends, except for the second day of the new year, when she accompanied her mother to visit Su Rao's grandmother's home, the Duke of Yin Mansion, to celebrate the new year. She stayed in Raoxiang Pavilion almost all the time. She did not go out of the main door, and she did not step out of the second door. When the Su family had visitors, they did not need her, a daughter, to appear. Moreover, with her reputation as a lustful playboy, the visitors who came to the Su family would not send their sons and grandsons to the door like this. It was like a sheep walking into a tiger's mouth. Only a few aristocratic families, who were really friendly with the Su family, would bring their sons and grandsons to come. The new year was so leisurely until the Lantern Festival. The Crown Prince and Su's father and son returned to Beijing to report on their work. The Crown Prince handled the snowstorm in Tianguiguan County very well, and did not cause any unrest among the people. The people were all grateful to Emperor Yu for his benevolence and love for the people, and the Crown Prince for his kindness and closeness to the people. For this reason, Emperor Yu was very pleased and held a grand banquet in the palace during the Lantern Festival. In the past, the palace also held banquets during the Lantern Festival every year, but they were just ordinary small banquets during the new year. But this year such a grand banquet was held. Small banquets are generally held inside halls, and the officials who can attend the banquet are also ministers of the third rank or above, nobles, and royal relatives. The grand banquet is held in the Luantiansheng Hall, and ministers of the fifth rank or above can bring their families to attend the banquet. Such a grand Lantern Festival was held, and everyone said that one was to celebrate the Crown Prince's achievements, and the other was because of the arrival of Crown Prince Rongfeng, Prince Yi, and Princess Jiachuan Changel. The envoys from Danliang and Zhuxian spent the new year in Yunlang, and these three people were of noble status. Yunlang could not lose its national prestige in the eyes of these two countries, and it was necessary to let Danliang and Zhuxian know the strength of Yunlang. There was nothing wrong with the reason, but Su Rao's sixth sense told her that this Lantern Festival was not simple, because the Prince Jiyue, who never participated in any banquet, appeared at the Lantern Festival. On the Lantern Festival, the sun was still shining. There were many luxurious carriages parked outside the Yun Palace, and the carriage of the general's palace was naturally inside. This was Su Rao's second time to Yun Palace. Compared with the day she entered the palace a month ago, she was now completely calm. Her slender hands were no longer curled and white, and there was no sadness in her peach blossom eyes. She was still wearing a bright red dress, and the scar on her forehead was not covered. It was exposed on the left forehead, but her sallow complexion became white and tender. In the eyes of others, Su Rao like this, it seems that in addition to being a dandy, she is also flamboyant, and even more eye-catching than before. Although the official sons and daughters who came and went avoided her, they would still glance at her from time to time. And then they would say in their hearts, looking at it this way, this ugly girl of the Su family is not that ugly. Su Rao ignored these obscure glances, because her eyes were on the Yuhua carriage coming from afar, and she never moved. The Yuhua carriage was driven by Yun Ling and approached the palace gate. The hustle and bustle at the palace gate was quiet for a moment, and the carriage did not stop and went directly into the Yun Palace. This was a special case that only belonged to the Jiyue prince. Prince Jiyue is also here to attend the Lantern Festival? This voice was filled with a strong sense of astonishment. And then several more voices were heard, all of which were nothing more than surprise that the long-stayed Prince Jiyue would. Su Rao's eyes followed the carriage all the time, and it seemed that she had not heard the noise until a joke was heard in her ear. Cousin Rao's eyes are about to fall out. A man in gorgeous clothes walked to Su Rao's side, and his eyes fell on Su Rao unscrupulously, or to be more precise, on Su Rao's face. There was a strong sense of lust in his eyes, as if he was the same kind of person as Su Rao. Being a playboy and lustful is his mark. I haven't seen you for a few days, and Cousin Rao has changed so much. If it weren't for my aunt and cousin here, my cousin would have thought he had recognized the wrong person. As he spoke, his eyes seemed to be getting closer to Su Rao's face. The Yuhua carriage had disappeared from sight, and Su Rao retracted her gaze. She looked at the person in front of her. She saw the teasing in his eyes. A smile appeared on the corner of her lips. Why? Cousin Jean has taken a fancy to my cousin? I wonder if Cousin Jin's, but is still hurting after 3 years. My cousin doesn't mind being the second Mr. Xiao. Su Rao slightly emphasized the tone of the 3 words Mr. Xiao. Her fingers made a crackling sound. Mu Ming Jean. Before Su Rao could make any move, Su Wu stepped forward and squeezed between Su Rao and Mu Ming Jean, pushing him away. You are so bold. You dare to set your sights on my little sister. She winked at him. If you don't get out of the way quickly, you will be beaten. Mu Ming Jean immediately took 2 steps back, and his hands covered his buttocks reflexively. Xiaoziyu. That bastard. I was clearly saving that woman. But he didn't know right from wrong. If it wasn't because my cousin liked that bastard, I would have torn down his box and avenged this blood feud. Mu Ming Jean, the playboy of the Yin Gongho mansion, is the only legitimate son of the Yin Gongho mansion. Like Su Rao, he grew up in a honeypot and naturally developed such a playboy character. The only difference between Mu Ming Jean and Su Rao is that he has the heart to steal, but not the courage to steal. Mu Ming Jean's words are also to encourage others. If he really has that ability, he would not have been so cruel after 3 years. Mu Ming Jean. Where do you get so much nonsense? Su Wu punched Mu Ming Jean in the shoulder again, and pulled Mu Ming Jean away. He said he would tear down my sister's box in front of my little sister. He was courting death. Cousin Rao. Ajin is just like that. Don't bother with him. Mu Mingyu walked forward with a gentle smile on her face. The eldest daughter of the Yinggonghao mansion. Another talented woman in Yunlang who is as famous as Zhao Lianqin. If Zhao Lianqin is a role model among women in Langjing and a national goddess, then Mu Mingyu is the object of desire in the hearts of men in Langjing. This does not mean that Zhao Lianqin is not as good as Mu Mingyu, but because Zhao Lianqin's mind is known to everyone. She is the Prince of Jiyue. Cousin, as always, protects that boy. He dared to tease me. If it weren't for Cousin's face, I would have beaten him to a pulp. Su Rao naturally knew Mu Mingjian's cowardice. 3 years ago, she deliberately beat him just to attract Wan Yang's attention. The fingers that were clenched and crackled loosened, and Su Rao looked at Mu Mingjian, who was pulled aside by Su Wu for ideological education. How could she not know Su Wu's little thoughts? She was really afraid that she would beat Mu Mingjian. Mu Mingyu smiled and said nothing more, and took Su Rao to find the wife of Duke Yin, who was talking to Su's mother. The 2 in-laws entered the palace together. The Yuhua carriage that entered the palace stopped outside the Yunshan Palace of Emperor Yu. Inside the palace, the silk letter was placed on the table in front of Yunji, and he sat on the couch opposite Emperor Yu. He sipped the tea lightly, but did not speak first. Emperor Yu was also drinking tea. Seeing Yunji remain silent for a long time, he rubbed his brows and finally spoke. Ji Yu, the Emperor's uncle is not forcing you, but now you have to marry Su Rao. Yunji put down the cup in his hand, facing Emperor Yu, and said in a calm voice, why is the Emperor's uncle so sure about what Prince he wants to do? As for Prince Yi, I don't think Su Rao is worthy of his attention. Although his eyes were covered with satin, Emperor Yu felt that if Yunji had clear eyes when he said this, his eyes must be calm and indifferent at this moment. For Prince Ji Yu, it seems that nothing can move him. Besides, what Prince he wants to do? There are so many princes under the Emperor's uncle's knees. Any one of them can be a match for Su Rao. If the Emperor's uncle is worried about the final ownership of the military power, Jing and Umo are at odds with each other. He is the best candidate, and the military power will not fall into his hands. Yunji took another sip of tea, still calm and indifferent, without any extra expression on his face. The matter has been said. He stood up and was about to leave. Ji Yu, I want to use Jinger to contain Su Er. I find that Su Er has a different feeling for Jing. I believe you have already noticed that Su Er is a tiger general. Such a fierce tiger. I must tie him up, so that I can rest assured that the Su family will continue. Uncle. Yunji's footsteps suddenly stopped. The voice seemed to be clear. Isn't Su Rao enough to make the Emperor Uncle feel at ease about the Su family? If so, why should the Emperor Uncle go to so much trouble to plan? Just find a reason to eliminate the Su family, and the military power will naturally. Ji Yu. The Emperor seemed angry. Yunji laughed softly. Everyone knows that the Emperor Yunlang dotes on the 7th prince. Even if he wears women's clothes and disregards Yunlang's face, the Emperor can turn a blind eye and let him do this. Turning around, facing the Emperor again, the Emperor Uncle is worried about the Su family holding a large number of troops. But he can't bear to leave the Su family. One Yunji is not enough. And the Emperor Uncle also wants to get involved with a Jing. The Emperor Uncle just wants Yunji to marry Su Rao, and wants Yunji to take back the military power of the Su family. Yunji is a broken body, but he is still valued by the Emperor Uncle. How can he continue to shirk and fail the Emperor's will? Yunji left. He was not annoyed or angry, but his voice was gradually becoming cold and melodious. Jiyu, I am the king of a country. Emperor, you took the silk paper on the table in the palace, which contained only one sentence. Xian Yi and Qi Shao's actions in front of Prince Yun's mansion. Your marriage with Su Rao can no longer be delayed. The silk paper burned in the Panlong furnace. And Emperor, you also stood up and strode to the Wantian Palace. Yunji, who came out, did not go to the Wantian Palace, but walked in the opposite direction. Every step was steady, and the steps under his feet seemed to be in his heart. The heart is the eye. Yunling followed behind, very quietly, until Yunji stopped and stood in a corner of the corridor. Yunling frowned. Is the prince unhappy? Yunji did not speak, but raised his head. He faced the sky quietly. The rising sun was less cold than in the morning, and the warmth was continuous. She would not let the decree be granted, and he did not want to do so either. In the Wantian Palace, the Kongho and the orchestra played. Emperor, you brought the queen, concubine Shu, and a group of princes and princesses to the palace. The royal family, clan ministers all shouted. Emperor, you waved his hand, and the minister stood up and gave him a seat. The emperor's eyes fell on the place where the Su family sat. And then he said, Old general, why don't you see that girl Raoer? The friendly address was without any imperial airs. Father, the prince brother is not here. And you don't need to think about why Su Rao is not here. This voice was the voice of the seventh prince. Since the incident outside the Yuwang mansion that day before the new year, Su Rao has not been to the Yuwang mansion for more than 10 days. But the rumor in Langjing is that the ugly girl of the Su family has begun to disturb the peace of the Jiyue prince every day. The bright red figure always appears outside the Yuwa gate of King Fengju in the middle of the night. But she has never climbed over the wall to go in again. Probably because he was afraid of ruining his appearance again. Today, Prince Jiyue appeared in the Cloud Palace. Since Su Rao saw it, how could she miss such a great opportunity? Who among those present could not understand the meaning of the seventh prince's words? For a moment, there was complete silence in the Wantian Palace. Zhao Lianqin, who was sitting down, picked up a few threads from the silk handkerchief in her hand. In the past, the imperial garden of the Qin dynasty palace alone covered most of the palace's geographical location. And the Guantian pavilion in the imperial garden had a wide view. Standing on it, you could see everything at a glance. At this moment, in the Guantian pavilion, the bright red figure stopped here. Her eyes were fixed on the direction of the East Palace. But there was a sense of trance between her eyebrows, especially seeing the figure of Yuwa quietly looking up at the bright sun in the sky in the corner of the corridor, not far from the East Palace. His posture of looking up was obviously elegant, but Su Rao felt that there was a sense of loneliness within 3 feet of him. Yunji was very strange. Very strange. But Su Rao suddenly saw it. During the day, he always had a fierce look in his eyes, like an abandoned wolfhound, always baring his teeth at the sticks stretched out to him, with barbs all over his body. At night, he would curl up in a small corner stupidly, just like the man she saw at this moment, staring blankly at the sky, staring at the bright moon in the sky, sitting there for a whole night, and his eyes could not blink. This little figure that had been blurred to the point of almost forgetting broke into Su Rao's heart. Because of Yunji, because of his upward gaze, a sudden stirring in her heart, especially when she thought of the long-faded crisscross pattern on Yunji's back. A terrifying and unbelievable idea suddenly came to Su Rao's mind. The trend was getting bigger and bigger. A palace maid was pressed to the ground by Yi Su, unable to move at all, and her eyes on Su Rao were filled with pitiful pleading. It seemed to be saying, Miss Su, I beg you. The imperial toilet is not in the imperial garden. Let's go quickly. If you keep wandering around like this, I will die. Miss Su, I really beg you. This gaze was too strong, and it strongly pulled back Su Rao's pounding heart. She took a breath suddenly, her body heaving, looking at Yunji, her peach blossom eyes showing layers of deepness and depth. In a breath, Yi Su was optimistic about this palace maid, and was going to the corridor of the East Palace. As soon as the footsteps started, a voice came from behind. So Miss Su is here. But it's hard for me to find her. The fat figure came up to the Guantian pavilion, and Yun Chief Steward wiped the sweat from his forehead. Some breath. Panting. Thinking of the Jiue prince he saw from afar. He sighed in his heart. The seventh prince really said it. It seems that this lady has not left for even a moment. It's so hard to find her. Look at Yun Chief Steward. He is sweating profusely. He must be tired. With a smile, Su Rao turned his head to look at Yun Chief Steward. The deepness in her peach blossom eyes disappeared, and she seemed to have a feeling of smiling. And her beauty was radiant. Arrived just in time. Miss Su. The banquet is about to begin. Please follow me back. The woman in front of him clearly had a dandy expression on her face. But Yun Zongwan suddenly felt that she had seen through his thoughts. Why did she appear so timely? This must be his illusion. Does Yun Zongwan really have no sense? You are disturbing me to enjoy the beautiful scenery. The banquet is not as beautiful as this place. Yun Zongwan had better have some sense, or I will punch you. After bluntly exposing Yun Zongwan's thoughts, Su Rao turned around again. But she didn't know when the moonlight figure had left. And she didn't know where she went. Miss Su. What are you talking about? I dare not. The Emperor hasn't seen Miss Su for 8 years. This time Miss Su can enter the palace. And the Emperor is eager to see Miss Su as soon as possible. This puts the blame on Emperor Yu. Can Su Rao still scold Emperor Yu? Glancing at the eloquent Yun Steward in front of her. Suddenly, another smile appeared on her face. Oh! It turns out to be the Emperor. That's great. When I meet the Emperor, I must praise Yun Steward's honest advice in front of him. The word honest advice is a tone of complaint. But Yun Steward remained calm and still had a flattering smile on his face. Then I have to thank Miss Su for her good words. Su Rao immediately curled her lips, as if she was too lazy to bother Yun Steward again. What a bummer. Let's go back. Waving her hand to let Isu let go of the maid, Su Rao directly passed Yun Steward and went down to the Guantian pavilion. Yun Steward hurriedly followed in 2 steps, still with a flattering face, walked to the Guantian palace and strode directly in. I haven't stepped into this place for 9 years. There is no trace of anything related to the Qin dynasty. Although the name of the palace is still Guantian Palace, everything inside has been completely renovated. Yunji also came to Guantian Palace, and now he is sitting on the left side of Emperor Yu. The left is the most respected, and Yunji's position is actually above Yumurui, in the heart of the Emperor who is high above. His position as Jiue Prince is no less than those princes. Emperor Yu really treats Yunji as his own son. But does he really love Yunji so much? How many princes will be jealous of such an honor? And how many crooked thoughts will be cast on him because of this honor? Su Rao walked in, and did not greet him, but looked directly at Emperor Yu who was sitting up. This handsome and gentle face. That night, she cut off her father's head with a knife. After 19 years, she has never forgotten it for a moment. But now her heart is calm. Your Majesty, Chief Steward Yun just said that Your Majesty is thinking about Rao very much. Rao? Don't talk nonsense. Su Rao's reaction in front of our Emperor was so blunt that Father Su immediately showed a hint of anger and was about to stand up to apologize. Emperor Yu waved his hand directly. Su Aiqing, you don't have to do this. He looked at Su Rao with a gentle look on his face. I remember that when Rao was a child, she would hug my thighs and compete with Linger for me every time she saw me, calling me Uncle Prince. Why do you feel distant now that you have grown up? I think about Rao very much. But Rao doesn't even know to come to the palace to see me. The Emperor. Such words. Such a friendly attitude. This Emperor uncle seems to treat Su Rao as his own daughter, without the majesty of an emperor. Really doting. When Emperor Yu said this, there was a moment of silence in the Wantian palace. Miss Su is noble, no matter how embarrassing and notorious her reputation is. As long as she is the daughter of the Su family, the king of a country will treat her so gently. Such a favor comparable to that of a princess. It would be a lie for those noble ladies in the Wantian palace to say that they are not envious. If there is envy, then there is naturally jealousy. Yun Luoling's mouth has been opened, but she has not spoken. She closed her mouth under the gaze of Zhao Guogong, but her annoyed eyes did not shrink at all. It is not enough to compete with her for the grandfather, and it is not enough to compete with Xiao Gongzi. And now they come to compete with her for her father, Su, Rao, and the others. For example, Zhao Lianqin, Xianiqi Xiao, Xian Muyeling, the princes such as the Crown Prince and the Fourth Prince, and the meritorious ministers such as Prime Minister Yao and Zhao Guogong. They all have their own thoughts. Only Rongfeng's eyes were warm, as if he remembered the song of high mountains and flowing water that day because he saw Su Rao. And he was still unwilling to give up. It is hard to find a good Qin player. On the other hand, Prince Jiyue did not react at all. He sat in his seat and sipped tea quietly. He was a person in his own right within 3 feet. The misty color made people feel thousands of miles away. If Rao calls the Emperor Uncle Emperor, Su Rao was overjoyed. And her bright eyes were even brighter. Then can Rao sit next to Yunji? Uncle Emperor will agree. Right. After saying this, he didn't even wait for Emperor Yu to speak, and walked directly towards Yunji. The love for Prince Jiyue was easily noticeable. Seeing Yunji in the Wantian Palace, he forgot the etiquette even more. Father Su's eyes were gloomy again. General Su stroked his big beard, bowed to Emperor Yu, and laughed and scolded. This Rao has been spoiled by this old minister. Your Majesty, please don't mind. This old minister will catch this girl back now. How can she be allowed to make trouble in the Wantian Palace? It's really unbecoming. He was about to get up. Emperor Yu immediately said with a smile, Why do you say that? Old general? I think Rao is very good. A daughter of a general should be so heroic. It seems that Emperor Yu has forgotten that Su Rao went to Prince Jiyue's side. How many people immediately changed their minds with Emperor Yu's attitude? Yun Muyi sipped his tea and looked at Emperor Yu. Suddenly, a sudden enlightenment came to his heart. Father, seeing Su Rao walking towards the prince step by step. Prince Jiyue next to the prince still had no reaction. He was blind, but not deaf. So why could he be so calm? It was as if he didn't hear what Su Rao said. Didn't know that Su Rao had walked towards him. And didn't know that Emperor Yu didn't object. The hand holding the cup and cup curled up a green vine. And his eyes quickly swept over Su Er's body. And then looked at Prince Jiyue as if nothing had happened. The prince and the sixth prince also looked at each other immediately, with a dark meaning. Both of them took in Yun Mui's subtle reaction at that moment. Yun Murui took a sip of the wine cup, covered his eyes, and quietly glanced at Emperor Yu again. Seeing that Emperor Yu was so angry about Su Rao going to trouble Prince Jiyue, he was still talking and laughing with General Su. His heart suddenly became clear, and his eyes suddenly showed deep wisdom. The husband chosen by his father for Su Rao was not the seventh brother, but Prince Jiyue. His wise eyes finally fell on Prince Jiyue. The eyes of others also tacitly looked at Prince Jiyue, wanting to see how Prince Jiyue would react to the ugly girl of the Su family's blatant attack. Everyone was curious. There were more and more eyes on Prince Jiyue, and even more on Su Rao. Yun Luoling and Zhao Lianqing were of course needless to say. But the other three, the one with a sense of coldness made Su Rao's mind move. But she did not look at them. Su Rao's eyes were still on Yunji, as if she could not tolerate anyone else. She counted 1 step, 2 steps, and at most 3 steps. Yunji would definitely stand up and avoid her. Or Yunling would step forward to stop him. She wanted to let the executioner see with his own eyes how much Prince Jiyue hated her. No matter what his purpose was today, it would not succeed, because Yunji would never marry her. And she was Su Rao. If she could keep quiet and do her duty when she saw Prince Jiyue in this Wantian palace, she would not be Su Rao. But after 3 steps, Yunji was still sitting there, without getting up to move away, just like a painting outlined in ink and color. No matter how turbulent the real world was, it could not cause even a ripple in the mountains and waters in the painting. Yunling did not go forward to stop him. Immediately, Su Rao's eyebrows darkened. What's going on? Why not stop? But she couldn't stop. If she stopped at this moment, then, Su Rao, there is already someone beside this prince brother. There is no place for you. With this soft and hard voice, the seventh prince, who was sitting in his seat, came over without knowing when, and sat directly next to Yunji. Ugly girl. With this prince here, you'd better not have any ideas about this prince brother. Otherwise, unscrupulously threatening, the seventh prince directly made a gesture of wiping his neck. Su Rao breathed a sigh of relief in her heart, but she was immediately annoyed on her face. Yun Mujing. Rao. General Su then said again, don't make trouble in the palace. Don't come back. Su Rao immediately looked at General Su, but under General Su's calm gaze, she obediently went back. But when she went back, she glared at Yun Mujing fiercely. You wait for me. Sitting next to General Su, he complained, Grandpa is such a bad guy. Emperor Yu laughed and echoed Su Rao's words. The old general is indeed a bad guy. Look at how angry our Rao is. The old general must be careful of your precious beard. After joking, he looked at the seventh prince again. There was a trace of helplessness as a father on his face. And then the emperor's majesty. Jinger, why don't you go back to your own position? How can you be so shameless? Father has protected Su Rao since he was a child. And now he is still protecting her like this when he grows up. If father continues to protect her like this, the seventh sister will cry. With a soft and charming demeanor, but also with a masculine and strong character, Yun Mujing stood up and walked back to his seat. But said so. His words instantly brought Yun Luoling to the stage. Yun Luoling's expression of wanting to eat Su Rao was still there, and everyone who looked over saw it. The seventh prince is joking again. At the right time, concubine Shu interrupted. Your Majesty, Miss Su is here. Should we start the banquet? After saying this, she touched her bulging belly with her face, and said that the prince was hungry. Queen Yao also said at the right time, Your Majesty, the time for the banquet has come. The Queen Mother is majestic, and the model of the world. Emperor Yu stopped joking with Su Rao, and waved his hand to let Yun, the chief steward, serve the banquet. There were stringed instruments, orchestras and harps in the palace. The dancers were graceful. Su Rao held the cup, her eyes fixed on Prince Jiyue opposite her. She had not taken a single bite of the food, but just stared at Yun Ji, her eyes never leaving. From time to time, her sight was blocked by the dancing girls. So she turned and adjusted her sitting position to continue watching. Her eyes were burning, but the uncertainty and darkness inside were lingering layer by layer. She didn't understand what was wrong. Why Yun Ji, who had been so distant to her before, didn't move at all at that time, and let her almost approach. She didn't think Yun Ji was a person who cared about the occasion, and endured her entanglement again. After thinking about it, Su Rao couldn't figure it out. Yun Ji was a delicate person, and his heart was even more delicate. How could Yun Ji really not know what she was planning after what she did the other day? He was calm and did nothing, but he almost put her in a dilemma. Did she underestimate Yun Ji's care for Yun Mujing? Wasn't he afraid that with his attitude, she would once again have evil thoughts about Yun Mujing? Or did she just think that Yun Ji cared about Yun Mujing? Just like she thought at the beginning that Yun Ji was gentle to her just because of his second brother. Thinking in her heart, she casually picked up a cup beside her. But before she could drink, a palace maid knelt down in panic. Miss Su, calm down. Su Rao looked at her dress, which was covered with wine stains. When Su Rao was taking the cup, the maid came over to add more wine. She stretched out her hand, but the maid thought she was going to hit her, and in panic, she knocked over the cup in her hand. Miss Su, calm down. Miss Su, calm down. The maid begged for mercy in such a panic that the whole palace's attention was drawn to Su Rao again. What's the matter? Emperor, you said. Uncle Emperor. It's okay. A maid just soiled Rao's dress. Su Rao waved her hand to let the maid get up and shook off the wine stains on her dress. She seemed to want to leave a good impression in front of Yun Ji. So she was so generous. The maid immediately thanked her repeatedly and picked up the knocked over cup. Back off. Come on. Take Miss Su to change clothes. Empress Yao also spoke. Su Rao did not say no, and followed a maid to change clothes. But there was a flicker in her eyes, and a dark color was hidden. Mu Mingyu got up and went with Su Rao. This matter seemed to be just a small matter. In a moment, Su Rao and Mu Mingyu came back. She changed into a lotus-colored skirt and a warm cotton velvet flowered fur coat. The daughter of the Su family in red was a playboy and eccentric. Now she changed into this lotus-colored dress. Perhaps because of the color of the clothes, she felt a sense of nobility. When she walked with Mu Mingyu, she was not outshined. On the contrary, she looked more heroic than Mu Mingyu. If there was no glaring and ugly scar on her forehead, the noble lady of the aristocratic family, the only daughter of the general's palace, with a charming face, even if she was playboy and lustful, even if she was eccentric, I don't know how many sons of famous families would be scrambling to marry her. I couldn't help but feel regretful. His eyes once again fell on the isolated Yuhua figure that was directly related to the ugly scar of Miss Su. Your Majesty, Changle heard that Miss Su had learned piano, chess, calligraphy and painting from Prince Jiyue for a month. When Changle was in Juxian, he had heard of Prince Jiyue's talent, especially his painting skills, which Changle admired very much. Changle knew that Prince Yulang Jiyue would not easily make a move. I wonder if I can have the honor to see a painting taught by Prince Jiyue to Miss Su today, so that Changle can see the style of Prince Yunlang Jiyue. Changle should feel honored. Su Rao had just sat down, and the cushion had not been warmed up yet. And Xiam Yaling said this. Her eyes fell directly on Su Rao, and then glanced at Rong Feng. It seemed that because Rong Feng had just looked at Su Rao, she felt annoyed. Jealousy between women. Linger. The painting that Xian Yaling mentioned was not the piano art that Su Rao was good at, as Rong Feng said. It was obvious that she said that on purpose to embarrass Su Rao. Rong Feng immediately whispered to Xian Yaling not to lose her temper. Father, I want to see it too. Yun Luoling finally couldn't help but speak. It's rare for the princesses of the Siamese countries to come to our Yunlang country. I think it's better to let the princesses of the Siamese countries compete with Su Rao. The apprentices taught by Brother Ji, you will definitely not be bad. She and Princess Changle will compete in painting talent. The two countries will be good neighbors. Yun Luoling's eyes still carried the resentment that never disappeared towards Su Rao. And there was also a new hatred between her and Xian Yaling on the winding road. The new hatred and the old hatred made Xian Yaling and Su Rao confront each other. Yun Luoling's thoughts. Although Yun Luoling was in the royal family, she was spoiled by concubine Shu and was too naive. She had the temper of a completely unruly princess. Su Rao didn't think Yun Luoling could say such a smart thing. Just the phrase Yunji's apprentice. Su Rao had to agree to the competition. Yunlang's light of the sky. His existence is the face of Yunlang's country. And as the only Miss Su who has been taught by Prince Jiyu, she naturally represents Prince Jiyu and the face of Yunlang's country. What's more, Yun Luoling directly gave Su Rao a high hat of good neighborliness between the two countries. Someone who can have such a deep and scheming mind. Su Rao's eyes quickly swept over the prince and the fourth prince, and finally fell on Zhao Lianqing and Ji Tinglan. Simple and elegant. A noble lady and a national goddess in Langjing City. Always maintains her usual attitude of a famous family. But Su Rao felt that Yun Luoling's words were taught to her by Zhao Lianqing. First, this kind of tactful and delicate thoughts are mostly from the heart of a woman. Second, her sixth sense. Since she stepped into the Wantian Palace, Zhao Lianqing looked at her with a kind of oppression. Although she hid it well, she was too familiar with this kind of look. And Yun Luoling never concealed it. A kind of jealousy and hatred born out of jealousy, or feeling that something that belongs to you has been taken away by others. A kind of ridiculous self-righteousness. Yun Luoling's words directly blocked the possible objection of Emperor Yu. Everyone in Langjing knows what Su Rao is like. And Emperor Yu knows it even better. Asking her to compete with the princesses of the Siamese kingdom in painting will only embarrass Yun Lang. According to Emperor Yu's character, if Yun Luoling hadn't said the following words, Emperor Yu would never have agreed to Siam Yaling's request. But now, for Yun Lang's face at this moment, how could Yun Lang's national prestige be damaged in front of other countries? The Lantern Festival banquet is for a happy occasion. So, then Rao. Emperor Yu spoke, still with a gentle expression, but his eyes were slightly annoyed by the seventh princess's talkativeness. And the emperor was furious. Your Majesty. Just as Duke Xiao was about to stand up, Prime Minister Yao walked into the hall first and knelt on the ground. Your Majesty, I have to say that Princess Changle admires the talent of Prince Jiyue. If Prince Jiyue paints the picture himself, it will further demonstrate the friendship between Yunlang and the Siamese people. Lord Yao is right, Emperor Yu said again, with a gentle smile on his face. But the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes deepened a little, and his eyes were more satisfied with Prime Minister Yao's discerning eyes. He immediately turned to look at Yunji. What does Jiyue think? Asking Yunji directly would make it difficult for Siam Yaling to object. If Prince Jiyue could do it himself, and Siam Yaling still insisted on Su Rao to paint, it would be deliberately looking for trouble, and deliberately wanting to embarrass Yun Lang. Siam Yaling knew this. And the emperor's mind was really powerful. She secretly glanced at Prince Yi. It seems that it is difficult for her to make a rift between the Yunlang royal family and the Su family with this test. I wonder if the young uncle will consider her suggestion. It would be an honor for Changle to see the peerless style of Prince Jiyue. Without saying anything more to continue to trouble Su Rao, Xian Yaling glanced at Rong Feng again before sitting back in her seat. It seemed that it was because of Rong Feng's previous stop that she compromised for Rong Feng. Xu Guifei, who was sitting high on the throne, breathed a sigh of relief, and then looked at the seventh princess again, with a faint and powerless look in the corner of her eyes. Ling, you should be obedient. If you continue to annoy your father and go against Su Rao, your mother can't protect you. You still want your grandfather to discipline you. Yun Luoling, who was about to speak again, looked at Duke Xiao under the eyes of Xu Guifei, but met Duke Xiao's angry eyes, timidly lowered her head, and dared not say anything more. From the beginning to the end, Su Rao did not interrupt, letting these people come and go, and she did not intend to take on the responsibility at this moment. Instead, she was very quiet, and her eyes were still on Yunji. She seemed to be saying, her Ji prince has always been so unique. No matter where he is, he could always be so dazzling. The extremely bright light of love in her eyes, because of her obsession with Yunji, made Su Rao not in the mood to pay attention to the current situation in the palace. Su Rao's eyes were not concealed at all. Prince Yi, who had been so quiet all the time, suddenly glanced at her. Prince Jiyue had not yet given an answer to Emperor Yu's question. Did he paint? Ruifeng raised his eyes slightly, and 1/3 of his pupils were covered by his eyelids. He didn't know what Prince Yi was thinking at the moment. But the Wang Taifu beside him suddenly bowed and said, Your Majesty, I see that Prince Jiyue seems to be in poor health. Why don't you let Miss Su write for Prince Jiyue? Since Miss Su has been taught by Prince Jiyue himself, I think her skills will be able to cooperate with Prince Jiyue and paint a masterpiece that will last forever. The words of Wang Taifu of Juxian Kingdom almost said how Yunji, a blind and weak person, could paint. This also implied that Yun Lang looked down on their Juxian Kingdom. Although Prince Jiyue is well known for his talent and virtue, how can a blind man like him paint? Is Yun Lang deliberately making fun of us? The Siamese? In the Wantian Palace? The atmosphere became a little uncomfortable because of the sudden words of Wang Taifu. Yunji responded, stroked his sleeves, and said in a low voice, Yunji is just an ordinary man, a blind man, and I am ashamed to be praised by the Siamese envoys. As for paintings, Yunji personally thinks that Miss Mu of the Im Dongho Mansion has outstanding painting skills, and her works are good paintings. The implication is that since Taifu Wang feels that Yunji is blind, and it is difficult for him to paint, then let Mu Mingyu, a talented woman from Yunlang, paint one. Prince Jiyue is absolutely right. My sister Yu is a well-deserved talented woman from Langjing, and she is adept at everything from playing the piano, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Su Rao spoke at the right time. In order to please Yunji, she actually stood up and pulled Mu Mingyu into the palace, and even urged Yun Zongwan, hurry up and prepare the pen, ink, paper, and inkstone. Seeing this, Father Su was about to apologize again, and General Su glanced at him at the right time. His big hand touched his big beard. Father Su sat back down after half getting up. Your Majesty, this. Zongwan also looked at Emperor Yu. His eyes asked, Your Majesty, look at this. Since Jiyue has spoken in person, I want to see how good the painting skills of the daughter of Lord Mu are. Emperor Yu directly challenged Mu Mingyu to paint a picture. Lord Yin was humble at once. The emperor praised immediately. It was a great blessing for the little girl to be praised by Prince Jiyue. Su Rao was even more delighted. She looked at Yunji without hiding her eyes. She said to Mu Mingyu, Sister Yu, you must make Rao proud. Mu Mingyu also glanced at Yunji, then looked at Su Rao again, secretly teasing her eyes, and knelt down to Emperor Yu. The minister obeyed the order. The table and inkstone were carried to the hall. Mu Mingyu walked over and picked up the brush to paint. The palace was quiet, and everyone's eyes fell on Mu Mingyu. Miss Mu was praised so highly by Prince Jiyue. After today, the difference between her and Miss Zhao would be clear. The title of Yunlong's most talented woman would fall to Mu Mingyu. Zhao Lianqin's handkerchief was already unbearable to look at, and she looked at Yunji. Lost eyes. Sadness. She is also proficient in music, chess, calligraphy and painting. Why does Brother Jiyue praise Mu Mingyu so much? She remembered that day when she confessed her love, and her true feelings were rejected so cruelly, and she was even said to have no self-respect. She bit her lips slightly, lowered her eyelids, and clenched her green jade fingers holding the handkerchief. Brother Jiyue, you rejected Xiner just because you were annoyed that Xiner didn't know how to respect herself. You recommended Mu Mingyu today just because you didn't want Xiner to show up in public, right? How could you not like Xiner? We wrote poems together. How could you not like it? Xiner didn't believe it. In his eyes, there was a determination to win. You can only be mine. Su family, daughter. This whisper, as thin as a mosquito, Prince Yu's mouth corners actually curved, and his cold eyes fell on Su Rao again. And the light did not move. Su Rao did not sit back in her seat, but directly dismissed the palace servant who was grinding for Mu Mingyu, and stayed by her side to accompany Mu Mingyu. The jade ears under the satin also moved slightly, as if she heard Prince Yu's muttering, and the jade hands under Yuehua's sleeves curled up slightly, and then stretched out as if nothing had happened. Su Er, who sat in his seat and had never spoken a word from beginning to end, only glanced at Prince Yi at this moment. His eyes were dull, and then his eyes fell on Su Rao again. Seeing her happy face, he thought of Yunji's several words, asking him not to interfere. Su Er picked up the cup and took a sip of wine. From entering the palace to this moment, Su Er's eyes never stayed on Yun Mujing for a moment, and Yun Mujing's eyes never fell on Su Er. Since that day, the two seemed to have really calmed down, and they ignored each other when they appeared in the same place. At this moment, Su Er still didn't look at Yun Mujing, but Yun Mujing's eyes fell on Su Er's side. It seemed that he noticed that Su Er looked at Su Rao, so he looked at her like this and drank a glass of wine. A painting. But a moment. Mu Mingyu's painting is exactly the scene of Yun Lang's Lantern Festival. Lantern riddles, and a scene of the Lantern Festival atmosphere. In Mu Mingyu's paintings, every citizen feels like a real person. Their faces are filled with the joy of the new year. Every attic street, every stroke is detailed, and the painting skills are indeed outstanding. Sister's painting skills have improved again. Mu Mingjin said so. Mu Mingyu's paintings were set up by the palace people. Su Rao clapped her hands without exaggeration. Sister Yu is great. Really made her proud. Then, she looked at Xian Mu Yaling. Princess Changle, in terms of painting skills, I'll make it clear that I'm not as good as my sister Yu at all. But Prince Jiyue taught me more than just music, chess, calligraphy, painting, poetry, and songs. Su Rao had trouble with Xian Mu Yaling. She wanted to embarrass her so much before, and if she didn't return the favor now, it would be unbecoming of Su Rao. Yu Long's ugly dandy girl wasn't called that for nothing. And Su Rao's eccentricity wasn't just a rumor from others. And fists. Miss Su. Before Xian Mu Yaling could speak, Rong Feng bowed first, and was the peacemaker again. At the Lantern Festival banquet, harmony is the most important thing. Miss Su, you are such a nosy person. Xian Mu Yaling has troubled me twice because of you. And you dare to. Rao. Don't be rude to Prince Rongfeng. Father Su then gently scolded Su Rao again. His face helpless. His anger deepened. And he apologized to Rongfeng for not disciplining his daughter well. General Su also stood up, walked to the hall, and pulled Su Rao down. My dear granddaughter, Prince Jiyue is here. With just this sentence, Su Rao's eyes flickered, and the thought of finding trouble instantly stopped. And she gave Xian Mu Yaling a look of good luck. Rao is really. Emperor Yu seemed to think that Su Rao was childish and amused him. I see that Rao really likes Jiyu. So why don't I make the decision to give Rao to Jiyu as the prince's consort? This sentence seemed to be a joke, but it seemed that Emperor Yu really had this idea. Instantly, the atmosphere in the palace was strange. Zhao Lianqing stared in disbelief, and the dignity on her face disappeared in an instant. Father, how can Su Rao be worthy of Jiyu's prince? The fourth prince said this urgently first. Emperor Yu's eyes immediately fell on the fourth prince, with a hint of gloom. Duke Xiao also looked dark. Boy! Father! What the fourth prince said is right. How can Su Rao, an ugly girl, be worthy of brother Jiyu? Father! Please don't be confused. Yun Luoling also spoke up. At this moment, she was not afraid of the anger of Duke Xiao at all. She even said that Emperor Yu was confused. Such a rebellious remark frightened concubine Shu, and she sneered. As for the others, the crown prince and the sixth prince all held their cups tightly. But they were not as impulsive as the fourth prince. The civil and military officials in the court were all thinking tactfully, speculating on the truth of Emperor Yu's words, including Prince Yi and the others. Prince Yi turned the cup in his hand, and his cold eyes swept over Emperor Yu who was sitting on the throne, and then fell on Yunji, with a hint of understanding. The exiled Prince Jiyu, who was a fairy in Yuhua, acted abnormally today. So that's how it was. Emperor Yu actually wants to marry Su's daughter to Yunji, which is a good plan. Uncle Emperor, although Rao really likes Yunji, if you want to arrange a marriage, Rao will not agree. Su Rao seemed to be shocked by Emperor Yu's words. It took her a while to react. She opened her mouth and refused directly, without waiting for everyone to react in disbelief. Su Rao actually refused to marry Prince Jiyu, without waiting for Emperor Yu to react. He said, Rao must rely on her own ability to let Yunji send 3 letters and 6 ceremonies, and marry Rao to Prince Yun's mansion in a grand manner with 8 sedan chairs. The expression of ambition. Su Rao wanted Yunji to ask for marriage in person. Otherwise, no matter how much she liked him, she would not marry. This is the Su family. The ambition of the Su family. Even if the Su family's ugly daughter is so spoiled, she has this ambition and the integrity of the Su family. Emperor Yu laughed again, as if Su Rao had made him laugh again. He smiled and shook his head with a smile. He looked directly at Yunji, who still had no reaction to his words and Su Rao's words, and said with a meaningful teasing, Rao is very ambitious. Jiyu, Uncle Huang really wants to see if Rao can take down my Yun Lang Song Cheong. It seemed to be another joke. The orchestra started again, and the dancers moved again. The storm in the Wantian Palace stopped for a moment, but it stirred up thousands of waves in everyone's hearts. Everyone had their own thoughts and thought about it in a roundabout way. The sun was shining in the sky, and the golden warmth dispelled the cold wind. The singing and dancing orchestra in the Wantian Palace also stopped. The people in the palace followed Emperor Yu to the side of the Imperial River to stack lanterns and ask about the festival. Stacking lanterns and asking about the festival is an extremely important part of the Lantern Festival. Folding lanterns with flower paper. Praying for peace on the Lantern Festival. Emperor Yu and Empress Yao all did it themselves. After folding the lanterns, they put the candles inside, placed them in the Imperial River, and let the water flow out of the Yun Palace. At night, the inner city lake of Langjing will be filled with colorful lanterns. Colorful and beautiful. Write your blessing words inside the folded lanterns. Pray for peace. After Emperor Yu and Queen Yao released the lanterns, others also released their own lanterns. The lanterns floated on the Imperial River. Although it was daytime, the candlelight inside was dimmed by the sun. But the folded lanterns were colorful, flowing down the Imperial River in the palace and out of the Yun Palace. Such an important link. But still those two did not participate. Prince Jiyue did not come to release the lanterns because he did not come here. After the banquet in Wantian Hall ended, Yunji left first because he was not feeling well, and he did not attend the festival banquet later. And Su Rao did not go to release the lanterns because she drank too much at the banquet. She had a stomachache. She went to the toilet. As for whether Su Rao really went to the toilet or chased after Prince Jiyu, Emperor Yu didn't say anything, and the others wouldn't say anything either. Whether Emperor Yu's words at the festival were a joke or he really meant it. Since Emperor Yu obviously didn't stop Su Rao from pestering Prince Jiyu. If they said anything more, it would only make Emperor Yu unhappy. Moreover, although Emperor Yu didn't show anything on his face about the 2 words of Yun Mujing and Yun Luoling in the palace, as an old minister who had been in the court for many years, he definitely had the ability to read people's expressions. In the corridor, outside the East Palace, Yunji, who had been leaving, stopped here again, just because of the voice behind him. Yunji. Su Rao walked over. Her face no longer had the dandy look in the palace, and she no longer had the perverseness that she pretended to be. Instead, she was calm and peaceful. Where Prince Jiyu appeared, there would be no other figures within 10 feet to disturb him. Su Rao knew this, so she was not worried that others would see her like this and discover her disguise. Besides, whether there were other people around, how could Su Rao not notice it? Yunji. When they were 3 steps away, Yunling stretched out his arm again to stop Su Rao. I want to discuss cooperation with you. Su Rao ignored Yunling and continued to speak. Speaking directly, what I have done in these days, my actions in Wantian Palace, your sudden abnormality, what I am planning. How could the wise Prince Jiyu not notice it? Miss Su. The brilliant color fell on the corridor palace road, and the misty moonlight figure reflected a trace of nothingness between the ground. The moonlight is charming and graceful, and the beauty is indifferent. Yunji doesn't understand what Miss Su said. Please don't bother her anymore, so as not to lose the reputation of the Su family. Yunji didn't seem to understand what Su Rao said, and he was ready to walk away. Su Rao's eyebrows were immediately knitted, but she was stopped by Yunling and couldn't go forward. She said anxiously, Yunji, are you ignoring Yun Mujing? This was a threat. A blatant threat. Yu Hua's footsteps suddenly stopped again. The air seemed quiet. The quietness made Su Rao feel depressed, and she slightly pursed her lips. She had no way out, and he had to cooperate whether he wanted to or not. After a moment, Yunji turned around and waved his hand to let Yunling leave. A refreshing word, Su Rao. Yunji said that you can use Yunji. As long as you don't touch a Jing. You can do whatever you want. Step forward. But your affairs have nothing to do with Yunji anymore. Yunji will not interfere anymore. And will not let you use him recklessly. Yunji is really not a good person. This is the third time to emphasize that he is not a good person. Turn around and leave again. Su Rao immediately took a big step and stepped forward to block Yunji's way. Quick quote. The bright and clear Prince Jiyue. The light of Yulong's sky. The only son of the Yun Palace who is unattainable in the eyes of the world. The noble royal family living in a honeypot. How could he have so many? At this moment, Su Rao exuded a deep color from her body. And her bright peach eyes were even deeper. As if she saw through the moonlight man in front of her. What kind of secrets were hidden in him? The dandy and lustful Miss Su. The perverse and ugly girl in the eyes of everyone in Yunlang. Is so thoughtful and has superb medical skills. I wonder if Yuman knows. The voice was still cool. But Yunji's mouth suddenly smiled. But the jade hand in Yuehua's sleeves curled up. And the handsome and elegant Xiao Gongzi of Liana. Yun. Ji. Su Rao suddenly curled her fingers. Miss Su wants to find out Yunji's secret. Then she should hide her own secret. If you want to cooperate with Yunji. Why do you cooperate with Yunji? Because you know you have no time. Uncle Huang wants to tie you and me together. And to tie the Su family and the Yun family together. You don't want to be controlled by this. And your fate is controlled by this. You can't touch a Jing. So you chose Yunji. Speaking again. Still so calm and indifferent. But completely exposing Su Rao's inner analysis. Such a terrible person. A deep look quietly emerged in Su Rao's eyes. And a faint peach color was secretly rendered in the eye sockets. Sure enough, the Jiyu prince, who was so terrified by her careful thinking, knew everything she thought and did. Su Rao, you don't want to be swayed. And neither does Yunji. Yunji has long said that he has a lover in his heart and will not marry anyone but her. Yunji has countless ways to make the emperor's uncle replace Yunji with someone else. Regardless of you. But Yunji has never done this before. You are Yumo's younger sister. Yumo begged Yunji for you. But Yunji's kindness was only exchanged for your indifference. Bypassing Su Rao, Yunji finally left. And there was no need to say anything else. Indifference. Su Rao was stunned. In her mind, she recalled the first time they helped each other in Wanlu Temple. The second time they helped each other in Qifeng residence. The daggers pointed at each other outside the Moonlit Gate. The mutual cleanup in the pavilion on the official road outside Langjing City. The still gentleness in Qifeng Garden. And the alienation outside the Yuwang Mansion. If I apologize, if I ask for help from you, can you help me this time? I can't touch Yun Mujing. Yun Marue and Yun Mudi are all eyeing my Su family's military power. Only you, Yun Ji, are the only one who doesn't have it. I believe in my second brother's friends. And I believe in my own feelings even more. You, Yun Ji, you are a good person. Caught up and stopped Yun Ji again. Directly spread his arms to block his way. I didn't appreciate it before. Because I'm not a good person. And I don't want to be a good person. But this is just one reason. I don't want to involve you in my plot. You are my second brother's only close friend. Biting her lips slightly, she added. But things are always unpredictable. There are rumors in Langjing that I've taken advantage of the situation. I can't just sit and wait for the imperial decree to grant marriage to enter my Su family. And then go when it's too late. This unwillingness in her heart made the peach blossom eyes of Su Rao more and more bright. Today, at the Lantern Festival banquet, I saw you coming here, and I already had some guesses. And in the Wantian Palace, the joke of Emperor Yu, I knew that the imperial edict was not far away. Maybe at some point today, maybe tomorrow. I can only accept the Emperor's words. Because I know that if I really resist, the Su family will no longer be trusted by Emperor Yu. And I can't let my Su family be implicated because of myself. In the Imperial Garden, on the rockery, Zhao Lianqin looked at this side from afar, watching Su Rao repeatedly blocking Yunji, and seeing Su Rao pestering her again. She seemed to be covered by a layer of dark clouds with jealousy. The plate in her hand was pinched by her jade fingers until it turned pale. The young lady of the Duke Xiao's mansion in Yunlang loves the prince of Yunlang Jiyue. But she is jealous, and wants to use the seventh princess to deal with the young lady of the Su family. To be more precise, she wants to use this princess's hand. Such a whisper in her ear. Zhao Lianqing was startled and turned around suddenly. Although the woman in front of her had a silly smile on her face, and a small dimple appeared at the corner of her mouth, it was difficult to hide the vicious feeling in her eyes. Princess Changle said something. Please forgive me for my ignorance. I don't quite understand. A trace of sweat seeped out of her hand. But Zhao Lianqing had an unclear expression on her face. Madame Shuguifei is waiting for me to send sour plums over. I will take my leave first. Princess Changle, please go back too. In case you get lost. Zhao Lianqing walked away around Xian Muyailing. And the charm of orchids on her body remained the same. The woman from Yunlang. Xian Muyailing watched Zhao Lianqing leave. She understood her behavior at a glance and looked at the corridor again. The distance was too far, so I couldn't hear what they said, but I could see clearly. Yunji walked around Su Rao again, and Su Rao looked at the back of Yu Hua, and turned around and walked away after a breath. In opposite directions. Yuhua Waterside Pavilion. Hejian Pavilion Corridor. Yun Murui and Mu Mingyu. I was struggling to decide what kind of birthday gift to give to my mother. Today, I know that Miss Mu has outstanding painting skills. She is praised by Prince Jiyu. My mother will be happy. I will trouble Miss Mu to paint for her. Your Highness, it is Mingyu's honor to paint a birthday gift for the Queen. After the painting is finished, Mingyu will send someone to deliver it to your residence. After the two talked, Yun Murui left first. Mu Mingyu looked at the man who was leaving. He had a straight back and the majesty of a crowned prince. But when he asked her to paint for the empress, he was so humble, polite and approachable, without any of the arrogance of a prince. A gentle smile on her face. A woman's feeling of love. Cousin! Su Rao came over with her eyebrows slightly frowned. Mu Mingyu's face immediately turned red, although she quickly restrained it. But how could it escape Su Rao's eyes? She came over and held Mu Mingyu's hand. Teasing. Teasing. Cousin and the prince are The peach blossom eyes were rolling. And the voice was even more lingering and moving, covering up the deep heart and worry inside. What's the expression of Cousin Raoer? His Royal Highness the Prince just asked me to paint a birthday gift for the Queen. Don't think too much. Seemingly provoked by Su Rao's words, Mu Mingyu made a shy expression, patted Su Rao's hand and let her go, and walked away with delicate steps. The peach blossom eyes immediately flickered. Su Rao took 2 steps to catch up and directly embraced Mu Mingyu's arm. They laughed and joked. Why are you shy? Cousin? Men should get married when they are old enough. And women should get married when they are old enough. My sister Yu is such a gentle and beautiful noble lady. If she can become the crown princess. Rao, don't talk nonsense. Mu Mingyu was frightened by Su Rao's words, and quickly raised her hand to cover Su Rao's mouth. She looked around and saw that there was no one, and she breathed a sigh of relief. Rao, what nonsense are you talking about? His Royal Highness the Crown Prince is a dragon and phoenix among men, and the Crown Prince of a country. How can I marry him? You must not talk nonsense like that. When Wan's soft eyes stared at Su Rao, if she didn't nod, she would not let go. Okay. Okay. Su Rao pulled down Mu Mingyu's hand. Raoer knows. I know. Sister Yu doesn't like Yun Murui. He has so many concubines in the harem. Raoer doesn't want Sister Yu to be jealous of those women. My sister Yu wants to marry. She wants to marry someone as loyal as my brothers. Mu Mingyu was even more embarrassed and angry by Su Rao's words, and she hit Su Rao's shoulder with her soft hand. Her face flushed, as red as a ripe apple. Raoer, you are talking nonsense again. If you say it again, I will ignore you. I was wondering why my sister disappeared in the blink of an eye. It turns out that she was stolen away by my cousin Raoer, by the bank of the Imperial River. Mu Mingjin and Su Wu saw Su Rao and Mu Mingyu from afar and walked over. What's the matter? I took Sister Yu away. Does Cousin Jean have any objection? Su Rao smiled again when she saw Mu Mingjin. She seemed to be disturbed by Mu Mingjin's words. She let Mu Mingyu go and looked at Mu Mingjin. Mu Mingjin immediately stopped and thought of Su Rao's threatening words at the palace gate. She covered her butt again reflexively, but felt a little unwilling. So she raised her eyebrows provocatively. Cousin is a real man. I won't be on the same level with you little girls. The 8th prince was also pulled over by Su Wu, but he was resistant, especially unwilling and reluctant. Su Wu, let go of this prince. I won't go. His words also timely resolved the possible quarrel between Su Rao and Mu Mingjin. Su Rao took Mu Mingyu and walked over. Yun Muyu suddenly felt panic, looked around, and finally hid behind Su Wu, saying, Xiao Wu, you have to protect me. Your little sister is going to eat me alive again. Yun Muyu's voice was not concealed at all, and almost all the eyes on the side of the Imperial River were pulled over. Su Rao immediately curled her lips. With a snort, Yun Muyu, look at you. You are getting more and more cowardly. You are really useless than Cousin Jean. If I want to eat you alive, do you think that a fifth brother can protect you? Su Rao seemed to look down on Yun Muyu's cowardly look, and her eyes were even more disgusted. I have a special affection for Prince Jiyue now. If you dare to ruin my reputation again and Prince Jiyue hears about it, I will strip you naked and throw you to Zai Yaju. She threatened fiercely, and quickly glanced at Su Wu, meaningfully, and pulled Mu Mingyu past Yun Muyue. Cousin, I haven't even put up the lanterns yet. Let's go put up the lanterns. Su Rao walked away, and Yun Muyue suddenly exhaled, with beads of sweat on his forehead. He raised his hand to wipe the sweat, with a look of escaping death. Xiao Ba. Look! What did my brother say? Su Wu then hugged Yun Muyue again, and whispered this underestimation in his ear. Words that only the two of them knew. Yun Muyue nodded immediately, very much in agreement. What are you two whispering about? Mu Mingjin also hurried over. Uncle, Changle found that this Miss Su seems to be quite interesting. Xiam Yaling also came back and walked to Prince Yi, whispering. She seemed to have underestimated this woman. What she said to Miss Mu seemed to be a joke. But in fact, she was testing what Miss Mu thought of the Crown Prince. Don't judge people by appearances. You still have a lot to learn. Prince Yi turned his gaze away, and continued to fold the lantern in his hand. Xiam Yaling nodded and whispered, Uncle, if you really don't consider Changle's suggestion, maybe. Prince Yi looked at Xiam Yaling, and Ruifeng's eyes were calm. Xiam Yaling shut up immediately. Okay. Changle doesn't ask about Uncle. My mother asked me to help Uncle. I already knew that I was useless. I'm going to find my cousin. Prince Yi shook his head lightly, as if helpless, and then his eyes fell on the figure of Rao Rao, who had walked to the side of the Imperial River and folded a lantern. He saw that what she folded was not a Lantern Festival lantern, but a small paper sailboat, and inside it was not a candle, but a piece of gold leaf. For a moment, Prince Yi's eyes showed a little curiosity. Rao, what are you doing? Mu Mingyu also showed curiosity, looking at the small sailboat in Su Rao's hand. Cousin, lanterns are all flashy things. How can they be as real as my silver money? When my boat flows into the inner city lake, whoever picks up my gold leaf will be a great blessing from me. I bless them, which is much more cost-effective than praying to God. Rao's way of playing is novel. Emperor Yu and Queen Yao in the pavilion upstream of the Imperial River seemed to be attracted by Su Rao's novel paper sailboat, and came over one after another. Emperor Yu was so curious that General Su stroked his big beard and laughed happily without any modesty. This was his precious granddaughter. Of course. Uncle Emperor. Didn't Rao say that the Lantern Festival is about asking the people to live a good life in the coming year? Rao directly gave money to the people, which is more practical than praying to God. Uncle Emperor is the king of a country, the true Dragon Emperor. What blessing is more blessed than the blessing of the people? This is a completely flattering word. But when Su Rao said it, no one thought that she was deliberately flattering Emperor Yu. They only thought that Su Rao was straightforward and honest. She said whatever she thought, without those twists and turns, which made Emperor Yu feel very comfortable. Su Rao's words really pleased Emperor Yu. Emperor Yu immediately waved his hand, and asked the palace maid to bring more flower paper, and directly folded the boat to send blessings. This wave of operations caused a commotion on the lakeside of the inner city at night. Emperor Yu gave a word, and all the half-folded lanterns were replaced with small sailboats, and the candles inside were replaced with gold and silver. Su Rao, seeing that as long as Su Rao appeared, Emperor Yu and everyone else's attention would be drawn to Su Rao, which made the seventh princess jealous and almost crazy. If it weren't for concubine Shu, who was afraid that the seventh princess would make trouble again. She had always let Lu Ma follow her since she came to the Imperial River. At this time, the seventh princess would have rushed over and wrestled with Su Rao. On the other side of concubine Shu, Zhao Lianxin, the silk handkerchief in her hand, was already unsightly. In the past, she was the only one who attracted attention on this day. But this year, Everything was snatched away by Su Rao. The Imperial River was so lively. But no one knew that an incident was about to happen. In the desolate coal palace, with dead branches and fallen leaves, and broken rubble, two voices came from a side hall. Everything can be prepared. Don't worry. Sir, it's absolutely safe. With these two words, a eunuch quickly left the side hall of the coal palace. And soon after, another figure left quietly. After the Lantern Festival, the Lantern Festival banquet was coming to an end. The palace servants offered wine cups. Today is the Lantern Festival. I believe that Prince Yi and Prince Rongfeng have never seen the night of the Lantern Festival in Langjing. Later, let the princes and others lead the envoys of the two countries to visit my Lantern Festival and see how the Lantern Festival in Yunlin compares with that in Siam and Tanyang. Emperor Yu raised his glass. Everyone also raised their glasses. Emperor Yu has blessed us. And Miss Su has a good idea. Tonight's Lantern Festival will be noisy and lively. Rongfeng can't wait to go and see it. Prince Rongfeng said first. And after drinking a cup of wine, he felt the warmth of the sun all over his body. Like a spring breeze. Princey didn't say much, but just raised his glass to Emperor Yu and drank a cup of wine. Everyone also joined in. When the wine reached the corner of her lips, Su Rao's eyes moved in an instant, and her eyes fell directly into the wine cup in her hand. The clear and bright nectar reflected her face clearly and conspicuously, and such a glass mirror especially reflected the ugly scar on her forehead. But, ouch! This sound was so abrupt that Su Rao accidentally knocked over the wine cup. Everyone looked over immediately, but before they could react, they were all shocked. They saw that the wine that Su Rao accidentally knocked over and spilled on the table actually emitted a faint white smoke and a sizzling sound. This is poisonous. These two words appeared in everyone's mind in an instant. Rao. Su's mother panicked and stood up quickly. Others in the Su family also ran to Su Rao's side. Who dares to poison my precious granddaughter like this? General Su shouted angrily. His eyes were sharp, and he had the killing aura of a soldier. Yun Muyi's drooping hands suddenly curled up, and the shock and a kind of concealed strangeness in his eyes could be captured at a glance at this moment. Yun Murui and Yun Muxia also looked at each other in an instant, with deep eyes. It was even darker inside. Emperor Yu and Queen Yao also took 2 steps down, and Emperor Yu's face became even more gloomy. Someone actually poisoned the daughter of the Su family so blatantly at the Lantern Festival banquet. This is not taking him seriously. Not taking Long Wei seriously. In an instant, the Imperial Guards arrested all the palace servants. Brother Jiyue. Brother Jiyue. It's bad. Su Rao is in trouble. Yuehua's carriage just left the palace gate and heard this urgent call from afar. Hearing the word Su Rao, Yunling suddenly stopped the carriage. Yun Miyue ran over panting. Brother Jiyue. Someone poisoned Su Rao. Father asked you to go and see. In just a moment, the person who poisoned was found by the Imperial Guards and the Imperial Guards. In the Yuha waterside pavilion, the 4th prince knelt in the hall, and the eunuch who left the cold palace was pressed to the ground by the Imperial Guards, begging for mercy. It was His Royal Highness the 4th prince who ordered him to drug Miss Su. He really didn't know that it was poison. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare to do it even if he had 10 guts. The words of begging for mercy. Such words completely pushed Yun Muyi to the forefront. Father, he slandered me, and I am innocent. Yun Muyi shouted in injustice, and his eyes were angry at the eunuch. You said that this prince ordered you. From today to this moment, this prince has been accompanying your father, and has not been anywhere. You said when and where this prince ordered you. This prince asked you to drug Su Rao. If it is not poison, what kind of medicine was it? He asked harshly. He looked at Emperor Yu again, and asked his father to make a holy judgment and give his son justice. Your Majesty, I did not wrongly accuse His Royal Highness the 4th prince. Suddenly, the eunuch foamed at the mouth, convulsed all over, and died of poisoning. For a moment, everyone was shocked again and stood up. The imperial physician strode to the eunuch. After an examination, the poison that this person was poisoned with was the same poison in Su Rao's wine cup. 4th brother actually killed people to silence them. The 6th prince said at the right time. The expression on his face seemed to be really admired by his 4th brother, who dared to kill people in front of his father. Yun Muxia. Stop slandering me. I said you killed people to silence them. Yun Muyi was instantly angry. Shut up. Emperor Yu shouted angrily. Yun Mudi and Yun Mushi glared at each other. But they also shut up. How come this eunuch looks like he died with his eyes open? He is dead, and still has his eyes open. This muttering came from the direction of the Mu family. As soon as Mu Mingjin said this, Duke Yin immediately glared at him. Mu Mingjin curled his lips. He was not wrong. The eunuch did die with his eyes wide open. And the person he was staring at did not seem to be the fourth prince. Although Mu Mingjin kept his mouth shut, his unintentional words drew everyone's attention to the eunuch's eyes. Su Rao also looked over. And following the eunuch's line of sight, he was looking at the position of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Suddenly, all eyes of the Su family fell on Yun Murui. Especially Father Su and Su De. Father. The fourth prince immediately spoke again. If it was your son who killed someone to silence him, why was this person looking at the Crown Prince? The fourth prince had not finished his words when he was interrupted by a sudden cry of pain. Another sudden change. Your Majesty. My child. Concubine Shu covered her abdomen with her hands. She had an unbearable abdominal pain for no reason, and she even saw blood. My dear. Concubine. Emperor Yu hurriedly carried Concubine Shu to the inner palace. Not caring about Su Rao. The imperial physician in the palace came forward to check. Concubine Shu actually had musk and safflower in her body, which could cause miscarriage. Who was so bold to do that to the fetus in Concubine Shu's belly? Emperor Yu was even more furious. After a series of incidents, he even touched longer. Misfortunes come from within, and the house leaks. All the palace servants in the imperial kitchen were arrested again. The imperial guards led the imperial physicians and the imperial doctors to check the utensils and tableware used by Concubine Shu one by one. The imperial kitchen and the palace servants who handled Concubine Shu's meals were searched one by one. But there was no problem. The plate of sour plums brought by Zhao Lianqin was also checked. And there was nothing unusual. It wasn't these people who did this. After thinking about it, the only person who was so afraid of the fetus in Concubine Shu's belly was probably Empress Yao. Emperor Yu's eyes immediately fell on Empress Yao. Although he didn't say anything, everyone understood. Queen Yao knelt down suddenly, her eyes showing sorrow. Your Majesty suspects me. Even if I am stupid, I would not do such a thing in such a grand banquet in front of envoys from other countries. She did not try to defend herself, but used the simplest and clearest sentence to let Emperor Yu know that she was not so stupid. Prime Minister Yao's family also knelt down immediately. The queen is the mother of a country, and the model of the world. Such vicious things are definitely not done by her. I hope your Majesty will see clearly, and not hurt the queen's heart and ruin the relationship between husband and wife. The prince also knelt down. My mother would never do such a bad thing. Please see clearly. And the family of Duke Xiao also knelt down one after another. Your Majesty. See clearly. And never let go of those who harmed Concubine Shu and the dragon fetus in her belly. This is even more true for the fourth prince. Please see clearly. What is the queen doing? I never said it was the queen's doing. After a moment, Emperor Yu bent down and helped Queen Yao up, and waved his hand to let the people kneeling on the ground stand up. Investigate. Investigate for me. I want to see who is so bold that he not only poisoned the daughter of Lord Su, but also dared to touch his longer. With such a change, there is no peace today. All the people who attended the banquet were taken to the side hall to wait. Prince Yi and Rong Feng were also invited to the side hall, hoping that they could understand the grief of Emperor Yu's son. In Lilang Hall, the fire was burning. Su Rao's family was placed in this side hall, and the family sat around the fire. Who is it? The fourth prince? Or the prince? How dare he poison my little sister? Su Wu curled up and lowered his head, his face full of anger. Yenner. Uncle Su and Aunt Su San immediately whispered. In the palace, there are ears behind the walls. Father, what do you think about this matter? Father Su and Uncle Su Er both looked at General Su. Someone had poisoned Raoer. This matter has not yet come to a conclusion. But Concubine Shu has been in trouble again. The matter here? General Su stroked his big beard and looked at Su Er. Su Er looked at General Su with a gloomy look, then glanced at Su Rao again. After a moment, he dipped his hand in the water and the cup and wrote on the table. The matter here is nothing more than someone trying to kill two birds with one stone. One is to poison Raoer, or to plot against my Su family for military power. The other is the fetus in Concubine Shu's belly. Apart from those families, there will be no one else. Let's wait for now. This matter must not be over. It will be later. On the 15th day of the Lantern Festival, a bright moon slowly rose from the horizon. The stars dotted the night sky, which was glittering, and the night scenery of Langjing was beautiful. The hawking and shouting on both sides of the street continued, and there were all kinds of acrobatics and entertainment. In the middle of Xiaoyao, the sound of the pipa was lingering. The dancers were graceful, and all kinds of gorgeous clothes and cosmetics were placed in front of the door of the liana. The whole Langjing city was filled with the joy of the new year, and the fireworks were colorful, celebrating the arrival of the Lantern Festival. Especially on the inner-city lake, all kinds of lanterns were shining, especially the golden leaf, which was eye-catching, reflecting the golden brilliance under the candlelight. Among the batch of lanterns drifting out of the Imperial River, only Su Rao's sailboat was the most special. In the lakeside painting boat, I don't know which young man saw it and shouted, "This year's Lantern Festival in the palace is so special. Is that a gold leaf?" The figure immediately moved, tiptoed into the inner-city lake, and fished out the gold leaf and the small sailboat together. He was surprised, but his eyes quickly glanced at the gold leaf. Under the colorful candlelight of the night, the gold leaf seemed to reflect a few small words, flashing a faint silver-white light. Seeing this, the man took out the gold leaf and put it in his sleeve without leaving a trace. Those who moved slowly felt a pity. Why did they slow down by one step? Soon after, another small sailboat flowed into the inner-city lake. The boats were stacked in various ways, some good and some bad, but they all contained gold and silver. For a while, the whole inner-city lake was in an uproar, and a scene appeared, the scene of dumplings being put into the pot. This year's Lantern Festival in the Cloud Palace is so interesting. Most of them are silver and money. At the window of Zai Yaju, Wan Yang waved a feather fan, wearing a festive red dress, rouge adorning the corners of her eyes, and a rose makeup flower. Charming. But from what I see, I feel that this kind of fun is something that only that little girl can do. Such a waste. Such a large amount of money. Only a rich family like her doesn't know that money is hard to come by. This is the cost of 2 or 3 years for ordinary people. She really doesn't know what money is. In Langjing City, because of this sudden blessing from the heaven, it became more lively. But in Yun Palace, the wind was blowing and the forest was shaking. Concubine Shu inhaled a lot of musk and safflower, and the fetus was not saved. Miscarriage. Your Majesty, Your Majesty, you must make a decision for me and my child. My child. On the couch, Concubine Shu looked pale and tearful, holding Emperor Yu's hand tightly, with a circle of scarlet color around her eyes. It must be the queen. It must be her. She has long wanted to harm my child. Your Majesty, you must make the decision for me. You must. Emperor Yu also showed sadness in his eyes. After all, he had the first child after he ascended the throne, and he just lost it. He patted Concubine Shu's hand in comfort and told her to have a good rest. He would definitely find out who it was. Let Xiao Lianqin and Madame Lu accompany Concubine Shu. And Emperor Yu stood up and strode out of the inner hall. The Imperial Guards were not vegetarians, and they had found the person who had attacked Concubine Shu. Although the maid had jumped into the well and died, they found objects with musk and safflower on her body. The night wind was still cold, although not as biting as before, but it still felt cold on the skin and cold on the face. Inside the Linlang Palace, at the window, Su Rao quietly looked up at the bright moon in the sky. The bright moon, accompanied by the stars, was a particularly beautiful night sky. Su Er came over and handed Su Rao a cup of tea. Little sister, are you still thinking? What is there to think about? Tomorrow will tell. Having said that, his indifferent eyes fell on Su Rao, with a hint of deepness inside, as if trying to see through Su Rao's heart at the moment. Su Rao retracted his gaze and took a sip of the teacup handed by Su Er. Second brother, do you think Concubine Shu's child can be saved? This question was asked softly and calmly. That child? It seems that he will. Rao. Suda also came over and put his arm around Su Rao's shoulders. We can't get involved in these things. We just need to know who wants to harm Rao. The Dali Temple and the Ministry of Justice will handle other things. Brother, Rao understands. But what happened today scared Rao a little, and made you worried. Su Rao buried her face in front of Suda, blocking the coldness and complexity in her eyes, and also blocking Su Er's gaze. Su Er looked at it, took a breath, turned around and walked into the hall. Little sister, what did you do? Did you really not hold the poisoned wine firmly by coincidence? Others don't know. Why doesn't my second brother know you? At this moment, in the imperial study, the Panlong Palace lantern was shining brightly. The figure of Yu Hua was calm and composed. Uncle Huang, do you think Su Rao? Or the Su family? Is it beneficial for the Su family to take action against concubine Shu? What is the benefit? A calm question. Besides, Su Rao was poisoned. If she hadn't accidentally knocked over the wine cup, would your uncle still have such suspicions? Emperor Yu held a bright red purse in his hand. Because the purse was soaked in water, the musk and safflower smell on it was very faint and almost inaudible. There was also a letter on the imperial desk in front of him. The content of the letter was that the prince had asked someone to explain the eunuch's poisoning of Su Rao. There were two groups of people in this matter. One group took action first, deliberately calculating the Su family, or calculating Su Rao. The means they used were shrewd. They attacked the fetus in concubine Shu's belly, and then put the purse stolen from Su Rao on the palace maid, killing two birds with one stone. The other group was ruthless, and wanted Su Rao's life directly. They left this letter most likely to put the blame on the prince. After all, with the prince's intelligence, Ji Yu thought that the prince would not be so unbearable. If these two things happened one after another, it would be a sophisticated layout, one link after another, and in the end all the blame would be borne by the latter group, and the former group would have nothing to do with it. But as luck would have it, these two things happened one after the other, and the ingenious layout was difficult to link up, which led to the current situation. Take a sip of tea, Yun Jifang said again. The first group of people probably didn't expect the second group to directly poison Su Rao. The two groups' calculations collided so unfortunate that their respective plans were ruined. What is their purpose? Jiyue thinks that the emperor's uncle is as clear as a mirror, so there is no need for Jiyue to say more. After saying this, Yunji was quiet and said nothing more. The red purse in Emperor Yu's hand was wrinkled by the pinching, and there was pain between his eyebrows. He closed his eyes for a breath, and then opened them again, and he had regained his emperor's mind. They are all my good sons. I haven't been on the throne for long. They are so impatient to take over. The voice was calm, suppressing the emperor's anger. They all want the military power of the Su family, and they all have their eyes on Su Rao. If they can't marry her, they want to destroy her. They are even so cruel to their unborn brother or sister. Uncle Emperor, you have been in the royal family, so you have not experienced this much. Now it's just a matter of which one you want to keep, and which one you want to give up. Compared to the unborn child, Jiyu thinks that Uncle Emperor should care more about how to give an explanation to the Su family, and how to leave a suitable successor emperor for Yun Lang. Getting up, Yunji left. Walking out of the imperial study, he looked up at the night sky. Although it was covered by satin, he felt that it did not hinder his vision at all. It seemed that by doing this, Yunji could see the bright moon tonight. By the way, Uncle, Yunji heard the 8th prince say when he came here. Today, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince and Miss Mu seemed to have a good chat in the Yue corridor. Perhaps soon, the candidate for the Crown Princess will be decided. Yue Hua's figure disappeared outside the palace, walked to the corridor, and in front of the Panlong corridor column, the soft and charming figure leaned against it. I don't know when he was waiting here. The purple robe of shoe brocade, the prince's gorgeous clothes, and the golden-clothed secret guards were waiting not far away. Seeing Yue Hua's figure coming, Yun Mujing waved his hand to let the secret guards leave. Yunling also stopped and handed the palace lantern to Yunji to guard this place. Why did you say that? You should know that one word from you can change the decision of the emperor. Your words may cost the life of the 4th brother. Why did you do that? Yun Mujing came over, and the confusion on his face was easily noticeable. I think the person who poisoned Rao today was the 4th brother. But the eunuch looked at the 3rd brother when he died. The matter is not clear yet. So why are you so arbitrary? Or do you think that the 3rd brother is more in line with the emperor's expectations than the 4th brother? So even if he wants to poison Rao, I will choose a Jing. The cool voice, the calm tone, is like the trickling stream flowing gently, without any ripples because of the sudden cold wind. Why is aging here so late? So restless? Eavesdropping on my conversation with the emperor's uncle? Aging? Do you think that the emperor's uncle has repeatedly spoiled your willfulness? Or that I can protect you again and again? You are no longer a child. And you should know how to restrain your behavior. Yun Mujing shut up. Yunji shook his head lightly, jumped over him and walked away. His steps were slow and leisurely. Go back and rest. Tomorrow is a restless day. Take a good rest tonight. Brother, he whispered. Seeing Yuehua's figure was about to leave, Yun Mujing's drooping hands suddenly curled up. And in a moment, he still took 2 steps to catch up. It's about a row. I can't help but ask. I know a row has annoyed and provoked me. She has entangled me several times in Wantian Hall. As my brother's younger brother, I should be on my side. But she is a row. Yunji paused again and faced Yun Mujing. Although there was no sight, Yun Mujing shut up again and lowered his head, as if he knew that he had said something wrong. So he admitted his mistake so obediently. Time seemed to be stopped until that faint voice appeared again. Aging. Do you think she is still the Su Rao you know? She is not. She is no longer the Su Rao in your heart. 8 years have changed the feelings between you. Do you know that today? She openly used you to threaten me. Yunji stopped talking and put his hand in Yuehua's sleeves on Yun Mujing's shoulder, pinching it lightly with his jade fingers. Don't worry about it anymore. Don't let her drown your intelligence and rationality. You are Yunji's younger brother. I don't want my younger brother to have any trouble because of Su Rao one day. Yunji walked away again. When we met again, she no longer regarded you as a friend. This time, Yun Mujing didn't chase after her. His drooping hands curled up a green vine, and a hint of brightness appeared in the corner of his eyes. Brother, if you marry a Rao, you will treat her well. Even if it's not for Su Yuma, you will treat a Rao well for me. Right? Yunji did not answer and left. The corridor was quiet for a long time before Yun Mujing left. Brother, I am actually clear-headed. A Rao revealed that she could disguise herself in front of me, and I knew that she was really not the same a Rao. She would never be friends with me again because she wanted to plot against me. Brother doesn't want me to get involved in the struggle for imperial power. I will listen to you and be a lazy 7th prince, so as not to worry you. The purple-robed figure strode away at the corner of the corridor, and Yuehua's figure appeared again, and came back here again, with one hand behind his back. Quiet. Yunling. Am I too strict with a Jing? He is a prince after all. Although these words were asked to Yunling, they were more like questions to himself. Prince? In the royal family? Only by living in a corner and keeping a low profile can you live in peace for a long time. The 7th prince understands the prince's painstaking efforts. Leaving again, Yunji really left. Everything he does now is actually more for selfish reasons. The next day, the wind and snow once again covered the sky and the earth. It was already the new year and spring was coming. But it was snowing again, and the climate immediately became cold again. The door of Linlang Palace was knocked. An emperor Yu asked General Su and Su Rao to go to the imperial study. The rest of the Su family went out of the palace and went back. The side halls of other ministers were also knocked, and the palace servants who went to convey the message also asked all ministers to leave the palace, leaving only the Xiao and Yao families. The envoys of Prince Yi and Crown Prince Rongfeng also left the palace. Prince Yi, Crown Prince Rongfeng, my emperor still has some family affairs to deal with. Please don't mind if I neglect the 2 countries. With a humble smile on his face, Chief Steward Yi respectfully escorted the envoys from the 2 countries, Prince Yi and Crown Prince Rongfeng, out of the palace. The affairs of the royal family are all dirty, and Prince Yi and Crown Prince Rongfeng are both aware of it, so they will not ask any more questions. They bowed and said goodbye. Chief Steward Yun was polite and did not need to see them off. After the envoys from the 2 countries left, Chief Steward Yun raised his hand to wipe his forehead. He walked back in a hurry. The wheels of the car rolled over the street, leaving 2 obvious ruts on the falling snow, and gradually disappeared from the Yun Palace section. Little uncle, aren't you curious? Who wants to poison Su Rao? Changle heard that Su Rao is the most beloved granddaughter of General Su, the apple of everyone's eye of the Su family. Poisoning Su Rao is to anger the entire Su family. Who would have such courage? In the ebony carriage, Siam Yaling's words were dark. If they knew who it was, they could add fuel to the fire and turn the flames into a raging fire. Let's see how the Yunlang kingdom will turn upside down. Changle, why do you think that the person who touches Su Rao is courageous? Or maybe he is a stupid person, a short-sighted person. The cup in his hand turned slightly, and the pair of auspicious phoenix eyes were equally dark. After taking a sip of tea, Prince Yi looked at Siam Yaling. He attacked at the Lantern Festival banquet, in front of Emperor Yu and all the civil and military officials, and in front of the envoys from Siam and Tamyang. Is he a man of courage? Or is he just stupid? After asking these two questions, Siam Mu Yaling pondered for a moment, and the dimples on her lips gradually faded, with a trace of thought on her round and innocent face. A breath. My little uncle is saying that the person who attacked him disregarded the face of our Yulang country. Such a person is not worthy of my little uncle to cooperate with. Prince He said nothing more. It's not that he is not worthy of cooperation, but it's meaningless to talk about cooperation with such a monkey in a human costume. Besides, the situation in Yulang has already started, so why should he do anything more? Interfere. Su Rao and General Su came to the imperial study under the guidance of the palace servants. In the imperial study, the Xiao family and the Yao family, the fourth prince and the crown prince, two factions that were diametrically opposed to each other, were on the left and right. On the dragon throne in the middle, Emperor Yu sat high on his throne. His face, which had been baptized by the years but was still handsome and gentle, had no expression, and no trace of the emperor's thoughts could be seen. Su Rao supported General Su and walked in. General Su was about to kneel down, and Emperor Yu hurried down to support him. General Su bent his knees, but did not kneel down. Su Rao did not kneel down either. What is the old general doing? Why are you kneeling again? Emperor Yu said this, as if he was helpless about General Su's behavior. Alas! General Su sighed, then took Su Rao's hand and patted it. Your Majesty, it's not that I have to take advantage of my age and put down my face to make your Majesty embarrassed. It's just that I have only this precious granddaughter. I really can't figure out who my precious granddaughter has offended to make her want my heart and my life. With his sad words, General Su looked a few years older. His beard was also mottled. Grandpa. Su Rao held General Su's hand tightly. It was rare for him to be so well-behaved and sensible. Or maybe he was scared by what happened today. General, don't be so sad. You must take care of yourself. Rao has grown up under my care, just like my children. I will definitely give Rao an explanation, and give an explanation to the general and the Su family. Emperor Yu asked someone to bring a chair and helped General Su sit down. General Su nodded, sat down, and took Su Rao's hand and patted it again. Rao is not afraid. The emperor will make the decision for her. Su Rao shook her head. Rao is not afraid. She looked obedient, but her peach blossom eyes were shaking. She looked at General Su with a sense of guilt. Such an old man over 60 years old should have been living in comfort. But now because of her, he has lost his face several times just to ask for justice for her. Grandpa, did Rao do something wrong? Rao's own affairs. But he always involved you. And he was so worried about Rao. Old four. Prince, you should think about it carefully. How to give me a reasonable explanation. The eunuch who died of poisoning was carried into the imperial study by the imperial guards. And the maid who committed suicide by jumping into the well was also carried in by the imperial guards. This maid was the maid who accidentally knocked over the wine pot when pouring wine for Su Rao. And the maid in the Guantian pavilion, because it was a cold winter day, and the maid had been soaking in the well water for a long time. Her face was grayish-white. Her lips were purple, and the frost between her eyebrows had melted overnight, leaving some water drops on her face. Don't complain to me. Aren't these things yours? The two objects were thrown directly in front of the crown prince and the fourth prince by Emperor Yu. He slammed the imperial case angrily. The objects thrown were all palace plaques. One was found in the eunuch's room, with the word Dong engraved on it, and the other was found on the maid, with the word C engraved on it. Such obvious evidence shows that these two people are the crown prince and the fourth prince's people. When their eyes fell on the palace plaque, the crown prince and the fourth prince's eyes changed in shock. They both knew what they had done, and which of the dead eunuchs and palace maids was the one they arranged. But now, there is also a palace plaque. Is there such a thing? Is it what they prepared? How could they not know? This is a frame-up. For a moment, both of them looked at each other, thinking that they had calculated each other's reaction. And then, they all lifted their robes and knelt on the ground. Father, I don't know what happened. I didn't do it, they said in unison. Please judge and give me justice. Your Majesty. Prime Minister Yao also knelt on the ground. There was also a hidden change in his eyes. Your Majesty, this matter was definitely not done by His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. What reason did His Royal Highness the Crown Prince have to poison Miss Sue? And leave such an important thing as a palace plaque to the eunuch who was doing the work? Leaving such an obvious handle. Someone must want to frame His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Reasonable analysis. Prime Minister Yao's eyes looked at Duke Xiao without any cover. Or more accurately, at the fourth prince. The fourth prince had already wanted to kill Su Rao because the seventh princess had offended Su Rao. He knew that it was difficult for him to win Su Rao's heart. So he wanted to kill Su Rao and put the blame on the crown prince. Moreover, the fourth prince was not Xu Guifei's biological son. If Xu Guifei gave birth to a prince, the fourth prince would definitely lose the support of the Zhao family. Your Majesty, this is a plan for the fourth prince to kill two birds with one stone. Prime Minister Yao's words hit the mark. Although he had not said it explicitly, everyone in the palace was very cunning and thoughtful, so they could naturally hear it. Old fox. Duke Xiao also immediately lifted his robe and knelt on the ground. Your Majesty, I agree with the Prime Minister's words. With such an obvious handle, how could the fourth prince leave such a disaster for himself? Moreover, the fourth prince and the imperial concubine have a deep mother-son relationship. I don't believe that he would harm the imperial concubine. As for poisoning Miss Sue, although the fourth prince had some minor conflicts with Miss Sue because of the seventh princess, they were just minor fights. Not to mention that the eunuch died with his eyes wide open. His eyes were, after taking a veiled look at the crown prince. Duke Xiao Cao directly. Please judge wisely. Your Majesty, the two parties each have their own opinions, and each has its own reasons, especially the Duke of Zhao. If it was really the fourth prince who was trying to harm the fetus in concubine Shu's belly, why would he still speak up for the fourth prince and argue like this? Emperor Yu raised his hand and rubbed his eyebrows, with a sense of fatigue and grief between his eyebrows, as if he couldn't tell which side had caused the two incidents, and which side had planned to put the blame on which side. They are all his sons, and he, as a father, would be sad if either side did two things. Crown Prince, fourth brother, you are all my sons. Longer in concubine Shu's belly is your royal brother and sister, and Su Jiao'er is the apple of the old general and Su Aiqing's eyes. I also treat her as my daughter. If you admit it yourself, I can punish you lightly and warn you severely. If I find out, even if it is my sons, I will never cover up or condone them. I am not only your father, but also your monarch. The emperor looked directly at the crown prince and the fourth prince. I will give you one more chance. Confess yourself or wait for me to show you the evidence. A hint of deepness immediately appeared in the peach blossom eyes. Su Rao looked at Emperor Yu and saw how heartbroken he was. If she didn't know what he looked like and what the truth was, she would think he was a good father. She sneered in her heart and watched him act quietly. How should he act to be both a benevolent king and a kind father? General Su moved the lid of the teacup, and his old eyes fell on Emperor Yu. And then he looked at the crown prince and the fourth prince. There was a soldier's killing in his eyes, and even more sharpness to sweep away thousands of troops. Dare to poison and kill his precious granddaughter. Father, the crown prince and the fourth prince spoke again. The crown prince looked at Emperor Yu with a look of dignity and justice between his eyebrows. I am innocent. If you don't believe me, you can check it out. I am upright and will never admit anything I didn't do. The fourth prince also looked at Emperor Yu, but he didn't admit it either. He didn't do it, but his hands and his sleeves were sweating and sticky. Your Majesty. Outside the palace, the voice of Yun Zhongwan came, as if something happened again. His voice was obviously strange, and he was panting. The door of the imperial study opened, and a chill rushed in. Yun Zhongwan walked to Emperor Yu and whispered, and glanced at the crown prince from the corner of his eyes. After a few words, I don't know what he said, but Emperor Yu was furious and slammed the table. Go, find the seventh princess for me. With such anger, the emperor's eyes also quickly swept over the crown prince. So deep. If something unexpected happens, the seventh princess. The atmosphere in the imperial study suddenly became a little strange. What happened again? The kneeling people were all very active, especially the Duke of Zhao. Did Yun Luoling have another problem? Or were the two things related to Yun Luoling? Otherwise, why would Emperor Yu be so? Prime Minister Yao, who was kneeling on the ground, glanced at the embarrassed face of the Duke of Zhao and slightly raised his mouth, although he quickly restrained it. It had already fallen into Su Rao's eyes. Suddenly, a hint of coldness appeared. Not long after, the seventh princess was brought in, and a pair of farmers came with her. There were many patches on the gray and white cotton jackets, and their cheeks were red and rough due to the wind and snow, and they were shivering. As soon as they entered the imperial study, they knelt down and begged the heavenly family to make a decision for them and give justice to their daughter. Their daughter died unjustly. After a crying, it turned out that the two elders were the parents of the peasant girl who was beaten to death by the seventh princess a few months ago. Their daughter was beaten to death and buried. Not only could they not redress her injustice, but they were also threatened. If it weren't for the kind-hearted people who passed by and saved them, they would have died long ago. The heavenly family is kind and loving, and I beg the heavenly family to uphold justice for us ordinary people. Yun Luoling, Yun Muyi, I ask you, is what they said true? In fact, Emperor, you didn't need to ask any more questions, because as early as when the peasant couple cried out the first sentence, Yun Luoling's expression was enough to prove that everything, and the peasant couple did not lie. Father, this matter, your son. Yun Muyi hurriedly opened his mouth to defend himself, but before he could finish the whole sentence, Emperor, you smashed the cup down, and blood immediately spread. You still want to quibble? You still dare to quibble? The letter that framed the prince was crumpled up by Emperor Yu and smashed down. Such a clumsy trick. How stupid is the prince to leave this letter. You think I am a foolish and incompetent emperor. Think I have no brains. The snow seemed to fall heavily. The breeze was in the middle. Yu Feng brushed off the snow on his body, put the bamboo umbrella under the eaves, and walked into the moon room. Prince, the emperor finally chose His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Because of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince's plea, the fourth prince was finally imprisoned and saved his life. The seventh princess also escaped because concubine Shu had just had a miscarriage. But she was also imprisoned and could not leave Shulan Palace. Inside the moon room, next to the fire, Yunji was warming by the fire. Her white jade fingers were warmed by the fire, and she was not surprised at the emperor's choice, but just murmured, "Who found the peasant couple?" Yao Yeding brought them back and sent them to Yun, who had just sent Prince Yi and Crown Prince Rongfeng to the palace. After the sixth prince's suggestion, Yun brought them to Emperor Yu. When Yun Feng said the word suggestion, he lowered his voice slightly. Yunji had no more doubts and continued to warm himself by the fire. Prince, Yun Feng spoke again. There was one more thing. Miss Su was canonized. Princess Ronghua? In Shaoxing Palace? Xian Muyeling asked back. Moing also brought the same news. Whether it was Emperor Yu's treatment of the fourth prince or the canonization of Su Rao, the accuracy of the news was almost 10%. The Su family was originally the palace of the general, and Su Rao, as the only legitimate daughter of the Su family, would sooner or later be the princess. This time, Emperor Yu issued this decree, saying that he regarded Su Rao as his own child, a daughter of a noble family, and only the word glory could reflect his love for Su Rao, a noble royal relative. Glory and wealth. Little uncle, Emperor Yunlongyu valued the Yun family so much that he was willing to give up a son, and Su Rao was not poisoned. But Yun Muyi ended up with a miserable end of being imprisoned for life. Yun Muyi was imprisoned, and Xian Muyeling was not surprised in her heart. She was originally in the royal family, and it was like living with a tiger to accompany the emperor. She was so clear in her heart how cold the royal family was and how ruthless the emperor was. It was just that Xian Muyeling was a little surprised by what Emperor Yu did, which gave the Su family an explanation by imprisoning the prince, and gave the Su family another nobleness. In the future, I am afraid that there will be no other family in Yunlang country that can be as noble as the Su family. Changel, this is the strength of the Su family. With such great wealth, they have never made the kings in high positions feel a little bit of fear. Emperor Yu's move is to compensate the Su family, and I am afraid it is more to appease the heart of that old General Su, this living Yunlang tiger talisman. While writing the letter, Prince Yi's auspicious eyes did not show the same surprised reaction as Siam Yaling. Before coming to Yunlang, he had already found out about the Su family. After a discussion with Su heir in King Fengju, his understanding became clearer. As long as the old General Su was alive, when Su heir was fully grown and controlled the entire Yunlang army, the 3 generations of the Su family would be second to none. If the foundation of the Su family was really to be shaken, the old General Su must be moved first. The falling snow that had been drifting for a day finally stopped at 10 o'clock in the evening. The vastness decorated the entire Langjing city again. The sound of rolling wheels came from Nanning Street and stopped in front of the general's palace. Su Rao helped the old General Su get off the carriage. A group of people from the Su family came forward. Without asking anything first, they helped the old General Su into the mansion and prepared hot water for the old General Su and Su Rao to get rid of the cold. To avoid catching a cold, hot water lingered around her body, and the warmth was lingering. Su Rao stretched her body, and the corners of her mouth slightly raised. With a faint smile, she seemed to be in a good mood. Miss, this time the fourth prince got himself into trouble. And he lost more than he gained. He was imprisoned, although the crown prince pleaded for him. It is feared that the fourth prince will soon die of illness in his prince's mansion. Next, should we go find the fourth prince? Yisu wiped Su Rao's 3,000 black hair, and the light mist blurred her vision. But it could not mist her hot but cold eyes. They all thought about how to plot against the young lady, not letting the young lady have peace for a moment, and even wanted to poison and kill the young lady. So let them fight each other. No hurry. My second brother and Yun Ji are probably waiting for my explanation. What exactly is going on? Besides, Duke Xiao will probably go to see the fourth prince first. After all, concubine Shu is no longer pregnant. The Xiao family and the Yao family are at loggerheads. If the fourth prince really falls, their Xiao family will soon fall. After taking a warm bath, Su Rao felt comfortable all over. As soon as she went out of the inner cabinet of the ear room, she saw Su Er sitting in the Raoxiang pavilion waiting for her. It was not good to ask too much in the Yun Palace. But now that he was back home, Su Er would definitely come. Although he said that he would not ask about her affairs again, he would definitely ask this time. Not for anything else, but just for the Su family is upright. And if she ignores the innocent baby just for her own selfish interests, she will probably disappoint Su Er. Sure enough, Su Er opened his mouth and only said, "Second brother, don't ask about other things of my sister. Just one thing. The fetus in concubine Shu's belly may be related to my sister." Su Rao came over, looked at Su Er for a breath, sat down and gave herself a cup of tea, took a sip, and then said, "Second brother, Su Rao is a member of the Su family." With just this sentence, without any more explanation, Su Er's calmness suddenly disappeared, and he became clear-headed. "Little sister, remember, if others respect us, we will return them. But if they touch us, we will return more than 1 foot. The Su family will not allow others to bully us easily." Patting Su Rao on the shoulder, Su Er left. Su Rao curled the corners of his lips and grinned. "Second brother, I know it." At this moment, in Yunshan Palace, the sixth prince was bare-chested and kneeling in front of Emperor Yu with a cane on his back. He looked like he was here to apologize. "Father, it was me who asked the maid to drug concubine Shu. And it was me who asked the maid to deliberately overturn the wine cup in order to get Su Rao's purse to frame her. This matter has nothing to do with my brother, the crown prince, who is not aware of it. I hope you will not be angry with me. Everything is my fault." Yun Mushi told everything he had done without hiding anything. On the day before the Lantern Festival, he found out that the guard Xian Ti of the fourth prince had secretly found the eunuch and gave him a pack of medicine, asking him to trick Su Rao to go to the Cold Palace after the Lantern Festival. He played along with the plan. He asked the maid to give concubine Shu the medicine just to make her have a stomachache. After the fourth prince took action against Su Rao, the Zhao family and the Su family would think that all these things were done by the fourth prince. He didn't want to harm the fetus in concubine Shu's belly, but the maid used too much medicine. "Father, all these things were done by me." This statement, although it was said that it was his doing, Yun Muxia's words were all hinting at. Yun Muyi had the eunuch trick Su Rao into going to the Cold Palace, which must have been said deliberately for him to hear in secret. Yun Muyi's real purpose was to poison and kill Su Rao, and then harm the fetus in concubine Shu's belly, and finally put the blame on Yun Murui. How could Emperor Yu not hear this meaning? And his eyes moved. Then, asshole, he kicked Yun Muxi over with 1 foot, and his anger was hard to suppress. The Emperor's eyes were furious. "That's your fourth brother, and your unborn brother or sister. How could you be so cruel, and even plot against Su Rao to the Su family? What do you want? I must beat you to death today. You asshole. An unfilial son without any benevolence, righteousness, courtesy and filial piety. He directly pulled out the cane from Yun Mushia's back. And Emperor Yu mercilessly used the cane. And a blood mark suddenly appeared on Yun Mushia's back. Father, I have no intention of taking over the military power of the Su family. It is my fourth brother who has this idea. I am dealing with him only to avenge my third brother. Every time the cane hit him, a bloody wound was left. But Yun Mushu stiffened his neck without dodging or evading, with an expression that said he would finish what he was saying even if you killed him. Father, do you know that during the snowstorm in Tiangu Pass, my third brother almost couldn't come back. He almost died in the dangerous valley road. Emperor Yu raised another cane, but stopped suddenly after Yun Mushu's words. Father's benevolent and filial fourth brother. He went to Tiangu Pass to assassinate the crown prince under the pretext of praying at Wanlu Temple. If it weren't for the eldest son Su blocking the fatal blow for the crown prince. Sixth brother. Shut up. With this urgent shout, Yun Murwei strode into the Yunshan Hall and grabbed Yun Mushu to tell him to shut up and stop talking, kneeling on the ground. Father, don't listen to the nonsense of the sixth brother. Third brother, don't stop me. I must let father know. Yun Mushu wanted to break free from Yun Murwei's shackles. But Yun Murwei suddenly shouted angrily and punched Yun Mushu in the face to calm him down. Sixth brother, you've made enough trouble. Don't make father angry again. Crown Prince, let him talk. The rattan was thrown to the ground. And Emperor Yu seemed to be calm. His eyes fell on Yun Mushu. The blood marks left by the rattan were one by one. Because of his struggle, blood oozed from the wound and dripped on the ground. Some of them reflected the redness of Emperor Yu's eyes. After all, he was his son. Yun Mushu pulled down Yun Murwei's hand, and a man of 8 feet was dazzled. Crown Prince brother was afraid that father would know and punish fourth brother. So he didn't say anything, and was still rescuing disaster in Tianguan County. If father doesn't believe it, then look at the Crown Prince brother. He directly pulled Yun Murwei's left hand and rolled up his sleeves. There were already scabs on the wounds, some of which were turned outward, looking very hideous. Father, look, look, these are just a small part. There are also the Crown Prince's body, his back. Sixth brother, stop talking. Yun Murwei stopped Yun Mushu again, silently pulled down his rolled up sleeves. And only then did he seem to feel wronged. Father, in your eyes and heart, except for the seventh brother, all our other sons are just princes. You can have many princes, but I only have one third brother. Yun Mushu finished this sentence again, then looked at Yun Murwei, put his hands in front of him, and kowtowed regardless of the pain in his body. I have come to confess my crime, but I do not regret it. If it happens again, I will continue to do it. My mother is of humble status. If it were not for my brother the Crown Prince, who has been protecting me since I was a child, I would have been drowned like my fifth brother, and no one would have found me. Sixth brother, Yun Murwei shouted again, and then put his hands in front of him and said hurriedly, Father, don't listen to the nonsense of my sixth brother. It's not my sixth brother. It's me. It's my son who did it. Everything is my son's doing, and it has nothing to do with my sixth brother. Crown Prince, you don't have to cover up. That's enough. Emperor Yu said weakly, as if he was hurt by the drowned fifth prince mentioned by Yun Mushu. Looking at the brothers who were struggling to cover up each other, he finally sighed, bent down to help the Crown Prince up, rolled up his sleeves again, and looked at the dense scars. Prince, do you know why I chose you over the fourth? Do you know why I indulged the seventh, even though I favored him? After asking the two questions, he continued without waiting for the prince to answer. Not only because you are the legitimate son of me and the queen, the heir I want, but also because you, the prince, have a conscience and affection in your heart compared to the narrow-minded fourth. Although the royal family is ruthless, I am also a human being. I favor the seventh because this is the only favor I can give him. Because I have given all the imperial power to you. He pulled Yun Mushu up again. Now that the fourth brother will no longer be an obstacle to you, I hope you can also have some conscience towards him. You don't have to be so good to the sixth brother. Just keep him alive. As for the seventh and eighth brothers, you should be less jealous. I have helped you to ruin them both. Turning around and walking into the inner hall, Emperor Yu seemed to have aged a lot in an instant. If you ignore the trace of imperial thoughts that flashed in his eyes when he turned around, he is really a kind father. The snow on the ground was very solid because it had been trampled overnight. The traces of the wheels were particularly obvious. It was even crushed into a thin layer of ice. and the sunlight could be reflected by the eye's surface. The reflected light was very dazzling. On such a road, the Yuhua carriage slowly drove to Nanning Street. Prince Jiyue actually came to the general's palace. So early in the morning. So coming. This news. In just a moment. The 3 streets where the Yuhua carriage passed were all in an uproar. And spread faster than the wind. In a moment, the whole capital was noisy. And the voices were repeated. Which shocked the people of Langjing more than the fact that the 4th prince was imprisoned for unknown reasons. That's the Su family. The Su family's ugly daughter. And Prince Jiyue actually stepped into. The people of the whole capital were stunned. Including the Su family. Although Yunji and Su Er had a good relationship, Yunji had never stepped into the Su family in Langjing since Yunlang moved the capital. Why did he? General Su. Yunji came to bother you early in the morning because he had something to tell General Su. In Songha Hall, there were only Yunji and General Su. Yunji held the bright red purse in his hand and handed it to General Su. Uncle Emperor has never doubted the Su family. He asked Yunji to return this item. Uncle Emperor dotes on Princess Ronghua and treats her as his own daughter. The deep meaning in his words is that the 4th prince was imprisoned and Su Rao was canonized as Princess Ronghua. This is Emperor Yu's explanation to the Su family. The Su family is loyal to the Emperor and loves the country. General Su is even more sincere and will never embarrass Emperor Yu again. This is one deep meaning. The second deep meaning. Sending this purse back means that Emperor Yu believes in the loyalty of the Su family and naturally believes that Su Rao will not harm concubine Shu. The matter was over. General Su stroked his big beard and did not take Su Rao's purse immediately. He knew it clearly in his heart. But he hummed, Prince Jiyue. My eyes are blurry. Is this my precious granddaughter's purse? How come it is in the hands of Prince Jiyue? Otherwise, Prince Jiyue should go find Raoer. Let Raoer confirm it herself to avoid making a mistake. It looks like Raoer's purse to me. But it doesn't look like it when I look closely. It's really useless when people get old. I have to go out to bask in the sun and drink tea to refresh myself. General Su didn't know whether he was pretending to be confused or responded to Emperor Yu's instructions from Yunji. He was old and didn't have much energy to pull an old face. He stood up, put his hands behind his back, and walked out of Songha Hall with a staggering step. He was still hunched over, as if he was really useless. Yunji also stood up, shook his head lightly, with a smile on his lips, not knowing whether he was laughing at General Su's insight or at his thoughts. Let him find Su Rao by himself. Since grandfather asked Jiyu to find his younger sister by himself, then Jiyu should go by himself. Su Er walked in, with a smile on his lips, without his own indifference. He would always be a little different in front of his friends. Although Jiyu has never been to the Su family in Langjing, with Jiyu's ability, I should not need to find someone to lead the way for Jiyu. You seem to have become a little bad. Yu Hua's figure bypassed Su Er, and Yunji also walked out of Songha Hall. Yunji is a human, not a god. Walking in front of Su Bo, who was waiting at the inner door of the hall. He nodded slightly. Trouble Su Bo to lead the way. He was still like what Su Bo had seen in Qifeng residence. Gentle and polite. Not as distant and difficult to approach as rumored outside. The prince is in a serious condition. Please follow me. Su Bo bowed, and did not treat Yunji as a blind person, but treated him with respect as a normal person. After Yunji and Su Bo left, the other members of the Su family gathered in front of Songha Hall. Father, Prince Jiyu is here not just for the Lantern Festival banquet. Uncle Su touched his chin, with a trace of inquiry in his eyes, thinking of the 2 jokes that Emperor Yu said in Wantian Hall yesterday. Could it be that Raoer's marriage has been? Otherwise, why is Prince Jiyu so gentle? His father told him to find Raoer himself. And he went like this. This is not like the indifferent moonlight, reclusive Prince Jiyu at all. It's the same sooner or later. Raoer is already old enough. It's time for her to get married. General Su was still stroking his big beard. He didn't look reluctant at all. Instead, he was smiling, and looked like an old man. I think Yunji is not bad, although his eyes and body. But he is kind-hearted and beautiful. He is a good match for my precious granddaughter. I think he is just okay. After hearing this, everyone in the Su family was speechless. They felt like a crow flying over their foreheads. I'm afraid that in the eyes of General Su, anyone who is a good match for Su Rao can only be just okay. Although Yunji is blind and weak, His elegance is so great that Su Rao would be considered too high in the eyes of others. A dandy, lustful, and ugly girl is marrying the elegant and graceful Prince Jiyu. When Su Rao heard the news that Yun Ji was going to Rao Xiang Pavilion, Su Wu, who was shocked, ran to Rao Xiang Pavilion first to inform her. Little sister, Prince Jiyu is really worthy of being Prince Jiyu. You have provoked him so many times, but he can still come here calmly. Sizzling sound. Su Wu's face was full of admiration. If it were him, if there was an ugly girl who pestered him several times and ruined his reputation, he would definitely kick her to a corner to rest. How could he take the initiative to deliver himself to the door? Like a sheep falling into the tiger's mouth? Su Rao quietly flipped through the book, not feeling at all about Su Wu's fuss. Fifth brother. Do you think that I am pestering Yunji so much? With his heart, he can see through my tricks? With this question, Su Wu's expression froze instantly. After a breath, he opened his lips and turned his paralyzed face left and right. Little sister, Brother Wu found out that we can't play well anymore. When did my sister become so smart? Brother Wu is hurt. Covering his chest and collapsing, Su Wu made an exaggerated expression again and fell directly on the small couch. This drama queen is really... Su Rao rolled her eyes again. Brother Wu, you're done. Su Wu immediately laughed and slid. Little sister is still like this. Why pretend to be so deep? It's not fun at all. He pinched Su Rao's face and ran away. Little sister, you must seize the opportunity this time and pounce directly. Su, you, Yin. A roar rose, and it was felt that Rao Xiang Pavilion was shaking. But Su Rao smiled in the corner of her eyes, and the sense of quietness on her body disappeared. Only Su Wu could make Su Rao so angry. Angry and funny. Yunji walked to the front of Rao Xiang Pavilion, and his steps paused slightly. The smile on his lips did not fade, but he felt that the arc seemed to bend a little deeper. Xianyu told Su Bo not to see him off. He already knew the location and walked lightly. He walked into Rao Xiang courtyard. Sixth brother. Bear with it for a while. The sixth prince's mansion is dark brown in color, with a wide courtyard and a majestic and strong momentum. In the bedroom, Yun Murwei personally changed the dressing for Yun Mushu. Third brother. This little injury is not a big deal. As long as the emperor no longer suspects the third brother, the sixth brother will do anything. Besides, it's just a flesh wound. I was beaten much more severely by Su Er in the military camp. Yun Mushu didn't feel any pain at all, and even turned his arm 2 or 3 times to show Yun Murwei that he really didn't feel any pain. The third brother didn't need to blame himself so much. After applying the medicine and bandaging the wound, Yun Murwei patted Yun Muxia on the shoulder. Father and Prince Jiyu had a conversation in the imperial study room about this matter. Father knew that the 2 palace plaques were probably also his own work, so we must put on a show for him. Only by being a kind and benevolent crown prince with some ambition can he meet his father's expectations. And only then will his father let go of his grudges and suspicions about him, and believe that his choice is right. He is the best crown prince, and will also be the crown prince that father is most satisfied with. There is wisdom between his eyebrows. Sixth brother. You should take good care of your injuries. I will handle the follow-up matters. You should take good care of your injuries, and attend the Spring 3 Kingdoms Exchange meeting. After some instructions, Yun Murwei left the sixth prince's mansion, and went straight to the prime minister's mansion. The wheel tracks rolled over the icy road, making a small sound of cracking ice. When they reached the alley of Nanning Street, Yun Murwei lifted the curtain and took a look. From a distance, he saw the towering plaque of the general's palace. It was dark inside, and it was difficult to clearly see the depth of his inner scheming at the moment. After a breath, he lowered the curtain to cover his sight, and the carriage turned into the street of the prime minister's mansion, and finally stopped in front of the main gate of the prime minister's mansion. The housekeeper of the prime minister's mansion is waiting here. Coming to the prime minister's mansion in broad daylight, Yun Murwei did not hide his tracks at all, letting Emperor Yu know that he went to see Prime Minister Yao. With Emperor Yu's mind, he must have guessed what he said. It was either related to Yun Mui, or to the relationship between Yun Ji and Su Rao. What's worse, the ultimate goal was just to gain military power for the Su family. And at this moment, in Rao Xiang Pavilion, in the waterside flower corridor, the breeze was blowing, and the small stove was burning. Su Rao looked at the bright red purse in her hand, and slowly curled up her tender hands. You are not thoughtful after all. If the Emperor's uncle has a little intention to eradicate your Su family, there is no need for any truth. Your purse is enough evidence and a death warrant for your Su family. Yunji took a sip of tea and spoke lightly. I understand. Su Rao nodded. That's why the couple of farmers came out. No matter what Emperor you did to the Su family, I would be framed in the end. Because Yun Luoling's murder was true, and the couple of farmers was false. But Yun Muyi didn't dare to say it. If he dared to say it, Emperor you would definitely investigate, and his calculations on Yun Luoling would be revealed. In this way, the Zhao family would definitely not help him with his little tricks. Once he lost the support of the Zhao family, he would be finished. Since she knew that Yun Mui wanted to poison her after the Lantern Festival banquet on the eve of the Lantern Festival, she had already made arrangements. In the Wantian Palace, the maid deliberately soiled her dress, and she knew that it was not only Yun Mui who took action, but Yun Murwei and others were also calculating her. So she naturally had to obey their calculations. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a waste of their work? But she didn't expect Yun Murwei and his men to be so cruel and ruthless that they actually attacked concubine Shu's fetus in order to frame her. They even wanted to put the blame on Yun Mui and make her Su family and Zhao family become two blades in their hands to help them get rid of Yun Mui. She changed the plan temporarily. Let the eunuch take action earlier. Put the blame on the prince. And let Ying find the fake farmers to make Yun Mujing and Yun Murwei fight each other. In the end, Yun Mui still lost the power according to her original plan. And although Yun Murwei got the advantage, he knew what they did. And the executioner was naturally clear. And the seed of suspicion was planted in his heart. Then wait until the next time something happens. It seems that Yunji has thought too much. Miss Su's thoughts are not much less than Yunji. As a girl, it's a pity. Although Yunji couldn't see Su Rao's expression at the moment, he knew that Su Rao must be dazzling when she said this. The bright peach eyes must be shining at this moment. And the stars and the moon can't compare. Really? Su Rao smiled lightly. She didn't think it was a big deal. No matter what the boy was, no matter what the girl was, it was not a pity for her at all. Yunji, what happened yesterday? Miss Qin Yang walked in. The old general asked Su Bo to bring a message, saying, Miss, you don't have to go over for dinner today. The meaning of this sentence is very clear. Dear granddaughter, Grandpa can create a good opportunity for you. You must grasp it well. Su Rao paused and saw Yunji's smile. For a moment, Su Rao felt her face a little hot, took the cup and took a sip, and then replied nonchalantly, I know. Heh. Yunji seemed unable to suppress his smile, and finally a low laugh came out of his white lips. It seems that General Su is as satisfied with Yunji as Umo is with his grandson-in-law. The word grandson-in-law was actually a teasing to Su Rao. The exiled immortal from heaven landed again, and had the joys and sorrows of ordinary people. Su Rao had recovered her composure. Since lunch was prepared in Raoxiang Pavilion, she asked Qin Yang to prepare it. And she must not neglect Prince Jiyue. She stood up and took Yunji to the side pavilion. My grandfather is an old naughty boy, a rough man from the military camp. Prince Jiyue will get used to it after a long time of contact. Yunji thinks that General Su's true nature is rare. She stood up and followed. The two walked side by side again, chatting, and there was harmony within 3 feet around. Outside Raoxiang courtyard, Su Wu half knelt down and covered his mouth. But the snicker in the corner of his eyes was hard to hide. How does it feel to peek? The gentle voice. But Su Wu's eyes suddenly changed. And before he could escape, the poor ear was grabbed by Aunt Su San. Su Yuyan, I think you are getting more and more unbecoming. You even peeked at Rao. My lady. Be gentle. Be gentle. Su Wu cried out, shook his head to break free, and ran away quickly. Mother, you are trying to kill your own son again. I'm going to complain to my father and second brother. This stinky boy. Aunt Su San cursed. But Su Wu had already disappeared without a trace. It was so fast that it only took a moment. Aunt Su San could only laugh and curse again. Stinky boy. You run faster than a rabbit. Then she looked into Raoxiang courtyard. And in a moment, she actually stuck her head out and saw the two people walking into the pavilion side by side from a distance. They were so well matched. She immediately smiled, like a mother-in-law looking at her son-in-law. And the more she looked, the more satisfied she was. Rao has a good eye. They look so well matched. Talented man and beautiful woman. A perfect match. I need to discuss with my sister-in-law whether Rao's dowry is too gaudy. I need to add some elegant dresses, bridal veils, and gold hairpins. She murmured with a smile and left with a satisfied look on her face. Su Rao didn't know that her three mothers had already prepared her dowry, waiting for her to get married. Take Yunji into the side pavilion. Not long after, lunch was ready. Knowing that Yunji was a light eater, Su Rao had already told Qin Yang to prepare a lighter lunch. Although it can't compare with the medicinal food in your Qifeng residence, the food in my Raoxiang pavilion is also very good. You can try it. Handing the bowl and chopsticks to Yunji, Su Rao began to eat on her own. But Yunji didn't move his chopsticks and looked puzzled. Is it not to your liking? Or is there something you cannot eat? Yunji's behavior is no doubt similar to that of ordinary people. But he cannot see after all. When eating, Yun Feng and the others arrange the dishes in the same way. Yunji only knows the position of the dishes. Today, Miss Su may need to serve Yunji. Yunji seemed to be aware of Su Rao's doubts and explained in a simple way. Such words were reasonable and logical, and there was no sense of wrongness in listening to them. Because Yunji was indeed particular about the arrangement of dishes when eating. Her bright eyes fell on the satin on Yunji's face, and then took a look at the dishes on the table. After a breath, Su Rao took Yunji's chopsticks and picked up the dishes for him. There was nothing awkward. If there is anything you cannot eat, just tell me. She also asked Hisu to prepare a pair of serving chopsticks. Thank you. Without saying anything else, the two of them had lunch quietly. The two of them no longer felt alienated from each other, and seemed to have returned to the harmonious coexistence they had in Qifeng residence. At this time, there was a little more gentleness. The floating clouds rose to 90,000 miles, outlining thousands of mountains and rivers, clusters of flowers, and a scene of a rock spreading its wings on the blue sky. The pure white bird spread its wings and soared into the sky. After lunch, Su Rao picked up the cup and continued what Qin Yang had just interrupted. Yunji, Su Rao would like to offer you tea instead of wine for what happened yesterday. Thank you. After taking a sip, she continued, Su Rao would like to apologize again for threatening you with Yun Mujing, and also for using you many times in recent days. After a cup of tea, his face became more serious. Yunji, you know everything I have done. Su Rao will not beat around the bush anymore. Today, Su Rao will make it clear that she does not want to be controlled by the imperial power, let alone be bound by fate. My fate is determined by me. I will tell you my pursuit honestly. Please buy me some time. Whatever you want. As long as it does not violate the bottom line of my Su family's family rules, and as long as it is something Su Rao can do. Su Rao will go through fire and water without hesitation. Such a statement. Su Rao first opened her heart, because Su Rao knew that she could not play those tricks in front of Yunji. So if she wanted Yunji to help her sincerely, she had to surrender herself first. This is not a strategy. Yunji also took a sip of tea, facing Su Rao. And after a moment, he said, Su Rao, Yunji will not explore your secrets. And I hope you will not explore Yunji's secrets either. Since we are working together, Yunji hopes you will not involve a Jing again. You want Yunji to help you delay the imperial decree of marriage. In exchange, Yunji has nothing else to do. You only need to give Yunji acupuncture to regulate his body. Acupuncture? Su Rao immediately raised her eyebrows slightly, and her hand unconsciously touched the pendant jade pendant under her clothes in front of her. Yes, acupuncture. Yunji nodded. Your acupuncture technique seems to be somewhat special. After you gave Yunji acupuncture that day in Qifeng Garden, Yunji felt that his body was no longer so weak these days. He no longer coughed and wheezed when the wind blew after going out for a long time. Su Rao did not reply at first, nor did she relax her eyebrows because of Yunji's words. Instead, her eyebrows were furrowed, and she touched the hand in front of her and pinched the jade pendant inside through her dress. Yunji seemed to have noticed something and said, Is there anything difficult to say? If there is any difficulty, just pretend that Yunji has not mentioned this matter. Okay. After saying this, Yunji did not say anything else. Su Rao pinched the jade pendant under her clothes for a breath and made a request. Your request is reasonable for our cooperation. But I have promised the person who taught me medical skills that I will never perform this acupuncture method in front of others, especially in front of fellow doctors. The implication is that I can give you acupuncture, but you have to keep it secret for me, no matter whether it is the imperial physician Mr. Zhu and Master Hui Shan in your house. No one can know that I can treat medicine. Of course. Yunji nodded and agreed. Su Rao's request was also reasonable. At this moment, in Shulan Palace, the ground was full of broken porcelain, and the palace maids and eunuchs knelt on the ground. Trembling, concubine Shu got off the bed with a pale face. No matter how Lu Ma and Zhao Lianqing comforted her, it was useless. She wanted to meet the fourth prince. She wanted to ask him how she had wronged him. Although he was not her biological son, she had raised him. If it weren't for the protection of her Zhao family, he would have been devoured by the crown prince. Why did she want to harm her child? Why? Aunt. Calm down. You just had a miscarriage and can't go out. Xiner begs you. Let's go back. Let's go back. Zhao Lianqing stopped concubine Shu. Nanny Lu also begged. Madam. Let's go back. Let's go back. The emperor has imprisoned the fourth prince for you. There will be children. Madam. We will be obedient and go back. Don't let the emperor see you. Don't stop her. Let her go. With this angry shout, Duke Xiao strode into Shulan Palace. You go and cut the fourth prince into pieces now. And your father will see your child and come back? Father, my sister is just too sad. Don't be angry. Minister Xiao, who followed behind, said hurriedly, walked into Shulan Palace, took concubine Shu from Zhao Lianqing's hands, and held her in his arms with pity. Xianer, be obedient and don't cry. You are the emperor's concubine. It is disrespectful to cry like this. Brother, my child. Xu Guifei grabbed Zhao Shangshu's robe tightly, and her crying voice was hoarse. Duke Xiao walked to the main seat and sat down. He waved his hand to let the palace servants, who were kneeling on the ground, stand up. Cleaned up the mess in the palace, and all retreated. He raised his hand and rubbed his eyebrows again, with hidden sorrow between his eyebrows. That was his grandson. How could he not feel pain and discomfort? Do you really think that the fourth prince harmed you? He doesn't have that ability. After a moment, Duke Xiao spoke again in such a deep voice. Just this sentence stopped Xu Guifei's crying, and she suddenly looked at Duke Xiao. What is the truth of yesterday's incident? Who killed the dragon in your belly? It's useless to investigate now. The emperor's behavior yesterday showed that he chose the crown prince between the fourth prince and the crown prince. Although the fourth prince has not been deposed, his lifelong imprisonment is undoubtedly deposed. Now my Zhao family is walking on thin ice. If we are not careful, that old thing Yao Fuyue will put my Zhao family in an irreparable situation. You are still crying here. Why don't you cry for our father? When Yun Maheo was mentioned, concubine Shu suddenly softened. Minister Zhao hurried to support her again. Father, my sister doesn't want to do this either. Father, don't hurt my sister with Howard anymore. Yun Muheo's tragic death in the Qin Palace is ultimately an unresolved knot between the Duke of Zhao and concubine Shu. And the Duke of Zhao is still heartbroken. If his grandson was alive, why would he be so cautious? With heavy breathing, the Duke of Zhao looked at Minister Zhao, then at concubine Shu, and covered his face with his pale hands. With two such unpromising children, who will guard the huge Zhao family after his death? Will he rely on those bastards? If the Zhao family falls, how can he face his ancestors? How can he face his ancestors? Help your sister to the couch. With a sigh, the Duke of Zhao finally waved his hand. For now, you must take advantage of this miscarriage to make the emperor love you more and take good care of yourself. Your brother is a loser, and his descendants have all inherited his cowardice. Only Xiner is determined to succeed. It's a pity that she is a girl. Otherwise, why would your father be so afraid of the Yao family and Yao Fuyue? The voice of Duke Xiao was full of worry, which made him feel a little vicissitudes. Now, the only people your father can place his hopes on are you and Xiner. My Zhao family, a noble family of Yunlang for 4 generations, must not fall in my hands, let alone fail in your hands. And the family will be bleak. One warm day, the thin ice on the street has melted into watercolor, and the prince's carriage outside the prime minister's mansion has just left and returned to the East Palace. Yun Ji, who came to the Su family, also said goodbye to General Su and prepared to leave. Outside the general's mansion, General Su had a smile on his face. He patted Yun Ji's thin-looking shoulders with his bare hands that had held his huge sword countless times. It seemed that if he exerted a little more force, he could break Yun Ji's shoulder blade. Xiao Ji. It's settled then. The history and literature of my 2 grandchildren will be handed over to you, as long as you make sure they don't bring shame to our Su family in the spring exam. I will be satisfied. Grandpa Su is too modest. I will do my best to honor you. Bowed and bowed. Yuanji got on the Yuwok carriage and said goodbye. Su Rao didn't pull General Su's sleeve until the Yuwok carriage disappeared from sight. He looked like Grandpa. You are really not interested in wine. The history and literature of the 3rd and 4th brothers still need Yuanji to help. My dear granddaughter, Grandpa is doing this for your sake. When he said this, he stretched out his hand and touched Su Rao's forehead. It was a bit doting but slightly annoyed. You said that you could get a man in 3 days at most before. But why can't you get a little G now? In the end, you have to ask Grandpa to help. Old people are more experienced. So learn something. With his hands behind his back, General Su walked into the mansion with his back straight, striding forward with a powerful stride, without any sense of old age and uselessness as in the morning. Old people are more experienced. Grandpa is right. Su Rao quickly chased after him and took General Su's iron arm directly. Her bright eyes were bright, but there was a sense of suffocation in her eyes. If Yunji came every day, without thinking, Su Rao could already know how Langjing would explode, and how the hearts of people like Yu Huang and Yun Murui would turn. Not long after Yunji left the general's palace, Emperor Yu learned about Yunji's stay at the Su family that day. Looking at the bright yellow silk paper in his hand, there was a red private seal in the lower left corner with the word Yunji printed on it. It was a secret letter from Yunji to Emperor Yu. He has already entered the Su family, but in order to prevent General Su from being suspicious, he cannot show too much to Su Rao. He will find a suitable time for their marriage. Lighting the secret letter, Emperor Yu smiled, and his eyes were gentle. Your Majesty can rest assured this time. Since Prince Ji Yu has promised Your Majesty, he will definitely do a good job. General Manager Yun bowed and whispered, Ji Yu really did not disappoint me. With a gentle face, Emperor Yu was very satisfied with the news sent by Yunji. After a breath, the smile on his face faded again, and he asked about Concubine Shu. A moment ago, Duke Xiao and Minister Xiao left, and Concubine Shu had calmed down, although it was still difficult to accept the bad news that Long Hair was gone. Rubbing his temples, Emperor Yu felt a little headache, leaning back on the back of the dragon chair, with fatigue between his brows, mixed with the sadness of losing Long Hair. Tell someone to send the blood swallows to the imperial concubine, and tell her to take good care of herself. I will visit her in the evening. Yes. General Manager Yun responded and went to make arrangements. As soon as he reached the door of the imperial study, Emperor Yu said again, take Linger to the Queen's Fingy Palace and let the Queen discipline her. She dared to beat and kill even the common people. I really dote on her too much. Don't let the imperial concubine know about this. General Manager Yun agreed again, but his heart skipped a beat. The 7th princess's brainless behavior in the Wantian Palace still annoyed the emperor. No matter how much the emperor doted on her, this favor became insignificant in front of Yunlongwa's face. Otherwise, he would not have been directly. He became more serious in his heart. Looking at Emperor Yu, who was still reviewing the memorials, General Manager Yun quickly told Emperor Yu to make arrangements. The night obscured the bright moon, and the bright moonlight was hidden by the dark night clouds. Only a few stars flickered with a weak light, flickering and sometimes disappearing. The 4th prince's mansion. It was only a short day, but I felt a sense of desolation. A figure came to the side door and opened the door carefully. Duke Xiao walked in wearing a black cloak. My lord. The servant bowed and took Duke Xiao to the 4th prince's bedroom. Yun Mui was imprisoned in the 4th prince's mansion by Emperor Yu. He could only move around in the 4th prince's mansion and was not allowed to step out of the mansion. Although he had not been deprived of his status as a prince, he was already in name only and was undoubtedly a waste. In the bedroom, the candles and charcoal in the stove had not been lit. I don't know if there was no charcoal or candles, or he didn't allow them to be lit. The utensils and papers in the hall were all over the floor. The night wind was whistling, and it felt a little cold. Yun Mui sat on the ground with disheveled hair, laughing softly. When Emperor Yu told him that he was imprisoned, he laughed loudly, and then he kept laughing, as if he was crazy. The wound on his forehead from the cup was only treated casually. Although it was no longer bleeding, it was still swollen. Duke Xiao walked in, and the servant lit the candle. It was clear that Yun Mui himself did not light it. Who told you to light the candle? Get out. All of you get out. Feeling angry, Yun Mui raised his head, and his eyes felt dark. Seeing that the person coming was Duke Xiao, the darkness in his eyes gradually turned into clarity. He stood up with his hands on the ground, took 2 steps over, and grabbed Duke Xiao's hand. Grandpa, it's not me. It's the prince and his men. They are the ones who are trying to harm my mother. Although the voice is anxious, it seems to hide something. Duke Xiao patted Yun Mui's hand and sighed lightly. Your Highness, I know that your Highness was framed and blamed. Help Yun Mui sit on the sandalwood chair. But your Highness should also see clearly that the Emperor intends to protect the prince. Yun Mui's hands that were holding Duke Xiao's arms suddenly loosened. Then he laughed at himself and sarcastically. We are both sons. And we did the same thing. But why did he abandon me without hesitation and choose Yun Mui? Why? One day, I will trample Yun Mui under my feet. The back of his drooping hand was curled with layers of green vines. And Yun Mui felt dark again. A haze of gloom came over him. And his warm eyes suddenly became more violent, as if he wanted to destroy the world. It's good that your Highness is not decadent. Seeing the darkness on Yun Mui's face, Duke Xiao's eyes fell on his red and swollen forehead. And after a breath, he pressed Yun Mui's shoulders. He pinched hard. Before coming here, I was worried that your Highness would be devastated by this defeat. Your Highness has not lost yet. And we have not lost yet. After saying this, he sighed and said, Your Highness did not discuss this with me, so I will not say anything more. But your Highness actually poisoned and killed Su Rao, which is really inappropriate. Although if your Highness's plan succeeds, the Su family and the prince will definitely be irreconcilable. And your Highness can easily use the Su family to get rid of the prince's faction. But now that the Su family knows that it was your Highness's doing, given the Su family's protective nature, it is a good thing that your Highness is now imprisoned like this. Firstly, the Su family cannot attack His Highness again. Secondly, His Highness can make preparations in secret. But remember not to act rashly. Without absolute certainty, His Highness must never touch the Su family easily again. This old minister will also conspire for His Highness outside, trying to make the Su family suspect that Su Rao was poisoned and framed by His Highness the Crown Prince, so that the Su family and the Crown Prince will fight. Once the time is right, this old minister will work with His Highness to help His Highness get rid of the Crown Prince. I will never forget the love of Grandpa helping and protecting each other. Yun Mui once again grasped the hand of Duke Xiao, full of gratitude, as if only in this way could he grasp the life-saving straw of Duke Xiao. When he reigns supreme and ascends the throne, he will ensure that the Zhao family is rich and prosperous. Duke Xiao patted Yun Mui's hand again. Your Highness and I are a family. We prosper together and suffer together. Your Highness, please don't say that again. It's getting late, and I can't stay any longer. If your Highness has anything to say, please send this servant to tell me. Pointing to the servant waiting outside the door, Duke Xiao put on his cloak and left from the back. The carriage was far away from the 4th prince's mansion, and Duke Xiao murmured in a low voice, I was a little wrong in the past. Now it seems that this boy may be able to make a plan with him. The carriage bumped, and it was unknown what happened outside. The carriage stopped abruptly. Old master, someone is blocking our way. The housekeeper who was driving the car whispered, looking at a masked man in black in the alley ahead. It was difficult to detect him in the night. If a stone had not hit him just now, he would not have noticed this man. The housekeeper was alert all around. Duke Xiao also lifted the curtain of the car, but he had not yet said anything. The masked man in black spoke. Don't panic, Duke. I am just here to deliver something to you on behalf of someone else. The man hopes that you can stay out of the matter of the 4th prince. A sandalwood box was thrown by this person with great force, and then he dodged away. You'd better open it and take a look, lest you accidentally stand in the wrong line and end up affecting the poor business of the family. It will be too late to regret it then. In a breath, the man disappeared. The housekeeper caught the sandalwood box. Old master, this... Duke Xiao had a serious expression on his face. After a moment, he asked the butler to give him the sandalwood box. Old master, this... It's better to be careful. This person's origin is unknown. He is blocking here in the middle of the night. I'm afraid he has no good intentions. The butler handed the sandalwood box to Duke Xiao and reminded him. Duke Xiao held the sandalwood box tightly for a long time, thinking of the reminder or warning when the man left. What Duke Xiao cared about most was the 4 generations of his Zhao family. The thought that the Zhao family might fail. Duke Xiao couldn't accept it. and opened the box immediately. But suddenly, the pupils in his eyes shrank, and his hands trembled uncontrollably. He couldn't hold the sandalwood box steadily, and it fell with a clang. The sandalwood box fell into the car. Old master. The butler was startled, and was about to open the car door. But Duke Xiao said, nothing. Go back to the mansion. The voice lost its usual calmness. The housekeeper didn't know what it was that made Duke Xiao so flustered. Duke Xiao spoke, so he had to suppress his doubts. Whip. The carriage started moving again. In the carriage, under the dim candlelight, Duke Xiao trembled as he picked up the sandalwood box and opened it again, took out the things inside, and placed them in front of the candlelight. His hands were still trembling, and even his lips were trembling. His eyes fell directly on the object in his hands, and it was difficult to move away. After Duke Xiao left, Yun Mui, who was grateful to Duke Xiao, laughed again. But this time his laughter was different from the previous laughter. This time his laughter showed that he was pretending to be flattering Duke Xiao. What do you mean by helping him? It's just that he is afraid that their Zhao family will fail. Xian Ti, with a fierce voice. The window of the palace moved, and Xian Ti appeared in the palace, kneeling on one knee. Your Highness, kill me. It's because I didn't do my job well that the prince bribed the eunuch and moved up the time. Yun Mui looked at Xian Ti with dark eyes. If he didn't need someone right now, he should have killed him long ago. Get up. I'll remember this time in advance. I won't let him off easily next time. Now I'm trapped. Yun Murwei and the others will never miss this good opportunity to kill me. Go and keep an eye on them, and Zhao Wingjian for me. If there is any movement, report it quickly. Yes. Xian Ti left after answering. Be careful. You are wanted now. If you are caught by the Dali Temple and the Ministry of Justice. This voice came into Xian Ti's ears, which seemed to be concerned, but also felt like a threat, threatening Xian Ti. It's better to do his job quietly. Don't think that he will be trapped here for the rest of his life and wait for death because he is imprisoned. Do good things for him, and he will naturally remember his loyalty. Picking up a piece of rice paper scattered on the ground, Yun Mui took the brush and wrote with great force. Another word kill floated on the paper. The last point had a long tail, and the force was getting stronger and stronger. It even cut the rice paper, but it still did not reduce the force. Yun Murui, Yao family, Zhao family, Su family. One day this palace will trample you underfoot and let you taste the humiliation I suffered this time. I will kill all of you one by one. Father, Yun Yu, I am your son. And I am also your son. The murderous aura was soaring that the brush was thrown away, and the rice paper was torn into pieces. He laughed again, and the laughter was gloomy and full of violence. Outside the fourth prince's mansion, Xian Ti listened quietly for a long time until the laughter subsided, and he left. As soon as he left, the masked man in black appeared again at his position, opening the folding fan in his hand. Shake gently. If you hadn't attacked Miss Su, how could you have ended up like this now? If you want to attack the Su family, I'm afraid it will be difficult in your next life. If Miss Su didn't need you, you would have died by now. He shook his head and sighed, then left. This time he really left.